This young man is the leader of a construction crew, responsible for mixing mortar and cement, though he sometimes adds a few special ingredients. He had a brother, the seemingly ordinary president of a security company. Then one sunny day an order came from above for the president's subordinates to eliminate the entire construction crew, while assassins were simultaneously sent to kill his brother. The young man immediately called a funeral home, not for his brother but for the assassins. As it turns out, his brother was the boss of the criminal underworld, and he was a special agent for the government. That's just how we brothers are. He. At that moment the construction site was a hive of activity. A phone rang out. "Hey Barry Sue, why aren't you answering?" Barry Sue, drenched in sweat, replied, "Aw bro, it's too loud here, I couldn't hear it." "What's up?" The man on the other end of the line clicked his pen nonchalantly. "What's up? Do I need a reason to call my little brother? It's been a while since I've seen your face," Barry Sue answered. "Today I'm a bit busy," a shout erupted from the other end. "What are you doing that's so important? Aw seriously." Hey, a blond young man standing nearby spoke up, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "What are you doing? You're making everyone over there uncomfortable. If you pour it like that it'll all come loose later," Barry Sue's brother said over the phone. "Alright, I get it. So can you come later or not? Let me know in advance." Barry Sue hesitated. Today, just then, a young man came tumbling through the doorway behind them. A burly man snarled, his teeth grinding. "This bastard, Jung Cheon of North Korea's Unit 525 Special Operations, a southbound infiltration agent. 4 successful missions." He advanced with a vicious look on his face, a knife in his hand. "You damn fraud," Barry Sue quickly replied into the phone. "Okay, I'll be there later." He asked curtly, "Rookie, what's your status?" The young man on the ground clutched his wound and answered, "I'm okay, sir. It's not a deep cut." Then Barry Sue took off his jacket and threw it to him. "Stop the bleeding." Team leader Barry Sue of the HID Special Unit for missions in the North. 4 years of service, 12 successful missions. A conversation was overheard. "How long do you think it'll take?" "I'm betting 10 seconds. That guy might last 30. "Go get him, team leader." At this, Jung Cheon became visibly enraged. He gritted his teeth. "You sons of bitches." He charged forward, swinging his knife at the protagonist's neck, but the protagonist swiftly dodged. A kick followed. Thwack! Barry Sue landed a punch, knocking him back. With a mouthful of blood, Jung Cheon glared at the protagonist with furious eyes. Barry Sue raised his fist again, ready to strike. When a devastating kick came crashing down on Jung Cheon, slamming him hard into the ground. Despite his muscular build, he could only lie there helplessly, his bloody mouth agape. He lay on the ground, unable to move. Barry Sue calmly looked down at him, wiping the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. He put his jacket back on and gave an order. "Treat the rookie and clean this place up. I have an appointment, so I'm leaving first." The squad members answered immediately. "Yes, sir." Phew. Jung Cheon was loaded onto a wheelbarrow. He overheard the soldiers' conversation. "How are we going to explain this mess to anyone? Just say he was working at a construction site." Meanwhile, Barry Sue was heading to a restaurant. A staff member politely said, "Please stop, sir. The entire restaurant is booked for a private event today, so we cannot allow outside guests." Barry Sue replied, "I'm here to meet my brother." "I apologize, but our restaurant has a dress code. Could you please go home, change your clothes, and come back?" the staff member said, looking at the name tag on the protagonist's work clothes. Just then a voice called out, "Hey Barry Sue, what's this punk doing over there? What's wrong?" "Didn't you tell him you have a meeting with me?" his brother said to the employee. "He's my younger brother. What's the issue? There's no problem, right?" The employee hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "Oh no, sir. I didn't realize he was President Bay's guest." Barry Sue walked inside without a word. Seeing the writing on his back, his brother chuckled. "First Safety. Wow, what a name." The scene changes to the military unit. "What the hell is this? How could they do this to us?" a young man exclaimed in frustration. "It's our first team dinner in 3 months, and this is what we get? Frozen pork belly?" Another person calmly replied. "The section chief told us to wait, so he's probably bringing something good," someone else added. "I think this is delicious. It's not like we ever get to eat meat. Eat up. We can't have meat without a drink," said another, already tipsy. "I should have just gone with the team leader. That place is expensive, so the food must be good. The section chief is here." At that moment, several large cars pulled up in front of them. A man got out of one. The young man from before instantly changed his tune and shouted, "Salute, welcome, section chief. Look how quick he is, a true rookie. Welcome, section chief. Have a drink first." Everyone greeted him. Then the section chief replied, "Sorry about this. Project is over, but I kept you here because there's something to discuss." "But I don't see Team Leader Bay," everyone replied. "The team leader is absent due to personal matters." The section chief pulled something out of his pocket and said, "That complicates things a bit. Sir, what do you?" Before he could finish his question, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. The section chief had pulled out a gun and shot him for no reason. Then he said, "As of now, the Special Forces unit is disbanded." In that instant, his subordinates quickly exited the cars. Dozens of gun barrels were aimed at Barry Sue's squad. As the squad members stood in horror, Section Chief Kong shouted, "Blackout Order. Kill them all." He chambered around and said, "Thanks for your service." Another scene, a high-end restaurant filled with delicacies. Bae Kyung said, "Hey Barry Sue, how about working for my company? What kind of soldier works for First Safety?" Barry Sue raised his glass and replied, "It's a civil support mission." Bae Kyung continued, "Do soldiers do manual labor for civil support these days? Your big brother is running a business while my little brother is earning a pathetic salary. It makes me a little uncomfortable. The work isn't even hard. You just manage a few restaurants. Hey, first safety, are you listening to me? Barry Sue replied, let's talk about that later. Just then a phone rang. Barry Sue looked at his phone, restricted number. He said to his brother, bro, hold on, I have to take this call. Are you even listening to me? Inside the restroom, Barry Sue answered the phone. This is Barry Sue. A loud noise came from the other end. Team leader, what should I do? There's so much expensive food. Have you eaten already? Barry Sue asked. Zion, why does your voice sound like that? Zion sat in a corner trembling and said, we ate a lot of expensive food without you, team leader. I ate so much my stomach feels a bit upset. Barry Sue couldn't hold back and yelled, Zion, stop joking around and tell me what's going on. Zion clutched his bloody wound and replied, Team leader, a blackout order has been issued for all of us. We're all targets for elimination. Barry Sue was horrified. What are you talking about? We were too complacent on this one. Section Chief Kong. That sly fox sold us all out, unable to believe it. Barry Sue said urgently, that can't be. I'm on my way back right now. Until then, Zion replied, Team leader, you have to run. They'll be coming for you soon. Go. As the other end of the line went silent, Barry Sue's heart sank. He shouted desperately, Zion, Zion. Seeing that the call had been disconnected, Barry Sue fell silent. At that moment, someone was approaching from a distance. The staff member from before saw him. He said kindly, I'm sorry, sir. Our restaurant is booked for a private event today, so we are not accepting guests. But with a swoosh, his throat was slit in an instant. The opponent struck decisively without hesitation, and blood spurted from the staff member's neck. Meanwhile, in the private room, President Bay was slumped over the table, drunk. Hearing a noise, he lifted his head and said, oh, you're here? But standing before him were 3 heavily built soldiers holding sharp knives. The soldiers' eyes were bloodshot and their blades reflected President Bay's terrified face. At that moment, sensing something was wrong, Barry Sue sprinted toward the room with all his might. But he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 5 of Section Chief Kang's men were blocking his path. There he is, the one in the lead said. Barry Sue confirmed, eliminate him. As soon as the words were spoken, the others immediately charged. In an instant, Barry Sue agilely dodged their attacks, then turned the tables, stabbing the leader straight through the chest. He quickly snatched their knives. Swish, swish, he relentlessly plunged the blades into their bodies. As one fell, another rushed in, but Barry Sue faced them all alone without a moment's hesitation. He quickly grabbed one man's leg and delivered a fatal blow to it. The man froze for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Blood splattered all over Barry Sue's body. Seeing him take down 2 of them, the others became wary and didn't dare to rush in. Barry Sue looked at his knife and said, the arc of the blade is too short. He then threw off his jacket, raised the knife and taunted, come on. Hearing this, the mercenaries immediately charged and 2 knives clashed. With a swift move, Barry Sue stabbed one of them in the neck. With a knife in one hand and the other bare, Barry Sue still held his own against all of them. But a cut had already appeared on his arm. He glanced behind him. One of them was trying to stab him from behind. The scene changes to the construction site. A subordinate reported to Section Chief Kong the construction site has been cleared. Section Chief Kong asked, what about Barry Sue? The new special assignment team, Squad 1 is on it. We should get a report soon. 1 squad isn't enough, Section Chief Kong said. Send another. Order them to kill everyone and leave no trace. At that moment, a pair of glasses lay in a pool of blood on the table. President Bay, his face covered in cuts, said, let me ask you just one thing. On a nice day like this, where are your families? He held a knife to the Special Forces soldier's throat. Are they at work? Then a spray of blood erupted onto his face. President Bay withdrew the knife and said flatly, all right, can't get an answer if they're dead. Just then a voice came from the Special Forces soldier's radio. Target, target. What's this now? The radio continued to crackle. Barry, report. On site, target, President Bay muttered. Do thugs use these things these days? Kill Barry Sue on site. It repeated once more. Kill Barry Sue on site. President Bay wiped the blood from his face and muttered, did that just say, kill Barry Sue on site? President Bay's eyes turned bloodshot. He asked, who did you say you're going to kill? His information appeared on a screen. Bae Do-kyung, president of TS Financial Group, boss of the Taisen Syndicate. Meanwhile outside, Barry Sue had finished off the last soldier. Hearing a noise from behind a wall, Barry Sue rushed to his brother. Bro, Bae Do-kyung replied, I'm okay. He clutched his head and said, Sue, were all of these your guests? The scene changes. The 2 are sitting in a car. Bae Do-kyung held his head and said, so that's what it was. You're with the HID. The protagonist's brother was at a loss for words. The driver glanced back, trying to read his boss's expression. What did you just say? It's the HID, sir. If that's hard to remember, you can just call it the Intelligence Command, the driver answered for Barry Sue. Just then, Bae Do-kyung took a hair tie from the driver's wrist and said, right, Intelligence Command. So you're not just a soldier, you're an intelligence agent, stopping North Koreans, killing people, Barry Sue retorted. And you're not just a gangster, you're the boss of Taisen, Seoul's biggest crime syndicate. Bae Do-kyung replied weakly, you really laid it all out, didn't you? Since we're twins, I thought you were the one living on the straight and narrow. Suddenly, Barry Sue said, let me out here. Why all of a sudden? Barry Sue replied, you just saw what happened. If you're with me, you'll be in danger too. They'll keep coming after me until I'm dead. Bae Do-kyung replied, who will? Oh, I'm so scared. Get out over there, or should I drop you off in front of a police station to make it easier for them to find you? Barry Sue said with a serious expression, bro, I'm serious. This isn't a joke. We're here. Let me out. Bae Do-kyung opened the door and got out. Seeing his brother lost in thought, Barry Sue said, bro, okay, what should I do now? His brother, deep in thought, replied, Sue. Before them was a bustling scene. People were carrying funeral wreaths, while others gave instructions with serious expressions. Bae Do-kyung turned around and said, do I look like I'm joking? Barry Sue was speechless at all of this. A female employee said to his brother, President Bae, you've arrived. Yeah, just got here, the employee continued. We've prepared everything as you instructed. As expected, all preparations should be finished within 2 hours. Bae Do-kyung said quietly. Sue, this all ends when you die. Tense, Sue couldn't reply. Bae Do-kyung continued, so I'm going to kill you. Staring at his own funeral portrait surrounded by wreaths, Barry Sue quietly listened to his brother. This is an act. It's a method I learned in prison. They say people use it when they want to get out of the game or launder their identity. Will they believe it? Barry Sue asked skeptically. Bae Do-kyung replied, of course they'll be suspicious, but this is the most important part. He began to explain. Our Taisen organization knows more than you think. Looking at the mourners coming and going, one man lit an incense stick. Bae Do-kyung continued, but if my little brother dies at that moment, Barry Sue and the man knelt and bowed to each other. The brother of Bae Do-kyung, the boss of the Taisen syndicate. High-ranking officials will come to pay their respects and serve as witnesses. How about it? The two men looked at the bustling crowd. No, if you believe it, they'll have no choice but to believe it too. Just then, a large car pulled up. A man frowned and asked, what's this? Are you here for a free meal? The important people have all gotten out. Why are you still sitting in the car? Section Chief Kong, reading a newspaper, replied, wait, twin brothers? Something about moving? Just a bunch of gangsters, aren't they? Unable to restrain himself, the man slammed his fist on the car window. He shouted, the tint is so dark I can't see a thing. Hey mister, you can't just park anywhere here. Section Chief Kong calmly instructed the special assignment team behind him. This is your last mission before heading to the battlefield. Open the coffin and confirm whether Barry Sue is really dead. One of the team members immediately followed the order, opened the car door and got out. The man looked up at the team member and said, what's this? Why did you come here wearing such cheap clothes? He flicked the team member's hat and asked, did you walk all the way here, you son of a bitch? Are you mute? He walked around the car to the other side, but before he could finish his words he was struck by the team member. The team member said nothing, just a slight smirk played on his lips. The man immediately fell to the ground. The other bodyguards were also shocked. You son of a bitch, they shouted, rushing at the team member. At the same time, the special assignment team also charged out. The two sides clashed in a chaotic fight, but the special assignment team seemed to have the upper hand. They easily snapped the bodyguards' necks, then forcefully choked them. Bodyguard's face turned beet red from the choking, and soon he stopped breathing and collapsed. These were members of HID's North Korean infiltration unit, the second assassination team, Hana. On the stairs, only Barry Sue and a burly man remained. The man quietly unbuttoned his shirt, and as he descended the stairs he took off his outer vest. He approached the special assignment team and said politely, we are only admitting those who have received an obituary notice. But the team member just glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, so please stop. Before he could finish, he was punched squarely in the face by the team member, but he still calmly finished his sentence. Will you please leave? His information appeared on the screen. Ha In-dong, chief of security for TS Financial Group's Taisen Syndicate, nicknamed the Immovable Yaksha. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the team member's face with force. What's this? The other team members were puzzled, seeing their comrade caught and trembling. Soon, the team member whose face was being held knelt down. Ha In-dong quietly rolled up his sleeves and squeezed his hand even tighter. The team member had no way to resist. He could only groan, kook, then he collapsed to the ground with a bloody face. The two team members behind him turned pale with shock. He shattered his jaw with his bare hands. Don't let your guard down with this brute, let's get him together, another one shouted. The two of them charged at once, but despite his large build, Ha In-dong skillfully dodged both attacks. Then with his strong muscular arm he grabbed one of their faces with force. You son of a bitch, the other one rushed in and thwack landed a punch on Ha In-dong's face. Ha In-dong was caught off guard and froze for a few seconds. The team member, seizing the momentum, shouted, go down you son of a bitch. But just then, veins popped out on Ha In-dong's arm, and with a single powerful punch the team member was knocked to the ground. Ha In-dong's other hand was still holding the other man's face. The remaining team member's entire body was suddenly lifted off the ground. Ha In-dong easily lifted him high, then quickly twisted his hand and choked him. He seemed to hold the team member in the air without any effort, and the team member choked and trembled. Then suddenly Ha In-dong pulled him up again. With a sharp gaze he threw the team member to the ground. The team member could only clutch his head and groan, Staring in fear at Ha In-dong's massive shadow, he suddenly widened his eyes. Ha In-dong had thrown the other team member straight at him. The two bodies collided with a splash of blood and they died on the spot. Ha In-dong stood there towering over them, quietly looking at Section Chief Kong in the car. He was displeased by the sight before him. Tisk, this damned coffin. All they had to do was open it. These guys are all useless. And he got out of the car himself. He approached amiably and said, I'm sorry. I think there was a slight misunderstanding just now. As he spoke, he pulled something out of his pocket. This is my business card. I am the superior of the deceased, Mr. Rizu. I met him once on the way here, so I think that's where the misunderstanding came from. I have something to tell you. Ha In-dong looked at him silently without answering, then glanced toward the protagonist. At this, Barry Sue quietly nodded, giving a signal. Ha In-dong said to Section Chief Kong, follow me. Yes, he quietly picked up an incense stick. In front of Section Chief Kong was Barry Sue's funeral portrait. Holding the incense, he thought to himself, is he really dead? If so, Bae Do-kyung, how much do you know? The scene changes to the past, a quiet night with no one around. Bae Du-kyung shouted. Damn it, so that bastard betrayed everyone and started this whole thing. It's all because of that section chief Kong. What should I do? Should I pretend to be dead too? Barry Sue replied. You don't need to get involved in that. Bae Du-kyung asked. So should I just buy him a bowl of gukbap and kick him out? Barry Sue replied. No, I'll deal with section chief Kong myself. Back to the present, Barry Sue suddenly pulled out a knife and said, Section Chief Kong, he turned in surprise. Yes, let's talk for a moment, the protagonist, exuding killing intent, said. With your status, you know what this is, right? Barry Sue held the gleaming knife in front of his face and continued. This came from my brother's body. If you don't explain properly, your corpse will be lying next to my brother's right here. Who killed my brother? He pressed the knife to Section Chief Kang's throat. Section Chief Kong thought to himself, who killed him? Could Barry Sue really be dead? And he replied, Chief Mourner, please calm down first. Actually, he died in the line of duty while carrying out a national mission. In that case, I just need to fool this gangster, he thought. But since it's related to state secrets, I can't tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched squarely in the face by the protagonist. Gak, Section Chief Kong winced, his nose bleeding. Barry Sue shouted, Fuck, you talk too much. I asked who killed my brother. Barry Sue rushed forward with his knife. Gak. Section Chief Kong groaned and motioned for him to stop. With his other hand, he was fumbling for something inside his clothes. Just then, a beautiful female secretary quickly ran over and stopped Barry Sue while Ha In-dong patted Section Chief Kong on the shoulder and said, Section Chief Kong, I think it's best you leave. Hey, come here, Rizu shouted. I said come back. Damn it. Section Chief Kong narrowed his eyes and stole a glance at him. The scene changes to a room where Bae Du-kyung was mimicking the earlier situation, shouting loudly, Who killed my brother, you son of a bitch? How was that? Spot on, right? The female secretary corrected his posture, saying, Your shoulder and right hand should be like this. Barry Sue asked what the two were doing. Du-kyung replied, Wow, you're a great actor. Do intelligence agents learn to act too, you know, for infiltration and stuff? Barry Sue replied, Anyway, I've bought some time, but he'll definitely be back. Keep an eye on him. Have your men plant a tracker on him or something. Anyway, you should come over to this side too. I'll always welcome you with open arms. You can't just hide here for the rest of your life. The protagonist replied, What? Where are you going, you bastard? I asked if you were acting at the funeral. It wasn't an act, Barry Sue said. I really intended to kill him. So that's why you're here. Are you planning to go over there and fight him head on? Bae Du-kyung asked. I know what you're trying to say, I understand, but can't you just stay with me and not do anything? You're still alive, so stay and work with me. Barry Sue replied, You want me to live here with you as a gangster? Bae Du-kyung was silent for a moment after hearing that, then replied, Yeah, gangster. It doesn't matter, we're both doing dirty work anyway. But Barry Sue pushed his brother's hand off his shoulder, turned, and walked away. Bae Du-kyung shouted, Hey Barry Sue, damn it, that guy is too dumb to be my twin. In-dong, take the guys and follow him, he's going to get into trouble. The scene changes, a man was standing on a quiet street corner. It was Barry Sue, he was watching something. It was Ha In-dong's car and he was getting out. Barry Sue asked, Are you going to keep following me like this? Yes, Ha In-dong replied. Behind him, dozens of cars followed. It's the president's order. But at that moment, someone with a knife was watching them from a dark corner. Really? Keep watching. Section Chief Kong hung up the phone, lost in thought. That expression, he was clearly convinced I was the killer. It seems Barry Sue knows something. In that case, shish, don't look back. If you want your daughter to return safely, a girl's shadow threatened him. What do you want? I did everything you said, now my daughter. Section Chief Kong said, What I want is, the hand suddenly choked him. Dad, the girl suddenly jumped on his back. It was his daughter. He asked, You're here? Was today tough? Of course it was tough. The chairs were hard and there was no place to put my feet. Sorry, sweetie, Dad will get you a better seat next time. The girl smiled brightly and said, More than anything, it was tough because I missed you, Dad. Oh dear, then next time Dad will tell the plane to fly faster. That's my dad. Is this the power of an intelligence agent? Section Chief Kong replied, Haha, Dad's just an office worker. Someone who organizes documents, the girl asked in surprise. What, Dad, you don't fight? Haha, never once, Section Chief Kong lied. The scene changes to an office. Bae Du-kyung straightened his clothes and said to his female secretary, Ah, has everyone left? Go buy me a pack of cigarettes. The female secretary replied, Then I'll have one of the subordinates do it. I must stay by your side, sir. Come on, give me a break. Let me breathe. This is no different from being imprisoned. The female secretary replied firmly, I can't. Chief Ha In-dong has taken people out to protect your brother. You are alone here now, so it's dangerous for you to go out. Bae Du-kyung asked, So I can't go out without a bodyguard? Yes, in any case you cannot be alone. Bae Du-kyung suddenly smiled and said, Then let's do this. The elevator was descending to the 57th floor. Bae Du-kyung walked holding the secretary's hand along with two other bodyguards, and he said, Will you go buy me a pack of cigarettes? The female secretary blushed and replied, Yes, I'll go get them. Bae Du-kyung turned to the two bodyguards. This is your sister-in-law. Greet her. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. The female secretary, flustered, quickly replied, Please stop. Bae Du-kyung was silent for a moment, then suddenly put his arm around one of the bodyguard's shoulders and asked, Doesn't our sister-in-law get prettier every day? The bodyguard replied loudly, Yes, she does, sister-in-law. You are beautiful today as well, right? But who calls Sua Nuna? Who are you? Are you one of Section Chief Kang's men? What are you talking about? That bodyguard asked. But he suddenly pulled out a sharp knife and swung it at Bae Du-kyung. This is... Bae Du-kyung frowned. He asked Sua, do you have another knife? I forgot mine. Yes, on the inside of my skirt, excuse me. Bae Du-kyung sighed and pulled out the knife. HMPH, the bodyguard shouted and charged. He threw the knife straight at Bae Du-kyung, but Bae Du-kyung quickly dodged and slashed the bodyguard's clothes. Look at this, Bae Du-kyung said. You're wearing nice clothes. The opponent continued to charge, thinking to himself, damn it, that guy's knife is too sharp. It even pierced my stab-proof vest. After that, Bae Du-kyung pushed him away, taking advantage of his carelessness. He looked back and saw that Soo-ah was in a disadvantageous position. The other bodyguard was swinging a sharp knife about to slash Soo-ah. Thud, the knife lodged in Bae Du-kyung's shoulder. He sweated and asked, Soo-ah, are you okay? It's been a while since I've tasted getting stabbed. These guys are deliberately targeting Soo-ah. If I leave them be, Soo-ah will be in danger, Bae Du-kyung thought and quickly kicked the bodyguard's knife away. But the other one suddenly charged. Bae Du-kyung immediately changed direction and kicked the knife out of his hand. At this moment, six eyes met in a tense standoff. The one whose hand was kicked staggered and crawled toward the knife. Soo-ah quickly ran and kicked his knife far away. Now she and Bae Du-kyung fought as one, each taking on one opponent. Du-kyung knocked his opponent's knife into the air and held his own knife close to his face. Bae Du-kyung raised both arms high. Come on, I'll welcome you with open arms, you sons of bitches. Wait a minute. The elevator opened. Bae Du-kyung said, don't you guys do your jobs properly? Didn't you sense something strange in the elevator? Sir, your shoulder? I'm fine. Got a cigarette? It's really hard to get a smoke. The bodyguard replied, yes I do. But suddenly he pulled out a knife and pointed it at Bae Du-kyung. Soo-ah's mouth fell open in shock. Hey, Bae Du-kyung grabbed the guy's face. Damn it, I asked for a cigarette. This is too big and heavy. And he started to pull off the guy's mask. Sir, don't take it off. I made sure to get a big one especially for you, he replied slyly. As he spoke, he immediately stepped back. A small knife twirled ceaselessly in his hand. He soon gripped the knife firmly. His wicked smile, combined with the remaining pieces of the mask on his face, made him look even more bizarre. Bae Du-kyung said to the remaining bodyguard, this bastard is fast. Forget the cigarettes. Just lend me a knife. Sir, I'm still here. You two step back. Just give it to me when I ask. Don't rush him recklessly. Then he gave the knife to the other person and ordered him to take Soo-ah away. Go, protect her. Following the order, the man took Soo-ah away, leaving her cries behind. President Bae Du-kyung warned her not to open the door for strangers. The elevator doors closed. Bae Du-kyung looked at the fake bodyguard and said, now what? I've already guessed your lucky number. Don't go running your mouth from now on, the man replied. Bae Du-kyung, were you always this talkative? His information appeared on the screen. HID Special Assignment Team, affiliation unknown, nickname Ghost. Oh, you know my name? Don't tell me you killed my brother, Bae Du-kyung said, looking down at the wound on his stomach. The wound looked quite deep. He had to end this fight quickly. If I had the chance I would have loved to, Ghost said, resolutely drawing his knife and charging fiercely toward Bae Du-kyung. Let me ask you one thing, is that trash Barry Sue really dead? Du-kyung replied, who are you kidding? You guys must have gotten a hefty sum for this too. Then I'll change the question, Ghost said. Where's Barry Sue? Hearing that, Bae Du-kyung cursed. Damn it, are your ears full of shit? Can't you understand? The scene changes to a street corner under a lamppost. Ha and Dong followed Barry Sue without a moment's separation. Just then another shadow was tailing them from behind. The two immediately changed direction and turned into an alley, causing the pursuer to stop in surprise. He hurriedly gave chase, but Ha and Dong's fist was already waiting for him. Thwack, a powerful punch sent him sprawling to the ground. He clutched his arm and thought, he's too strong. I think my bone is broken. At that moment, Barry Sue approached and asked, did Section Chief Kong send you? He ordered you to check if I was dead or alive, he replied. That's right. As expected, Barry Sue doesn't die easily. What, no way? Barry Sue asked tensely. Zion, Barry Sue muttered softly. Zion took off his hat and smiled. It's been a while, team leader. Ha and Dong asked in surprise. Do you two know each other? Zion shouted loudly. Of course we do, mister. What are you going to do about this? Just look at this. Barry Sue patted his shoulder and said, I'm sorry, Zion, back then. I should have been with you all then. I was the only one who survived, Zion replied gently. It's enough that you're alive, both of us are. So next time when you go out for some good food you have to take me with you, you noble sir. After speaking, Zion shouted, this is so cheesy. That's enough. Take your hand off. Why aren't you doing anything, you noble sir? Oh right, are you hurt somewhere? Stop talking. I have a hole in my stomach and my arm was broken earlier, Zion said painfully. That guy, he's not even a section chief. Why did he hit so hard? But why does that mister suddenly have that expression? It looks like something really bad happened, Zion said, looking at Ha and Dong's grim face. Another scene. Bae Du-kyung was already injured. He had been slashed across the chest by Ghost. The two were facing each other, but Ghost had already swung his knife at Bae Du-kyung's body twice more. Du-kyung rushed in and swung his knife at his face. He said, hey, this is how you fight. Come on, bring it. But inwardly he thought, the longer this drags on, the worse it gets for me. My vision is getting blurry. The image of Ghost before his eyes was already very blurry. Ghost said to him, Bae Du-kyung, Barry Sue's brother. Du-kyung quickly rushed in and thrust his knife, grazing his ear, but Ghost dodged. He grabbed Du-kyung's hand and said, for a gangster like you, you're pretty good. The sound of a knife hitting the floor was heard. I'll ask again, where's Barry Sue? He asked. Don't people often tell you you're clueless? As Bae Du-kyung calmly cut his own hair with the knife. Ghost was surprised. What are you doing? Ghost asked. Do I have to do this for you to understand? I'm Barry Sue, Du-kyung said. He had cut all his hair, making himself look exactly like his twin brother. Ghost asked in disbelief, what? No, that can't be. Bae Du-kyung rushed forward and said, you're as blind as they come. He threw a punch at Ghost but missed, and Ghost sneered, "Ha, Barry Sue would never be this clumsy. I'll finish you, you gangster scumbag," and he raised his sharp knife. That hair from before was a bit annoying, but Bae Du-kyung had already turned the tables. He stabbed the opponent's hand in one move. Then he slashed across his face and sent the knife flying. A loud scream erupted. Ghost clutched his bloody face and groaned. Bae Du-kyung said. "We have to keep fighting, you ignorant gangster scumbag." Ghost picked up the knife and charged. Bae Du-kyung firmly grabbed his hand. Swish. He slashed the damn Ghost's face one more time with the knife. "And no way," Ghost muttered, his face wounded. "Like this or really?" "Keep going." The more Bae Du-kyung fought, the more his spirit soared. He taunted his opponent. "Barry Sue doesn't die." Ghost couldn't open his eyes properly, but he still charged forward. "If you keep this up," Bae Du-kyung grabbed his hand and stabbed Ghost right in the shoulder. "Keep going." Swish. The knife slashed across his stomach again. A thud. Ghost fell back, severely injured. He gritted his teeth and groaned. He couldn't accept this fact. "Is it really Barry Sue?" Just then, Bae Du-kyung approached, emanating killing intent. "Keep going." His eyes were frighteningly bloodshot. Don't come here," Ghost groaned. Du-kyung said. "Barry Sue, yeah, I just look like my brother." Ghost screamed in terror. Thwack. Du-kyung's knife embedded itself in the ground next to his face, and then he collapsed on top of Ghost's body from excessive blood loss. Blood continued to flow from his wound. Ghost was stunned. Barry Sue. Just then, a black car approached from outside. It was Barry Sue. He opened the car door and shouted, "Bro!" He rushed to his brother lying on the ground. "Please." Barry Sue helped his brother up. At that moment, Ghost, covered in blood, fled. "Hee, Barry Sue," he muttered, opening a book and flipping through it. "Barry Sue, Barry Sue, Barry Sue, I killed you." He was certain he had killed his target properly. Then he drew an X in blood and laughed maniacally. "I killed Barry Sue," he shouted, leaving Barry Sue in agony, crying and clutching his brother's body. In a room, Sue said anxiously, "This can't go on. Not only the General Assembly, but other regional organizations are also noticing President Bae Du-kyung's absence. Now that it has come to this, we must elect a new representative. Chief Ha In-dong, you too." Ha In-dong stood up and said solemnly, "Without Bae Du-kyung, Taesin is no longer Taesin," Sue shouted. "So you're just going to watch the organization fall apart? Since this happened to the president, you must now calmly protect Taesin, Chief, on the president's behalf. The president wouldn't want Taesin to collapse like this either." "Stop it," Ha In-dong said, tears streaming down his face. "Do you really not know? There's no one like that. No one in Taesin can replace Bae Du-kyung." Team leader, wait a minute." Zion chased after Barry Sue and hastily blocked his path. "Where are you going?" Barry Sue replied in a low voice. "The wounds on my brother's body were inflicted by a trained person. It's definitely the work of the Special Assignment Team under Section Chief Kang's orders. Most of the Special Assignment Teams under Kong are on undercover missions in the north just like us. If I find them, I can get to Kong." Zion replied. I know, but so what are you going to do now?" Barry Sue answered. "Section Chief Kong, he's the one who did this to my brother. Just like he did to our team members, I'm going to find them and kill them all." Painful tears streamed down Barry Sue's face. The scene changes to Pongyo Techno Valley, an industrial complex located in Pongyo, Sungnam, South Korea, known as Korea's Silicon Valley. "I hate Pongyo," a man said while peeling an apple. "There's nothing to eat here, right?" He was Kim Tae-won, the chairman of ICT Tionan. "It's just full of suits, so there's no money to be made. In the old days, a real man had to play in the big leagues of Seoul. I want a seat in one of the 4 major organizations under the General Assembly. But all this time, that section chief of mine has been whispering meaningless sweet nothings in my ear. Isn't that right?" he asked the man in the red vest hanging upside down below him. The man shouted, "What sweet nothings? What on earth am I supposed to say?" Kim Tae-won suddenly cut the rope and replied, "This pear isn't ripe yet, so I guess I'll just throw it away." Chairman, that you mean that, right?" the man in the red vest desperately shouted. Taesin has been attacked. A friend in Seoul told me that Taesin clashed with an unidentified force and is currently making no moves. Also, Taesin's boss, Bae Du-kyung, hasn't been seen lately." Kim Tae-won cut another strand of the rope and asked, "Bae Du-kyung is nowhere to be seen? Is that reliable information?" The man in the red vest hurriedly replied, It's reliable information. He didn't even attend the General Assembly meeting." "Any other news?" the man quickly replied. "I've told you everything I know," Kim Tae-won replied curtly. "I see." Then he mercilessly cut the last rope and the man plummeted. A desperate scream echoed. Kim Tae-won ordered his subordinates to assemble. He took a bite of the apple and said, "Taesin, we're taking it over today." The man in the red vest fell but was lucky enough to survive. He gasped for breath and muttered downstairs. The scene changes to Mojangdong, the livestock market. It's darkest under the lamp. If you put it where you want, anyone can find it. You have to hide it where no one expects. That's Section Chief Kang's way. These guys must have been trained by Kong too. If I'm not careful, I'll be taken down. Thinking this, the protagonist carefully pushed the door open slightly and peeked inside. A bald man was lying among corpses and chunks of meat. He asked Barry Sue, "Hey, who are you? Your target wasn't Barry Sue, was it? You're still alive. Hey, get that thing off. I would have died even without you." Barry Sue approached the bald man and asked, "What happened?" The bald man replied, "What do you think? It was Section Chief Kong, that bastard. Damn it, he gathered everyone and shot them all up like a beehive. They used radio equipment and the other company was cleaned up too. It's probably the same elsewhere, Rizu," the bald man said with difficulty. The protagonist quietly told him not to talk anymore. The bald man continued, "You don't have the power to touch Section Chief Kong right now. It's not an organization you can take on alone. You run and survive. Run, with his last words. The bald man died in the protagonist's arms. A murderous glint flashed in Barry Sue's eyes. The scene changes to the Taisen organization. What kind of organization is this? Disappointing. They say it's one of the 4 major organizations under the General Assembly, Kim Tae-won said. Is this all Taisen has got? He said contemptuously. Ha In-dong, the immovable yaksha, you're the 4th ones, Ha In-dong said with a serious face. I don't know where or what you heard, but this week, the 4th bunch of rookies to come storming in here. Rookies, ha, I was going to be humble, but if you're going to be like that, I'll have to play for real, Kim Tae-won said. Around him, his subordinates surrounded Ha In-dong. Ha In-dong calmly raised his head, sighed, and said, Ha, I'm getting a little tired too, so all of you come at me. Ha In-dong said, flexing his massive hands. Just then, Barry Sue suddenly appeared. Move, people started murmuring. What, is he from Taisen? Has he lost his mind? What's going on? Ha In-dong asked. Barry Sue replied, I need an organization to avenge my brother. I can't do it alone, so hand Taisen over to me. A determined glint shone in Barry Sue's eyes. Taisen, to you. Just then, Kim Tae-won couldn't hold back and approached. Hey, are you guys putting on some kind of play? You're not the only busy ones around here, he said, holding a knife to Barry Sue's throat. You should know how to wait your turn. Thwack. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched by the protagonist. Damn it, this bastard, he cursed, then suddenly paused. Bae-do-kyung, he had mistaken Barry Sue because of the strong resemblance. Then he quickly stepped back and muttered, didn't they say Bae-do-kyung was gone? What's this? Bae-do-kyung? Could it be that Bae-do-kyung is back? Kim Tae-won shouted fiercely. Wah, what? We have more men anyway, all of you. Charge, kill him. The soldiers charged as ordered. Swish, with the sharp sound of a blade and a flash of light, Barry Sue instantly cut down 2 of them. Oh, you crazy bastard, what did you say? Come at me all at once? Kim Tae-won shouted, his nose bleeding. Today is the day Taisen dies. Barry Sue stood quietly watching them. His eyes glinted sharply, and then, with skilled movements, he swiftly cut them down one by one. You morons, at least pull out your knives, Kim Tae-won yelled in a rage. One of his subordinates, struck by Barry Sue's blade, screamed. At that moment, Kim Tae-won charged from behind like a madman, shouting, Bae-do-kyung, you think a knife can't pierce that body of yours? Clang, the sound of clashing blades echoed. The knife he was holding was instantly knocked away, embedding itself deep in the ground. Bae-do-kyung. He was horrified as he saw the blood streaming down his face. Taisen. The image of Barry Sue loomed before his eyes like a terrifying presence. Retreat, Kim Tae-won, we're going back to Pangyo. President Bae, you've returned. Everyone was overjoyed. But Ha In-dong thought with a serious expression, I thought that without Bae-do-kyung, Taisen could no longer exist. The president came to help us. Sir, do you want Taisen? Ha In-dong asked. Mr. Barry Sue, if you want to have Taisen, there is only one way. The scene changes to a banquet hall where a man in a suit began to speak. Bae-do-kyung hasn't shown his face for a month, another man snapped in an annoyed voice. Damn it, this General Assembly is a joke. I told you we should kick that thug out. Isn't it an interesting story? Bae-do-kyung is dead, said a woman covered in tattoos. If that's true, Taisen is finished, another person added. Taisen is Bae-do-kyung's organization. There's only one way to get your hands on it. But just then, Ha In-dong, Barry Sue, and Zion suddenly entered. A corner of Barry Sue's mouth lifted as he said, Hey, looks like everyone was worried about me. Ha In-dong's words echoed in his mind. Mr. Barry Sue, you must become Bae-do-kyung. If I'd known, I would have brought back souvenirs. He sat down arrogantly in a chair, then he pulled out a long, sharp knife. He recalled Sua's words. Place your fingers behind the blade. That's how you can put more force into it. Who's going to pay attention to such a small detail? Barry Sue had asked. Someone definitely will. If your opponents are the executives of the General Assembly, you have to be even more careful, Sua had replied. The bosses of Seoul's most notorious criminal organizations were gathered at the General Assembly. Its purpose was to prevent conflicts between organizations and encourage cooperation, but in reality, they were opportunists looking out for their own interests, just waiting for a conflict to arise. Barry Sue asked, So this is where Taisen and I come in? That's right. That's why I told you to be more careful, Sua replied. Honestly, I don't know if this is the right choice. Why do we have to protect Taisen? I need Taisen, Barry Sue said. An organization for revenge, one stronger than the others. That's why I need Taisen in the General Assembly to fulfill my wish. The scene changes to a desolate, empty lot. A middle-aged man said, This has gotten big, Section Chief Kong, you handled this well. Your abilities are truly impressive. He was Police Chief Seo Un-chul. Section Chief Kong replied, It's all thanks to the help of you two, you are both very capable. Chief Seo replied, No, your ability to handle things is what matters most. Isn't that why all those bastards are buried here? A sacrifice for a brighter future. Seo Un-chul clapped upon hearing those words. Excellent, you're quite a special person yourself, I like you. Is that what those guys always say, that they handle the dirty work for a brighter future? Lately, the assemblymen are worried that they can't grasp the public sentiment in the North with those tacky clothes of theirs. Of course, I've been under a lot of stress lately. They keep ordering me to do this and that. That's why I've been so busy. But Seo Un-chul clapped Section Chief Kong on the shoulder and asked, But why do you keep trying to piss me off? Is it that hard to deal with a few bugs out there? Why do you create so many problems for me? Don't you know how many resources I've spent cleaning up the messes you've made? I apologize for causing trouble. Seo Un-chul shouted, And what, you want me to eliminate Taisen and that Bae-do-kyung bastard? Don't you know how much influence Taisen has? Do you know what that means? Section Chief Kong replied. That's why we asked you, Chief. All the power rests with you. My power, you son of a bitch, Seo Eun-chul shouted in anger. Just then, Section Chief Kong suddenly spoke in a serious voice. Hey Seo Eun-chul, no Seo Eun-ho. Before he could finish, Section Chief Kang's elbow struck him in the chest. Kong pulled out something like an ID and said, you need to know who the boss is here. Your role is a police chief. What we need is a leader, not a puppet like you. There are plenty of people who can replace you. If you don't like your role, then get lost. After speaking, Section Chief Kong threw the ID on the ground. A subordinate, his hand veined with anger, grabbed Kang's collar. This bastard's attitude is too arrogant. Is the police chief your friend, you disrespectful punk? Seo Eun-chul sighed and said, My, how dare this guy throw away my ID? Aren't you going to go pick up my ID? But when he looked back, Kong had already taken down the subordinate in a single blow. A scream erupted as the subordinate's head hit the ground hard. It was a light yet skillful strike from Kong. What? Another subordinate exclaimed. He was horrified when a gun was suddenly pointed at Seo Eun-chul's head. Section Chief Kong said, Should I bury you with that bastard? Trembling, Seo Eun-chul raised both hands and stammered, Section Chief Kong, I was wrong. Chief, I've had my own men buried alive before. The General Assembly, do I need to worry about that? Section Chief Kong said with a cold face. Just then, terrified, Seo Eun-chul quickly shouted, Chief, I'll take care of it. I know someone in the General Assembly. Only then did Kong lower his gun and say, Handle this without getting your hands dirty, Chief. Seo Eun-chul. Yes, Chief. Hey, Chief, yes. Bae Du-kyung, I want to meet him. The scene changes back to the banquet hall. A man in a red vest said, That bastard Bae Du-kyung is dead. I told you. He was Ju Tae-hong, president of Gangwon Resort and boss of the Dongil Syndicate. I told you that punk doesn't deserve a seat here. He said he was on a business trip. Why does everyone flip out whenever Bae Du-kyung's name comes up? The one who said that was Han Hae-sung, president of HHS Entertainment. The Gangnam District boss replied unpleasantly. Me, I'm not the only one. A rabid dog with no roots took over the prime spot in Hanamdong. That bastard deserves to die. Wow, you say that like you want to be the one to stab him. You must really hate Bae Du-kyung, huh? The tattooed woman was Oh Nung-ya, president of Sangyeop Bank and ruler of Guro District from the Samhap Syndicate. Ju Tae-hong clutched his head and shouted, Damn it, this crazy bitch is pissing me off. Are you trying to make me look like the bad guy? That's enough, President Ju. The reason we gathered today is to ease the tension between us, spoke up Jung Min, the Dongdaemun district boss and head of the Gudo Syndicate. Ju Tae-hong stubbed out his cigarette and said, This Chinese bastard is staring at me. If you act like that, it makes me uncomfortable too. You don't deserve to be sitting in your seat right now. You think you deserve a spot here just because you rule one small neighborhood? Jung Min replied, The General Assembly was founded by the first chairman, but his words were cut off past the soy sauce. I said pass the soy sauce. Jung Min handed the soy sauce to Han Hae-sung. Seeing this, Ju Tae-hong raised his middle finger, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, You coward, right? At least pretend to be respectful while we're letting you be here. Hearing that, Zion asked, Here you mean? Ju Tae-hong whipped around and asked, Who are you? You look like some nightclub promoter. Zion didn't answer him but looked back and said, Boss, we've arrived. Judging by this tense atmosphere, this must be the right place. After speaking, he stepped aside to let Barry Sue enter. At that moment, everyone in the banquet hall froze. They all stared at the protagonist in shock, back to a moment before Barry Sue had asked, Are all of these the members of the General Assembly? There aren't that many. Ha In-dong replied, No, but what's important are their connections. Even if they're united by good relationships, Barry Sue finished his sentence, we can find their weaknesses. The only thing we have to do is handle this the way Bae Du-kyung would handle it. Back to the present, Barry Sue pulled out a chair and asked, Were you talking about me? Cha-do took off his glasses and asked happily, Bae Du-kyung, is that really you? You even cut your hair? I almost didn't recognize you. As he sat down, Barry Sue replied, I was trying to make an impression, but you didn't recognize me. Just then, Ju Tae-hong said irritably, I thought you'd been stabbed and left for dead in some corner. What a shame, I didn't think it wouldn't be my turn. Barry Sue still spoke to him gently. You don't use chopsticks? If you're going to eat with your hands like a dog, can I use them? You son of a bitch. Ju Tae-hong was enraged while the other two tried to suppress their laughter. Mr. Du-kyung, we had something to discuss while you were away. Barry Sue asked, Oh, looks like everyone was worried about me. Should I have brought some fruit? President Han Hae-sung said, I heard your brother passed away. That must have been very difficult for you. You didn't even contact us, which isn't like you. Was the funeral held properly? I also heard there was a knife fight. Ah yes, I was curious about that too. Really? There's so much to say, so let's summarize. Does Bae Du-kyung deserve to be in this seat right now? Barry Sue quietly stood up and closed his eyes. He said calmly, When you know someone is struggling, shouldn't you go and help them? But then he suddenly pulled out a sharp knife and slammed it hard into the table. With a sharp gaze he asked, Who are you to question Taezin's right to be here? Do you think the General Assembly holds any real power? Han Hae-sung, looking slightly scared, frowned and replied, How can we accept such words? Are you trying to make an enemy of us? I'll be direct, so listen carefully. This is what Taezin wants, Barry Sue said. From now on, Taezin withdraws from the General Assembly. Do whatever you want. The scene changes to a black sedan speeding forward. Inside the car, Barry Sue quietly stared out the window. Ha In-dong looked through the mirror and said, The General Assembly is now our enemy. Do you have a plan? The protagonist still stared quietly into the distance. The car continued forward, but suddenly another car cut them off. In the unexpected situation, Ha In-dong had to quickly turn the steering wheel. Screech, the car swerved sharply to the side of the road. Which son of a bitch? Zion shouted. Just then their car was surrounded by 3 other sedans. The car door opened and Ju Tae-hong got out shouting Bae Du-kyung. He approached the protagonist's car and said, "You spouted that bullshit at the meeting. Just like you said, I'm going to do whatever I want." The madman raised his fist to smash the window of Barry Sue's car, crashed, the glass shattered and his hand grazed the protagonist's face. Ha In-dong and Zion looked back. As Barry Sue looked at him, he said, "Hand over the leadership of Taesin to me, you son of a bitch." Rewind to a few minutes earlier. Zion said, "Team, no boss. Does this knob move the side mirrors?" "Yes," Ha In-dong warned. "You're distracting the driver. Show some manners." "But we've left the General Assembly." "The General Assembly will be our enemy now. Will that be okay?" Lost in deep thought, Barry Sue replied, "I'm going to crush them all under my feet, but before that I have to catch the rat in the General Assembly." Zion asked innocently, "A rat? Who in the General Assembly? Who is it?" Ha In-dong answered. "Why do you think that?" He said the funeral was chaotic and there was a knife fight. If the president had sent an obituary to the General Assembly, that wouldn't be unusual. The knife fight that happened at Taesin had nothing to do with the funeral. Zion bowed his head in embarrassment and replied, "Oh, I see, that's true. Wow, that's creepy. Why don't I get it even when I hear it?" Ha In-dong continued. "Then who inside the General Assembly? You already knew about it back then." Barry Sue replied, "That's why I avoided going to the General Assembly until I found that rat." "Boss, how are you going to find him?" "I have to find him myself. We've poked the rat's nest so it'll crawl out on its own back to the present." Ju Tae-hong provoked him. "Hey Bae Du-kyung, get out." "Not coming out? Do I have to drag your precious self out myself?" Barry Sue thought to himself. Taesin and the Jeil Syndicate have always had the most conflict, and the hostility between them has always been clear. This guy is the rat. Just then, Zion, sitting in the front, stuck his head out the car window and shouted, "Hey, I can open it for you." "Why are you smashing the window? This car is expensive. Get your dog-like hands off it." "Did you feed your basic manners to the dogs?" Ju Tae-hong laughed scornfully and asked, "Aren't you that promoter from before? What did you just say?" Zion got out of the car. He said confidently, "What are you going to do?" "I was having a great day driving this car for the first time." Ju Tae-hong replied, "You want to get your ass kicked? I kind of like you. How about you work for me instead of Bae Du-kyung?" Zion provoked him, replying, "Oh, so I'd be your boss? Oh, then forget it. Let's go to the repair shop first." Thwack. As soon as Zion finished speaking, Ju Tae-hong suddenly threw a punch straight at him, but Zion quickly blocked it. He said, "Wow, look at this habit of yours. What are you, some kind of thug?" "Oh, you blocked it? Hey, I really like you," Ju Tae-hong said. But at that moment several white cars approached from behind and he instinctively looked back. "What now? Are you planning to throw a welcome party here?" "What's going on?" Lee Sung-min replied. "President Ju Tae-hong, let's stop here." Lee Sung-min was the owner of Ilhek Capital and the boss of Gudo. Ju Tae-hong clicked his tongue. "Well, if Master Lee Sung-min says to stop, I have to stop. What should I do? I bet what happened earlier wasn't enough for you. Looks like you've been following me for a while, huh? We were about to have a party. Does Sung-min want to join?" "I don't know if Ilhek can afford it," he said contemptuously. "Ha ha ha, afford it. Ju Tae-hong, you're all talk." A white-haired old man appeared and patted his shoulder. "It feels like just yesterday you were crying over a back injury. You've grown up a lot, Ju Tae-hong." He looked up and replied, "Choi Cheon-ho of Gudo, sir, what brings you here?" Zion also wondered, "What's going on? Who's that old man in the white suit?" "Those two look like they're about to film a long-running drama. Can't we just yell cut?" Barry Sue replied. "That's Gudo, Ilhak's elite unit. I didn't expect them to show up." The Gudo protagonist continued, "Ilhak's power has waned now, but in the past it was the organization that conquered Seoul. Back then, Ilhak's top elite unit had 9 members and they were called the Gudo." After hearing this, Zion said, "As expected, these gangster stories are always on a grand scale, but judging by everyone's reaction, it doesn't seem to be a lie. Gudo, Choi Cheon-ho. Is that old man really Choi Cheon-ho? You bunch of ambitionless punks. That is Choi Cheon-ho, the CEO of Ilhek Capital and the head of Gudo. The second in command, Ju Tae-hong." Ju Tae-hong thought to himself in anger, "Damn it, why did Ilhek show up here? This is a private matter between me and Taesin. Why are they interfering? It's been a long time, senior," Ha In-dong said as he got out of the car. "What, In-dong? Why have you gotten so big?" Choi Cheon-ho said excitedly. Ha In-dong replied, "I should have come to greet you first. I didn't expect to see you here." At that moment, Lee Sung-min also spoke up. "President Ju Tae-hong, we would like to invite Taesin as guests to Ilhek. Would that be all right?" Ju Tae-hong replied in annoyance, "Damn it, do whatever you want. Damn it, let go." Zion saw the scene before him and laughed to himself. Getting dragged into the car like a puppy, Lee Sung-min approached Barry Sue politely and said, "President Bae, let's take my car. This one has a broken window." Barry Sue thought to himself, "Lee Sung-min, what are you thinking?" And as he got out of the car, he replied, "Wow, you're relentless." "Is it over?" "Haha, you flatter me, sir. Please, this way." Choi Cheon-ho also said to Ha In-dong, "You two go this way. I have some catching up to do with this old friend, so I'll go with the president." Barry Sue replied, "Oh, I'm fine. You can just take Zion. That car is too small. You won't fit." Hearing that, Zion puffed out his chest and replied, "I'm not that small either. Is Taesin really withdrawing from the General Assembly?" Barry Sue replied, "I said withdraw, not back down, didn't I? As for my qualification, it was just a decision made in the heat of the moment." Lee Sung-min said, "If you withdraw from the General Assembly just like that, you'll face a lot of pressure from other organizations." "Right, I was suddenly attacked today too. I should send them the repair bill." Barry Sue was lost in thought, full of suspicion. What is he trying to say? This Lee Sung-min continued. The General Assembly is a place of checks and competition between organizations. To survive you must have power, Barry Sue replied. What are you trying to say, President Lee Sung-min? The white car was still speeding down the road. Lee Sung-min said thoughtfully, President Do-kyung, right now I need power. Barry Sue looked at him. Then he quickly looked out the window and fell into silent thought. The scene changes and the head of Gudo, Choi Cheon-ho, looked at the broken car window and said, that stab from Ju Tae-hong earlier was pretty good, better than backstabbing someone. Indong, don't come to Ilhek, Ha Indong replied. If you're going to talk about that, please stop. I'm a Taizan man now. You have ties with Gudo too. Your spot is still open, Choi Cheon-ho said. But Indong said firmly, I am a Taizan man and more importantly, I have work to do here, Indong. There's no work for you to do. Taizan will fall today. It's over, Choi Cheon-ho said meaningfully. Meanwhile, on the protagonist's side a voice was heard. Welcome, President Bae Do-kyung. Welcome to Gudo, Barry Sue replied. President Lee Sung-min, you've exceeded my expectations, Sung-min replied. This is our highest form of welcome. Barry Sue suddenly covered his face, then turned and asked, It was you, wasn't it, you rat? Zion, yes boss. Get Lee Sung minimum yes right away. What did you say? You insolent bastard. Zion punched the driver in the mouth, knocking him down. This son of a bitch is too loud, just stay quiet, Zion scolded. Outside, Barry Sue said, just lie down for a bit, this won't take long. Elsewhere, Ju Tae-hong was smoking and cursing. Lee Sung-min, damn it, that son of a bitch, bringing Gudo into this. A subordinate asked, just how great is Gudo? We've also brought in more people this time. Are you good at fighting? Ju Tae-hong said, smacking his subordinate on the head. Then damn it, go take a few hits, you son of a bitch, you talk so much without knowing anything, damn it. Do you know how Ilhek took over Seoul back in the day? Do you know how you're still sitting on your ass in the General Assembly, you idiot? The subordinate groaned, his mouth covered. Ah, Ju Tae-hong continued. I used to be curious like you. Ilhek has 9 swords. I saw it with my own 2 eyes back then. Just 3 Ilhek members destroyed all the organizations in the northern Gangbuk area. 9 members? There are only 6 left now. Anyway, with just 3 Gudo members, everything gets taken care of cleanly. What kind of madman would dare to pick a fight with Gudo? A fist flew into a bald man's face. What if there's a guy who can take down Gudo? Then that guy would swallow Seoul whole. The scene changes, and under the bright moonlight a voice echoed. I'm telling you this purely out of my goodwill. The Taizan of today isn't what it used to be, is it? It's just a neighborhood hill, Choi Cheon-ho said. Because of the higher-ups project, Bae Do-kyung lost his brother and Taizan got involved, which led to this, so this time Ilhek must make the first move. After listening, Lee Sung-min replied. Even so, we need a justification to start a war right now, Chairman Choi. Lee Sung-min, if you hesitate like that, you'll lose everything. You're too cautious. Isn't that why Ilhek is in this state now, because you keep avoiding things? If the former chairman were alive, he would have fought long ago. If the General Assembly is Gudo, no one can say a word. Why are we playing it safe when we have the best sword? Choi Cheon-ho instigated. I'm genuinely helping you for your own sake. Start with Taizan and rebuild Ilhek. Lee Sung-min stood up without a word. I will bring down Taizan. Choi Cheon-ho was satisfied with that answer. He said, that's more like it. You may go now, Lee Sung-min continued. In return, please include us in this project. Choi Cheon-ho quietly looked up. He gazed into the distance and said, you should know your place. Don't misunderstand just because I praised you a little. It may be unfair, but how can Ilhek sit at the same table? The scene changes and a bald man with glasses said, saying it won't take long, you have quite a dream. Thwack. He was hit by Barry Sue again, his face snapping back, and a flurry of punches rained down on his face, until he fell to the ground motionless. Barry Sue said, did you think you could take down Taizan just because I'm not here? Whether someone put you up to this or you did it on your own, you've all miscalculated. I will find you today and Ilhek will fall. Lee Sung-min, sitting in the car, tensed up and was about to get out, but a knife suddenly flashed before his eyes. Zion held a sharp knife and said, didn't you hear me? I was tasked with watching you. Lee Sung-min couldn't help but frown. He just sat quietly in his seat. The bald man got up, put on his glasses and said, my President Bae, you wouldn't normally act like this. If you were 10 years older you might have had a chance. The others chimed in. Bro, I thought you were on drugs or something. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen you get hit. Doesn't it feel new? The bald man replied. Hey, I just got hit. Were you guys just watching? As soon as he finished speaking, another man with a beard charged in and replied, how could we? He rushed at Barry Sue, but Barry Sue blocked his punch, and he skillfully dodged the attacks of the Gudo members. Suddenly, someone grabbed his collar. We are Gudo of Ilhek. That bastard slammed Barry Sue to the ground. His information appeared on the screen. Ilhek capital, Gudo's Choi Gawang faction, first sword. Then a kick flew and struck Barry Sue squarely in the head. He shouted, Ilhek will fall. He is Ilhek capital's Gudo. Lee Gyu-wang, the 9th sword. Following that, a fist came crashing down from above. He is Ilhek capital's Gudo. Kang Du-yi, the 8th sword. When he threw a punch, the heavens and earth shook. Barry Sue thought to himself, every single one of them is strong, and they're skilled in coordinated attacks. They're in a square formation. So if I attack one corner and take down just one of them, they'll all collapse. Just as Barry Sue thought, he aimed for an opening and struck the bald man squarely in the face, causing him to spit blood. The bearded man saw this and rushed in. He supported the bald man and said loudly, Bro, are you losing your mind in your old age? Don't say that. "Ah, Tazen falls today." One of them rushed in and tore the protagonist's clothes. "You're disappointing." The bearded man said he was Ilhek Capital's Gudo, Lee Son-mong the sixth sword. He grabbed the protagonist's head and his senior, Ilhek Capital's Gudo Dudong-do the fourth sword, threw a punch. Zion looked outside and shouted, "What's with those guys?" Lee Sung-min calmly spoke up. "Ilhak's sword is Gudo. That's what everyone says. The Ilhek of the past is gone. Ilhak's glory has passed, but there's one fact everyone has overlooked. The scene changes and Ho In-dong was collapsed in the car. Choi Chian-ho rolled his wrists and said, "Don't be in such a hurry, In-dong. The bond between us ends here. Ilhek still has Gudo." On a quiet night, Lee Sung-min said to Zion, "You guys are no match for Gudo." Zion paid no mind. He got out of the car and said, "These gangster guys really." "Mr. Lee Sung-min, don't go anywhere and sit tight. It won't make a difference if you help." Zion looked back and replied, "Help me? Who? Actually, you don't even know who your real opponent is anyway," Zion said confidently. "Lee Sung-min, if I don't go, all those guys are going to die." At that moment, Barry Sue had gotten up and was landing a series of blows on the Gawang faction. He scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes but ended up getting hit by Lee Gu-wang's fist. He said to Barry Sue, "Stop it, Tazen is going to fall." The others rushed in saying, "Stop playing around." But Zion rushed in at that moment, quickly kicking one of them in the face. "You want to have a go over there too?" he asked Zion despite having been punched. Zion loosened up his body and replied, "Not quite yet. You guys would be better off dealing with me." Meanwhile, on Barry Sue's side, a fist flew toward his face, but Barry Sue swiftly twisted Lee Gu-wang's arm at an incredible speed, shocking even his comrades. Lee Gu-wang's arm went limp. He frowned and thought, "It's dislocated. I can't move it." In that brief moment, Dong-du suddenly shouted, "Wait, Gawang faction!" But despite his senior's warning, Gawang faction lifted his foot in front of the protagonist, and as expected, Barry Sue's face darkened as he grabbed his leg. He recalled what his instructor had said. That guy, Barry Sue, is not only strong but his body is also in great shape. He's flawless. Whether in a fight or in life, he's not the type to back down because of pain. There are guys like that sometimes. Guys whose minds and bodies are both abnormally strong who never go down. When that happens, you have to tie up their limbs so they can't move. In the end, their mind won't be able to handle their body. Instructor, it hurts too much. Does it hurt? No, do it again. Barry Sue again. Arg, only the sound of Gawang faction clutching his leg and screaming in pain could be heard. At this, Dong-du was slightly scared. He shouted, "Bae Du-kyung, are you a monster?" Lee Sung-min also tried to rush outside. "Bae," but he suddenly froze. Something came to his mind. "But what are we going to do about Bae Du-kyung?" Choi Chian-ho asked. Sung-min replied, "What are you trying to say? Bae Du-kyung has a twin brother. Is that why Bae Du-kyung is a bit different from other gangsters? Block him, keep blocking him. Damn it, I missed. What was that brother's name again?" Back to the present, Dong-du's arm was twisted behind his back. He shouted, "Bae Du-kyung." But the protagonist had no intention of stopping. He rushed at him with a fist that seemed to crash down from the sky. It was an unbelievable situation. "Stop," a loud shout echoed. "Stop right here," Lee Sung-min said as he walked out. Dong-du looked quite surprised. Lee Sung-min patted Barry Sue's shoulder and said, "Talk to me now." From the beginning, Barry Sue had thought something was strange. Even after taking down Rizu, he now understood why he had to get rid of Du-kyung as well. He said to the protagonist, "Let's talk for a moment. Mr. Rizu, this must be the twin. Your actions at the General Assembly and just now were completely different from Du-kyung's." Barry Sue replied, "So what's different? You know my identity. Do you think you can stay alive?" Lee Sung-min said calmly, "Mr. Rizu, no, President Bae Du-kyung. We can negotiate." Barry Sue looked at him without a word. Just then, Zion approached and said, "What are you two plotting? Everyone, it's a ceasefire for now." The Gudo members sighed and replied, "Understood." The atmosphere was now extremely tense. The two factions sat facing each other. Lee Sung-min spoke first. "I admit it, we underestimated Tazen." Choi Chian-ho asked his comrade, "Are you guys okay? Bae Du-kyung took you all down by himself?" Dong-du replied, "Yes, that guy is a real monster. We couldn't handle him." Barry Sue asked Lee Sung-min, "So what do you want to negotiate?" Zion looked at Ha In-dong and shouted, Mr. Orphan, you look fine." Zion asked in a low voice, "Are they really weakened? What if more troops arrive? We have the upper hand." But Ha In-dong replied, "He's my senior, so it should be fine." "Well, if you say so, I guess it's okay." Ha In-dong said, "Focus on your work." Lee Sung-min continued, Ilhek was asked to eliminate Tazen. This document contains everything about who requested it and what their purpose is. Barry Sue stroked his chin, lost in thought, and asked, "So?" Sung-min replied, "In exchange for me handing this information over to Tazen, Tazen and Ilhek will become allies. It's killing two birds with one stone. Ilhek gets stronger, and Tazen gets a place to lean on." But Barry Sue replied firmly, "No, if those are the terms of the negotiation, I'm out. You think you can get your hands on that document with just Ilhek? Interesting. Then go ahead and try. You're pretty arrogant, you brat," Choi Chian-ho said. At this, Ha In-dong also advised Barry Sue, "You could reconsider. This is a good offer for both sides. We can gain Ilhak's trust." Barry Sue replied, "Really? Your attitude is absolutely disgusting. Ilhak or whatever, you're all just a bunch of thugs. Trust? My comrades and my brother died because of those two damn letters, didn't they?" Ha In-dong's face hardened. "Mr. Barry Sue." Barry Sue, filled with anger, grabbed his collar and growled, "I told you to call me Bae Du-kyung, Mr. Ha In-dong, didn't I?" Zion quickly intervened. "It's okay, calm down. Are you two fighting again? Let's take care of this first." Barry Sue glanced at the Ilhek side. Just then, Lee Sung-min approached him. He said, "Mr. Barry Sue, please reconsider that offer." Barry Sue replied, "Just hand over that document. That's the only way I can trust you even a little." Lee Sung-min replied, "Watch your mouth. There are no copies of this document. Go ahead and try." Barry Sue provoked, pulling out a knife. President Bei, Ha In-dong shouted. Ilhak, how could I ever trust bastards like you? I don't trust anyone anymore, Barry Sue shouted in anger. Just hand over the document, there's no negotiation, from now on I give the orders and you just follow. The entire Ilhak must come under Taisen, and this too. I'm taking one of your men, Lee Sung-min, as a hostage. He held a knife to Lee Sung-min's throat. The Gudo members shouted in horror. You Taisen bastards, Choi Cheon-ho immediately shouted. Gudo, everyone stay put. Nobody move, Mr. Bei Du-kyung, do we really have to go this far? Choi Cheon-ho approached and pushed Barry Sue's hand away. I'm sorry, President. I, Choi Cheon-ho, the head of Gudo, will be the hostage instead. May I go to Taisen as a hostage? Barry Sue looked at him and replied. I said the head of Ilhak. Do you think your head is comparable to that guy's? Or are you qualified to make such an offer here? Zion continued. Mr. Gudo represents Ilhak in the Underworld, so that should be enough. Ha In-dong said to the protagonist, but he replied, you think I don't know that? Yes, President Bei Du-kyung wouldn't have acted that way. Hearing that, Barry Sue's heart wavered for a moment, and a hint of sadness crossed his face. Then he ordered, Zion, monitor Choi Cheon-ho's every move. Ha In-dong remained silent. He recalled 5 years ago. In a room, a father asked, okay, record it. So Mr. Barry Sue is part of the Bexio unit? Barry Sue replied. Yes, that's correct. He was part of the HID Special Forces responsible for operations in North Korea. After his North Korean infiltration mission period ended during the identity verification process, Kim Ga-woo, who supervised the treatment unit, asked, so what was your mission? Barry Sue replied, everything is confidential. Confidential, what do you mean? Think about the situation where you set foot on North Korean soil and became one of their soldiers. They couldn't have verified your information and identity on their side either, right? Barry Sue replied. Due to the nature of the mission, all my information has been erased, Ga-woo continued to ask. Then tell me about your superior, the stationed unit, or anything related. As I said, everything is confidential. Please give me a secure contact line so I can talk to them. Barry Sue replied firmly. This is tiring, Mr. Barry Sue. We are not at all pleased with that North Korean operation. You have an obligation to cooperate with us and reveal your identity, but it seems there's been a misunderstanding. This is your duty to the nation. Did you hear me clearly? Do as I say. Every word I say has effect. If I say you're a communist, nothing will change. You're not clean either, are you? If you just come clean, this will all be over. Just then, a man entered and said, excuse me, I am Major Kong Sung-ho in charge of the Special Intelligence Unit. I heard my man is here, so I'll just be a moment. Kim Ga-woo replied, Major Kong, no intrusion at all. It's our job to investigate internal spies. Yes, you have a strange sense of humor. An internal spy? This man is like family to me. Kim Ga-woo immediately said, hey Major, do I look like I have time for jokes? You heard him. This guy is the spy. Kong Sung-ho replied, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel. I think there's been some kind of mistake. What I said is correct. Please be clearer next time. To avoid any unfortunate misunderstandings, Kim Ga-woo lit a cigarette with a lighter. Listen to me carefully. This guy is like family to me. He's not an internal spy or anything like that. I don't care what you think, but let me say it again. That guy is not a communist. Do you understand? Kong Sung-ho said firmly. Then he led the protagonist out. Let's go, Rizu. Kim Ga-woo was left behind, shouting, you think this is over? I'm going to report your actions to the higher-ups. Major, where are all the guards? Get those two right now. What the hell is this? He came out into the hallway and was shocked to see all his soldiers lying on the ground. The scene changes. Kong Sung-ho asked, hey Rizu, you're a real headache. You just got back and I'm already getting an earful from my superiors. Barry Sue replied, it's not my fault. He was trying to frame me as a spy. Look at you. Who would believe you? You could have just said you defected. We're like family. We trust each other. Just look at your clothes, Kong Sung-ho said. If my daughter or you were a spy, I'd take care of it myself so there would be no trouble. Isn't that Lieutenant Colonel Kim your superior? Is it okay to act like that? Kong Sung-ho immediately replied, it's fine. We all belong to the state. I'm not afraid of that guy either. Zion, sitting in the car at the time, spoke up. What did that spy ask that's taking so long? Let's all go get something to eat. I'm starving. Haha, your clothes and hairstyle look just like a North Korean soldier's. Welcome home, team leader Barry Sue. Barry Sue was holding a commemorative photo in his hand. Barry Sue was lost in silence. A knock was heard on the door. Come in. Ha In-dong entered and reported. Zion is monitoring Choi Cheon-ho as you instructed. Thank you. It's just my job. I have something to tell you about Ilhak from last time. Suddenly Ha In-dong grabbed Barry Sue by the collar. He said seriously, I made a mistake, Mr. Barry Sue. I can't leave Taisen to you. You are just you. You can't become Bei Du-kyung. The scene changes to a restaurant. Yes, honey, did you eat? Dad, you know Dad, I'm eating. My daughter has to eat well too. It's not nagging, it's because Dad is worried. Section Chief Kong approached, smiling slyly and said, I know a lot of good places. If I'd known, I would have sent you a few messages. Why here of all places? Sit down. No, it's a bit loud here. Section Chief Kong signaled for quiet. Just then, Section Chief Joe ordered, Ma'am, I'll have the same thing. Do you have intestines? I don't eat intestines. Section Chief Kong answered a call. Yes, Dad will call you back later, honey. You must have just come back from studying abroad, right, Chief? Did the General Assembly matter? And well, the table is probably all set, so we just have to eat in order. But I've eaten until I'm about to burst, and still no news? Section Chief Kong replied. The General Assembly is Gudo anyway. Section Chief Joe asked, are you planning to drag this on? Oh, here we go again. I just mixed my rice and my mouth is already watering. I've bled for this job too, but those guys aren't so easy to deal with. I admit our section chief is very capable, but it's not as easy as you think, Section Chief Joe said. Section Chief Kong replied, anyway, we're just amateurs in this, right? It has to be handled very professionally. The Wonson project will start soon. Now I have to go meet the General Assembly myself, Section Chief Joe asked in surprise. You? Who? Lee Sung-min, or other subordinates? Anyway, to get a seat in Wonson, I have to start by managing the General Assembly. If I show the Assemblyman a little something sweet on this occasion, everything will go smoothly. Let's see, in the end Barry Sue and his guys were suspected of being Samsung Yo Guy's southbound spies by the command and dealt with. So shouldn't the section chief and the new members show their skills this time? If so, you have to step up, Section Chief Kong replied. Hey, this is too messy, Section Chief Joe. The scene changes. Barry Sue was lost in thought, looking at a pile of documents on the desk. This is it. Is this why everyone had to die? Come in. He slammed his head on the desk and shouted. Sorry to disturb you. Ha In-dong came in. But you said it. Zion is watching Choi Chian-ho. Thank you for your hard work. This is Taezin's business. Just then in the next room, Choi Chian-ho was happily talking on the phone. Haha, nothing much. Taezen isn't bad. Thanks to you, it feels like I'm on vacation. It's really nice. Lee Sung-min on the other end of the line replied. I'm sorry, it's all because I was too clumsy. What do you mean clumsy? But this isn't because of the organization's decision. We're all just following that decision. I believed in and followed the organization's decision. The result was a little disappointing, but I don't think it was the wrong decision from the start, Choi Chian-ho replied cheerfully. We'll meet again soon. Take your time. I'll take this opportunity to get some rest. When he entered, Zion turned his head and asked, Hey, isn't that your nephew, not your boss? Choi Chian-ho replied, Hee. What nephew? He's the boss of Ilhuk. Did you get caught like this because of that boss? What are you going to do if we bother you? This is my choice. I accepted it. Choi Chian-ho replied. Zion, still puzzled, asked, Not your boss's choice, you just did as you were told. In the end you were caught and brought here too. I have a slightly different thought on this. Is Taezen that kind of organization? If so, Taezen is really disappointing. Zion listened and fell silent, not understanding. At this moment in Barry Sue's room, Ha In-dong said, I think I was wrong. Barry Sue, I shouldn't have left Taezen to you. Give up, Barry Sue. But the protagonist ignored his words and said, Do you think I'm a child? Give it if you want and take it back if you don't. What are you trying to do? You want to protect Taezen, and I need an organization for my revenge. That's why we took over Ilhuk. So what's the problem? Ha In-dong replied. There's a problem with our methods. First of all, you have to become Bae Du-kyung. Barry Sue clutched his head and replied, That's why I'm pretending to be Bae Du-kyung, isn't it? Oh, if it were Bae Du-kyung, if it were Taezen, they wouldn't have done it that way. Taezen is an organization built on trust in Bae Du-kyung. So you have to earn the trust of all the members. You have to make them believe in Bae Du-kyung, Barry Sue asked. Trust or whatever, what the hell am I supposed to do? So far, the General Assembly just thinks it's child's play. Trust? If it's an organization, shouldn't they just follow the boss's orders? The method? Shouldn't I just crush them all with absolute power like gangsters do? Is there a problem? Ha In-dong suddenly laughed. He took off his vest and said, Mr. Barry Sue, if that's the case, let me first show you how we rookies play. Barry Sue's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly lunged at Ha In-dong. Ha In-dong was no pushover. He immediately grabbed the protagonist's collar and swiftly slammed him to the ground. Barry Sue winced and looked up. Ha In-dong asked, Is this all you've got? For an intelligence agent? But before he could finish, Ha In-dong took a direct hit to the jaw from the protagonist's kick, and Barry Sue righted himself and stood up. Ha In-dong stood with a bruised jaw. An organization that demands obedience and loyalty through force. Who would follow such an organization? Choi Chian-ho asked Zion. You always call us gangsters. Do you know what that means? We're guys who live by our fists and trust in each other's pride. And those guys gather for profit and wage war. Some fight alongside you and some secretly stab you in the back. That's what a gangster is. And people will appear who trust you and are completely loyal to you. The documents in the room scattered everywhere. The desk and chair were also overturned on the floor. Barry Sue was on top of Ha In-dong. He raised his fist, then suddenly gritted his teeth, his face darkening. I was wrong. Barry Sue got up and left, and Ha In-dong lay where he was, solving all problems. The gangster way isn't the issue, but their way isn't just about overwhelming power. If an organization moves only by overwhelming force, it's an army. Phew. It really is an army. Just then, Zion's phone rang. Mister, you're a lot of fun. Let's talk again next time. Enjoy your vacation. Zion said that and left. Choi Chian-ho asked, Weren't you here to watch me? What? I don't think you'll run away, mister, but mister, you can't trust anyone. Still, I really don't want to subdue you by force, Zion threatened. Barry Sue was standing outside the room. Seeing Zion, he said, From now on we do it our way. Create a new organization with capable people. Approach that guy we talked about before. He's a professional. Let's do it the professional way. The deadline is 1 week. Handle the General Assembly within the deadline, Barry Sue said. Ha In-dong lay stretched out on the floor, his arm on his forehead, recalling 4 years ago. He heard someone calling him. Ha In-dong asked, Why do you keep coming here? Bae Du-kyung lit a cigarette and replied, Is there any other reason to come to a restaurant? Of course I'm here to eat. And he asked with a smile, Is this how you treat a regular customer? Don't you know about customer management? That's why business is so bad. President of TS Financial Group, Bae Du-kyung. Ha In-dong warned, No smoking here. Bae Du-kyung immediately apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just a habit. but then he pointed to the corpses in the corner and asked, "These people aren't customers, are they?" Ha In-dong shooed Bae Du-kyung away before things could get more complicated. "I think it's a bit late to leave now." Suddenly, strangers opened the door and entered. "Damn, it was real? I thought it was just a rumor, but look at these bastards. That guy must be Hayacha. Isn't this Hung Ji-Lee's Hook Finance?" Jurang asked, sweeping his hair back. "Why don't you want to work with Il-huk anymore? Are you scared you'll end up dead like your boss?" Bae Du-kyung opened his mouth as if to chase them out. "Hey, the owner here says he doesn't accept stray dogs. I'm fine since I'm a regular." Hung Ji-Lee asked in anger, "What bullshit are you talking about now? Are you brave or just stupid? Damn it, look at that guy." Hung Ji-Lee put a cigarette in his mouth and ran his hand through his hair. Bae Du-kyung asked, "Are you the one who dealt with my men, daring to touch Hook in the Hanam-dong district?" And he blew smoke in Bae Du-kyung's face and said contemptuously, "You're pretty handsome. I could sell you for a good price, but that would be a waste," Bae Du-kyung said in Japanese. "For you to call yourself Hook, how ridiculous." Hung Ji-Lee didn't understand. "What?" Bae Du-kyung smiled sinisterly and took Hung Ji-Lee's hand. He held a knife and sneered. "Wasn't Captain Hook a one-armed man?" A scream echoed. Arg, blood splattered everywhere and curses erupted. "You crazy son of a bitch." Hung Ji-Lee cursed. "Damn it, do you know who you're messing with? We're Jurang Syndicate's Hook. Jurang will deal with you." Bae Du-kyung laughed contemptuously. "You think I care? We're the Taisen Syndicate. Bring all you Jurang bastards." Hung Ji-Lee had 2 of his fingers cut off by Bae Du-kyung. His subordinates were worried. "Boss will take you to the hospital." Hung Ji-Lee clutched his hand. "This crazy son of a bitch," Ha In-dong asked. "Is it okay to just let them go like that, and why did you get involved in Jurang's business?" Bae Du-kyung held his head and laughed, saying, "Those guys came because of you, boss. I opened this shop here to have a go at them, didn't I? The shop is full of dust and doesn't even have a proper menu. I can't believe you're doing business here, boss. You must have wanted to deal with the bastards who come looking for you. I'll help you with this. What do you say, is that okay?" Ha In-dong asked. "Do you know who you're up against?" Bae Du-kyung said. "I told you we're the Taisen Syndicate, so it doesn't matter who the opponent is." Ha In-dong handed a hair tie to Bae Du-kyung and said, "Here, tie your hair, it's too messy." Bae Du-kyung took the tie and thanked him. Thanks, by the way, the food you make is really terrible. Seriously, you really shouldn't cook." Ha In-dong wore the hair tie on his wrist, lay on the floor with his arm on his forehead and was lost in thought. Bae Du-kyung was quiet. Back to the present, Hung Ji-Lee, with his 2 fingers cut off, still had the habit of running his hand through his hair. He cursed loudly. "Damn it, I can't get used to this hand, no matter what." Then he lowered his voice and said, "But now it's time to pay back the debt. It's been 4 years, but I've never forgotten the pain of that day. Now the Taisen Syndicate is weakened because its leadership has stepped down. We're going to crush them." And he shouted to his subordinates. "Everyone get ready." They shouted, "Yes, boss." Jurang Syndicate's Hook Finance, current members 50. The sound of a door being kicked was heard from outside. The bodyguards turned in confusion. "What?" A man ran in and kicked one of the bodyguards. The rest of the group was terrified. It was Voice. Voice stood tall at the door and adjusted the hat on his head. Voice. The scene changes to outside a construction site. Someone called out, "Voice, do you know who did this? Who sprayed graffiti on our construction site wall?" Voice just stared and said nothing. Zion asked, "You mean Ocha? Didn't he go back to Russia?" Barry Sue answered, "That guy is disguised as a foreign worker to hide his identity." The warehouse door opened slightly. Barry Sue prepared himself, holding a knife. He hasn't found the traitor yet, so of course he can't go back. The Russian mafia, a cleanup expert. Pecan boss's hunting dog, Ocha. Voice charged at Barry Sue with a knife to attack him. Barry Sue called out, "Voice, Ocha, can a guy like you work with us? Your nickname is Koryong, isn't it?" Barry Sue held up a USB drive, and Barry Sue opened his mouth. "I came to negotiate with the devil." The sharp tip of Voice's knife touched Barry Sue. Voice looked at the USB and took off his hat. On the back of Voice's head was a drawing of a red devil's 2 hands, as if piercing through his head. A devil in human skin. Hung Ji-Lee saw Voice enter and asked, "What white bastard is this, daring to ruin such an important day? Deal with him." As Hung Ji-Lee's subordinates rushed to attack Voice, Voice pointed a gun at their heads. The 2 subordinates froze in place, trembling with fear. "Fuck, it's a gun." Voice viciously struck one of the subordinates' faces. He cried out in pain and collapsed, motionless. The other guy's face turned white with fear. The remaining guy tried to pull a knife from his clothes. "This son of a bitch," but Voice had already pointed the gun at him. Voice sneered contemptuously. "Stupid bastards," and he forcefully stabbed the other guy's mouth, causing blood to gush out. The remaining subordinates rushed in and shouted, "Damn it, surround him." They grabbed Voice and one of them shouted, "Got him." Voice smiled sinisterly. He bit the man's hand hard. He couldn't even scream in pain and was slammed to the ground hard by Voice. As Hung Ji-Lee watched, the man was painfully thrown to the ground. Voice picked up the man's knife and got on top of his body. With one hand he grabbed his head and with the other he pointed the tip of the knife at him. "Hold him." The subordinate's blood splattered everywhere and Hung Ji-Lee grimaced in fear. "What is this?" A scream echoed. "On my hand, a bleeding hand. Everyone has a devil in their heart to justify their own weakness." Voice pressed down on Hung Ji-Lee's head. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" Hung Ji-Lee shouted. "Let go." Then Voice laughed cruelly. His eyes suddenly lit up and he pointed the tip of the knife at Hung Ji-Lee's head and said, "You're the same." Just then a voice echoed, "Is there a devil here?" Zion appeared and shouted, "Voice, stop, stop." And he gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Good, well done, Ocha." Voice, "But shouldn't we stop now?" Voice turned and asked, "What kind of son of a bitch are you? Who sent you?" "We are the Jurang Syndicate." Zion answered the phone and said, "Yeah, I know. You're Jurang, right? I'm from the Taisen Syndicate." And he reported to the person on the phone, "Boss, these guys are from Jurang. They're all in our hands. Jurang Syndicate's Hook Finance current members 1. Hung Ji Lee knelt and cursed. Damn it, Taisen isn't even an international organization, the person on the phone said. Tell him he did well now, Zion said with concern. Wow, you can't mess with this Russian guy, he's so violent. Hey voice, stop, don't cut. No boss. I'm against the weasel thing. I know he's talented but I can't trust him. Barry Sue was talking on a radio headset outside. His skills are really good, and he's a guy who only works for money. A voice came from over the receiver. I'm sorry, even so isn't he a capitalist? Suddenly, someone ambushed Barry Sue from behind. Damn it, this had better be for a good reason. But Barry Sue had already sensed the presence and turned to block the attack. A North Korean special agent. A southbound spy? I am Jong Cheon, asked Barry Sue. Who are you? Who sent you? I am Jong Cheon frowned and asked. Don't tell me you were sent from above. Anti-South Korean boy spy nicknamed White-Bellied Snake. I am Jong Cheon, 17 years old. A key surveillance target of the National Intelligence Service, currently on the run. I am against it. I am Jong Cheon attacked Barry Sue. Barry Sue quickly dodged the attack. He's too young, that kid. The knife I am Jong Cheon threw was falling. Barry Sue tried to dodge but ended up getting his arm cut. He's young but quite skilled. It's been a while. White-Bellied Snake. I am Jong Cheon, asked Barry Sue in surprise. You know me, that's strange. You look ordinary on the outside. I killed everyone who knew me when I came out. I killed all my comrades and superiors and came to the south. 3 years ago, Kaesong Industrial Complex, a weighty voice echoed. Everyone, attention. I am Major Lee Gyu-chong of the Reconnaissance General Bureau. Comrades, do you know where you are now? This is a place where North Korea and other bastards gather to create profit. Kaesong Industrial Complex. If it's built in North Korea, it's moved to South Korea and used to fill those bastards' bellies. That's the bullshit of South Korea and dirty capitalism. Comrades, do you know anything like capitalism? Major of the Reconnaissance General Bureau, leader of the newly established Special Operations Team, Lee Gyu-chong. 4 years of experience, a total of 12 southbound operations. Lee Gyu-chong clenched his fist and said to the children below, the South Korean bastards look at us like stray dogs, but that's fine too. That's why North Korea made this. Try it on, but what we're making isn't just a product of capitalism. It's a beast that bites the throats of those bastards. The nickname is White-Bellied Snake. That is your duty and mission, comrades. White-Bellied Snake and the plan to train boy spies in the Kaesong Industrial Complex and infiltrate them deep into South Korea. According to the plan, they would work in the complex during the day, be trained as southbound spies at night and head south with the complex's goods, but this plan was not considered important. I am Jong Cheon approached a man. HMPH, Jong Cheon. I am Jong Cheon. Jong Cheon looked up blankly. A man holding a box of snacks called out, Hey, I am Jong Cheon, eat this. The man patted Jong Cheon's head and said, Eat slowly. Share with your friends. Jong Cheon ate greedily but didn't forget to say, My last name is I am, the man replied. Is that so? Well, it's all the same anyway. The boys here were very excited to experience the taste of capitalism at the Kaesong Industrial Complex where they worked. For Jong Cheon, who came from a poor neighborhood, that feeling was even deeper. Finish it all before you go. The price of hard training, the reward was. The taste of capitalism. 2 years later, WAP, the children of that time had grown up and were receiving shooting training. A man asked Lee Gyu-chong, How much longer will it take? Lee Gyu-chong replied, After finishing their ideological education now it will take about 2 years to deploy them for actual combat. The man said, Start this week, it's an order from above. The Kaesong Industrial Complex will be closed so you have to prepare right away. The man in white clothes sighed. Oh my, what should I do? Jong Cheon asked. Mister, is something wrong? Your face is as white as paper. I have to show my superiors some results. The man in white clothes was delighted to see Jong Cheon at that moment. I am Jong Cheon, you're here? Jong Cheon excitedly held out his hand and received the snacks. Egu, yes, here you go. I'll give you the goods tonight, so just wait. The man in white clothes spoke in a sad voice. There's no other way, we have to wait until night, put them all in the car and send them to South Chosin. Jong Cheon stood there from dawn until dusk. A colleague called out to him. Hey, I am Jong Cheon, let's go. What are you doing? Hurry up, we can eat all we want when we get to South Korea. Jong Cheon stared at the snacks and asked blankly. Until our stomachs burst? Are things like this all over the place in South Korea? Jong Cheon's colleague said. First we have to take care of the driver. Everyone get ready. Jong Cheon's eyes widened and he quickly tried to stop them. Wait, hold on. The driver? We can just ask that driver uncle to take us there. Wait, there's still another way. Let's think about it a little more. The colleague held a knife and said, Don't mess around, we don't have time. What more is there to think about? Jong Cheon quickly slashed his colleague's body. You're splattered with blood. Now what more are you going to think about? Just wait a moment, the remaining colleagues asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Jong Cheon held his knife and said, Are you comrades not going to listen to me? The driver, who was sleeping in the car, asked. Jong Cheon opened the car door and called out loudly, Mister, can you give me a ride to South Korea? I think South Korea suits me well. All of Jong Cheon's colleagues died at his hands. The superior, terrified, called Major Lee Gyu-chong. Don't do it. The masked man Lee Gyu-chong took off his mask and the superior asked, Why? What happened to the other comrades? 3:30. All members of the newly established Special Operations Team, including the instructor, were killed by I am Jong Cheon. 3:55. An agent who suddenly appeared intervened in I am Jong Cheon's unexpected actions. The superior asked in confusion, WH, what is this? Who are you? After that, I am Jong Cheon was to be called White-Bellied Snake. and was requested to be designated as a target for management and surveillance. Reporting the unusual situation, 3. Hid Special Forces North Korean Infiltration Unit, Barry Sue. 4 years of service, 8 infiltration missions. Currently, Barry Sue had a knife to Jong Cheon's throat. Impressive. This is the knife technique we learned when we were in the north. Jong Cheon raised both hands in surrender and said, "You learned that really fast. I surrender." "I knew you came from the north to get me," Barry Sue said. "I'm not chasing you. I am Jong Cheon." Jong Cheon said, "This is the first I'm hearing of this. If you're not here to watch me, what brings you all the way here?" Barry Sue answered, "I came to offer a deal." Jong Cheon tore open a bag of snacks. "A deal, a deal. A word I like very much. It sounds very capitalistic. Speak, comrade." The scene changes to Goksan Jekker Hotel. A bottle was smashed over the secretary's head. "What the hell is this? You're telling me 3 hotels were forced to close in half a day?" The secretary quickly apologized. I'm sorry, President Tae Wong. The district office says there's nothing they can do either." President Tae Wong swore, "Ha fuck." Then he grabbed the secretary's hair and said, "Then you guys should have looked into it. You sons of bitches just saying yes, yes and closing the hotel doors." Despite the pain, the secretary had to apologize repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I told you not to just do what they say from above." President Tae Wong swore, "Ah fuck, you idiot with nothing but hair in your head. Go find out." Another subordinate ran in and called out. President Tae Wong, HK capital in Hanam-dong has been taken down by Taesin. President Tae Wong, still holding the secretary's hair with one hand, lifted his face and asked, "Taesin, was it all those sons of bitches doing? Then assemble everyone. We're going to Taesin in Hanam-dong." A man in a hat, sitting in a chair and watching, said mockingly, "Agu, look at that tail, just look at those thugs." The secretary turned and asked, "Fuck, what was that?" Ghost said, "Ah." President Tae Wong turned, drawn by the scream. Ghost held one of his arms with his other hand. "Hey, my bad, did I twist it too hard? Guess you'll have to eat with your left hand from now on." President Tae Wong threw a punch at Ghost. "You bastard." President Tae Wong charged at Ghost. Ghost said, "Did you think I let my guard down?" Ghost dodged President Tae Wong's attack. President Tae Wong laughed and said, "Seems like there are a lot of guys just picking up scraps these days." Section Chief Kong quickly stepped in. "Oh, I'm sorry, President Tae Wong, my kids are a bit rough. But we've looked into everything around here. Your hotel business has a lot of problems. If you just say a few words, everything will be resolved smoothly. First, please have a seat." President Tae Wong laughed. "Haha, look at this guy. The one who shut down my hotels wasn't Taesin, it was you. But what kind of favor are you asking for?" President Tae Wong sat in a chair, pinching the bridge of his nose with one hand and said, "Are you asking me to spare your life?" Ghost laughed out loud. Peeved, "Ha. Seriously? I just don't like gangsters no matter how I look at them." "You'll die just like that, you gangster punk," President Tae Wong said. "This is my turf, how dare you?" Section Chief Kong sat across from him and said, "President Tae Wong, let's work this out. I'm here to ask a favor. Next time I won't be asking, I'll just come crashing in. Do you understand? The wolf is the top predator among animals. It's a smaller predator than a bear or a tiger. Nevertheless, the reason they can become the apex predator that rules over all things is different from other predators. They usually hunt in packs and live a pack life. And there's one alpha wolf that commands the entire pack. The leadership representing this wolf is called the alpha. A large organization with a structure similar to a wolf pack is Jurang Earth Wolf. That alpha is Jurang. Tae Wong. Tae Wong, holding a cigarette, said, "Fuck, you're really talking nonsense. You want me to lend it to you?" "Me, Jurang?" Section Chief Kong asked. "What is Jurang?" Tae Wong said angrily. "It's me." Section Chief Kong put his hands in his pockets and said, "You're running hotel businesses in every alley of Yongsan, dipping your hands in this and that." And he pulled a gun out from his coat. "In the end, you guys are just thugs, aren't you? Got it? But a hunter with a gun has come looking for the Jurang wolf pack." Section Chief Kong held the gun and declared, "We're different from amateurs like you. We're professionals." Being so blatantly ignored, Tae Wong got angry, clenched his fists and shouted, "Fuck, what did you say? Are you trying to pick a fight?" Section Chief Kong still calmly took a drag from his cigarette. "So relax a little," and handing a piece of paper to Tae Wong, "Let's talk business, President Tae Wong." Tae Wong frowned and said, "Business. Fuck, what now?" Tae Wong picked up the paper and read it. "This, are you really giving this to us to eat? Is it so sweet you want to share it with us? Why give us something this good if something goes wrong? We're the ones who'll get sick from it. Aren't you the only one profiting? What makes you think we'll accept this?" Section Chief Kong said, "I told you. This is business. We'll provide the necessary manpower from our side and they're all professionals." Tae Wong suddenly tore the paper in half in front of Section Chief Kong. "Fuck, you've been going on and on about professionals since a while ago." And he tore the paper to shreds and threw it at Section Chief Kong. "We have to check things out properly before we can talk business, right? First, let's see the skills of those so-called professionals." The scene changes to outside a building where dozens of motorcycles were parked. Zion held his phone and worried, "Aish, seriously, it's way past the appointment time and they're still not here." Zion called Barry Sue. "Team leader, what's wrong? Aish, where are you and what are you doing?" Barry Sue answered the phone. "Can you hear me?" Zion replied, "Yes, team leader." Barry Sue instructed, "First, wait there. I'll call you again. We're acting after contacting the weasel over here." Zion asked, "Ah, the weasel, is there a problem?" Two men asked, looking at Barry Sue and Jong Cheon. "What? Hey, look over there." Zion asked Barry Sue. That guy, is he any good? The two guys asked. Who do you think you are barging in here? Before they could finish their words, their throats were slit by Jong Cheon and they bled profusely. Jong Cheon smiled and said, spit it all out if you don't want to die. The two men, seeing the blood flowing from their necks, quickly clutched their throats and coughed up blood in terror. Barry Sue answered Zion. He's useful, Zion replied. I see, isn't he too young? Barry Sue said. That guy who was trying to contact us, you're asking if he's useful? Suddenly the tip of a knife was aimed at Barry Sue's face. A bald man charged with a knife. Die, but Barry Sue dodged. Barry Sue blocked and twisted the bald man's arm. He fell to his knees in pain and shouted, you son of a bitch. Zion, still on the phone, said, this side is amazing too, you'll be surprised when you see it. While you were in the North Team leader, I was dispatched to the U.S. forces in the Middle East. I went there to teach English. Barry Sue, while defending and attacking them, answered Zion. You've already told me that story. Zion added, you know what's funny? Some weird guys on motorcycles are coming over there. A PFFT sound was heard from over Barry Sue's phone. Get him. Zion asked. Can you still hear me well? Barry Sue replied. Keep talking. Zion continued. There's a guy among them called Deadline. They say he's called Servant because he'll listen to anyone as long as you pay him. Barry Sue was talking to Zion while attacking them. This guy is Servant, he'll listen to anyone who gives him orders? Zion replied from the other end of the phone. Yes, he'll do anything for money. The guy who was pressed down by Jong Cheon and stabbed in the back screamed, Jong Cheon asked, are there this many guys who act? Barry Sue patted Zion's shoulder and said, let's keep moving. We have to wipe out all the organizations under Jurang. Now that we've got a player, we have to crush the huge Jurang organization too. Jong Cheon said over the phone, this is a guerrilla war. I'll take care of some things and join you two. Barry Sue said, alright, you move quickly too. An axe came flying toward Barry Sue. Barry Sue caught it and said coldly, they're moving faster than I thought over there too. Kim Doo-gi saw that and swore. Fuck, what was that? What are you trying to catch? Aren't those guys from the Hun Ji-yu investigation team? How dare they mess with our Jurang? I am Kim Doo-gi of the Jurang Association. Barry Sue said, clean those guys up, Weasel. These guys are just amateurs. Jong Cheon rushed towards Kim Doo-gi. Looks like it. I'll have to take care of them quickly. But he was quickly blocked by Kim Doo-gi's bodyguards. He attacked Jong Cheon. Jong Cheon was surprised to see the bodyguards. Surprising, these guys are players. They're guys who were trained in the military. Jong Cheon thought. Did Jurang have guys like this on their side? Kim Doo-gi smiled slyly. How about it? These are the guys President Tae Wong of Jurang sent me. Said they were educated. Their skills are definitely different, right? I was surprised too. By now, those guys have probably arrived at your Tazen. You're not the only ones who use your heads. Go check it out. Your organization and your boss have probably been crushed. Barry Sue said. Are you scared? Barry Sue thought. Did Section Chief Kong intervene in once and directly, or did he bring in Jurang? At that moment, Jong Cheon raised two fingers signaling for double. You have to pay me double. These guys are players, so you have to pay me double. Jong Cheon jumped up and said, or since I have something I'm curious about, I'll check it out myself. After all, I am a spy from Joseon. Jong Cheon rushed towards Kim Doo-gi's bodyguards. I wonder if I can take down the South chosen players. Jong Cheon hit the bodyguard's hand, grabbed his hand with one hand and spun the knife with the other. He slashed the guy's neck. He fell to his knees and blood splattered. And Jong Cheon continued to attack the next ones. One by one they were cut down. Jong Cheon looked back and called out to Barry Sue. I've cleaned up all those guys. What are you doing? Not hurrying. Move your feet a little faster, Barry Sue replied. Of course. Kim Doo-gi's face turned pale with fear. And he groaned. Hun Ji-yu, Barry Sue ran and thought to himself. Section Chief Kong is involved with the Jurang guys. Why is he so fast? Back to President Tae Wong's perspective. But he looks pretty useful. You're saying this guy will do as we say, like us amateurs? Section Chief Kong said. President Tae Wong, do you know why we are professionals? We don't work if it's not profitable. Barry Sue ran out and met a man on a motorcycle. So as long as there's money, it doesn't matter whose words they are. In that respect, that guy is the top professional among professionals. A group with knives stood tall and bodyguards were guarding the inside of the car. Ghost said. I still can't believe we got involved in that meeting business. Section Chief Kong asked back. What did you say? Ghost replied. You know what I mean. Ghost had a sly smile on his face. I definitely killed Bae Do-kyung. But why is that bastard still alive? Section Chief Kong asked back. Are you sure you really killed him? And he turned back, frowned and said, if you had brought his body, this wouldn't have happened. Don't you think so? Ghost's face suddenly turned pale and he clapped his hands together. I see. I should have brought the body. Right, why didn't I think of that? Ghost laughed like a madman. I should have brought it. I had to. Section Chief Kong looked out the window and said coldly, just let it go, got it? Ghost, holding a steel pipe, drove his motorcycle past Barry Sue. Then he slammed on the brakes. Barry Sue thought to himself, is it a dead end? Can't Zion meet them? Could it be Section Chief Kong? Barry Sue shielded his eyes from the blinding headlights. The guy with the steel pipe revved his motorcycle and charged at Barry Sue. Right, too many new variables have appeared. The scene changes to the Middle East, Hanistan, the most dangerous combat zone in the desert, a desolate land of endless sand dunes. To overcome this harsh environment, several motorcycles raced down the dunes. It was the Special Operations Unit established by the 66th Nomad Battalion, the U.S. Special Operations Command SOCOM, the 66th Nomad Battalion, Special Operations Unit. A voice echoed, Joey, Alpha target eliminated, recovering weapons and ammunition, over, one guy said. It's all Allied Forces equipment. I don't know where they got it, but even so, there are too many variables. A man with his hands tied lay face down and a masked soldier carried a bag away. To survive in this place full of variables, you have to find a way to survive. The soldier carried the bag and knocked on the door of a house. Extremists needed weapons to create chaos and hungry wolves supplied them for their own gain. The soldier exchanged the goods, slung them over his shoulder and left. A life full of variables. There are too many fearsome beasts here. This is the most dangerous combat zone. A lot of money in one radio. And if you fail to predict the variables, you will become their victim. The gun was always ready. They glared at each other, and a brown-skinned man squinted in the bright light. The soldier rushed in with a steel pipe and struck the brown-skinned man, who collapsed to the ground. Two masked men with guns were startled. In this desert, you have to be at the top of the food chain. The two masked men were confused. The soldier rode away on his motorcycle. But to finish off the remaining two, a scream echoed. He is the most dangerous enemy. Barry Sue held his knife ready to fight. The man on the motorcycle charged at Barry Sue with a steel pipe. With the steel pipe in his left hand, he aimed for his opponent's weak spot. Barry Sue couldn't see anything. Dark adaptation. Explanation. When moving from a bright place to a dark place, it takes a certain amount of time to see objects clearly in the dark. Barry Sue thought, my vision is blurred. Is this why they kept shining the light on me? Just then, something slashed past him. Barry Sue was startled and stepped back. Barry Sue's knife was broken in two and his elbow was attacked. Barry Sue clutched his trembling arm. When Barry Sue glanced over, the man on the motorcycle looked extremely dangerous. The scene changes to a high-rise building. Groups were fighting. Hold on, kill those Jurang bastards. Damn it, we haven't even seen the president yet. Where's Chief Ha? I haven't seen the chief either. The groups were bloodied and brutally slashing at each other. Park Jang-hoon appeared, pushed the man in front of him by the shoulder and asked, Tisk doesn't look like Section Chief Kong. What are these guys? Don't falter, everyone shouted. A fist grazed the face of the guy in the white clothes. Park Jang-hoon threw a punch and blood spurted from his mouth as he fell at Park Jang-hoon's feet. Park Jang-hoon said calmly, Hey, it's just a couple of punks, everyone shouted in unison. Forward, kill all the Taisen bastards. Choi Cheon-ho appeared and smashed the face of the guy who had just spoken. And Choi Cheon-ho said quietly, Damn, I just wanted to rest a bit, but since Jin Gungst I have no choice. The bodyguards were terrified seeing Choi Cheon-ho. Why is Gudo's Choi Cheon-ho here? Park Jang-hoon said, unable to understand Gudo. Choi Cheon-ho asked Park Jang-hoon, Hey, you over there, you don't look like one of us. It's a shame our first meeting is like this. Today, current position, Ilhik Capital CEO Choi Cheon-ho, Gudo's second sword. I'm on Tazen's side, temporary position, Tazen Group. Choi Cheon-ho, Tazen Group security team leader, Park Jang-hoon said with a bitter smile. This is annoying. Hey old man, does your son not give you an allowance? Why do you keep getting involved in kids' games? Before Special Military Police, currently also the Special Operations team leader. Park Jang-hoon was dishonorably discharged from the military for violence and disorderly conduct. Ilhek, they ushered in an era of glory with Choi Cheon-ho. Choi Cheon-ho knocked out a bodyguard with a punch. He was once Ilhak's sword and Ilhak's pride. But now Choi Cheon-ho lowered his voice and asked, Where have all the real men gone? Temporary alliance, Tazen Group. Choi Cheon-ho, Tazen Group security chief. He was fighting on Tazen's side. A bodyguard asked in confusion, Why is Ilhak's Choi Cheon-ho on Tazen's side? Park Jang-hoon adjusted his glasses and said, What's the scheme here, hey old man? Did your son not send you money? Why are you getting involved in kids' games at your age? Choi Cheon-ho laughed loudly. You don't seem to be from this line of work. What you lack is attitude. Park Jang-hoon immediately attacked Choi Cheon-ho with his fist. Choi Cheon-ho was pushed back, spitting blood from his mouth. Park Jang-hoon stepped back and quickly rushed at Choi Cheon-ho, throwing a punch. He delivered a powerful blow to Choi Cheon-ho's stomach. Choi Cheon-ho clutched his stomach. Park Jang-hoon supported Choi Cheon-ho and asked, What nonsense are you talking about? Attitude. Do I even know you? You ordinary old geezer. Formerly of the military police, currently Wonsan project team leader Park Jang-hoon dishonorably discharged for violence and rebellion. Barry Sue clutched his arm and looked at the man on the motorcycle. Barry Sue looked into the distance and thought, Is it broken? I've wasted too much time here. I can't stay tied up like this. The man on the motorcycle shone the light steadily, then suddenly accelerated and passed Barry Sue. Barry Sue thought, A straight attack using speed. In that case, I have to aim for the bike's body. Barry Sue crouched down, but the man on the motorcycle swung the steel pipe and grazed him. Barry Sue felt a little uneasy. The man on the motorcycle accelerated again and charged at Barry Sue. He rushed quickly toward Barry Sue, then slammed on the front brake and the motorcycle tilted toward Barry Sue. The man on the motorcycle quickly swung the steel pipe again and attacked Barry Sue. Barry Sue couldn't block it and was injured, covered in blood. Barry Sue's hat fell off and blood flowed from his head. He thought to himself, This is the fifth one. The variables keep piling up. Section Chief Kong, Ghost, and now Deadline. My plan is falling apart. Barry Sue, get a grip and be prepared for any situation. Observe the opponent thoroughly and act in the most appropriate and efficient way. The opponent accelerated again and smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. Barry Sue thought anxiously. He's spinning the wheel to create smoke. He's planning to obscure my vision with that smoke. Barry Sue took a defensive stance. I can't see him now. Will he attack from the left, or will he aim for my injured right side? Variables. Variables are things that cannot be completely predicted or controlled, but not all variables in every situation are bad. Is this how a professional works? It doesn't look very professional to me. Ha In-dong appeared. Barry Sue asked in confusion. How are you here, brother? Ha In-dong asked back. How about this, you want some help from this amateur? Not all variables in every situation are bad. Back inside the building, Park Jang-hoon rubbed the back of his neck with his hand and said, "Hey old man, you're tougher than you look." Choi Cheon-ho's hands were covered in blood. Park Jang-hoon thought to himself, how can a gangster's body be like this? There's no point in dragging this fight out. Just then, as Park Jang-hoon was lost in thought and decided, I'll end this with this, a sharp fist attacked him. Park Jang-hoon dodged Choi Cheon-ho's punch. Park Jang-hoon thought to himself, that's a speed that doesn't match his body. It means strength isn't his only asset. I need to keep my distance. Choi Cheon-ho frowned enraged and rushed at Park Jang-hoon, throwing a punch. Actually, I've been in a bad mood lately because the government's hunting dogs started meddling in our gangster business. Choi Cheon-ho sent Park Jang-hoon flying with a punch. This matter has been weighing heavily on my shoulders. Park Jang-hoon, in pain, quickly picked up a knife and attacked Choi Cheon-ho again, but Choi Cheon-ho quickly punched him in the face. Park Jang-hoon fell backward. The knife in his hand fell and blood splattered from his mouth. Choi Cheon-ho immediately clamped his hand over Park Jang-hoon's mouth. Park Jang-hoon struggled to shout in pain and terror. Choi Cheon-ho said, "Did we look that easy to you? Did you really think you could beat us just because you teamed up with that sly snake-like bastard?" Choi Cheon-ho squeezed Park Jang-hoon's mouth hard. Park Jang-hoon grabbed Choi Cheon-ho's arm with one hand and held the knife with the other. A scream echoed. Park Jang-hoon's knife pierced through Choi Cheon-ho's hand. Choi Cheon-ho still said calmly, "Yes, we may not be the smartest, but the way we work is very simple." Park Jang-hoon's knife pierced Choi Cheon-ho's hand, but it was useless. Park Jang-hoon thought, are those gloves made of Kevlar? Choi Cheon-ho, still holding Park Jang-hoon's mouth tightly, continued, "For family, friends, and the organization, these are the things we fight and protect," and he slammed Park Jang-hoon hard, smashing his face into the ground. Park Jang-hoon lay face down on the ground, bloody and motionless. Choi Cheon-ho asked, "See, simple and easy to understand, right?" Barry Sue's hat lay on the ground. Barry Sue clutched his arm. Ha In-dong asked, "Is it broken or just dislocated?" Barry Sue replied, "I'm fine, more importantly, Taisen." Ha In-dong rolled up his sleeves and reassured him, "Don't worry, the Taisen of today is not a place that can be easily brought down." Barry Sue said, "That guy is a professional. He's not an easy opponent." Ha In-dong scratched his head and said, "Who cares if he's a professional or not?" Barry Sue asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Ha In-dong said, "First let's take care of that guy cleanly." Barry Sue tried to stop him. "You can't face him without any preparation." Ha In-dong said, "Why make it so complicated?" And he took off his outer jacket and wrapped it around his arm, saying, "My job is just to take care of that guy cleanly." The man on the motorcycle charged with a steel pipe. Ha In-dong said in a resolute voice, "President Bae, no." President Bae Du-kyung said this. Ha In-dong, what would happen if you stopped the man on the motorcycle with your hands? Ha In-dong attacked the opponent with his fist. Ha In-dong's hand slammed hard into the opponent's motorcycle. The motorcycle stopped and the driver was thrown from it. Ha In-dong said, "Because we are Taisen." The opponent tumbled to the ground with his motorcycle. He lay there unable to move. Ha In-dong asked, "How about that? Although we usually handle things Bae Du-kyung's way, this time we have to become Bae Du-kyung." Ha In-dong's massive arm struck the motorcycle. The driver was thrown and fell to the ground. Ha In-dong stood tall and asked, "How about it? Although we usually handle things Bae Du-kyung's way, this time we have to become Bae Du-kyung ourselves." Back to the past when Barry Sue and Bae Du-kyung were young. "Hey Barry Sue," a voice called out. Barry Sue turned, his eyes welling with tears. At this time Barry Sue was 11 years old. His brother asked, "Are you crying again?" It all started that day. "And this is 11-year-old Bae Du-kyung." His face was covered in scars. Holding a meat skewer he asked, "Didn't I warn you you'd get hit if you cried again?" Barry Sue sobbed and said, "The kids in my class were making fun of you, big brother. We are twin brothers, but unlike me, Bae Du-kyung beat up all the kids who bullied his younger brother." Barry Sue sobbed and said, I was worried you'd get hurt, big brother. He was stronger than anyone." Bae Du-kyung offered the meat skewer to his younger brother, but Barry Sue shook his head. "I don't want to eat." Bae Du-kyung said, "Eat." "Why are you shaking your head?" Just then Bae Du-kyung smiled brightly and said, "Here, don't worry about those guys. Let them come at me as much as they want. Your big brother will take care of them all." "Because your big brother never loses." I started to hate having a brother like that. At school the kids whispered, "Hey, Bae Du-kyung got into another fight. On the playground he's going crazy." His friends chattered, looking out the window. "Damn, he really said it. Where? Move, hurry. Let me see the fight too." Barry Sue sat quietly reading a book. "Hey, isn't he bleeding? If you're bleeding, you've lost." "Hey, that guy is crying." "Crying is losing too. It's over for him now." At this time Barry Sue had grown older. Jodong Middle School 2002 Class 4, 15-year-old Barry Sue. His friends pointed and chattered. "Hey, aren't those Bae Du-kyung's lackeys?" "Yeah, that's them." "Wait, why do they look like they got beat up?" "Hey, look over there, right in front of them. It's Bae Du-kyung." Jodong Middle School 2nd year Class 5, 15-year-old Bae Du-kyung. A loud laugh. "Ha, I still can't believe it." "Are you the only one showing your face?" the big guy asked contemptuously. "You're making me out to be the bad guy, aren't you?" The classmates shouted in surprise. "What, is he a high schooler?" "No, that guy looks like a professional fighter." The high schooler asked Bae Du-kyung, "I gave your friends some advice, but I'm not sure if it's sunk into their bones yet. Hey juniors, do you get the situation now?" Bae Du-kyung stepped forward and said, "Senior, you've graduated and become a high schooler. Why are you still hanging around the corners of this middle school? What's going on in that head of yours? Or do we need to talk in a different language for you to understand?" The high schooler was enraged. "This little punk," Bae Du-kyung cut him off. "Enough of that, follow me. There's no need to embarrass you guys on the school grounds." Bae Du-kyung's lackeys, despite being injured, started to follow. Bae Du-kyung raised a hand to stop them and said, "You guys stay back. I'll handle this myself. Even if you want to help, you'll just get in the way." The classmates worried. What, is he going to take them all on by himself? Huh, fuck, that's badass. Bae Du-kyung looked at the ground, bowed his head and said, I sincerely apologize, senior. I was too caught up in the moment and failed to greet you properly. The high schooler was surprised. What's with this kid? Why the sudden change in attitude? Bae Du-kyung looked up with eyes full of respect and said, I was so impressed when I heard you went to high school, senior. I bet you're making a name for yourself there too, right? The high schooler scratched his face and said, oh well, yeah. Bae Du-kyung slammed his head to the ground again and said loudly, you're truly amazing, senior. The high schooler pressed down on Bae Du-kyung's head and said, wow, look at this suck-up. I'm starting to like you, you little bastard. I was going to turn you into a piece of meat just like your friends. Alright. I'm in a good mood, so I'll forgive you. Instead, I'll rough up your friends one more time. How about it? It's give and take. Sound good, kid? Bae Du-kyung sneered. And then he held a pen in one hand and cursed. Damn it, so that's how it is. I was trying to get through this by just bowing my head quietly. Suddenly, Bae Du-kyung quickly stabbed the tip of the pen into the high schooler's leg. He shouted in surprise, what? And then he screamed, my leg. Bae Du-kyung, filled with rage, kicked the guy and shouted, you talk too much, you garbage pig. Jun delivered newspapers every morning running. I used to tease him, saying he delivered papers like Lu Shuan, but I think he did it to support his little sister, at least he used to, before you broke his left leg. One of the high schooler's lackeys rushed at Bae Du-kyung. What bullshit is this, you son of a bitch? Bae Du-kyung dodged and continued. And Co Eon-guk seems to have found a new hobby lately. He started helping his mother at her kimbap shop. He always brought kimbap to school with one side burst open, but now he can't make kimbap anymore. Bae Du-kyung twisted the lackey's arm. He clutched his arm in pain. My arm, Bae Du-kyung said again. I was going to ask Jun to introduce me to his sister, and I wanted to eat the kimbap Eon-guk made with her. It's a real shame things turned out this way. Two of the high schooler's lackeys rushed at Bae Du-kyung, and one of them punched him right in the middle of his face. Bae Du-kyung grabbed the hair of the guy who hit him. And one more thing. Bae Du-kyung instantly knocked all three of them down and shouted, why did you hit our small innocent Ji-Yusok in the head? Bae Du-kyung clutched his head. Ack my head, I must have really hurt you bastards, the high schoolers said to each other. Guys, let's just all jump him at once. Bae Du-kyung raised his middle finger and cursed. You dog-like sons of bitches, anyone who wants a beating, come here. I'll twist your necks one by one. I hated my brother for living so recklessly. The brother who did things I couldn't do. Barry Sue suddenly rushed in and sent those guys flying with a kick, and Bae Du-kyung was stunned. Bae Du-kyung asked blankly, why are you? I am Barry Sue. I was jealous of my brother. I wanted to be like him. Those guys were confused. What, Bae Du-kyung? Why are there two of him? Bae Du-kyung asked, hey, why are you here? Barry Sue answered, bro, I don't think studying is for me. No matter how hard I try, nothing sticks in my head. Bae Du-kyung said, you crazy bastard, and the two brothers walked home together, talking. Hey Barry Sue, if you don't study, what are you going to do later? Hey, what are you going to do, bro? Your big brother is going to start a business. I haven't decided what kind yet, but I'll make you the president, really. Even now, I still want to be like my brother. Back to the present, the man on the motorcycle lay on the ground motionless. Barry Sue asked Ha and Dong, what should we do now? I thought I could become Bae Du-kyung, but it seems I still have a long way to go. Right now I don't know what kind of person my brother was. To you, Chief, what kind of person was my brother? Can I really become Bae Du-kyung? Ha and Dong answered. I'll give you the answer to what kind of person I think Bae Du-kyung is. And Ha and Dong knelt down, and I will make you into Bae Du-kyung. The symbol of this Taizan. Choi Chian-ho clapped, then loosened his wrists and thought, now their morale is completely crushed. My job is almost done, and he opened his mouth. I'm too old for this kind of work. I should retire soon. This is Lee Sung-min, CEO of Ilhut Capital. Choi Chian-ho shook his head and said, it seems too early for that. Now you punks, all of you, come here. Young guys shouldn't be so cowardly. Ghost suddenly attacked Choi Chian-ho. Ha and Dong knelt and said, and I will make you into the true symbol of the Taizan syndicate, Bae Du-kyung. But that guy was still there. But who is that guy? Barry Sue answered. You're asking now. Didn't you send him flying earlier? Ha and Dong replied. That's because he rushed at us. Ha, is he one of your professional friends too? Barry Sue denied it. No, I don't know anything about him except that he's part of the US military. Just then the guy shouted, hey, what are you going to do about my bike's headlight? Ha and Dong said to Barry Sue. Didn't you just say he was US military? That guy is speaking Korean. Barry Sue said, today is a very interesting day. The man on the motorcycle twirled his steel pipe, then tried to ride his bike away. Ha and Dong said, well anyway, I guess there's no need to go easy on him. A phone rang in the pocket of the man in the military uniform. He stopped and took out the phone. A notification appeared on the phone. Go Gang San has received a storage fee of 20 million won. Upon completing the mission, move to the location below. The remaining balance will be paid later. While Ha and Dong watched in surprise, the soldier stuck the steel pipe onto his motorcycle and spun the wheel. He pointed toward Ha and Dong and said, the guy who broke my headlight, I'll remember your face. He left just like that. And Ha and Dong said, he's gone. I thought he'd fight to the end, Barry Sue replied. That guy only moves for money. He either completed his mission or he got a better job offer. Inside the lit building, the room was too quiet. Even the organization's lackeys. Taizan Syndicate. Choi Jang-jun, 2 years of experience. Taizan Syndicate. Lee Yeon-ho, 6 months of experience. And the sensitive special agents could feel it. Once and Special Agent Kong Soo-ben leave on hold, Choi Cheon-ho's fist was clenched ready to attack. A single powerful punch sent the guy flying backward. It was a fight they couldn't interfere in. A blade grazed Choi Cheon-ho's back. He thought to himself, this guy is no ordinary opponent. If I let my guard down, I'll lose immediately. But my attack definitely injured him too. I have to finish this now. Ghost groaned. Ah, with just this. Ghost's grotesque face smiled. You can't take me down with just this, old man. Choi Cheon-ho was surprised. Choi Cheon-ho's feet were lifted. Ghost attacked Choi Cheon-ho with terrifying speed. Choi Cheon-ho thought to himself, too fast, I almost got him. As soon as I block, the next attack comes. Where did this guy come from? I underestimated him. It wasn't my defense I should have been worried about. Ghost taunted Choi Cheon-ho. More, come at me more. Ghost's face twisted grotesquely. A hand holding a bloody knife. Do it again. Ghost laughed loudly. Ah, again. That's Barry Sue's line, isn't it? Gudo's second sword. Choi Cheon-ho rushed in and attacked Ghost repeatedly, but Ghost was still at ease. That's not it, he thought to himself. Ghost held his knife and said again, this isn't an opponent I can fight while saving my strength. But Ilhax Gudo also thought. Choi Cheon-ho sent Ghost flying with his fist. When he was protecting something he couldn't lose. Ghost asked, is this all you've got? It's too pathetic, old man. Choi Cheon-ho punched Ghost in the face once again. Choi Cheon-ho gritted his teeth and punched Ghost again. Ghost said, hey, do it again. Suddenly a voice was heard. Everyone fall back, Ghost asked. Bewildered, what? The voice was heard again. Everyone retreat immediately. Ghost asked, why? Ghost shouted, hey you bastards, where are you going? Park Jang-hoon said. You bastard, Section Chief Kong changed the plan. We've been ordered to return. Park Jang-hoon's face was covered in bruises from being hit. It seems there's been a hitch in the plan, so we'll be leaving now. Ghost grabbed Park Jang-hoon by the hair. Park Jang-hoon said, we are returning immediately on the team leader's orders. Ghost retorted, retreat? Is that your hobby? Why do you keep spouting retreat? It's annoying. Why are you so eager to leave? The party's just getting started. Ghost spoke into his radio. This is utter bullshit. I'll bring back his corpse this time. Let me continue. Chief Ha said, don't disobey. Meet me here. Our president Yu Tae-wong said he has a plan. Yu Tae-wong said, hey chief, telling me to stay here is a bit strange, isn't it? We both know, look at the bigger picture. I hate the Taisen Syndicate too, but do you think crushing Taisen will solve all our problems? In cases like this, we have to follow the law of the jungle. I am Jong Cheon with bread in his mouth asked, why do I have to do all this work? Excuse me, please help me. Zion said, standing up. Hey Vaho, come here. Vaho means parrot. I am Jong Cheon didn't understand and asked, what's VA? Zion answered, it means really cool and super strong. I am Jong Cheon heard that and agreed. Oh, then that's right, call me Vaho from now on. Zion saw Voice holding a knife and warned him. Hey Voice, don't carry that knife around outside. Voice holding the knife said. Damn it, I don't know. When a man walked out, everyone gasped in admiration. Wow, I am Jong Cheon thought he's better dressed than I expected. Barry Sue and Sua walked out and said, looking at this, I see. Now let's discuss this matter like real gangsters. Where should we begin? Choi Cheon-ho asked Zion. After everything I did to help the organization, you're telling me to go home? Zion immediately waved his hands and explained, no, that's what President Bae Doo-kyung meant that day, was that you could leave if you wanted. Choi Cheon-ho laughed loudly. Ah, it's a joke, Zion. I was planning to go home anyway. I'm sick of the food here. Zion opened his mouth. Senior, I have a favor to ask. If it's all right with you, please stay with the Taisen Syndicate a little longer. Choi Cheon-ho placed a hand on Zion's shoulder and said, I know you're being sincere, but looking at Taisen now, one thing came to mind. It's not too late for us and Ilhek to rise again, so I have to go back there, to my home. You lost. Don't you know who you just fought? This is Ilhek Gudo headquarters. Fourth sword Dongdu. Dongdu took down numerous people. Did you think Gudo would let this slide easily? The fallen people were sprawled on the floor. Which bastard sent you here? President Yu Tae-wong touched Ghost Bati and said, damn, you've aged so fast since I last saw you. It's been a long time, my beloved senior. Lee Sungmin looked at the report and said, it seems to be a little less than last month. Dongdu answered, it's my fault, young master. Lee Sungmin didn't blame him. No, this is largely my fault for being careless. More importantly, are you all right? The group laughed together. Haha, of course, young master. This is nothing. The red-haired guy was kicked and groaned in pain, and someone sneered. I'm fine, but it looks like this guy isn't, someone said. You're working really hard, a boss who can't even fight. I'll go out and see what's going on. Ilhek Gudo headquarters, 9th Sword Lee Gyujang said as he went outside. What the hell is going on? Someone explained. A bodyguard spoke up. Yes, it sounds like a noise from downstairs. Isn't that a motorcycle? But this is the 3rd floor. Everyone was horrified. A motorcycle charged straight at Lee Gyujang and the 2 bodyguards. The motorcycle smashed through the door. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what to do. The man in the military uniform rode the motorcycle menacing the bodyguards. He attacked them one by one with a steel pipe. Blood gushed from one man's mouth. The Gudo members were completely on the defensive. They were veterans who had been through numerous life-and-death battles. But like retired boxers, they were prepared for any situation. They used their past skills and experience to face their enemies. However, a completely new type of opponent appeared. One they could not even have imagined. For Gudo, this left him dumbfounded. And in the end, this became their biggest obstacle. A man hit by the steel pipe shouted, "Ah, we're still injured." Numerous people entered. The man in the military uniform looked back. "Stay still, you sons of bitches," Dongdu shouted. "You're from Go Gang-san, aren't you? You're violating the truce. Do you want to become the enemy of the entire General Assembly?" A bodyguard in a black suit shouted in anger. "What bullshit is this old man spouting? Guys, wipe them out." Choi Gangpan kicked the bodyguards in black. "You dog-like bastard, who are you baring your teeth at? I'll wipe you all out." Ilhek Gudo headquarters, Choi Gangpan, the 7th Sword. Choi Gangpan's huge foot stomped hard on the floor. Dongdu was worried. Damn it, Gangpan's wound is still. Motorcycle sped past them. Dongdu grabbed Son Mong by the collar. He pushed Son Mong and said, at least I have to take down that guy on the motorcycle. Son Mong, protect the young master, we'll hold them off. Kong Du Yi said, trembling with a bloody face. Dongdu, you can't do it alone, I won't be alone. Dongdu, kill that bastard. Ilhek Gudo headquarters. Kong Du Yi, the 8th sword. As the man in the military uniform looked down in surprise, Dongdu kicked him. Ilhek Gudo headquarters, Doko Dongdu. The 4th sword. Dongdu urged everyone, hurry, protecting the young master is the priority. I'll help. The bodyguards in black were punched one after another. A man in white shouted, I'll yield to you, Gangpan. Gangpan laughed. The tough jobs are for the older brother. The young master shouted loudly. Gudo, let me stay too. Gudo. Gangpan's eyes shone coldly with determination. Son Mong urged the young master, get in the car, young master. The young master shouted, what are you doing? We have to fight together. Son Mong said, go, Gangsan has started to move. That means we're in danger. The young master shouted in Son Mong's face, that's why I want to stay. Running away alone is a disgrace. Son Mong said gently, young master, if you fall, everything we've achieved will be for nothing. The young master shouted loudly. So you want me to run away like a coward no matter what? Is that it? Gangpan thought to himself. Even if it means sacrificing everyone? A voice was heard. Well, well, President Tau Wang said. Is this how Ilhek falls? I expected more than this. Where's our young master holed up? In a car speeding through the rain. The young master was grim. What happens if I'm the only one who survives? I did my best to raise Ilhek from the ashes. In the end, I'm losing everything again. Son Mong opened his mouth, young master, before he could finish. The young master shouted in anger, don't call me that. How long do I have to be the young master? Am I not the boss of Ilhek? Son Mong said. That's not what I meant. Suddenly, a motorcycle chased the car and shot ahead. There were numerous obstacles in front of them. Son Mong was flustered. The car skidded sideways and came to a screeching halt. The young master's body lurched forward. He asked in confusion, what? Son Mong opened the door and answered, this is as far as I can take you. Go to where you need to be. I believe you already know the answer. Ilhek Gudo headquarters, Lee Son Mong, the 6th sword. Son Mong wiped the blood from the young master's face and said, that's all you need to know. And the young master ran. As Sungmin ran, he recalled Son Mong's words, you are our boss, President Lee Sungmin. And we, Gudo, is Ilhek's sword and your sword. Sungmin fell in the rain. It doesn't matter how humiliating it is, you are Ilhek. The decision is naturally in your hands. Choi Chian-ho. Barry Su was surprised to see President Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin walked through the pouring rain. There is nothing we can't do. Sungmin said, trembling. Bah, Barry Su. Choi Chian-ho called out loudly. Young master, Barry Su said. Look at you, President Lee Sungmin. You look truly pathetic. Sungmin stammered in reply. I must rely on Taizan. I am begging Taizan to save Ilhek. Please save me. No matter how humiliating, it's all right. Barry Su's arm supported Lee Sungmin. Oh dear, did you lose your footing? You should be careful. Let's go inside first. You're completely soaked. Lee Sungmin was bewildered. President Bae Dukyang, I'm fine. Our Gudo, Barry Su said. Speak slowly. What's the rush? More importantly, we were just discussing a rather interesting problem, but we haven't made a decision yet. We're thinking of overthrowing the General Assembly, but we haven't decided where to start. So who do you think we should start with? Chian-ho or HHS or Kong? The scene changes to a dimly lit room. A hand touched an IV pack. It was Sua, a man's hand, receiving an IV drip. The scene changes to an old house. An old man was about to smoke a cigarette when a voice was heard. What? Didn't I tell you not to smoke in here? This was Lee Sung-hok, the chairman of the Ilhek group, Sungmin's apex. Lee Sung-hok hurriedly hid the cigarette. What cigarette? I wasn't smoking. Someone else must have been. His young grandson scolded him. You think I'd believe that? I told you clearly, if I catch you again I'll bury you 2 meters below. Choi Chian-ho quickly tried to intervene. Young master, watch your words. Lee Sung-min, 10 years old, Lee Sung-min's successor. Lee Sung-hok held a knife and said, oh my, how scary. All right, I won't smoke anymore. Now put the knife down, Sung-minimum. Lee Sung-hok asked Sungmin, who taught our cute Sungmin to talk like that? Sungmin replied. Chian-ho did. He said if I talk like that, no one will be able to ignore me. Choi Chian-ho broke out in a cold sweat and said, well, Lee Sung-hok asked, oh really? Chian-ho taught you that? Sungmin smiled brightly and asked his grandfather, Grandpa, are you really good at fighting? Lee Sung-hok replied, me? I'm not that good. Sungmin helped his grandfather up and said, why, you're the best in Seoul, don't lie. How can you not be good at fighting? Lee Sung-hok replied, I'm just telling the truth, I can't. But you will surely be very good, Sungmin asked, so you're not the best, Grandpa? Then is Chian-ho the best? Lee Sung-hok stood up and said, no, Grandpa is the best. You don't have to be good at fighting to be the best, my boy, but the best must be someone with a strong spirit who never bows their head before anyone. Sungmin hugged his grandfather and said, that's not cool at all. Then you're weak, Grandpa. Lee Sung-hok laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Choi Chian-ho didn't know what to do. Young master, Lee Sung-hok asked Choi Chian-ho. Chian-ho, what on earth did you teach Sungmin? Choi Chian-ho replied, well, it's actually Son Mong's fault. The center of Ilhek was built by Chairman Lee Sung-hok. Ilhek and my grandfather were like a dream to me. Right, a dream? Sungmin's eyes fluttered open. Choi Chian-ho quickly asked, young master, are you all right? It was just a dream. Ilhek, Sungmin said, shedding tears. Ilhek is going to collapse. It's going to happen sooner or later, Barry Su said. How so? Are you feeling better, President Lee Sungmin? Choi Chian-ho replied, thanks to you, President, I'm much better now. Barry Su asked, is that so? We are indebted to you. Please rest here as long as you're comfortable. Choi Cheon-ho laughed. Haha, indebted. We're just helping each other out, Barry Sue said. Helping each other out, huh? I wonder if Ilhek can support us. Choi Cheon-ho replied, of course. For Taesin we will do anything. Barry Sue poured tea and said, Mr. Choi Cheon-ho, I am asking the master of Ilhek. You two became the masters as of last night. Choi Cheon-ho was silent. Sungmin said to Choi Cheon-ho, please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with President Bae Do-kyung. Choi Cheon-ho went outside. Sungmin said, although I said I wanted to discuss things, there are also a few things I'd like to ask. Mr. Barry Sue, are you really the master of Taesin? Then where is Bae Do-kyung? Barry Sue put down his teacup and said, Mr. Lee Sungmin, you just called me Bae Do-kyung. That means you haven't told Choi Cheon-ho about my real identity yet. Lee Sungmin replied, I knew you were trying to hide it, so I just did my part. Barry Sue asked, are you afraid? Is it because you've realized something you can't handle? If so, it would be better for you to just stay as you are instead of trying to probe me like this. Sungmin thought to himself, did I go too far? I need to maintain a friendly relationship with Taesin for now. Sungmin replied, you're right, then let's talk business. Are you really thinking of collaborating with Ilhek? Barry Sue took a sip of tea and answered, no, the current Ilhek is not worth it, it's too weak. I told you, didn't I? Can you really help us? Barry Sue put down his teacup and asked seriously, I'm not asking for your perspective, I'm asking how you will help us. There is only one way the current Ilhek can help Taesin. Sungmin poured tea and said, I know Taesin has to fight against Jurang in the General Assembly, but can Taesin really handle it alone? Barry Sue replied. Ilhek is still associated with the General Assembly, but Jurang attacked us and violated the contract, so if I, the master of Ilhek, report this to the General Assembly, Jurang will have to pay the price for violating the contract. Lee Sungmin held his teacup and said, yes, I admit that the current Ilhek is weak, but our credibility is. Barry Sue cut him off immediately. That's not what I meant when I said Ilhek is weak. The weak one here is you, Mr. Lee Sungmin. Lee Sungmin froze in shock. If Gudo is not by your side, will they recognize someone like you as their master? Gangnam HHS headquarters. Damn, this place is really nice, President Tae Wong said. You know, maybe I should invest in office buildings instead of hotels. Han Hae-sung said, stop the bullshit. How are you going to clean up that mess? And why did you attack Ilhek first? HHS Entertainment CEO Han Hae-sung, boss of one of the 4 major organizations in the General Assembly. Tae Wong laughed. I just wanted to strike first. That's been my problem since I was a kid. Why couldn't I think of that? Han Hae-sung said. I can't side with you on this one, got it? A kid like you has crossed the line too far, Tae Wong replied. That's also part of my plan. Just watch at the next meeting. Han Hae-sung agreed. Alright, I hope all of this isn't just to mess with Lee Sungmin. Tae Wong laughed wickedly. Haha, Lee Sungmin, you don't even know the location of this meeting, do you? It's a place I specially chose for the young master. The home of our arrogant friend Lee Sung-hok. That's the venue for this meeting. Lee Sungmin stood below his grandfather's house and said in anger, You Tae Wong, you've crossed the line. 2 bodyguards in black suits sneered. This isn't a place for just anyone. Yeah, who is that guy? He looks familiar, or is it just me? Haha. Sungmin recalled Barry Sue's words. Listen well, Mr. Lee Sungmin. If Gudo is not on your side, you're just the young master of a collapsed group. You won't be able to walk the path your Gudo has paved for you. The bodyguards in black suits sneered at each other. Wait, isn't that the Ilhek young master? Oh, our lovely young master has come on important business. Sungmin still recalled Barry Sue's words. You have to prove yourself that you are the boss of Ilhek. A cigarette butt was thrown at Sungmin's clothes, just as all of Gudo tries to prove your worth. Oops, my bad, my bad. A man approached and said, This is a direct meeting of the General Assembly. Only the 4 heads can attend. This was Kongman OK, a supervising director of the Jurang group. Barry Sue's voice still lingered. Now prove yourself to me. Sungmin's face darkened with anger. Get out of the way, the man named Kongman OK asked. What did you say? Sungmin clenched his fists and rushed forward. I said get out of the way, you fat pig. A loud noise was heard. The bodyguards asked each other, what was that? Isn't that from the main gate? Sungmin had knocked down all the bodyguards. Another one ran out with a steel pipe. You son of a bitch, do you know where you are? And he struck Sungmin hard on the head. Sungmin was bleeding from his head, but he recalled his grandfather's words. Sungmin, it's okay if you can't fight, but you must have a strong will so you never bow your head to anyone in front of your family. Sungmin, enraged, picked up a rock, rushed forward and grabbed the man's throat, squeezing as if to choke him. Sungmin's face was covered in blood. As Sungmin choked the man, blood gushed from his mouth. Another man charged with a knife. Is this bastard crazy? Zion said as he passed by. And he tapped the man in black on the shoulder. Hey, this is a bit much. Then he landed a powerful punch on his face, sending him flying back with blood spurting from his mouth. Zion took off his hat and said, a man should know when not to interfere. After all, only bosses can enter this place. Inside the room, Tae Wong spoke up. Now shall we begin the meeting? I'm sure you have many questions. Cha-do asked, don't we need to wait for Ilhek? Considering the importance of this meeting, shouldn't you be more serious? Tae Wong laughed. Ilhek won't be attending this time. I wonder who won't be able to attend the next meeting. Cha-do said, Jurang, are you really going to act this way? Sungmin said to Tae Wong, hey you Tae Wong, it seems no one has told you yet, no smoking in here, you son of a bitch. I'll say the same thing to you that I said to the owner of this building. If you smoke in here, I'll bury you 2 meters below ground. The Crimson Shrimp is dead. The era of glory, an era symbolizing the reign of Ilhek's chairman Lee Sung-hok. At that time, all the underworld syndicates obeyed and were ruled by Ilhak. Chairman Lee Sung-hak was a king who reigned over all. He didn't just seize control of the gangster world, he also tried to extend his hand of power to the political world, but that was the mistake that led to his failure. From then on, Ilhak continuously declined, and the opposing forces that had been hiding in the shadows of the past rose up, attacking all of Ilhak's business sectors and attempting to bring down its power. An all-out war broke out between Ilhak Gudo and the other factions in Seoul. The underworld fell into a dark age, but eventually, that war also came to an end. Chairman Lee Sung-hak saw the damage to all the factions and made an important decision. It was to divide the business into 4 large districts and recognize the owner of each district as the boss. Cha Do-won said, that's when the 4 major organizations were established, and that became the predecessor to the current General Assembly. Utaewang he attacked Ilhak on his own, ignoring the regulations of the General Assembly. That is a violation of the General Assembly's rules. It's not something we can just let slide, you must provide a valid reason for it, otherwise Jurang will become the public enemy of the entire General Assembly. Utaewang took out a cigarette and said, funny, since when did you become the one with the decision-making power? So who's coming next? Cha Do-won said, if you continue to act so unilaterally, I will leave this meeting. Blood was still flowing from Sung-min's face. Hey Utaewang. Utaewang looked at Sung-min in surprise. It seems there's something you still don't know. And Sung-min snatched the cigarette from Utaewang's mouth. I told the person here before, if you smoke in front of me I'll kill you. Got it, you son of a bitch? Sung-min slumped into a chair. Sung-min said, this is a place for meetings, a place where people gather, not a place for dogs. These days I see sons of bitches everywhere I go. Utaewang overturned the dining table and said, damn Lee Sung-min, you look pretty cool today. You've got a lot of spirit today, but what do you think you can do just by being here? Sung-min bandaged the wound on his hand and said, it's all thanks to you. After getting my head cracked open like this, my mind has become clearer. Cha Do said, now that Ilhak is here, let's start the discussion. Sung-min said, I will state my opinion. As you all have seen, Ilhak was attacked by Jurang just 5 minutes ago, outside the main gate. Jurang violated the rule of not attacking organizations belonging to the General Assembly. All of Ilhak's assets and business sectors have also been frozen. This is a complete violation of the past agreement between the two sides, therefore as the representative of Ilhak, I demand that all of Jurang's business rights and influential territories be revoked. Do you have anything more to say, Utaewang? Utaewang waved his hand and said, I have no excuses, as you said it was all my doing. Utaewang thought to himself, but I think you're mistaken about something, violation of the General Assembly rules, the rule about not attacking each other. I think you, Ilhak, broke that first. You guys seem pretty close to Taesin, don't you, even giving them gifts. Utaewang held up a photo. You guys are the ones who manipulated Taesin from behind to attack our Jurang's territory. Sung-min thought, how could this be? The materials I gave to Taesin were not about Jurang's business projects. There was absolutely no information about those guys in those materials. The Taesin guys have been on bad terms with our Jurang for a long time, Utaewang sneered. They were always just looking for a chance to ambush us. Now you've given them that chance. As soon as they left the General Assembly, they attacked a small territory managed by Jurang and caused us considerable losses. You, Ilhak, instigated Taesin to attack Jurang. Did I say anything wrong? Let's see what you have to say. Utaewang was inwardly delighted. You won't be able to say a word in the face of my logic. You and Taesin's business project can't be disclosed to the General Assembly. Utaewang tapped his fingers on the desk and continued. Since you can't speak, I'll speak for you. Lee Sung-min, since you as the head of Ilhak violated the General Assembly's agreement, it's best to dissolve this General Assembly, and for each of us to fend for ourselves. After all, we're all gangsters, aren't we? Sung-min recalled what Barry Sue had said. Jurang will definitely target you at the meeting. They know that Ilhak's only support is the General Assembly. But it's okay. This is also an opportunity for you. Sung-min asked, but why do I have to attend that meeting? Barry Sue replied. As I said above, this is your chance to show your strength. Show that guy that day who the boss of Ilhak is. Cha Do shouted in anger. Utaewang, what are you doing in the middle of a meeting? Sung-min sneered. You got your wish, you arrogant son of a bitch. The man with glasses said. Lee Sung-min, you should calm down too. You're in a weak position right now, so you should show some sincerity, Sung-min said. So you're saying you'll side with Lee Sung-min too? Cha Do in glasses said. You are both making a mistake. And she gestured. If you want to have a war, you should first look at yourself. I have a companion with me today too. If you guys come out like that, you'll end up as corpses here today. Sung-min looked outside and thought to himself, is that the assassin Cheonung? I've only heard of him before, but now I finally see him. Utaewang stood up and said, I'm so scared now that Cheonung has made his intentions clear. Utaewang sat on the desk. So what's Ilhak going to do, your side? What can you show me today? Tell me, the investment project with Taesin must have been a sweet bait. Did you plan to eat it all yourself? Sung-min closed his eyes and said, that's none of your business. I didn't plan to eat it all myself either. A group of people entered. Someone called out to Utaewang, are you there? Come out and play for a bit. It's a meeting, but the atmosphere is too tense. What are you all planning to do here? Barry Sue said. Sorry I'm late, excuse me, Utae1 was surprised. Bae Du-kyung, you son of a bitch, didn't you withdraw from the General Assembly? Why are you here, Barry Sue said. Did you forget already? You just said with your own mouth to dissolve the General Assembly and fend for ourselves, so do I have to get someone's permission to come here? Utae1 laughed and said, "All right, this was the reason you agreed to withdraw from the General Assembly, Lee Sung-min. As I said before, you two are quite close," Barry Sue said. "Is it wrong to be close? Lee Sung-min is the man who will become the chairman of Ilhak. Our Taizan agrees to recommend Lee Sung-min as the next chairman of Ilhak. Any objections, Utae1? If you have an opinion, say it. If not, shut your dog-like mouth. Everyone else, listen carefully too." Choi Cheon-ho helped Sung-min up, Barry Sue said. "You will have to choose between making Lee Sung-min the chairman of Ilhak or dissolving this meeting and going back to being insignificant thugs. I hope everyone makes a wise choice so that we can all protect the legacy left by the deceased chairman." Cha-do made a fist, signaling to stop. Barry Sue said to Sung-min, "Let's go." Ilhak chairman Lee Sung-min. Ilhak chairman Lee Sung-min allied with Taizan. Barry Sue asked Sung-min, "Are you okay?" Sung-min replied, "It's a good thing you came in time, brother, otherwise I would have been killed." Barry Sue praised him. "You did very well." Section Chief Kong appeared and said, "I seem to be late. I got a little lost since it's my first time here." Barry Sue was surprised to see Section Chief Kong. Section Chief Kong was surprised to see Barry Sue. "Oh, it's been a while. I finally have a chance to meet you. You're Mr. Bae Du-kyung, right?" Barry Sue's face hardened. Section Chief Kong smiled and said, "We finally meet again. You're Mr. Bae Du-kyung, right?" Bae Du-kyung growled. Section Chief Kong approached. "I didn't expect to see you here." Lee Sung-min's eyes widened in surprise. He just called that person Section Chief Kong, Lee Sung-min thought. Then that bastard is the one responsible for the fall of Ilhak. Their group went down the stairs. And all the events, Lee Sung-min shouted. Bae Du-kyung. At this time Bae Du-kyung was holding a knife in his hand filled with anger. "The distance between me and that bastard is 2.1 meters. Killing him is a piece of cake. Just like he did to us. For the sake of the goal I will not hesitate." He recalled a memory. The image of a man holding a gun with a cruel face. "You brought this upon yourself." Bae Du-kyung clenched his fist tightly. He stood in front of the section chief and Bae Du-kyung's face was frozen cold. "So I can't hesitate." He took out a cigarette pack. Bae Du-kyung put a cigarette in his mouth. "Got a light?" The section chief answered immediately. "Ah yes." Section Chief Kong lit a cigarette for him. The scene at that moment was like two friends. He put away the lighter. "I heard it's been quite noisy since the funeral." President Bae Du-kyung. Bae Du-kyung blew out a puff of cigarette smoke. It has. So has the problem been resolved? I have an idea who the culprit is, but I haven't been able to confirm it yet." He turned and stepped closer to the section chief saying, "But seeing you here, Section Chief, I'm now certain who the culprit is." Section Chief Kong asked, "So what are you going to do from now on? If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate to kill that bastard right away." "This matter won't end with just one person's death," Bae Du-kyung replied. The section chief said nothing. Bae Du-kyung, still holding the knife, threw his cigarette and walked past Section Chief Kong. He said, "Anyway, I'll see you next time, Section Chief. When we meet again, I'll tell you what I'm planning to do." Section Chief Kong looked at the president's back. He opened his mouth. "Yes, see you next time. I also have a lot of questions to ask about your younger brother. Even after meeting you today, I'm still not completely sure, but I have a strange feeling." Bae Du-kyung stopped and listened. Then he waved his hand. "I'll do as you please." Lee Sung-min and the person next to him also followed. The section chief watched their backs and they continued to walk. Lee Sung-min called out, "President." Bae Du-kyung cut him off. "Just go, let's go." Anger rose in his heart and his two hands trembled. "Hong Ji-yu, Loan Office of ITG." The number shouted 244G. Hong Ji-yu chairman. Lee Hong Ji-yu was enraged. "Hey, where did the other 46 go?" The bald man answered. "That's the fruit store lady." Lee Hong Ji-yu asked irritably, "What about that lady?" "That lady is fine, but her daughter is scary. She's huge. She told me to take this and come back tomorrow." "That's what she said. It was quite scary." "I got an apple instead. It's pretty sweet." The chairman couldn't help it. "Just shut your mouth," he frowned. "My God, how did Hook fall this far? If only the Taizan syndicate hadn't brought in that Russian guy and that blonde playboy." That guy had threatened the chairman. "Boss, you should retire and live quietly." "Got it, just you wait, I'll be back." Just then a person entered. What? I think I just saw a snake." "Boss, it's been a long time. Do you remember me?" The bald man was confused. What are you talking about?" This chairman was trembling with anger. The bald man approached and threatened, "This little shorty, what are you doing now?" The blonde man opened his mouth at this time. "What, shorty?" Lee Hong Ji-yu was frozen, unable to speak. Wait a minute, hey, don't do that." "Shorty, who's calling me shorty?" Lee Hong Ji-yu was still trembling on this side. "I'm not a shorty, got it, got it?" He seemed to have already been beaten up once. A water cup was placed. "So you want me to tell you everything I know about Jurang?" The blonde man replied. For example, information like the location of their businesses." Lee Hong Ji-yu said, "You guys already know the addresses of their businesses, right? You went and smashed them all." "I thought so too, but it seems not. There's something I'm looking for, but I haven't found it yet." He said it as if it were a matter of course. Lee Hong Ji-yu asked urgently, "What are you looking for?" Said, "A person. A place where 5 people can be hidden." Lee Hong Ji-yu thought to himself, could the rumors be true that Jurang brought down Ilhak and kidnapped Gudo? The factions have been disbanded and the Taizan syndicate has allied with Ilhak, so the rumors must all be true. The blonde man, seeing that he had been silent for a long time, said, "What's with that look? So do you know or not?" Lee Hong Ji-yu answered, "I know, I was just lost in thought for a moment." He stood up. I can think of 2 places right now. As for Jurang, I know their businesses and security well. I bribed people here and there to keep my place in Jurang. As Lee Hung-jiu pointed to the details on the map, the blonde man asked, "Oh, so you were just a small fry too?" Lee Hung-jiu immediately said, "My position is much higher than a small fry, my friend. Anyway, if you agree to one condition, I'll tell you everything I know." The blonde man grew impatient. What's the condition? Spit it out," Lee Hung-jiu pleaded. "Let me join the Taisen Syndicate." The blonde man was surprised. "What, weren't you part of Jurang?" Lee Hung-jiu asked. "Did it ever occur to you that I might want to change jobs?" But in reality his inner thoughts were different. Well, who knows? The Taisen Syndicate might win, and if the outcome is good I could profit greatly. The blonde man put down his water cup. "Alright, it's a deal." He left. "Boss, let's get going." Lee Hung-jiu was puzzled. "Go where? Where do I have to go to?" he said with a smile. "Hey, what's the matter? Didn't you say you wanted to join the Taisen Syndicate? Then you have to come with us." Lee Hung-jiu was still in a daze. He was the former manager of Hook Finance under Jurang and was now a temporary member of the Taisen Syndicate. As night fell, a vast area was covered in dust. A factory door opened. In the dim light, a bald man in black clothes was tied up here. The place was truly desolate. The person who entered was Tae Wang. He asked, "Having fun in here?" When the man didn't answer, he shouted, "Hey, don't be so silent. It's no fun when the hostage is so stiff. You must be lonely now that I've separated you old folks. Should I have locked you up in pairs?" He sat in the chair opposite him. "I came to tell you an interesting story today. Listen carefully. The Taisen Syndicate is now under Ilhak. What, are they trying to continue Lee Sung-hak's legacy or something? They plan to make the young master Sung-min the leader. That's why those guys are desperately looking for you right now." The man who was tied up smiled. He continued, "Anyway, congratulations. The young master has become the leader. You've raised him well." The man in black clothes spoke up. "Then Jurang will have to face both Taisen and Ilhak. Did you come here to whine that you're so scared you're about to piss your pants? That's just like you." Tae Wang laughed loudly. "Haha, what bullshit is this? We are Jurang. Do you think one injured Gudo member and the Taisen Syndicate can stand against us? Oh, you mean Taisen's immovable Yaksha and Ilhak's Choi Chian-ho, even if those bastards join forces?" He stood up. Tae Wang pressed his head against the man's and said, "There's always a purpose for working together. Do you know what I mean?" The bald man in black clothes turned his face away sharply. "Your purpose? Don't make me laugh. I don't know what your purpose is, but on Taisen's side in the Taisen Syndicate there is Bae Du-kyung." He swung his knife. "Hey, let me ask you one thing. Who taught you to use a knife like that?" Bae Du-kyung threatened his opponent. He alone struck fear into countless people. "Damn it, did I overdo it?" He took another knife in his hand and carved a letter. "Now let's go again." The Gudo rescue mission began. A high-rise apartment. A well-built man welcomed a young woman pulling her travel bag. "Secretary, I'll take your luggage. The president is waiting in the meeting room," the woman said. "I've grasped the general situation on my way here. Gudo will be in one of 2 places." The two conversed as they moved. "You're as diligent as ever. You flatter me. I'm just doing the job entrusted to me," he asked. "Is there any progress?" She turned her head. "As you said, Chief, without Bae Du-kyung there is no Taisen Syndicate. As the secretary of the Taisen Syndicate, I'm just fulfilling my duty, and so should you, Chief." She thought, if it's him, if he knows what he has to do, he'll find a way to get it done. She entered the room and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I will summarize the situation. A motel in Itaewon and an abandoned warehouse in Yeonwi-dong. These 2 locations." She changed her clothes and announced, "These are the possible places where Jurang could be hiding Gudo. Since we don't have superiority in numbers, we can't go to both places, so we must concentrate our manpower on one. Also, we need to leave some personnel behind to protect the headquarters in case of an attack." Bae Du-kyung listened intently. "The area around the Itaewon motel is sparsely populated, so the risk of being spotted by the enemy is very high," the secretary suggested. "Therefore it would be logical, instead of targeting the motel, we should attack the abandoned warehouse. No, we're not sending our forces there. If they catch on to us and mobilize their troops, we'll be at a great disadvantage." Bae Du-kyung offered his perspective. The man across from him looked at him. He agreed. "Yes, I agree. It's too risky to be swayed by emotions. Zion and I am Jong Cheon. I'll send the 2 of them to the abandoned warehouse. They're both infiltration experts, so they should be able to scout the area without being detected by Jurang." "What about the other place?" the woman asked as she listened to the presentation. The scene changes to the Itaewon motel. "Excuse me for a moment." Bae Du-kyung was there. The person there asked, "Yes, would you like to book a room?" Bae Du-kyung replied, Yes. I'm actually looking for someone," the manager there said. "Just a moment. I understand you have your reasons, but I can't disclose customer information. Especially not to someone like you, Mr. Bae Du-kyung. Please take a look at this." He held out his hand. Now you heard me." Bae Du-kyung stabbed his hand with a knife, startling him. "Still not going to work?" A scream echoed. "I'll ask one thing. The situation has now been reversed. Gudo, are they here? I'll handle this alone." As Bae Du-kyung pulled out the knife, blood splattered. Forget it. I don't even need to ask you. I'll ask you guys." Bae Du-kyung went inside but was blocked by numerous people. A bloodied man was lying on the floor. He wiped his knife. He thought, "These guys are Section Chief Kang's men." It seems I came to the right place, but I haven't fully recovered from the last fight yet. Is it necessary for me to follow? Mr. Choi Chian-ho. Choi Chian-ho answered. This is for Gudo, isn't it? Of course I have to come along. He was Choi Chian-ho of Ilhik capital, the second sword of Gudo. Bae Du-kyung said calmly, don't overexert yourself. He thought, Bae Du-kyung, I still don't know your true colors. Bae Du-kyung said, turning his head, if you get hurt the chairman will be angry. The two walked up the stairs together. May I ask you something, President Bae Du-kyung? Bae Du-kyung asked back, all of a sudden you must be quite bored, he asked. I'm just curious why the Taisen Syndicate appointed our young master as chairman. Bae Du-kyung answered immediately, isn't it obvious? To preserve Ilhak's tradition. Choi Chian-ho didn't seem to want that answer. He said, I didn't ask to hear such cliches. The government has started to interfere in our business. The General Assembly was disbanded and a war is imminent. All of this happened in just 3 months. Bae Du-kyung couldn't understand. So what are you trying to say? In conclusion, Choi Chian-ho said, President Bae Du-kyung, I believe you are connected to all these incidents, and what I'm curious about is your true motive for cooperating with us, the Taisen Syndicate. Bae Du-kyung looked at him. Do you really want to know the reason? Choi Chian-ho was certain. Yes, I do. Didn't we promise to fight together? At that moment by the stairs, there at the bottom of the stairs, 2 men shouted as they ran up. Stop right there, you son of a bitch. Bae Du-kyung was still very calm. How noisy. Adults are talking. If you have something to say, come down here and say it. He grabbed the man's leg as Bae Du-kyung pulled decisively. The men stumbled and fell. Bae Du-kyung said, Mr. Choi Chian-ho. The man above was still swearing, you son of a bitch. Bae Du-kyung grabbed the arms of a few weapon-wielding men. He said, let's finish our conversation later. And then Bae Du-kyung flipped him over and threw him down. Choi Chian-ho threw a punch and the man died instantly. Bae Du-kyung attacked the man next to him. Choi Chian-ho observed and thought, the enemy is attacking from above. Usually the one attacking from a higher position has the advantage. They're charging down in a mob, these damn bastards, but on the other hand their attacks are easier to read. Bae Du-kyung took them down one by one. He could fight them all alone. Choi Chian-ho also grabbed one. He thought, it's easy to lose your balance on terrain like these stairs. He grabbed the man's head. Bae Du-kyung smiled and looked at Choi Chian-ho. We work quite well together. Bae Du-kyung continued to attack the opponents above. His spin was very fluid. The man slammed his own head on the stairs. He raised his knife, preparing for the final blow. The mob below looked at him. Bae Du-kyung asked, is this all you've got? Disappointing. I heard Jurang had professionals. But you're all losing to a single, ordinary gangster like me. You're making me look like a professional. As Bae Du-kyung came down, Choi Chian-ho approached them. The scene changes to the abandoned warehouse in Jongsan. A few people were talking there. So we have to search this whole place too with just 3 people. I didn't know I had to come along. I don't even have a say. What are you talking about? The one-eyed rat laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Let's keep going. The boy with bread in his mouth asked blankly. Who is this, mister? I told you there could be 2 places. I believe they're hidden here. You should have told me from the start. This is where Jurang locked up the hostages. By the way, I thought so because I saw a few new people heading towards the hotel. New people? Yeah, they weren't gangsters like me. I heard some of them had guns. The blonde man was surprised. What? On Bae Du-kyung's side a man shouted. They were still fighting fiercely. Bae Du-kyung, that guy is a monster. He's on a different level from us. Choi Chian-ho watched him. I heard he was strong, but I didn't know he was this strong. Everyone was destroyed by that one person. One of them tried to run. Die. A foot came forward and kicked the man's body right in front of a stunned Bae Du-kyung and Choi Chian-ho. He was Lee Gyu-jang of Ilhik capital, the 9th sword. He shouted, Brother Choi Chian-ho. He asked, what's going on? He said. They escaped while taking advantage of the chaos. The other brothers are in danger. He rushed over here. Bae Du-kyung raised his hand. He followed. Wait, Lee Gyu-jang shouted, they're right here. Quickly. Then what does this mean? Bae Du-kyung asked, standing next to this wall. Lee Gyu-jang was holding a gun in his hand. Bae Du-kyung seemed to have already expected it. He took out his knife. Then what does this mean? Bae Du-kyung asked, standing next to this wall. Lee Gyu-jang was holding a gun in his hand. Bae Du-kyung seemed to have already expected it. Lee Gyu-jang raised the gun. He gritted his teeth. Have you ever used a gun? Lee Gyu-jang answered. I used one a few times when I was in the military. The person he was talking to was Section Chief Kong. It'll be quite different from when you were in the army. It's not that different. In the end, this is just a gun. Lee Gyu-jang replied as he practiced. And after aiming at the target, you just have to pull the trigger, right? I have a few things to ask Section Chief Kong. In exchange for my betraying Ilhak, didn't you say you'd spare my comrades' lives? We haven't killed them yet. They're still alive, Section Chief Kong answered. A noble cause. Think of it as doing this for a noble cause. After all, that's the truth. Lee Gyu-jang was extremely hesitant. But why are you giving me this opportunity? Section Chief Kong answered. An opportunity? No, I'm not giving you an opportunity. He threw his cigarette. You guys are mocking us. Your Ilhek and Gudo are just a bunch of incompetents. An era of glory, the legitimacy of Ilhek, don't make me laugh. Ilhek is just a mob of failures who have crossed the line. What I'm trying to say is you shouldn't trust Ilhek too much. Lee Gyu-jang was indignant. Then are you saying that we, the swords of Ilhek, should side with the wolves? He stood up in anger and pointed the gun at Section Chief Kong. Section Chief Kong bowed his head and said with a smile, Wolves, are you talking about Jurang? No, I'm saying I'll invest in you. You said you guys are the ones who support Ilhek. That means Lee Sung-hak and Lee Sung-min are bastards who don't deserve power. So you don't need swords or wolves, he approached and said. People like you should be in that position. What's more important is you. Can you shoot a person? Section Chief Kong moved in close and asked. You aim from the closest possible distance as accurately as possible, and you just have to pull the trigger. Easy, isn't it? Li Jiang asked. Are you in league with Jurang? Section Chief Kong answered. We're more like their trainers than their allies. That's why I need you. Without a leash to control them, those bastards will think the whole world is theirs. Back to the present. Bei Duqiang took out his knife. A hand grabbed his shoulder. Choi Qianho stopped him. Li Jiang said, I'm sorry. Mr. Bei Duqiang, we had no other choice. Choi Qianho shouted. Jiang, it's me Qianho. Explain yourself, Jiang. Li Jiang said in a very firm voice, Brother Qianho, this is all for our sake, talk, Li Jiang said. He stuck his face out. Li Jiang shouted, don't come any closer, this is all for us and for Gudo, we have to accept that. Choi Qianho asked, what do you mean, accept what? Li Jiang answered, I've spoken with Section Chief Kong. He promised to guarantee business rights for all of us. Choi Qianho was horrified by those words. Are you saying we can all be our own bosses now? Li Jiang said, firmly believing in Section Chief Kong. Choi Qianho shouted, get a grip, Li Jiang. What did I do wrong? This is the Ilhek that you built with your blood and sweat, brother. So why should that bastard get to take everything after the chairman passed away? You should have been the one to inherit the organization. All this misfortune we've been through is because of that bastard. Choi Qianho threw a punch in anger. Stop it, Choi Qianho said. Just because of that, he smashed his head against a wall and you dare betray Ilhek? Li Jiang slowly lowered his hand. Brother Choi Qianho, Choi Qianho shouted. Don't call me brother, you are no longer my family. Li Jiang, I will take you down in the name of Ilhek. His fist trembled. He shed tears over the betrayal of the one closest to him. Li Jiang yelled, don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll have no choice but to shoot. No, you shouldn't be saying that to me but to that bastard over there. At that moment, Bei Duqiang seized the opportunity to enter through the back door. He kicked the door open and rushed toward Li Jiang. Bei Duqiang grabbed Li Jiang's hand which was holding the gun and brought it down to the ground. The gun fell from Li Jiang's hand. Bei Duqiang tripped Li Jiang, sending him to the ground. Li Jiang's head hit the floor. Bei Duqiang grabbed Li Jiang by the collar. So you're a traitor too. Choi Qianho immediately ran over. President Bei, please wait a moment. Bei Duqiang stood up, smiled and asked, I can't kill this guy. The scene changes to the Manhwa abandoned warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Li Sonmong, the sixth sword and a pillar of Ilhak's Gudo, was also tied up. He woke up. What, is it time to eat? I was starving. Someone opened the door slightly and said, food, I don't have any. Sorry, it was the man in purple from Bei Duqiang's team. He came inside. Li Sonmong was flustered. Who are you? He split the choco pie he had and offered half. Will this be enough? The bigger piece is mine. Li Sonmong asked, hey kid, how did you get in? What about the guards? I took care of all the guards outside. More importantly, where the hell are you from? He answered. I'm from the north. Then he hesitated and corrected himself. I'm from the Taisen Syndicate. Li Sonmong was surprised. Has Taisen made a move? Did the young master send you? What about the others? Are the others okay? The boy in purple untied his ropes and said, hey, please stay still. Don't worry, I sent people to rescue your comrades. I took care of all the other guys, they should be around here, the blonde man said. Bingo, found him. Been waiting long? Are you okay? The person tied up was Kong Du-yi, the eighth sword and a pillar of Ilhak's Gudo. The blonde man knelt down and looked at him. You look truly pathetic. Hey mister, do you remember me? It'd be a shame if you didn't. I still remember getting hit by you. You know, wake up. Zion slapped his cheek. Are you okay? Kong Du-yi only groaned a few times. What? There was a weapon hidden behind his back. He lifted his head with a chilling face. Peekaboo. He rushed at the blonde man, but Zion dodged. Kong Du-yi missed. The blonde man said, what a pain. Kong Du-yi asked, how did you dodge that? Zion answered, even sitting in a chair, you're much smaller than I remember. That's not a good answer. Kong Du-yi took off his mask. Kong Du-yi finally revealed his bare face. Not even Park Yoon could have dodged that blow. The blonde man was surprised. What did you say? Kong Du-yi asked. How do you know Park Yoon? Both men held weapons in their hands. A moment later they rushed at each other. The blonde man asked, so you're the one who killed him? Kong Du-yi admitted. Ah yes, I did. I killed Park Yoon. He smiled sinisterly. Dongsanwoo abandoned warehouse. Li Hung-ji-yu walked toward the warehouse. He walked with confidence. This is the moment to prove my worth after being abandoned by Jurang. Kong Man okay, a former director of Jurang said. This is Jurang's property. If you're not one of us, turn back. Li Hung-ji-yu ordered. Move. Kong Man okay was bewildered. What? Li Hung-ji-yu shouted. I am Li Hung-ji-yu, the director of Hook Finance. As Li Hung-ji-yu rushed in, Kong Man okay also raised his fist. He threw a punch and yelled, I'm from Jurang too. Li Hung-ji-yu held up something that looked like a round button and Kong Man okay froze. Li Hung-ji-yu went inside. Hello, he asked. Still alive? Fourth sword Doko Yang-ju looked up. I am Li Hung-ji-yu, the director of Hook Finance. I was sent by Taisen to rescue you. Suddenly a wire came flying. Kong Du-yi stood in front. Where the hell did you pop out from? How do you know Park Yoon? You don't seem like a gangster. The blonde man put on his hat. He pulled up his clothes. Are you a professional? You'd better watch your mouth. Instead of answering, the blonde man rushed in, attacking. Kong Du-yi dodged and thought to himself, wow, he's aiming for my neck without hesitation. He's fast and precise. Kong Du-yi continued to dodge the attacks. Your torso is wide open, just as I thought. You don't match up to Barry Sue. A knife grazed Kong Du-yi's body. He planted his hands on the ground, launched himself into the air and threw a knife. Is he trying to hide a killing blow by intentionally showing an opening? The blonde man asked. Wow. Did you dodge that? You're a professional, aren't you? He chuckled. Interesting, Kang Du-yi said. You'd better not die like Barry Sue. Bae Du-kyung was standing next to a car on the roadside. Bae Du-kyung was smoking a cigarette. Choi Cheon-ho and Lee Gyu-jang were sitting in the car. Choi Cheon-ho asked, "Where are the other Gudo brothers being held?" Lee Gyu-jang answered. "At Jarang's abandoned warehouse. They should all be there. There's no reason for them to harm the brothers, but you don't need to go rescue them, brother." Choi Cheon-ho turned and asked why not. "Everyone is safe. They just want to hold them as hostages." Lee Gyu-jang clenched his fist. "We can't fight the Jarang bastards right now. Times are changing. In this situation we have to hand over the young master and Taisen to Jarang. That's the only way for us Gudo to survive." Before he could finish his words, Choi Cheon-ho's fist flew. Choi Cheon-ho was enraged. He hit Lee Gyu-jang without hesitation. He grabbed Lee Gyu-jang by the collar. Choi Cheon-ho shouted, "Keep talking, I'll tear you to shreds." Lee Gyu-jang said, "Brother, Ilhak is no more." The car seemed to be shaking on the road, even though it wasn't moving. "Why are you always like this, brother? Gudo is not what it used to be." Choi Cheon-ho trembled with rage. "That's where you're wrong." He let go of Lee Gyu-jang. The car window shattered. It was because of Choi Cheon-ho's fist. "Our Gudo brothers. The reason we fight is not to win but to protect the things we love." Lee Gyu-jang grabbed Choi Cheon-ho's hand. "But senior, how can we protect anything with such weak fists?" He shed tears. Bae Du-kyung opened the car door. As he sat in the driver's seat, Choi Cheon-ho said, "President Bae." Bae Du-kyung suddenly slammed on the brakes. Choi Cheon-ho asked, "What's wrong?" Bae Du-kyung answered, "Something is coming from the south. I have to go to the warehouse." Meanwhile, Kang Du-yi was fighting his opponent. He asked, "Hey, are you still planning to mess around? It's time to get serious." "Got it." The two weapons clashed. As Kang Du-yi swung his knife, Zion immediately countered. Kang Du-yi observed the wind-like swift movements. As Kang Du-yi turned, Zion followed. Zion stood behind Kang Du-yi. Kang Du-yi was surprised. "What, did he read my movements? He knew what I was going to do. He's moving the same way." Zion asked, "Oh ho, a wire, so there are people who really use these?" Kang Du-yi watched Zion's every move. "He even knows about the wire connected to my spare weapon, just as I thought. That bastard is like me." Kang Du-yi threw the wire. "Who the hell are you?" Zion rushed in. One threw a wire, the other held a knife. Zion thought to himself, "If you're a guy like that, then I can read your every move too. I know them so well it's sickening." The two men passed each other. Zion caught the blade in his hand. Blood spurted from Kang Du-yi at Zion's blow. Kang Du-yi gritted his teeth and then smiled. The knife grazed past. Zion charged straight ahead. Kang Du-yi caught the blade with his bare hands. Zion let go of the weapon, hooking one finger through the ring on the handle. Zion's eyes widened. Kang Du-yi smiled. "Ha!" Kang Du-yi rushed in again. Still inside the abandoned warehouse, the scene changes to another room. Lee Son-mong said, "Quiet. I think someone's coming." Doko Yangju glanced over. Lee Son-mong turned and said, "Look at this." It was the seventh sword of Ilhek Gudo, Wang Pa. Doko Yangju approached and said, "Get a grip." Doko Yangju shook Wang Pa. Doko Yangju yelled in anger, "Wake up, Wang Pa." Wang Pa only groaned. Doko Yangju and Lee Son-mong were dumbfounded. It turned out he was asleep. Doko Yangju said, "Now we have to be quiet because of this guy?" Lee Son-mong answered, "Yes, why don't you wake him up, brother?" Doko Yangju slapped Wang Pa cheek. He woke up. "Huh?" Doko Yangju said. "Wake up, Wang Pa. How can you sleep in a situation like this? We just have to wait for them to rescue Du-yi." The one-eyed rat shouted. "Brothers, over here. The situation doesn't look good." The one-eyed rat came in, carrying Du-yi on his back. His breath was ragged. Du-yi grimaced. Lee Son-mong supported Du-yi. The boy in purple standing by the door said, "I've contacted the commander. Now let's find a way out of here." Car headlights turned on. He was blinded. "Huh, where do you think you're going, you bastards?" Lee Hung-ji-yu appeared. "You must be very surprised to see me." "Over here." Kang Du-yi laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, nice. You're making this interesting for me." Zion looked at Kang Du-yi's bloody hands. 5 years ago in a house, one guy was murdered. Zion was killing another one. A scream echoed. "You son of a bitch." Zion immediately slashed his hand with a knife. He screamed in pain. "Arg!" Zion continued to rush in, stabbing him once more in the neck. Terror filled his eyes and his two hands trembled. Zion had taken care of them all. He stood tall. "You could have just said it nicely." A voice made him turn. Why did you have to be so rough?" The man in white sitting below said, "Who sent you?" "North Korea, South Korea." He was a man who brokered arms deals and illegal immigration. A double agent who worked for both the North and the South. Yang Zhongba. Yang Zhongba took a gun out of a drawer. "Tell me, whichever side you're on, I can satisfy you." He smiled and raised the gun. "Here." A single wire flew out. Zion quickly grabbed his arm with the wire and tore it off. Yang Zhongba screamed, "Ah, my arm, you son of a bitch." Zion opened his mouth. "A double agent, this is a warning for you. Do your job properly. Don't cross the line. Got it? Now that you've lost an arm, you must have learned something." He was a member of the HID Special Forces, part of a top-secret mission team, one Zion 11th mission. After finishing his work, he left the house. "What happened to that guy?" A voice came from over the phone. Zion answered, "I just cut off one arm. He's still fine. He's not dead yet." Zion answered, "No, did I have to kill him?" The person on the phone said, "Kid, focus on the mission. That man is Section Chief Kong." "The mission was a warning, not an order to kill, wasn't it?" Section Chief Kong answered. "Ah, that's just on paper. When you do a job, you have to finish it." "Understood." Zion pushed his hat down. Section Chief Kong called out, "Hey kid, I know your personality, but this is a mission you have to do. As the head of the Ghost unit, you shouldn't work so irresponsibly. The existence of Ghost is a secret that even high-ranking officials don't know, but as the captain, you know your responsibilities, right?" Zion understood. "Yes, I understand." "Good. Then you'll carry out the mission properly next time, right?" Zion obediently answered. Yes, back to the present, Zion asked. Looks like you're having fun. Kong Du-yi smiled cruelly. What about it? Zion jumped up. As his knife grazed him, blood spurted out. Kong Du-yi watched as Zion, holding another knife, charged straight at his opponent. The knife stuck in the ground. Kong Du-yi quickly dodged. Zion swung his knife again. Kong Du-yi swiftly dodged and kicked up. His face was covered in blood. Zion grabbed his leg. Kong Du-yi's eyes widened. He slashed Zion's leg twice and jumped into the air. Kong Du-yi thought, if I had been a moment later, this foot would have been gone. Where the hell did this bastard come from with skills like these? A variable has appeared on this side. Come immediately. A signal came through his earpiece. Damn it, what's happening over there? Do I have to go now? Zion thought this, then opened his mouth. That's enough for today. You're lucky. See you next time, you bastard. Kong Du-yi was enraged. He staggered. It's not over yet. Blood flowed from his leg. Stop right there, you bastard. Stop. Yu Wang said. I heard you bastards were causing a ruckus here and rushed over, but what is this, some kid, and who's that guy behind him? The one-eyed man asked in surprise. What, you don't know me? You really don't recognize me? Yu Wang said. The games end here. Now that I'm here, none of you should even think of running away. His subordinates also got out of their cars. The boy in purple clothes was holding a knife in his hand. Quick footsteps moved past the cars and a wire wrapped around someone. Yu Wang didn't know what was happening. What? You? Zion had suddenly appeared behind him. He said, you talk too much. As the wire wrapped around Yu Wang, he resisted. The wire tightened around his neck. Zion pulled the wire, lifting him up. Why are these idiots always so talkative? That habit will get them killed, Zion warned as he pulled the wire again, lifting him up. Zion asked, Can't run your mouth now, can you? Keep talking and you'll only bring disaster upon yourself. Yu Wang shouted, You bastard, how dare you? Zion said, Meeting me today was your bad luck. It's like putting a leash on a dog. Yu Wang raised his hand to resist. Damn it. Zion was faster. Where do you think you're going? He kicked Yu Wang's knee. Zion pulled the wire tighter. Looks like you're still full of energy, his subordinates approached. You son of a bitch, Zion warned. Come any closer. Should I tighten the wire a bit more? The wire nearly dug into Yu Wang's neck, about to break the skin. Look at that guy. Check if everyone is okay and get them out of here quickly, the one-eyed man thought. This is beyond imagination. Yu Wang of Jurang taken down so easily. Where did Taisen find a monster like that? Zion warned. If you want to live, tell your subordinates to get lost. Then I'll spare your life. Just then, Section Chief Kong came in from behind. With his quick reflexes, Zion immediately noticed the punch and dodged it. Section Chief Kong said, Do you think you can get out of here like this? Zion stepped back. He was extremely surprised. Section Chief Kong reached behind Zion. It was a simple and obvious move. He punched Zion in the stomach. Zion knelt groaning. Section Chief Kong smiled and said, That's where you were injured before, right? I knew it as soon as I saw it. Surprising, Zion. To think you're still alive. My prediction that you were alive wasn't wrong. Is the head of Taisen Berry Sue? He threatened Zion by stabbing a knife into his hand. Section Chief Kong looked at everyone and said, Nobody come any closer. If you've seized the heart, you have to use it properly. You can't just threaten and let them go. I guess I'll have to show you a bit of my skill. Yu Wang, now free, clutched his neck. Damn it. Section Chief Kong looked at Zion and said, Hey kid, I taught you a few things. To be safe, you have to finish your opponent completely, leaving them no chance to counterattack. I'll kill this guy and end this quickly. Yu Wang lost his composure, rushed in and punched Zion. Yu Wang grabbed Zion by the collar. You were so high and mighty before, what's with you now, you bastard? Go on, bark some more, Section Chief Kong sneered. Tisk, you were barking earlier. Have you gone mute now? Zion continued to get hit by him. Yu Wang said, Get up and come at me again. Zion grabbed his body and slammed him to the ground. Zion threw him to the ground. Yu Wang didn't expect it. Zion grabbed his neck with his hand. Zion held the knife close. This son of a bitch, I'll have to teach you some manners. Zion's knife flashed. Zion asked, How was that? Was it a decent performance? Yu Wang was enraged. My eye, you son of a bitch. The tables had turned. I won't go easy on you anymore, Section Chief Kong answered. Do as you please. I don't care if that idiot dies or not. He turned back and said, You idiots over there, hurry up and get Gudo. The subordinates stood still. Zion said contemptuously, Can you even give them orders? Looks like our section chief has no authority here. He was quite surprised. Did you think gangsters would follow orders like soldiers? You're dreaming too big. Someone who tries to seize power by oppressing others will never be respected. Only someone with loyalty who has earned the trust of his subordinates is recognized as a true leader. Zion said, If you've entered the underworld, you must follow its laws. Section Chief, you're still inexperienced. Section Chief Kong was a bit annoyed. I see, the laws of these idiots. I didn't expect this. If that idiot Yu Wang dies today, it'll be because he's an idiot. But I have to keep him alive. He's still useful. Damn it, it's annoying that his subordinates won't listen to me. Zion, let that bastard go. I'll admit you've won today, he said to Yu Wang. Yu Wang heard it at the same time. Let's talk in a bit. Zion answered, I'll let this bastard go after we get out of here safely. None of you subordinates should think of following us. Section Chief Kong turned and walked away. Yu Wang said, You're lucky, you son of a bitch. Zion replied, Running your mouth again? Still haven't learned your lesson? See you next time, you idiot. He lowered his knife. Yu Wang swung his arms, flustered. Where did they go, those bastards? Those Taisen bastards. I won't let them get away. I'll kill them all. Footsteps approached. Hey Yu Wang, Section Chief Kong, we need to talk. Yu Wang turned his head and smiled. Good timing, I had something to talk to you about too. Section Chief Kong was also holding a weapon in his hand. A car pulled up and Choi Chian-ho got out. He approached them. Is everyone okay? How's Du-yi? Bae Du-kyung answered. He doesn't look okay. Choi Chian-ho supported Du-yi. Let's get to the hospital quickly. Zion smiled and waved. The car sped down the road. Lee Gu-jang was sitting next to Du-yi in the car. He said, Du-yi, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Du-yi cut him off. It's fine, it was because I was stupid. Everyone's okay, right? We have to apologize to the young master. It doesn't matter what happens to us. As long as the young master is safe. Lee Gu-jang's eyes welled with tears. It's all my fault. Il-huk has become like this. How can I face him again? Du-yi comforted him. Don't think too much about it. You know you were wrong. If anything happens, I'll speak up for you. Lee Gu-jang said, when we go see the young master, will you go with me? Du-yi looked out the car window. Seeing Du-yi like that, Lee Gu-jang lowered his head and cried again. He continued to cry. Lee Gu-jang said, Du-yi, I will go with you. A cigarette was lit. President Yu Tae-won, looks like you want to get hit. Section Chief Kong grabbed Yu Tae-won's hair. Just looking at your face pisses me off. You know that? It seemed he had just been hit by the section chief. Back at the office, you stupid son of a bitch. Why did you do that? Why? Tell me. Why did you betray your brothers in Il-huk? Your brothers almost died because of you, do you know that? Bae Du-kyung sat to one side listening. This guy is a real idiot. Lee Gu-jang was hit with a painful, powerful punch. How dare you still show your face here? What did you come here for? Why did you do such a stupid thing? Wang Pa continued to curse. That's enough, stop it, Wang Pa. Wang Pa shook off Choi Chian-ho's hand. Brother Chian-ho, I can't just stand by. This bastard needs to be taught a lesson. Choi Chian-ho shouted. I told you to stop. We knew about this too. Whether he lives or dies is for the young master to decide. Wang Pa said, Brother, how could the young master dirty his hands with a filthy guy like this? I'll take care of this. The young master was still quiet. We at Taizan have no opinion on this matter. This is an internal Il-huk affair, so handle it yourselves. However, Taizan also went through a lot because of this incident. A matter like betraying one's brothers must be handled properly. Bae Du-kyung stood before the young master and took out his knife. You must decide whether to handle this lightly or severely. Resolve it decisively so that something similar doesn't happen again. Bae Du-kyung placed the knife in the young master's hand. And you guys, calm down and be quiet. There's something more important. Beating or killing that guy won't solve the problem. Bae Du-kyung patted Wang Pa's shoulder and left. What's important is making that guy and others realize their mistake. Choi Chian-ho looked at Wang Pa. The decision? The young master looked at the inscription on the knife. It's probably because of me. Leader with no talent disappointed him, causing him to misbehave and commit betrayal. Choi Chian-ho asked, Young master, why do you say that? The young master said. So in my opinion, he shouldn't receive any punishment. For all of this I will forgive him. Lee Gu-jang, the young master patted his head. The reason I'm forgiving you this time is not because I am generous or merciful. It's because I realized my own weakness. It wasn't you who killed Dee, it was my weakness. The young master approached. In the end, this verdict is not mine. This is Il-huk's verdict. I hope none of us commits a similar act in the future. As everyone watched, the young master stood before Lee Gu-jang holding the knife. He walked past Lee Gu-jang, who stood there blankly. He turned his head. Why are you sparing me, young master? I committed all the sins. Why are you trying to shoulder all the blame? Du-yi died because of me. This incident has made me come to my senses. For the future of Il-huk, for us, I will learn more and strive to do better. I will return Il-huk to its glory days. This is the goal I must strive for. On this rough path I don't want a useless blade. The young master answered him. So do not block my path. It would be better for you to disappear and never show your face again. Everyone walked past Lee Gu-jang. From this day on you are no longer a member of Gudo. I don't want to see a traitor like you on this path. They went outside together. The young master stopped, pathetic. To just spout useless words and be able to do nothing. I feel like I haven't done anything for Il-huk yet. Choi Chian-ho said. No, young master, you did very well. From now on Il-huk's affairs will rely heavily on you. You are the leader of Il-huk. The young master turned his head. Me, the leader of Il-huk? Choi Chian-ho answered. From now on all of Il-huk's affairs, every action in meetings, every move will all be decided by you, young master. You must be strong and decisive. All of your wise actions will help restore Il-huk's prestige. As night deepened, Bae Du-kyung was on the rooftop smoking a cigarette and looking down at the city. Use this. Someone offered a lighter. Ah, thank you. The person who offered the lighter was Su-ah. Bae Du-kyung reached out and took it. I can't remember where I put my lighter, but miss, why do you carry something like this? Do you smoke? Su-ah looked into the distance. That's the lighter Mr. Barry Su used to use. Barry Su, Bae Du-kyung said. Did you just call me Barry Su? It's been a long time since I've heard my real name. These days everyone calls me Bae Du-kyung, so I almost forgot my real name. I got so immersed, so deep into this, that I can't get out. The thought of avenging my brother has taken over my mind, making me numb. I can't even act like my true self anymore. From my speech to my actions, I had to imitate everything to look like my brother Bae Du-kyung. When making any decision, I had to worry about this and that, wondering what would be the right and best thing to do. Because of things like that, even for simple things like drinking and smoking, I had to use these things. I don't know if my brother would approve or scold me if he saw me now, Su-ah answered. I think your brother would be happy. Doing everything for your brother, but he would probably say something like this. We're twins, how can we be so different? I think that's what he would say. Barry Sue was holding the cigarette. Is that so? Suah stared at him. Barry Sue asked, would Bae Dukyung have said that? Suah stammered, President Bae, you were here, President Bae? A voice was heard, and the two turned their heads. Choi Cheon-ho and the young master came up. Barry Sue asked, Chairman Lee, you're here. Has everything been resolved? The young master returned the knife. Thank you, you gave me a very sharp knife. It's the best knife I've ever seen. It's different from my old dull knife. Bae Dukyung took his knife back. Is that so? I trust you handled the recent matter well. Let's put the past behind us and get to the main point. Choi Cheon-ho said, I'm sorry, President Bae, I have something to say. Before we discuss the matter of the two meetings, could you answer the question I asked you before? Bae Dukyung turned to him and asked why. I want to ask you one thing about your Taisen. Are you trying to cooperate with our Ilhak or are you trying to use us? Bae Dukyung turned his body. Let's talk about that later. Mr. Choi Cheon-ho, I have one thing to confirm as well. Is it true that Ilhak also did some dark business in this city of Seoul? Choi Cheon-ho answered. Yes, but that's just a thing of the past. Then how much money did Ilhak make every day from those dark dealings? That was about 10 years ago. I don't remember exactly, but I have a vague memory of it. But why do you ask about that? It must have been a huge sum, right? Choi Cheon-ho replied. President Bae, I don't know what you're trying to say. Bae Dukyung said, we're not the only ones who want to stand at the top of this city. Many other organizations are striving for this as well. That means everyone has to be managed by the government. They use power and law to manage all of us. The organization's businesses are also divided systematically and rationally. They do everything to control the power of the organizations. So there have been several bloody purges targeting organizations that don't obey them or go against their will. All of this was led by a son of a bitch named Section Chief Kong. The name of that plan is Wonsun. You mean the documents that the former chairman of Ilhak received from the chief? Choi Cheon-ho seemed to have realized. That's exactly it. It must not have been easy to keep this secret even from people as close as Gudo. They looked back at Lee Sung-min and Choi Cheon-ho turned back and said, Then President, I still don't understand the purpose of this meeting. Purpose? It's nothing much. Territory, money and organization fights mean nothing to me. Standing at the top of this city is not important to me either. What I have to do is take down Section Chief Kong, that son of a bitch. I have to crush his conspiracy. I can't let him achieve his goal. Simply put, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Choi Cheon-ho asked, does taking him down mean that much to you? Bae Dukyung answered, yes, it's very important to me. He took my family away from me. That son of a bitch will pay the price for his actions. So when I achieve that goal, Bae Dukyung said, patting his shoulder, I will step back and entrust all matters of ruling this city to you. He looked at Lee Sung-min. But there's someone who wants to meet you two. Wants to meet us? Yes. The timing isn't great because he's not in good condition, but he really wanted to meet you. A patient lay unconscious in bed, Bae Dukyung said. Until he can meet you two, I will take responsibility for this matter. A car arrived at a location and a person got out. The bodyguards got out. What's going on? Did something big happen here? Why is the road to Lee Sung-hok's villa being guarded by Jarang's men inside? Section Chief Kong was pouring a drink. The person outside the door announced, the section chief has arrived. What should we do? Section Chief Kong ordered. Let him in. The section chief swore outside. How dare these stupid bastards treat the police like this? Don't they know I'm the audit section chief? He sat in a chair. Damn gangster punks. Now they even dare to act high and mighty in front of others. Section Chief Kong answered. Just leave them be. What would they know? Just ignore them and have a seat. The audit section chief asked. By the way, who is that guy? I don't think I've seen him before. Are you Uta Yui Wang? He looked back at the long-haired man. Quite different from what I thought. Pretty handsome and cool. Uta Yui Wang confidently swept his hair back. You flatter me. But everyone says so. But what are you talking about? Don't tell me you thought I was useless and ugly before? Section Chief Kong put down his glasses. It seems we have a lot to talk about. Good. But before that, there are some personal matters to resolve first. Section Chief Kong raised his glass and said, it seems you've grown too accustomed to the police way, Section Chief. You don't know anything about the gangster world. The chief asked, why do you say that, Section Chief Kong? Section Chief Kong answered, haven't I told you several times? Since when did you forget so quickly? We're just business partners, not childhood friends. Right? The audit section chief put his glasses back on. This is my territory, so don't talk nonsense about loyalty or honor. Your rank is useless here. Section Chief Kong poured a drink. I'm telling you this to remind you once again. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Now let's get down to business. Then where should we start with this? A funeral hall. Two men stood before a coffin. Lee Sung-min's face was full of sorrow. He placed his hand on the glass coffin. Uncle Dok Bae, a past memory came to mind. A young boy grabbed an icicle from the roof. Mister, you're the biggest adult here, right? Dok Bae asked. Yes, young master. What do you mean I'm still young? Young Lee Sung-min said, but you're the biggest here. Uncle Cheon-ho said the bigger a person is, the taller they are, right? Dok Bae answered. Ah, is that what you heard? Then that must be right. Young master, I want to grow up fast too. I want to be big like you, Uncle Dok Bae. Choi Cheon-ho approached and said with a smile, young master, even when you grow up it'll be hard to be as big as Dok Bae. Dok Bae turned. You're here, brother, the boy said. Since Uncle Dok Bae is the biggest here, he should be everyone's leader. When I grow up, I'll definitely lead everyone. Choi Cheon-ho just smiled and answered, yes, as you wish, young master. Hello, brother Dok Bae. Dok Bae was startled. No, what are you saying, young master? That's not right. Boy smiled on his shoulder. Back to the present, Lee Sung-min said. Every time I come to see you, I think of that time. I've become an adult but I couldn't grow as big as you. Why did you leave so early? Why did you leave everyone? What should I do now? If only I could go back to being a child. Lee Sung-min sobbed. Choi Cheon-ho could only turn his head and say nothing. Outside, Bae Do-kyung was standing. The two came outside. President Bae, you're here. Bae Do-kyung looked at them. I was going to pay my respects too, but I didn't want to disturb your private time, so I stopped. It's a regrettable matter. It would have been better if I had moved a little faster. Choi Cheon-ho didn't blame him. It's not your fault, President Bae. President Bae, thank you so much for what you did. And Taesin, Ilhak owes Taesin too much. Lee Sung-min bowed his head in gratitude. So please don't blame yourself. No one wanted what happened in the gangster world. Life and death are unavoidable. Ilhak thanks you once again. The two bowed their heads together. It's thanks to you that we still exist. Enough, there's no need for that. You're making me feel embarrassed. Bae Do-kyung patted his shoulder. You're the chairman. Why is a chairman bowing his head in front of us? No one wanted this sad event. You should cheer up too. You can't let it affect your work. Yes, the uncle in heaven must be praying for me too. Bae Do-kyung opened the car door. Ah, I brought this person today. Since your Gudo was also greatly affected by the recent incident, you'll need someone to handle the chaos. The person who got out of the car was Ocha from the Russian Mafia countermeasures team. He will be temporarily assigned to Gudo. The scene changes to Jurang's Red Hotel. Utae Wang stood before a mirror, looking at the wound on his neck. He recalled his conversation with Section Chief Kong and the Audit Section Chief. He slammed the desk in anger. Does this mean we have to put up with those Taesin bastards for now? Section Chief Kong said calmly. Calm down, think about it. If both sides fight to the death now, other factions will take advantage of the situation. Do you think Han Hae-sung of the HHS group is Jurang's friend? Can you take responsibility if a situation gets out of control? The audit section chief spoke. For now, listen to me. Jurang should first negotiate peacefully with HHS. Talking is the best way. Utae Wang thought to himself. If we clash later, nothing we say will matter, isn't that right? He was enraged. Damn it. A knock was heard from outside the door. He said to come in. Utae Wang asked what happened. His subordinate said, Sir, they suggested postponing the meeting. Utae Wang was angry. What? Postpone the appointment, that's all they said. Welcome to Iamdong Chinatown. A customer entered. Welcome. The employee asked, Sir, I'm sorry, our place is a bit crowded today. Bae Do-kyung answered. It's fine, he asked again. What would you like to have? Bae Do-kyung answered. I didn't come here to eat, I came on business. The employee sighed. This is a restaurant, but you didn't come to eat, so what brings you here? Bae Do-kyung asked. Can I meet your boss? Tell him someone from Taesin is here to see him, the guy said. So you're from Taesin, they must think highly of this place. But first, eat this and then we'll talk. He attacked. Bae Do-kyung immediately twisted his arm behind his back. Bae Do-kyung warned, Don't act rashly just because I'm speaking quietly. I told you I didn't come here to fight, but to meet someone. There's no need for so many people to gather. Many people inside the shop surrounded Bae Do-kyung. Another guy rushed in. Die, you son of a bitch. As Bae Do-kyung raised his foot, the opponent immediately looked at his eyes and his head was grabbed. Bae Do-kyung slammed his head into the ground. The others were scared before they even came up. Of this son of a bitch, a sharp dagger reached one of them. A woman approached and said, Move. She moved very fast, startling everyone. She moved towards Bae Do-kyung. Bae Do-kyung thought too fast. The dagger fell from her hand. It was a lightning-fast attack. Strange, even with a lightning-fast attack she can change the slashing trajectory. Bae Do-kyung said, This must be the butcher everyone talks about. Shut up, you son of a bitch, she said. If you keep yapping, you'll die here. After Ilhak collapsed, conflicts broke out and everything fell apart. Not only the organizations in Seoul but the southwestern area where most foreigners in Seoul gather became a place of fierce conflict between the Han Chinese and the Joseon JOK Korean Chinese. The emergence of these two organizations intensified the war. In this chaos, in the middle of a bloody battlefield, a single flower bloomed brilliantly. A blood-stained blade among the petals. Cheon-ung. She and Bae Do-kyung stood facing each other. She's Cheon-ung's butcher, can't underestimate her. She provoked, Come and get me. Show me what you've got, a voice was heard. Turin. Both of them stopped and turned. It's Seo Maya-wa, come back. What's going on? Turin answered. Weren't you at the meeting? Why are you back so early? Don't worry about that. From the moment this disgusting bastard showed up here, I wanted to slit his throat. If these sons of bitches try to cause a ruckus here, they'll never get out. Before Turin could finish, Seo Maya-wa slapped her and she froze. She asked, What's happening here, Turin? I'm asking you, or do you need a few more slaps to come to your senses? Turin reported. This hunting dog who calls himself a man from Taesin was looking for you. As you can see, I was about to punish him for his attitude. Seo Maya-wa looked at the weapon on the table. Mr. Min, this is yours, right? Mr. Min answered. Yes, but it has nothing to do with me. Seo Maya-wa approached the table and said, Have you forgotten the things we did every night to sleep peacefully? She picked up the weapon. Back then we slashed and killed our enemies and even our families had to shed blood. We were truly cold-blooded then, weren't we? But the things we gained through all that bloodshed, we can't let them fall apart so easily, can we? She held out the weapon in front of Mr. Min. Seo Maya-wa placed the weapon in his hand. Cheon-ung will abandon their life before their weapon. Have you forgotten Cheon-ung's oath? Bae Do-kyung watched her from behind. The head of Cheon-ung, Seo Maya-wa. He watched everything. Everyone, including the butcher, calmed down in front of this person. The atmosphere changed completely, and everything settled down. This person is not ordinary. Bae Do-kyung spoke. Hey, if you were a little later, I would have been a goner. D okay? Seo Maya-wa ran over. What is all this? Are you okay? President Bae Du-kyung answered. I'm fine, more importantly, can you spare some time? I came to meet you, President Seo. The scene changes to an office in Cheonung's territory. Turin was sitting in the room looking at something. Bae Du-kyung said, Ms. Turin, don't be so angry, it's because you guys attacked me first, I was just defending myself. Turin turned her head and answered. Yes, it was our misunderstanding. I apologize, but I can't fool myself into being nice to guys like you. So I've considered whether to just let this slide. Bae Du-kyung said, you have quite a personality. Hearing your apology makes me feel pressured. Seo Myo-wa brought water. What is this about, President Bae? You said you came to see me, so why are you talking to her? Seo Myo-wa put the water down. So what do you want to discuss? I think I know why you're here, but I'd like to hear it from you directly. Bae Du-kyung answered. If you already know, there's no need to say more. I'll get straight to the point. A conflict will arise between us and Jurang. Which side will Cheonung support? Seo Myo-wa smiled and said, which side will I support? I won't take any side. I only believe in myself, Bae Du-kyung asked. So you're not going to side with the winner? She paused for a moment, then asked. Why do you think that? He put down his water cup. Am I wrong? If Taesin and Jurang clash, whichever side wins will suffer great losses in lives and property, so if you attack both sides then, you can get your hands on whatever you want, but I won't let that happen. Seo Myo-wa asked, then are you asking us to side with Taesin? Bae Du-kyung answered. No, you don't have to, just stay out of it. Don't get involved in this matter. Then we won't have a reason to fight you either. A knife flew through the air. Turin held a knife to Bae Du-kyung's throat. She shouted, how dare you threaten us, you'd better watch your tongue. Bae Du-kyung smiled. Hey, you'd better be careful. If you point that knife at my neck one more time, you'll be in big trouble. Seo Myo-wa intervened. Stop it, Turin. He's a guest. Bae Du-kyung continued. President Seo, I came alone. So I have no intention of threatening you. I came to offer a deal, so please don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise I won't just stand by either. Seo Myo-wa looked at him. Of course I came prepared. He placed a box on the table. This is a gift for you. It's up to you whether to accept it or not. Is there a ring inside? Turin asked. Taesin, you guys are quite the romantics, aren't you? Bae Du-kyung replied. It's a joke, it's just a box. When the box was opened, there was a single USB drive inside. What is this? Seo Myo-wa looked at him. Bae Du-kyung said, this is the cause of everything and the reason I have to wipe out those Jurang bastards. Seo Myo-wa said, and the reason you should support Taesin is also right in here. Seo Myo-wa looked at the USB drive. Bae Du-kyung got in his car and left. She waved and saw him off. Turin asked, what's your decision? Seo Myo-wa hesitated. I'm not sure yet. Turin asked again, why aren't you sure? You're the leader. You have to make the decision so we can follow. That's what a leader is supposed to do. Seo Myo-wa trembled. That's why I told you, I really can't be the leader. I'm so scared of dying. Seo Myo-wa shed tears. Turin was surprised. Egu, this girl is crying again. Why are you crying? You did really well today. Seo Myo-wa showed her weakness and leaned into Turin's arms. Didn't you see Bae Du-kyung's scary face earlier? You saw it, right? Seo Myo-wa said. You should have been the leader, sister. It's a bit late, but it would have been better. A sound was heard and the box was still on the table. Turin slapped Seo Myo-wa's cheek and she fell backward. Turin said, are you kidding me? You want me to be the leader? Is this the time to be saying something like that? Seo Myo-wa hung her head and said, you saw it too, sister. Everyone prepared their weapons. There are no more agreements or negotiations. There will be bloodshed. That's why we need a leader we can trust. Turin stood beside her and said nothing. Everyone, even Mr. Min, had a weapon in his hand now. Even Cheonung's oath is wavering. Turin picked up a scroll. No one has broken the oath yet. They are standing up to the one who came for you, to protect you, their leader and their comrade. It doesn't matter if you're weak or strong. So what if the boss is a little weak? I'll do the fighting so you can just cry or do whatever you want behind me. Turin handed the scroll to Seo Myo-wa. Seo Myo-wa took it and said, you know what, sister, you're a real pain. Turin replied, ha, what did you say? My Korean isn't very good. The scene changes to a restaurant. I heard that guy from Taesin came and caused a scene. They were drinking together. Stop joking, you punk. Taesin's damn spies are everywhere. It's not scary, but we have to be careful. The person next to him said, it's a good thing I wasn't there that day. The negotiations seem to have gone well. It's a relief you didn't make a big mistake. Suddenly a car crashed into the restaurant and they jumped up in surprise. What just happened? Is everyone okay? Yes, we're fine. What's that? A man got out of the car. He had his face covered and there were other cars on the street. They asked, so many of you have come. Do you have a reservation? The other party replied. We're from Taesin. Seeing the emblem, they immediately grabbed their weapons. You damn Taesin bastards, did you come here to pick a fight? The masked man kneed his opponent, knocking him down. He took the weapon, raised it high and was about to kill his opponent. Just then a fist appeared and sent him flying. The others reported through their earpieces. No, how do I use this thing? Yes, I can hear you. We've arrived at Cheonung's territory. There are quite a few other people here. They're from Taesin. Why didn't I know? I think he has a Taesin emblem on him. An emblem? Yes. I didn't know you were doing this. Meanwhile, Bae Du-kyung sat in a chair and sneered. Should I make one for you? The masked men turned their heads and approached. Forget it. I don't need an emblem like that. I'll take care of these Taesin fakes. A well-built man approached and said, let's see how skilled these fakes are. At that moment, Turin was sitting in a chair and Seo Myo-wa opened her mouth. Don't you think someone is playing a trick? Turin was enraged. I knew it. You can't trust those Taesin bastards. I should have been allowed to kill that son of a bitch back then. Why did you tell me to let him live? Seo Myo-wa retorted. But it was also Taesin who helped us before things got out of hand. So we can't suspect that this is all Taesin's doing. You saw it too, sister. Those guys were all fakes. Why would Taesin act so stupidly? They're the ones who want to work with us. They wore the emblem when they attacked and kept insisting they were from Taesin. If someone wanted to make us suspect Taesin, isn't this the perfect opportunity? Turin put down her weapon. You're right, this is the best opportunity. That's why they staged it all, pretending to take advantage of the chaos to gain something for themselves. And if they show up at the right time to save us, it will make us trust them more. The plan is so obvious. In the end, they're just dirty bastards putting on a show, aren't they? Co Manhwa replied. We really can't jump to conclusions about this. I'm rethinking it too, Turin said, thinking HMPH. Just need to go and take care of those bastards cleanly. What's important now isn't finding the truth. We can't just think in a way that benefits those Taesin guys. What's important now is that our Cheonung's honor has been seriously damaged and we must restore it. So what should we do now? What do you think? I'm waiting for your orders, leader. Co Manhwa bowed her head, lost in thought. Turin continued. This is the problem, Co Manhwa. If even the leader is wavering, who are we supposed to follow? Co Manhwa asked for time. Just give me a moment. Give me a little more time to think, or how about we ask Master Wong for help? Turin then turned her head back again. What? Why are you dragging Master Wong into this? You're our leader, not Master Wong. What do you mean by that? Co Manhwa shouted. I just suggested we ask him for help. Why have you been getting so angry at me? Turin dragged her long sword and said, if you don't give the order, I'll deal with those Taesin bastards my own way. I'm not kidding. Bae Du-kyung arrived at the restaurant. He entered the scene and picked up a knife that had fallen on the floor. He thought, these daggers are old and quite worn out from long use. Is this the kind of knife they usually use? This is a common knife you can get anywhere, not a military weapon. It seems these aren't Section Chief Kang's men. He looked inside the car and found a single banknote flying up. Bae Du-kyung picked it up. Yuan, why is this here? He thought. Could the guys who attacked Cheonung back then be a Chinese-affiliated organization? Why? Just then the phone rang. Bae Du-kyung answered the phone. Hello, yes, it's me. Chairman, what's wrong? Lee Sung-min asked. I heard you went to Cheonung alone. Yes, that's right. I didn't think it was a good idea to bring a lot of people right now. By the way, do you know if anything has happened between Cheonung and the Chinese-affiliated organizations? The matter between Cheonung and the Chinese-affiliated organizations? Lee Sung-min said. Those Chinese organizations have been quiet for a long time. Anyway, I'll ask Mr. Cheon-ho about it. Bae Du-kyung asked. Is that so? You two are traveling together, right? Then please ask him later. Have a good business trip, Chairman. I'm looking forward to good results. Lee Sung-min laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that puts more pressure on me. You should be careful too, President Bae. The situation over there seems quite sensitive these days. Bae Du-kyung was struggling to light his lighter when someone else lit it for him. He answered into the receiver. I understand, a person was lighting his cigarette. Bae Du-kyung said, I'll hang up now. I'll call you again later. The man standing in front of him said, I'm sorry. Were you very surprised? You looked quite busy, so I just wanted to help you light your cigarette. I apologize for my rudeness. Bae Du-kyung asked, I'm sorry, but who are you? He introduced himself. My name is Huang Hao. I work at the currency exchange right nearby. Then you are? Bae Du-kyung replied. I am Bae Du-kyung. I'm with the Taesin group. He thought to himself, this guy, he doesn't make a sound even when walking on broken glass. Huang Hao bowed his head. I was very rude. I didn't recognize you were from Taesin. Let me introduce myself properly again. Bae Du-kyung waved his hand. There's no need for that. It makes me more uncomfortable when you do that. Haha, is that so? Then if you don't mind, may I ask for a cigarette? Of course, smoke as much as you like. Huang Hao and Bae Du-kyung talked. By the way, what brings you here? Bae Du-kyung replied. You probably know. Some bastards pretended to be from Taesin and caused a ruckus here. So I came to investigate. Oh, so the guys who caused a disturbance here were Taesin fakes? Are you saying this wasn't Taesin's doing? Bae Du-kyung replied. Yes, that's right. It's so unfair that I came here right away. By the way, you speak very formally. Huang Hao bowed his head again. No, President, my Korean is still clumsy, so my speech is just a bit unnatural, Bae Du-kyung said again. I was just saying it's fine, you're making me more embarrassed. By the way, Mr. Huang Hao, what brings you here? Yes, me? I work at the currency exchange nearby and it's quite slow, so my boss told me to come check this place out and while I'm at it, clean it up. Bae Du-kyung thought he's someone Co Manhwa sent. Did he come to clean up the scene? Bae Du-kyung said. I see, but I still have some investigating to do here. Could you hold off on cleaning up the scene for a moment? Bae Du-kyung thought to himself, what is this guy's real purpose? Found foreign currency here earlier. Could this man be related to those guys from back then? Huang Hao replied. Oh, then please take a look over there first. I'll just organize these tables and chairs over here. Bae Du-kyung agreed. Yes, let's do that. If you find anything strange, please let me know. He thought, I can't let that guy destroy all the evidence. Bae Du-kyung watched his actions closely. He sent a text message to Chairman Lee Sung-min. Do you know anything about a man named Huang Hao? Meanwhile, Huang Hao asked, oh, you said to let you know if I found anything strange? Bae Du-kyung replied. Yes, did you find something? Huang Hao said, it's not that. I was just curious, did you change your cigarettes? Bae Du-kyung was confused. Yes, did I change my cigarettes? Yes. Since I work at a currency exchange, many people come and go every day. So there are countless rumors I hear. According to rumors, Mr. Bae Du-kyung was an executive director at Japan's Kumiyoyama and returned to Korea 5 years ago. They even say you only smoke one brand of cigarette, the finest Marlboro Reds. It's just a cigarette. I change it if I feel like it. But how can that be? Not even knowing your Zippo lighter was out of fuel, you seemed like someone who just recently started smoking, Huang Hao said. Bei Duqiang laughed awkwardly. How, that's really embarrassing. I guess I was so focused on the call that I wasn't paying attention. Not paying attention, Huang Hao said, holding a shard of glass in his hand. I see, everyone has moments when they can't concentrate. By the way, what was that you just put in your pocket? Could you show it to me? He asked, looking at Bei Duqiang. As Bei Duqiang turned his head, Huang Hao rushed at him. The scene changes to a parking lot. Choi Chian-ho opened the car door and said, Chairman, please rest for a moment. Lee Sung-min replied, Haha, actually I'm still not used to this title. He got out of the car. Ah, that's right. President Bei asked me to ask you about someone earlier. Choi Chian-ho was confused. Yes, about whom? Do you know anything about a man named Huang Hao, or have you at least heard of him? Choi Chian-ho searched his memory. Huang Hao, I think I heard that name a very long time ago. You're saying this guy is still in Korea? He used to work at a currency exchange called Lee Kong, and he was also an informant. Lee Sung-min asked, Oh, just an informant? Then it shouldn't be a big problem. No, if you have to face that guy, it's definitely not a good thing. Especially not for Ilhuk and Taesin right now, Lee Sung-min asked back. Especially for Ilhuk and Taesin? He began to talk about 15 years ago during Ilhak's great period of decline. The southwestern region of Seoul was controlled by foreign organizations. The situation at that time was truly chaotic. The vanguard of the Black Dragon faction of the Triad, the leaders of the southwestern region, was none other than Huang Hao. By confronting that damned bastard our Ilhik, his hand trembled. We had to pay the price of losing Jailda forever. At those words, Lee Sung-min froze. Over here, Huang Hao charged at Bei Duqiang. Bei Duqiang immediately blocked his hand, a hand holding nails and shards of debris headed for Bei Duqiang's face. He dodged instantly. Huang Hao asked, Oh, the rumors about you aren't wrong. You're quite skilled. Bei Duqiang asked, From the looks of it, you're not just an ordinary person who counts money either. What is your true identity? My true identity? We still don't know much about each other. I'll ask first. One person kept attacking and the other kept dodging. Huang Hao glanced sideways. You're not the real Bei Duqiang, are you? Bei Duqiang replied, That's a shame. If you were, I would have given you my business card to look at. I was in such a hurry today that I didn't bring a single one. Bei Duqiang thought to himself, that guy can use anything as a weapon. His fighting style is very light and he's clearly very experienced in combat. Bei Duqiang was surprised by a realization. Bei Duqiang picked up his phone. Hey, wait a minute, just a moment. Egu, this is a big problem. He read a text message from Chairman Lee Sung-min. Huang Hao, he is the vanguard of the Triad. He is now the third-ranking member of the Black Dragon faction of the Triad. Confronting him. Be as careful as possible. Someone told me to never fight that man. It seems your skills are not ordinary either. Huang Hao denied it, saying that's what that person said. What? Those are all just absurd rumors that people have attached to me. So are you going to run away now? Bei Duqiang replied, How could I? We still have a lot to talk about, and we have to get to the bottom of this. While we're at it, I'd like to see just how skilled your Triad is. He was holding a weapon in his hand. Bei Duqiang also took out a familiar knife. The two men rushed at each other and fought. Huang Hao said, Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether you're Bei Duqiang or not. I just feel that I don't really trust guys like you who hide their identity. Bei Duqiang replied, I understand that point. That's why I think the same way as you, Huang Hao reminded him. You seem pretty confident. If you want to run away, it's not too late. Don't you want to run away like a coward? Bei Duqiang replied. Why do you say that? We still have a lot to talk about, don't we? Let's see how skilled you are. Huang Hao threw a nail. Bei Duqiang thought to himself, is he trying to pin my feet down by throwing a hidden weapon? Then using a feint, he's planning to aim for my weak spot. Bei Duqiang analyzed Huang Hao's every attack, but unfortunately it's already too late. As Bei Duqiang raised his knife, he immediately struck it away. Huang Hao asked, Is that how you attack with a knife? The knife flew into the air, spun a few times and landed in the hand of his opponent, Huang Hao. Huang Hao immediately counterattacked with that very knife. Bei Duqiang said, How could you do that, stealing someone else's knife and using it so brazenly? The knife grazed his watch. As Bei Duqiang slapped his hand, the knife returned to Bei Duqiang's hand. Bei Duqiang made a gash on Huang Hao's hand. He thought he blocked that blade with his wristwatch. Huang Hao glanced sideways. His gaze lingered on the sharp blade. Bei Duqiang raised the sword in front of him. Huang Hao thought to himself, I guess I'll have to change my opinion of you. I'll fight you with all I've got. Bei Duqiang attacked first and Huang Hao immediately dodged backward as he prepared to attack. Bei Duqiang raised his knife. He extended the hand holding the knife over Huang Hao's arm. He immediately attacked with his foot, but this was also blocked by Bei Duqiang. His foot soared into the air. Huang Hao spun in the air. Huang Hao kicked him in the face. Huang Hao said, Phew, that's a pretty tricky fighting style, kid. It was a pretty hard technique to block, but you managed to. Bei Duqiang was silent. Bei Duqiang and Huang Hao continued to fight. He hooked his leg around Bei Duqiang's. Huang Hao was surprised to see Bei Duqiang's leg holding so firmly. Huang Hao observed, Damn it, was he aiming for my leg? Huang Hao fell just like that. Bei Duqiang took the opportunity to rush him. Huang Hao grabbed the door. Bei Duqiang jumped up. He aimed the knife forward. Huang Hao saw a steel pipe next to him. Bei Duqiang jumped, but there was no one in the car. His feet moved forward quickly. Huang Hao picked up that steel pipe and rushed in to attack. It was a downward strike. Bei Duqiang asked, Are you the type to find and use anything? Huang Hao replied, Did you think I would fight a guy with a knife with my bare hands? He dragged the steel pipe on the ground. He landed a blow and Bei Duqiang's knife broke in two. Huang Hao said, You've lost your knife, so how are you going to fight me now? A woman with her hair tied up, Turin, was leading a group. She said, so stupid, you're utterly foolish. We should have attacked Taisen right away, Turin shouted. Seo Maiwa, you're so stupid, in the room. Seo Maiwa was still lost in thought. Tears welled up in her eyes. She recalled Turin's words, if you can't come up with a solution yourself, I'll do it my way, I'm not kidding. Seo Maiwa asked herself, what should I do now? I'm just a scarecrow. I can't do anything for Qianung. A knock was heard from outside. Are you in there, Chief? Seo Maiwa regained her composure and said, come in. An old man opened the door and said, I am General Go, the manager of the Silam Mahjong room. Seo Maiwa asked, what brings you all the way here? If you needed something, I could have gone to you. General Go, the manager of the Mahjong room, said, I'm old too, so it's good to walk a little. I heard there's a bit of a problem over here, so I came to see what's going on. Seo Maiwa replied, everything has been resolved well. Please sit and rest. The old man sat in a chair. Then that's a relief. Where is Turin, who is always by your side, Chief? Why did she leave you alone? Seo Maiwa lowered her head and said, there's some business at the shop. He asked back, was there a disagreement? And then those guys came and destroyed our shop, Chief. What do you think if I say this? Seo Maiwa replied, please speak. For the 15 years I've been with Qianung from its founding until you became the chief, I have been there for every big and small matter. Seo Maiwa said, yes, I know you've sacrificed a lot for Qianung, elder. In this Qianung, if Turin is the sharp sword that makes everyone tremble in fear, we can't leave out Master Wang. Now he has retired and no longer cares about the affairs here. There's no need to speak of their loyalty. But in my opinion, he lifted his prosthetic hand. A sharp sword that the owner cannot control is the greatest disaster for the user. If there is such a sword, don't you think it's better to get rid of it before it harms you, Chief? The old man walked down the hallway. He made a call. This is General Go. Yes, the situation doesn't look very good. I talked to her about Turin. I'm very worried because Qianung has been quite unstable lately. On the other end of the phone was Utae Wang. Cut the chatter. You keep complaining. I'm just helping you out a little, so you have to step up yourself. Are you complaining to me now that things have gotten a little difficult? Qianung has been peaceful for too long, now that there's a change. Are you afraid that it will bring Qianung down? What you're doing is helping Qianung. Qianung will not fall. It will just be newly transformed to fit this era, but that damn Turin is quite a nuisance, so we need to get rid of her for everything to go smoothly. Do you understand? I understand that anyway. Everything is going smoothly, but it seems she, the chief, is still hesitating. No matter how sharp a knife is, it will become dull over time. It seems that foolish Turin has gone to attack Taisen. Seo Maiwa is here alone. The old man smiled and said, now we can begin the plan below. Masked men had finished their preparations. My side is ready too. Everything that happens today will be Taisen's doing. Seo Maiwa will lose her life at the hands of Taisen today. Inside the office, Seo Maiwa was on the phone mulling over the old man's words. Chief, the most dangerous thing is to have a sharp sword that you cannot control. If you don't want to get hurt by that blade, wouldn't it be better to break it? Seo Maiwa made a call. Turin, why aren't you answering the phone? She went down the stairs. The others asked, Chairman, where are you going? What will you do if you run into the Taisen guys? Seo Maiwa replied, does anyone know where Turin went? She said she was going to negotiate with Taisen. She looked quite angry when she left. Seo Maiwa picked up her glasses. She's always so selfish. Everyone get ready. Let's go to Taisen too. Seo Maiwa took the lead. She thought the recent chaotic events can't necessarily be blamed on Taisen. I need to investigate more. If they wanted to ruin Qianung, they wouldn't have given us the Wonsan documents. I have to quickly stop Turin from doing something foolish. If she attacks Taisen now, it could lead to an official conflict between the two sides. A man dragging a steel pipe appeared behind them. The masked man said, Chairman Seo Maiwa. The group approached. Where are you going? Do you know how dangerous it is for a woman to be out at this hour? It's not good to be on the road on a night like this. Shall we escort you home? Seo Maiwa turned and said, you'll escort me? Do you think you can? The masked man replied, of course. Overpowering the few with many and the weak with the strong, that's our specialty, one of the group shouted. Who are you, you damn bastards? How dare you speak so carelessly? You must want to die. He struck the head of the man who had just spoken. Seo Maiwa stood still. Blood splattered everywhere. Chairman, this is all. His blood-stained observation for the future of Qianung, so please surrender. They surrounded a few people. Seo Maiwa, over here. Bei Duqiang was still fighting Huang Hao as he swung the steel pipe. He said, that's your favorite knife, isn't it? My apologies. Bei Duqiang's gaze became as sharp as a blade. He said nothing. Huang Hao continued to attack. His hand let go of the steel pipe. Bei Duqiang's eyes widened as he saw the steel pipe change direction. Bei Duqiang thought, it's the same technique Turin used. Huang Hao said, not bad. I thought that blow would kill you. Our chairman's skills are no joke either. Bei Duqiang looked at his knife. You're not bad either. Seeing as you broke this knife, you're no ordinary person. Huang Hao laughed loudly. Haha, just because I praised you a little, do you really think your skills are a match for mine? You're really too arrogant. You still don't understand properly. In this situation, Huang Hao clenched his fist. How much danger you will be in? Bei Duqiang asked. I don't know myself well. That's true to some extent. I've been curious lately about how skilled I really am. I'll show you my skills today. So you better be careful too. He took out a new knife. Bei Duqiang warned, from now on you should go all out too. I'm going to fight seriously. Huang Hao looked at him. What are you talking about now? Bei Duqiang attacked continuously. Huang Hao was no pushover either. His attack movements became much faster and his attacks were more lethal, he assessed. Bae Dukyung suddenly lifted his foot and kicked him in the chin. Huang Hao didn't expect it. Bae Dukyung pulled back the hand holding the knife and immediately attacked. Huang Hao thought, I can't just passively block like this. In that case I'll show you my skills too. With this one blow you. Bae Dukyung asked, you'll finish me with one blow? He was bewildered. Bae Dukyung tripped Huang Hao. As Bae Dukyung whistled, Huang Hao fell backward. He said, shall we try again? Huang Hao asked, are you even human? No, you're a demon in human form. A phone rang. Chairman, a knife was right in front of his face. Come over here quickly. The situation is very dangerous. The situation here is quite chaotic, he reported while eating a choco pie. Huang Hao was puzzled. A riot? What nonsense are you talking about now? Why did the Qianlong situation become like that over here? Seo Maiwa stood still, watching the blood splatter. Chairman, please go. Open a path so the chairman can get to a safe place. Hurry. Seo Maiwa looked at the blood on her hands. This incident, Chairman, you have to go now. What about Turin? The other members said. We still haven't been able to contact her. Please go. Seo Maiwa turned her head and saw the numerous people bleeding. Chairman Seo, I'm sorry. The old man was watching everything from above, but this has to be done. For the future of a strong Qianlong, Chairman, get a grip. How did it come to this? Turin. Seo Maiwa couldn't maintain her composure. Where are you? Over here. Turin had just killed one guy. Her face was murderous. She looked ahead. Seo Maiwa cowered in fear again and hugged herself. Turin, you said you wouldn't leave me alone. Please come back. Die, you son of a bitch. Swearing was heard from outside. Suddenly everything became quiet and she was puzzled. A knock was heard. Open the door. We are from Taizan. Everything has been resolved. Seo Maiwa opened the door. We don't have much time, so I'll be brief. Seo Maiwa. Make your choice, Bae Dukyung said. If you're going to keep hiding behind this door like a coward, I won't say another word. Keep hiding just like you are now. Qianlong's situation is quite chaotic right now. If you choose to go outside, you must think carefully. If you're unlucky, you could become one of the corpses lying out there. Now will you sit here and die like a coward, or will you go out, lead Qianlong, and overcome everything? A hand was extended. Make your choice. 10 years ago, why are you calling us together when we're all on the verge of collapse? Ilha can no longer maintain its status. Soon they'll distribute business rights to all the organizations and factions in Korea. Small outside forces like us will have nowhere to lean on, nowhere to make a living. The rights to manage business activities in the Western region will surely be managed by a Korean organization. That means we'll be pushed out. Wee Gang-ho, the head of the Joseon JOK organization and representative of the Joseon JOK in the southwestern region, spoke up. General Go, the representative of the Chinese-affiliated organization in the southwestern region, was enraged. Those sons of bitches, what do they take us for? They just see us as dogs who eat the garbage they throw at us. For that reason I called you all here to discuss a countermeasure. In this situation we still have one option left. General Go asked, what is it? Tell us. He slammed the nameplate down and said, we will join forces and make one of the Korean organizations submit to us. The person who had just spoken was Huang Hao, the head of the Heilongjiang branch of the Triad. Qianlong was an organization that Ilhek looked after, taking care of all its business. Now that Ilhek has fallen, Qianlong clearly has nowhere else to turn. Currently, Qianlong's leader is also missing. So in other words, Qianlong is the savior of our situation. Right now we must join forces and take over Qianlong. General Go asked, if 3 factions take over together, who becomes the leader? If one of us 3 becomes the leader, won't the power tilt to one side like before? Huang Hao pushed his chair back and said, I found the daughter of Qianlong's leader. She can step up as the leader on our behalf. She's 19 this year, and she's more than qualified to be the leader. How so? Isn't 19 too young? Oh, she's here. She opened the door and came in. Let's all greet each other. Is this the person who will be the representative and face of Qianlong? Huang Hao said to Director Seo Maiwa. Since it's a new era, we should change the company's name. How about we change it to the Qianlong Group? Just hearing the name, I can feel the prestige of our organization, General Go worried. But is it really okay to entrust such a large organization to a girl like that? Huang Hao said. Don't worry, we will help her. The Qianlong Group will become even stronger and develop in this new era. Seo Maiwa sat in the chairman's seat and bowed her head. As Bae Dukyung extended his hand, Seo Maiwa also raised her hand. She stopped her hand. Seo Maiwa stood up on her own. That's enough. I'll go out myself. Seo Maiwa was startled by the sight before her, the countless corpses spread before her eyes. No way, all of them, by just the 3 of you. Do you take care of all of them? The friend holding bread said. This bread is good. Want some more? Why is my share always smaller? Bae Dukyung asked. Where is Turin? Why are you alone? Seo Maiwa looked at her phone. That's right, I have to contact her right away. The person sitting next to her said. How foolish. It's useless to contact her. Today neither you nor Turin were supposed to escape, but it seems that girl will have to die alone without you by her side. Seo Maiwa answered. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Turin gritted her teeth. Damn it, hey you in the car, he answered. Yeah, how much longer until we get to the Taizan guys? Why did you cram us all into one car? Turin was squeezed between people. It's too cramped. Get out, walk or take a taxi, I don't care, the person next to her replied. I'm sorry, but all the cars are full, Turin kicked and said. Then get out and walk. Why did you all squeeze into one car? But we'll be there soon. Please be patient, the driver said. You're particularly impatient today. Did something happen? Turin replied. Nonsense, what could have happened? A few people in the car looked at Turin. It really seemed like something was wrong, the driver said. If you don't talk about it, you'll only feel worse, and then we'll have to deal with that anger too. Something must have angered you, Turin answered. Ask your boss. Is it about the boss again? The boss has a lot on her mind, so sometimes she might not be able to handle everything smoothly, Turin complained. The boss is a coward with no decisiveness. As her subordinates, we always handle everything according to her orders without a single complaint. Even if we die, she needs to know how to lead. She has to make a ruling for Cheonung's sake so that everyone can follow, but since she can't say anything, we have no choice but to act on our own. The driver asked, Turin, you think we should always risk our lives to follow the boss's orders? But we really shouldn't do that. Many people have their own lives. We can't just risk life and death and die like that. There are still too many things to regret in the world. We're just ordinary people. We can't have a will as strong as yours. We have old mothers and young children to take care of. We have to live diligently for them. We want to live. Turin opened her mouth. You're right. You're probably not as strong as I am. So death is that frightening to you. I was too focused on myself and forgot about your thoughts and feelings. I'm just a narrow-minded person who only knows how to slash and kill. By the way, how far have we come? Why does it feel like we're just going in circles? Their faces darkened. You've said enough, now won't you shut your mouth? As Turin turned, the two people next to her grabbed her firmly. A guy from above threw a punch at her. The guy sneered. That was a satisfying punch. I've been waiting for a chance to hit this crazy bitch, Turin said. Chimph, if you want to hit me, hold me tight. If I get free, you'll all die at my hands, the driver said. Boss, we had no other choice. We had to do this for our lives and our families. Turin kicked him in the face. She cursed. Because of these dog-like bastards, the car lost its balance. The bald guy in the back shouted, Hold that woman tight, don't let her go. Two guys bumped their heads. Turin said, You stupid sons of bitches, there's a lot of meat here, so let me do some slicing. The guys on both sides turned pale. The car screeched to a halt, spinning its wheels, and then flipped over. It rolled forward. Turin kicked the car door open and got out. The car was in pieces. Turin saw a guy trying to crawl out of the car. Little guys struggling to survive. Turin looked ahead. What right do these sons of bitches have? Did you sell your dignity just to live? If you've got the guts, come here. I'll show you the price of betrayal. Brothers, let's go. She's alone, nothing to be afraid of. They rushed in, holding their weapons. Turin landed a kick and one went flying, spitting blood. When another one charged, she quickly slashed his hand with her knife. Turin thought, Die all of you. Another guy charged. Turin turned and kicked another guy. She sent two opponents flying with one kick. As Turin raised her hand, a sharp knife slashed the opponent's hand. The guy shouted, My hand. Turin grabbed his wrist and raised her knife. She cut off his entire arm in one strike. The knife was stained with blood. She asked another guy, Aren't you scared? I'm alone. That's what you said, right? Blood splattered everywhere and the others were frozen, unable to move. You once asked why you call me the butcher, right? I didn't get that nickname for nothing. One guy turned his head. Damn it, I told you we shouldn't have messed with that woman. What do we do now? The guy behind him answered in fear. This was a mistake, let's run. That very look of fear, the sound of wailing, they were no different from livestock before slaughter. Turin smiled wickedly. I don't care what you call me. Crazy bitch, whatever, it's fine. They quickly got into a car but were blocked by her knife. But today I'll show you what Cheonung's butcher is. Huang Hao was smoking a cigarette. A prosthetic hand lay at his feet. It took 10 years for outside organizations like us to be recognized and establish ourselves in this city of Seoul. We even managed to take control of the entire southwestern region. This name, Cheonung, that you see today was written with the blood and tears of countless people. People were dead in the hallway. And you dare to ignore all that? The old General Go raised his remaining hand. No, Mr. Huang, please listen to me. Cheonung is already finished anyway. Huang Hao approached and kicked his prosthetic hand. Do you still have the courage to spew such filthy words? General Go stammered. You know it well too, don't you? The government has directly interfered in our affairs. That Wonsan project was created by the government to purge and control all dark forces. The world has truly changed. All organizations will fall sooner or later, and Cheonung is no exception. Even the General Assembly was disbanded, so how can our Cheonung survive? Please reconsider. Let's join forces once more. He raised his arm. Huang Hao looked at him with cold eyes. Huang Hao grabbed the old man's hand. You're saying this Cheonung will collapse like the other organizations in Seoul? The old man replied. That's right, we can't change it. How dare you think such a foolish thing? Huang Hao crushed his hand. General Go screamed. Mr. Huang, please spare me. Huang Hao asked. Then what were the words you said yourself 10 years ago? This organization will be entrusted to that girl. Don't you remember what I said back then? This Cheonung organization will be forever solid, like a rock. Cheonung is a blood-red flower that bloomed in the dark night. Meanwhile, Turin has taken care of everyone. And it is also a flower with the most thorns, one that no one dares to touch. All those who don't believe that will pay the price. Huang Hao raised his knife to his remaining hand. He pleaded, Mr. Huang, spare me. You no longer have the right to touch that blood-red flower. A single slash, a scream echoed, and the knife was drenched in blood. And don't forget, this is our Cheonung. A week later, all the soldiers were lined up. Zion asked, Hey Mr. Gorilla, did I miss something? I clearly remember us helping the Cheonung organization. Then why is their attitude like that? They're all holding weapons menacingly, the person next to him said. Their boss was attacked. And on top of that, there was a traitor within the organization, so that's why they're like this. They'll need some time to decide if we're allies or enemies. Please try to understand them for now. Huang Hao was sitting in a chair. Originally our boss was supposed to come out and discuss this with you herself, but due to unavoidable circumstances I will be acting as her representative this time. Seo Manhwa was watching from above. Bae Du-kyung spoke up. He was sitting opposite Huang Hao. So you sent the manager of a currency exchange to represent all of Cheonan? Should I just take this as a joke, or should I be content that the real power is sitting in front of me? Did I say something wrong, Mr. Triad Boss? He took off his glasses. Haha, since you think so highly of me, it seems everything will be resolved quickly. Then let's just get to the point and finish things here, Huang Hao said. Taizan, what do you think about joining hands with Cheonan? Bae Du-kyung was surprised. What did you say? Huang Hao said confidently. We have already grasped the situation regarding the project called Wonsan and a recent series of events. So don't you also desperately need a quality ally right now? Speaking of this matter, he lifted the bottle of liquor in his hand. There's no more suitable partner than our Cheonan. What do you think? Bae Du-kyung answered. This isn't something I can decide. Since our Taizan is now in Ilhak's hands, Huang Hao said loudly. Haha, didn't I tell you I've grasped the whole story of everything that's happened recently? Stop hiding behind a scarecrow, boss, and let's talk honestly. Bae Du-kyung took out a cigarette. Scarecrow, boss, that term seems more fitting for Cheonan. It's been bothering me for a while now, so the conclusion is that you want to pull us under Cheonan? Huang Hao rolled up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo. Haha, perhaps because you're young your perspective is still narrow, you need to see the bigger picture behind Cheonan. Zion was standing outside. It was raining. Oh, it's raining, Turin returned. The soldiers stood up. Boss, you're back, Turin asked. Where's Mr. Huang? Is he inside? They answered, yes he is. He's in a discussion with the chairman of Taizan. Suddenly a foot stepped in front of her. Excuse me this time, our boss is in a discussion inside. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Turin was enraged. Damn it, stop running your mouth. Get out of the way now and stop acting like you own the place in someone else's house. He was enraged. Cheonan, we're being as patient as possible to reconcile with you right now. Turin smiled. Reconcile? Standing in someone else's house and acting like you're the master, is that an act of reconciliation to you? Then excuse me, it looks like bloodshed is unavoidable today. The subordinates drew their weapons and prepared. They were getting ready for a fight. Hey, just let her in, one person said. Zion sighed. What's she going to do? If she goes in, she can't do anything. At best, she'll scream a few times and swear, but she can't do more than that. Turin mushed straight at the person who was speaking, her blade coming right up to his face. She threatened. You bastard, you want your other arm crippled too? You want this big sister to grant your wish? Zion asked. The other arm? What's wrong with my arm? Turin raised her voice. You cunning son of a bitch, try stabbing me. Let's see whose knife is faster, Zion said jokingly. Oh, so scary, I almost stabbed you for real. Just then Huang Hao and Bae Du-kyung came out. Turin, what are you doing? Turin turned, but not before leaving a final word for Zion. This isn't over between you and me, you bastard. Zion twirled the knife in his hand and said, that's her way of asking me on a date, right? What's going on? Huang Hao asked. Turin mumbled. Well, it seemed difficult to speak now, and she glanced sideways at Bae Du-kyung. Bae Du-kyung waved his hand and left with his subordinates. HMPH, what's all the fuss about? We'll be on our way, I'll be counting on you later. Huang Hao asked, what's wrong? What brings you here? Turin replied. Seo Manhwa has disappeared. Huang Hao's face was one of complete surprise. What? Seo Manhwa? Really, Chairman? I don't know what to do anymore. Car sped down the road. Zion asked. Why are we helping those bastards? They're an ungrateful bunch. Bae Du-kyung said. Calm down. This wasn't a complete waste of time. Our prediction about Huang Hao was spot on. The man behind Cheonan and the central figure of the Triad is him. The Triad set foot in Korea through him. Seo Manhwa is just a puppet, Zion sighed. So she really was a scarecrow, Chairman, after all. But why are you saying that? She's sitting right next to you. Women don't like being called scarecrows. But you're the one who just called her a scarecrow, bro. The friend sitting in the middle blurted out. Zion frowned. You're getting a bit cheeky these days, aren't you? But anyway, you've been through a lot. Seo Manhwa was watching them from above. The door opened. It was the friend with the bread. I didn't think you'd come all the way there and drag me out. Seo Manhwa spoke up. Bae Du, no, President Bae. Why did you think I would agree to cooperate with Taizan? Bae Du-kyung answered. My gut told me. I just had a feeling that no one wants to live their life wearing a mask and acting. I thought you'd be the same. Anyway, welcome. The friend sitting in the middle gave her a piece of bread. Bae Du-kyung turned his head and took all the remaining bread. Since you're the head of Cheonan, of course, we have to give you a warm welcome. Mr. Huang, I'm so sorry. It all happened in the blink of an eye, but fortunately we didn't have many casualties this time, Huang Hao said. It's not that we avoided casualties, it's that those bastards had no intention of causing any. He held up the bread wrapper, remembering the boy who often ate bread. Huang Hao clenched his fist in anger. Taizan, now that it's come to this, everything will change. 10 years ago, female students were peeking through the gate. I don't think she's here. Yeah, doesn't look like it. See, I told you it'd be fine if we went through the back gate. Suddenly, someone called out, Hey, Seo Manhwa. Turin got out of the car. I knew you'd do this. I told you we should go through the front gate, didn't I? She grabbed Seo Manhwa by the collar. Are you messing with me right now? A friend next to her shouted. Hey, really? Why do you threaten my friend every day if you do it again? I'll call the police, Turin said calmly. Go ahead and call, you bitch. This has nothing to do with you. Seo Manhwa smiled and pushed her friends away. I'm fine, don't worry, you guys go on ahead, her friend worried. Manhwa, I'll message you on the messenger. Manhwa, you have to call if anything happens. The keychains on each of their phones swayed. CO Manhwa got into the car, angry. Why do you come to my school every day? I became the chairman like you guys wanted, Turin said. That's why I have to pick you up every day. CO Manhwa shouted. Even though I'm the chairman, I have to be watched like I'm being kidnapped, Turin asked. What if you really do get kidnapped? CO Manhwa said. Kidnapped, Turin continued. An 18-year-old high school girl became the head of Cheonung. What would you do if another organization really wanted to kidnap you? Aren't you a prime target? They'd just grab a high schooler, break a few fingers or bones and send her back. That would be enough to threaten all of Cheonung. These are the things you have to face when you're the chairman in this dark world. You should be glad we can meet in front of the school gate like this. CO Manhwa looked visibly uneasy. Okay, I get it. I'll listen and I won't run away, so at least be polite to my friends. They're just worried about me. Turin looked at CO Manhwa's phone, then remembered the keychains on her two friends' phones. Turin turned her head. She was still the same. Alright, I get it. By the way, what's a messenger? You don't have a phone? Back at the office, CO Manhwa was taken by the Taisen bastards. As you can see, this is the snack that Taisen guy eats often. The fact that they left the wrapper here must mean they're trying to mock us. They're probably trying to use CO Manhwa to gain the upper hand in the upcoming meeting. He picked up his jacket. But those bastards forgot one important fact. That the General Assembly has now been disbanded. Huang Hao stood up and put on his jacket. The Heilongjing faction has decided to intervene in Cheonung, Turin said. But we need CO Manhwa to gain the upper hand. The only thing important to us is Cheonung. Since things have come to this, shouldn't we think of the greater cause? What can CO Manhwa do? For Cheonung at a time like this, cars race down the road. Turin sat in the car. What value does CO Manhwa have to Cheonung? We've arrived at Taisen, the driver said. Turin said, go to the underground parking lot. We'll infiltrate from the basement. Move. The cars sped down into the underground parking lot. Everyone got out of the cars. What took you so long, Butcher of Cheonung? The car's headlights flashed. Bae Dukyung's group walked out. Turin spat. Damn it. Bae Dukyung said, you should think about the people waiting for you, shouldn't you? Turin rushed forward. Waiting for me, you sons of bitches. Where is CO Manhwa? A pair of glasses flew through the air. Turin caught it. These are CO Manhwa's glasses. Bae Dukyung reminded her. Calm down, listen to me first. Do you think this can be solved with violence? Bae Dukyung warned. Hey, think carefully before you act. CO Manhwa is in my hands. You don't know what I'm capable of, do you? If you piss me off, I don't know what I might do to her. Turin was furious but could do nothing. You son of a bitch. So why don't you put down those weapons you're holding? Yes, he looked at the axes in their hands, and they immediately dropped all their weapons. Turin, aren't you going to put down that knife? From what I can see, you're the scariest one here. Turin then put down her knife as well. Bae Dukyung turned his body. Good, now you can listen to me, right? At home, Huang Hao had said, the only thing important to us is Cheonung. Since things have come to this, shouldn't we think of the greater cause? What can CO Manhwa bring to Cheonung in a situation like this? CO Manhwa was alone in another room. She held her phone in her hand. A person announced, Chairman CO, you have a visitor. Turin entered. Turin approached CO Manhwa and said, damn it, you idiot, why did you get kidnapped? I told you to always be careful, didn't I? CO Manhwa replied, I wasn't kidnapped. Turin was surprised. What? CO Manhwa shouted, I wasn't kidnapped, I came on my own 2 feet. Turin was shocked. What are you talking about? You came on your own. Do you know what's happened to Cheonung because of you? CO Manhwa said, I'm sorry, but I can't do it. The head of Cheonung, I can't do it. Turin grabbed CO Manhwa by the collar. What nonsense are you talking about? CO Manhwa said, I can't stop shaking. This is too crazy. Any moment. I can't stop shaking from fear. I've never been this scared of my life before. Because you were always here and there were people I could trust by my side, I believed that everyone would do anything to protect me. Yes, that I could be the kind of leader everyone needed. I always tried not to disappoint everyone. But I can't forget those eyes. The eyes of the people I trusted as they killed Cheonung's comrades. Now that they don't need me anymore, they're trying to kill me. Turin replied. No, I killed those sons of bitches. They're gone. CO Manhwa cried. I can't trust anyone anymore. Why did you come for me? Did you come to kill me too? Turin froze. Turin grabbed CO Manhwa by the collar. Yeah, that makes sense. Once they get rid of the now useless CO Manhwa, the Heilongjing faction will take over Cheonung and then they'll rule Seoul. The two still stood there watching them. But Turin let go and hugged CO Manhwa. CO Manhwa, you're the one with the problem. Have you forgotten who I am? I was an abandoned child raised in the Heilongjing faction since I was 3. Killing a few people is nothing to me. But I'm the one who chose you as the leader, CO Manhwa, so I won't go against your will. I'll protect you. I don't care who it is, I won't let anyone harm you, that's my oath. No one can destroy you in Cheonung because I am the butcher of Cheonung. You are my leader, CO Manhwa. The two looked at each other and said nothing. CO Manhwa shouted again. What is it? Get off me, what's with you again? Why are you suddenly saying things like that? Turin held up her phone. Then why didn't you text me? I rushed over so fast I couldn't even charge my phone. 2 keychains also dangled from their phones at this time. Huang Hao was on the phone. He put down the phone that was connected to Turin's call on the desk. He said, Turin, have you sided with that bitch? I'm sorry, I was being rude. Let's continue. Let's finish what we were talking about. You're the representative of Jurang, right? Mr. Utaeui Wang. Utaeui Wang was also there at the time, Huang Hao said. And you, I have no information on you. I've never seen you before. You're the section chief, right? Section Chief Kong. Section Chief Kong opened his mouth. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Section Chief Kong. Huang Hao smoked a cigarette. Our Qianeng was recently attacked by Taisen. On top of that, our chairman Seo Maiwa was kidnapped. As the acting chairman, our Qianeng will not forgive Taisen. So are you two willing to act with us? The three men sat at the table and talked. Together, let's take care of both Taisen and Ilhak. We will take the lead. Section Chief Kong stood up and bowed his head. It's an honor to work with you, sir. The chief lit a cigarette and said, we will fully support you. And I will share all the information I know about Taisen. By the way, did you know that President Bai Duqiang of Taisen has a twin brother named Barry Su? Bai Duqiang of Taisen has a twin brother named Barry Su. Were you aware of this fact? Huang Hao asked Barry Su. I've heard that Bai Duqiang had a twin brother. Didn't he die early on? The funeral for his brother was a big rumor in our gangster world. Section Chief Kong replied, that murdered brother was a member of our special forces. He was also very skilled. The older brother came out of the Yakuza world and established an organization in Seoul. The younger brother was an elite agent of the special forces. They were a perfect pair of brothers and their faces were perfectly identical. Huang Hao listened intently. Perfectly identical. What exactly do you mean by that? Section Chief Kong. Section Chief Kong smiled. I'm talking about the head of Taisen, Bai Duqiang. What if he's not Bai Duqiang? There might be a completely different person behind that mask. Huang Hao said nothing. The image of Bai Duqiang holding a knife in his hand, Huang Hao said. Are you saying the guy in charge of Taisen right now isn't Bai Duqiang but Barry Su? That's certainly a possibility. Utau Wang thought, damn it, what the hell are those guys talking about? That guy isn't Bai Duqiang, whatever they're blabbering about, even if that guy isn't the real Bai Duqiang. What does that have to do with us? Huang Hao said. Section Chief Kong was about to take something out. It may not have anything to do with you, but it might be related to someone else. Who is it related to? Section Chief Kong took something out. He presented a photograph. These are the guys who will shake Taisen to its core. Haven't you heard the old saying, there's always someone better? In the center of their company, Seo Maiwa shouted, hey, calm down, Turin, you don't have to go that far. Seo Maiwa ran over. Listen to me. Turin rolled up one of her sleeves. Oh, really? Turin raised her knife. I'll say it again. Taisen, if you defeat me, you can decide everything regarding me and Seo Maiwa. I'll pledge my loyalty then. But if I win, then conversely, your Taisen will forever be shackled under my control. Seo Maiwa continued to try and stop her. Turin, stop. What if something happens to you? Turin replied. You just stand there and watch. The person from Taisen's side also spoke up. Chairman Seo, don't worry too much. He dropped his own knife. I won't be rough with her, but I don't mind what happens to you. I don't care. Turin rushed in first. You talk too much, you bastard. I'll take one of your arms as a warning. Turin swung her knife first, then attacked again from an unexpected direction, but he still dodged. Turin said, Taisen, can you really beat him? I heard you defeated Master Wang. He's Huang Hao of the Heilongjing faction. She dropped the knife from her hand and changed the direction of her attack. Bai Duqiang recalled Huang Hao's attack. He thought, a storm of continuous attacks and dangerous blows with unpredictable trajectories. Her attack style is identical to Huang Hao's. What is she trying to do? He asked. Turin replied, I'm trying to see if you're ready, you bastard. This son of a bitch. He kicked off the ground, lunged forward and attacked with his palm. Turin was hit by a long-range strike and staggered back. She attacked again in anger, but his fist stopped right in front of her face. Why do you ask that? Huang Hao raised you in the Heilongjing faction. So why did you abandon them and choose Seo Maiwa? Bai Duqiang asked. Doesn't that make you a traitor to the Heilongjing faction? Turin said. From the moment I set foot in Seoul, my mission has been one thing, to protect Chairman Seo Maiwa, so I just follow orders. If the one who targets my leader is the Heilongjing faction, then the Heilongjing bastards are the traitors. Now answer my question. Can your Taisen stand against the power of the Heilongjinog faction? His fist went for her hand holding the weapon. He knocked the weapon from her hand with his fist. Bai Duqiang answered the earlier question. Alone, of course, it's impossible. Turin gritted her teeth. But that's why I'm trying to rebuild everything on the edge of a blade. Turin attacked with her foot, but it was blocked. She continued to attack. Turin asked, Is that so? Your blade seems to have become useless. Bai Duqiang laughed. Haha, I don't know if it's useless or not yet, but I think it started to make the first cut. On the power of Ilhak and now on your Qianeng. Bai Duqiang grabbed her leg and lifted her up. Turin slammed her head on the ground. Bai Duqiang blocked. It doesn't matter if it's Jurang or the Heilongjing faction with Wanson behind them, because we are Taisen, Inchin. Amidst the bustling crowd, a car stopped in a parking lot. Sua said, I'm so sorry to make you come all this way when you're so busy. Chairman Lee Sungmin, Choi Chian-ho. Lee Sungmin asked, Who is it that we have to come all this way to meet? Sua replied, I'm very sorry, but this was the only way to avoid being seen. We have to go up to the 6th floor. That floor is under construction, so there's no elevator. It'll be tough, but you have to take the stairs. Even if the elevator was working, I wouldn't recommend using it. They went up the stairs together. At the door, she pressed her fingerprint and the door opened. Lee Sungmin thought, could it be behind this door, behind that curtain? Is someone lying there? As Lee Sungmin looked, the curtain was pulled back. They were surprised. The person lying in the hospital bed was really Bai Duqiang. Is this the real President Bai? Choi Chian-ho was surprised. President Bai Duqiang, but isn't he in Seoul right now? Then who was the person we met? Lee Sungmin replied. The person we met is President Bai's twin brother. His name is Barry Su. Choi Cheon-ho asked again. Then what was the funeral held in Seoul at that time? Don't tell me the person who died then wasn't the younger brother but Bae Do-kyung, Soo-ah replied. President Bae doesn't know that Mr. Barry Soo is alive right now. Choi Cheon-ho, I'm sorry I was rude. That's not what I meant. Soo-ah put down the documents. Until President Bae wakes up, no one can suspect anything. That's why I have a favor to ask of you two. She held out a photograph. Lee Sung-min asked, who is this person? Soo-ah replied, have you heard of an organization in Japan called Oyama-gumi? Bae Do-kyung's Japanese name is Oyama Ryugasaki. This matter is related to Oyama-gumi. Thanks to the support of the Japanese Yakuza force Oyama-gumi, Taisen was able to establish such a position in Seoul today, despite being an outside force. That's why the presence of Bae Do-kyung, or rather Oyama Ryugasaki, is absolute in Taisen. That's also why we had to disguise Mr. Barry Soo as President Bae Do-kyung. But if Oyama-gumi ever finds out about this, he spoke in Japanese. See, I told you. They have no manners at all. If something's up, they should come to us. How dare they summon us? These guys have no basic courtesy. Even a dog knows to wag its tail to greet its master. I can't just let this organization, which is worse than a dog, get away with this. A group of people met him at the airport. Oyama will hold everyone who insults that name accountable. Oyama-gumi's representative director, Wakagashira Oyama Sogo, Bae Do-kyung's sworn brother. He said, where is President Bae Do-kyung now? Roppongi Hotel, Tokyo, Japan. A man ran to a police car and said quickly, this way. I heard singing from the top floor suite. I tried to enter the room. A few guys blocked me and they were even holding knives. The police officer asked, all right, which way? First, calm down and show me the details of that guest. He said, I think they're Yakuza members. I'm sure of it. The police officer asked, Yakuza? How dare the Yakuza run wild in the middle of Roppongi? Who the hell do those bastards think they are? Another police officer was reading the information. Damn it, just give me that guest's information first. Hearing footsteps, the police officer looked around. Manager, please stay downstairs. We'll try to talk to them somehow. You two don't rush in recklessly. The police officer aimed his gun. Freeze, drop your weapons. He held a sharp knife in his hand. The other two guys took out more weapons. They talked to each other. Weapons? Are they talking to us? Looks like it. I think they're calling us. The police officer shouted, can't you see? Drop the gun. The police officer next to him said in fear, stop it right now, Masuda. Those guys are from Oyama-gumi. The police officer raised his gun to the sky and pulled the trigger. I warned you. You Yakuza bastards, drop your weapons, the police officer shouted. The person next to him yelled, Masuda, no, do you know what you've done? Why is it so noisy? Footsteps were heard. A body covered in blood. Was that a gunshot? He was the executive director of the Oyama Group, the second in command of Oyama-gumi, Wakagashira Oyama Sogo, Bae Do-kyung's sworn brother. He asked police, did you shoot that gun? Oyama Sogo approached, dragging his sword. How dare you shoot a gun in a hotel? Are you out of your mind? The police officer next to him shouted at him, who was still aiming his gun. Masuda, the police officer said solemnly, we were dispatched after receiving a report. We didn't know Oyama-sama's people were here. As his colleague lowered his arm, Masuda still couldn't grasp the situation. Oyama Sogo asked, a report? Then I guess we can't help it. We have to cooperate. It's our fault anyway. I apologize for my attitude earlier. For suddenly shooting a gun, I mean. You two came because of a report. Come in and see. Follow me. Masuda shouted, Senior, what is this? Why do we have to bow our heads to those Yakuza bastards? His colleague warned him. Get a grip, Masuda. If you want to live, be calm and respectful. Oyama Sogo stepped over a corpse and went inside. Sorry. There were some worthless guys who were tarnishing the Oyama name. His feet were soaked in blood. You two saw it too. So I had to step in a little. I already reported it to your superiors, but I forgot that the hotel might also report it to the police. It's my fault. I'm sorry. This hotel is owned by our group, but I guess I was being a bit too comfortable. This is a matter for the higher-ups to discuss. Then we'll be on our way and write up a report. Masuda was terrified by the pile of corpses. Oyama replied, yes, we'll be more careful from now on. Masuda couldn't take it anymore. What are you laughing at? You just killed people in a hotel. You're sorry, is that it? Oyama asked. You must be a rookie. Your name is Masuda. You're the foolish kid I was talking about. Masuda-kun, do you still not understand? Is killing people in a hotel wrong? His colleague stopped Masuda. What are you talking about? Oyama grabbed his shoulder. Now don't get excited and listen to me. It's a sea of blood, isn't it? Who would want to get blood in their own house? That's why I took care of it in this hotel. It's dirty if you do it at home, isn't it? So instead of this hotel, should I kill someone in your house, Masuda? He said with a smile. The phone rang. Oyama left. Masuda seemed to have been spared. Masuda froze on the spot. Oyama answered the phone. Hello, this is Oyama. What's wrong? Korea, what's going on? What, he's dying? Ryugasaki, no, what happened to Bae Do-kyung? Lee Sung-min and Choi Cheon-ho were in the lobby. Oyama-gumi is coming to Korea soon? Lee Sung-min asked. Is the Oyama-gumi organization that powerful? The Oyama Group started as a construction company and is Japan's largest corporation, but that's just its facade. In reality, it's a Yakuza organization with absolute power in the Japanese underworld. And the Korean organization under Oyama's protection is Bae Do-kyung's Taisen. But now if it becomes known that the head of Taisen is not Bae Do-kyung but Barry Soo, they walked past the lined-up organization members towards the car. The car door opened and a man got out. Oyama-gumi will not stand by, he appeared. Taisen, for a big mountain name, the organization is quite pathetic, not to mention a kid like you who hasn't even wiped his nose yet. Lee Sung-min and Choi Cheon-ho bowed their heads. It's an honor to meet you, Oyama-sama. My name is Lee Sung-min. I am the chairman of ILHEC and the current branch manager of Taisen. I came to meet you on behalf of President Bae Du-kyung, who is absent. Oyama walked past him and said, "What are you talking about? You can't even speak properly. A guy like you is the chairman? Tell Bae Du-kyung to come out." Choi Cheon-ho turned his head. "Even if that's Oyama-gumi, I didn't expect them to be so rude. We're a well-known organization in Korea too." Lee Sung-min turned and grabbed the hand pulling the suitcase. They stopped. "How can a small and insignificant organization like ours be compared to the great power of Oyama-gumi? Lee Sung-min, we may lack formalities, but we came to serve you, Oyama-sama. Please forgive us generously and we will serve you with all our heart." Everyone bowed their heads. Oyama laughed loudly. The chairman is going that far? Your neck is quite flexible." Lee Sung-min's eyes looked up. "Does he mean I bow my head easily? I can bow my head as much as he wants." Oyama patted his head. "That's more like it. How can you compare to our mighty Oyama group? You seem to know a thing or two, but by the way, chairman, that old man standing next to you isn't moving an inch and he even said I was being rude." Lee Sung-min immediately replied. "No, it's a misunderstanding," Oyama ordered. "Is anyone there? Go and take care of that guy. We can't let that old withered tree stand so stiffly, can we?" An axe blade flew in front of his eyes. Choi Cheon-ho immediately tripped him and he smiled instead. Choi Cheon-ho was wounded in the arm. Lee Sung-min shouted, "Oyama-sama, why?" Oyama stopped him. "Where do you think you're going, chairman? We'll just take care of the big stuff in Korea and go right back. We're not interested in those Korean guys. Where is he? Where is Bae Du-kyung?" His head hit the car window. As the opponent charged, Choi Cheon-ho countered. "You disrespectful bastard." He swung his fist. The opponent grabbed his hand and countered. "Do you understand the situation now, old man?" Lee Sung-min shouted. Choi Cheon-ho, a hand grabbed the opponent's head. Bae Du-kyung appeared. He said, "What are you doing?" The opponent was caught and couldn't move. Bae Du-kyung squeezed his hand and grabbed his hair. Bae Du-kyung asked, "Still haven't come to your senses?" He pushed the opponent's head and broke the window. Bae Du-kyung turned and asked, "Did your father scold you or something, big brother? Why are you being so difficult? If you do things like this, it makes things difficult for me. This is Seoul. This is not Oyama-gumi's territory, bro." Bae Du-kyung asked back, "This is Taisen." "Got it, you arrogant bro," the man with the beard said. "You should have avoided Oyama Sogo. He's a very dangerous guy." Barry Sue said, "I thought I should avoid him for now. The fact that Oyama first asked about Bae Du-kyung's well-being means that someone leaked information about Bae Du-kyung's condition and Taisen's weakness. Who on earth would do such a thing?" Barry Sue closed the document. "It must be Section Chief Kong. He's trying to test us through Oyama-gumi." Section Chief Kong must have realized it then at Jurang's warehouse when he saw Zion. "That I'm not Bae Du-kyung but Barry Sue. He will definitely report my identity to Oyama. Thanks to the files you gave me, I was able to conduct a general investigation on Sogo, the people around him, and Oyama. But there are too many variables. If my identity has already been exposed, the situation is extremely dangerous. Since the car window is shattered, it's better to make a decisive move than to create more variables." He grabbed the man's head and slammed it into the glass. "Big brother, did your father scold you or something? Why do you get angry so easily? Whatever happened, if you keep this up, it only makes things difficult for me." Oyama smiled. "This is Seoul, not Oyama Group territory. This is my Taisen, understand?" Bae Du-kyung said. The two men stared at each other. "Bae Du-kyung, Oyama," Bae Du-kyung asked. "You're Oyama Ryugasaki, aren't you? You should address me properly. Chairman, first take care of Mr. Choi Cheon-ho. It seems my big brother couldn't stand to wait to see me and acted this way." Lee Sung-min shouted. "President Bae," Oyama thought, "what the hell is going on? Is he really Bae Du-kyung? His face, tattoos, everything is identical. He's definitely Bae Du-kyung. But why? Why am I doubting him? Chairman, did you just call that bastard chairman? This is a little surprising, even for a Korean punk kicked out of the main family. How can a man with the name Oyama be beneath another?" Bae Du-kyung asked, "What are you talking about? Are you going to keep provoking me? You always annoyed me like this back in Japan, brother. That's why I left." "No, why?" Bae Du-kyung straightened Oyama's tie. "With a brother like you, how could I possibly stay put? Leaving was the best choice." Oyama smiled. "Your words and actions are just like you, that arrogant, insolent attitude. With so many of my men watching, I can't tarnish the honor of the Oyama family." A man held a knife to Bae Du-kyung's throat, but he dodged instantly. He thought, "I've seen him in the reports. Ishizuka Kato, Oyama Sogo's assassin." This was his first encounter with Bae Du-kyung. He said, "Hey, isn't my rank higher than yours? You're being too disrespectful for a first meeting." Bae Du-kyung twisted his arm behind his back. The man kicked at Bae Du-kyung's neck. Bae Du-kyung wondered, does he not care if I'm Bae Du-kyung or not? If he doesn't, it means Oyama has started to have his doubts. Oyama said, "Looks like he got angry because you bad-mouthed me." Kato continued to slash at Bae Du-kyung. "If he stays on guard, I can't draw my sword." Bae Du-kyung thought, "I have to hide anything that could arouse his suspicion." A person ran between the two as Kato raised his sword. The blade grazed the person's arm. "Who's this? Who do you think you're swinging a sword at?" he said, kicking Kato's leg. It was Zion. He asked, "Are you a rookie?" "I'm a rookie too." Bae Du-kyung finished his internal thought. "And I have no choice but to play this trump card." Oyama was intrigued. He subdued Kato in an instant. "Is there another guy like that in Korea?" Just then, the man from the car staggered and crawled out. He was seething. He stood up. The bearded man stood before him. So it was you. He held an axe in his hand. You damn yaksha, look at that face, daring to go head-to-head with a gorilla, Zion said. A knife flew at Zion's face from out of nowhere. Kato swung his knife and cursed. Are you crazy? That son of a bitch broke his own arm joint. He grabbed Bae Du-kyung and started the fight. Oyama watched from the side with interest. How does it not hurt? Zion was shocked to see Kato dislocate his own joint. Oyama said. That's enough, stop it. You should stop too. Bae Du-kyung no Ryugasaki. That was just a little joke. It's been so long since I've seen my brother, I guess I was a little rusty. My brother, who has never told a joke in his life, is joking now, Bae Du-kyung asked. Oyama laughed. He asked, alright, you got a cigarette? I came straight from the airport and forgot to pack any. Bae Du-kyung asked, did you start smoking after I left? Oyama replied, well, I guess so. Come to think of it, there's something you wouldn't know. Bae Du-kyung lit Oyama's cigarette. Hey, you have to bring it closer to light it. Oyama was surprised. Oh, is that so? I didn't know. Truth is, I've never smoked a day in my life. It's bad for your health, right? What are you talking about? Bae Du-kyung asked. Then does this lighter belong to Bae Du-kyung? I've been looking for it for a while. Don't you know what that means? If you were Bae Du-kyung, you would never have taken this lighter out in front of me. Who are you? Every little thing Bae Du-kyung did, even every one of his retorts, I remember them all. It was so grating, all of it pissed me off. I know him best because I hate him the most, but he let his hand go. Well done. Oyama offered the praise and turned around. That's a compliment. Fake Bae Du-kyung. Lee Sung-min thought, what's going on? Oyama held out his hand. I almost forgot you're the chairman. We should say goodbye, Chairman Lee. I'm sorry. We will be more respectful next time, Lee Sung-min replied. He was surprised. He offered his left hand. I hope so. Oyama grabbed Lee Sung-min's wrist. Really? You don't have to wait that long, Chairman Lee. He let go of Lee Sung-min's hand. He snatched the sword from Kato. Oyama raised the sword with a wicked smile. The sword plunged right into the chairman's little finger. Lee Sung-min was startled. He screamed in pain. The others watched. They frowned. For an apology, this should be enough, right, Chairman Lee? He let go of Lee Sung-min's hand. He snatched the sword from Kato. Oyama raised the sword with a wicked smile. The sword plunged right into the chairman's little finger. Lee Sung-min was startled. He screamed in pain. Oyama took a handkerchief from his pocket. All of you deliberately deceived Oyama-gumi and looked down on us with insulting remarks. That foolishness. He wiped the blood from Lee Sung-min's finger with the handkerchief. He laughed sinisterly. And the price for that is just one finger. Isn't that a little too cheap? Bae Du-kyung asked. Oyama, what the hell are you doing? Zion took out his wire. Boss, let's teach them a lesson and kill them. Choi Chian-ho clenched his fist. He shouted in anger. Lee Sung-min looked ready to explode. What do you all think you're doing? How dare you be so rude with the chairman right here? Our guest will be leaving soon. He raised his bleeding hand and said, we must escort him with courtesy until the very end. He bowed his head again. Farewell, Oyama-sama. Oyama sneered. Oh, it seems I misjudged someone. Oyama patted his shoulder. It seems the real master of Taisen is you. He opened the car door. Oyama said, then I'll see you soon. I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other often. Lee Sung-min replied, yes, thank you. Farewell, Oyama-sama. He sat in the car and spoke again. I'll be seeing you again too. Fake Bae Du-kyung. The car drove off. Everyone rushed to Chairman Lee. His hand was trembling. Bae Du-kyung said nothing. Oyama was on a call. It's me. Is it settled over there? The voice of Gunshi came through the phone. Yes, we've taken care of everything here. I've figured out what's been happening in Korea. The situation here is much more interesting than I thought. He had just finished dealing with a group of people. Oyama said, oh, is it that interesting? It's the same here. First, there are a couple of things that are different from our intel. 2 to be exact. 2 things, Gunshi asked. First, Bae Du-kyung has a twin brother. The man died a while ago and a funeral was held for him. Oyama wasn't particularly surprised. He had a twin, now everything makes sense. Did something happen? Oyama took off his jacket. We met. His twin brother, that is. He's pretending to be Bae Du-kyung, but he's nothing like him in front of me. The person on the other end was surprised. Pretending, then the real Bae Du-kyung is dead. And second, the General Assembly that maintained the balance in Seoul has been disbanded. The current situation is like the Warring States period. The syndicates are at war with each other. In this situation, Taisen couldn't have afforded to lose its leader Bae Du-kyung. But a few months ago, Taisen had already expanded its influence. They participated as a subsidiary of Ilhuk, but that's only on the surface. Oyama looked at his blood-stained sleeve. Ilhuk, I'll check that out myself. Sounds like useful information. I think Ilhuk seems more useful. Keep digging. He was pouring out some pills. He said, useful, you say? Then I can draw a conclusion about these events. He swallowed the pills. Seoul is currently a chaotic and unstable place, its balance shattered by external pressure. And Taisen, Ilhek and Cheonung have absorbed smaller factions to become stronger. A third party tried to prevent this and leaked information to us. That is my conclusion. The person on the phone with Oyama was the head of Oyama Group's Planning and Strategy Office and an advisor to Oyama-gumi, Gunshi Gunja. Just as I expected, useful information. Just like a Gunshi, Oyama praised. Gunshi replied, thank you. I will confirm a few more things and report back. I will contact you again later. Right? He hung up and asked, now shall we get back to our conversation? How much do you know about Taisen? Can you speak Japanese? He asked one of the men. I have things to do, so I won't repeat myself. Talk, you're part of Taisen, aren't you? You should at least know some Japanese. Wait, are you really from Taisen? He said nothing. The scene changed to another location, a room with many large trucks. Huang Hao was sitting there. So Oyama-gumi has taken Taisen. This should be an interesting spectacle. Don't you agree? General Go, you must think so too. General Go replied. Isn't this a good opportunity for us to strike Taisen while they're being pressured by Oyama? Is that why you brought all your men? Huang Hao asked. To wage an all-out war with Taisen? Forget that idea. We're not attacking. We will watch quietly. General Go shouted. But why? This is the perfect opportunity. Huang Hao stood up. General Go, your problem is your impatience. It will cause you to fail. Before General Go could speak, Huang Hao continued. I know, you want revenge for the territories and the harassment you suffered from Taisen, but now is not the time. Think about it. He grabbed General Go's hand. Oyama Gumi has come to Seoul in person. Do you intend to clash with them as well? Do you not know why they're in Korea? It means they will soon intervene directly in Seoul's territories. Over here, Suah was surprised as she read a document. Suah said, Oyama's side sent this. Choi Chianho was shocked to hear it. Oyama, what did those bastards say? Suah read, Taizen's crime of deceiving Oyama. They have pinned many sins on us, but beyond that, all of Taizen's activities must be directly ordered by our master Oyama-sama. Therefore all of Taizen's decisions and actions will be decided by Oyama Sogo-sama. What we have enclosed is an object to remind you of the sins Taizen has committed thus far. Suah opened the box and gasped. She was so shocked she pushed the box away. Choi Chianho came closer and asked, What is it, secretary? Give it to me. He took the box in his hands. He opened it. It was a finger wrapped in a bloody towel. Is this their warning? The enclosed note read, Reflect on your misdeeds. Choi Chianho roared in fury. The scream echoed outside the building. You sons of bitches! Hospital. A dim light shone from one of the rooms. Barry Sue sat beside the bedridden Bae Dukyung looking at the lighter. It ended up like this. Where did I go wrong? I don't know, but we're twins. I was confident I could play your part perfectly without a single flaw, but being you meant I had to protect your Taisen too. Barry Sue lowered his head. I guess this is my limit. Barry Sue placed the lighter in Bae Dukyung's hand. I'm sorry, bro. In the end, I guess I couldn't become you completely. I'll do things my way from now on. He looked at the bag beside him. Barry Sue took off his coat and changed his clothes. He put on his shoes and shouldered the bag. Zion stood beside him watching. Zion said, Boss, are you sure you'll be okay? Barry Sue replied, I actually feel better now that I've been exposed. We're changing the plan. Zion pushed his hat down. How far are you going to take this? Barry Sue said. Now that my identity is out, there's no need to hesitate. Kill anyone who gets in our way. They were getting ready by the roadside. Zion asked, Who's the target? You pick. We're going to take Oyama's head first, but Oyama Sogo, that son of a bitch, I have to kill him myself. Barry Sue, North Korean Special Forces Intelligence Team Leader. 4 years of infiltration experience, a total of 12 incursions into North Korea. The sun was setting. Taisen. Taisen is an organization whose name means Great Mountain. Their steps may be orderly, but no matter how great the mountain, it must kneel at Oyama's feet. There are many people here. So no matter how tall they are, when they all line up on both sides and one man walks forward, when Oyama appears in all his glory, you are just a small mountain, even standing before the tallest one. The people of the Taisen Syndicate must also bow their heads. So bow your head and pay respect to the mountain you cannot reach. Oyama raised a corner of his mouth. The teapot was on the table. Oyama looked at Oyama, raised his head and asked, is your hand all right? Chairman Lee Sung-min answered. Yes, it's fine. The act of cutting off a finger was to express our apology. As Oyama scooped a ladle of tea, he said, I have already received a sufficient apology. There's no need for us to sit so stiffly between us. Lee Sung-min spoke first. I will also apologize. The Taisen Syndicate is currently an organization under our ilhak. Therefore, no matter if Oyama is behind the Taisen Syndicate, you cannot participate in the management of the Taisen Syndicate. Oyama said calmly, you can just continue as you are, Chairman. In fact, if the Taisen Syndicate becomes yours, I will make it even more perfect. How can you make such a proposal to me? Lee Sung-min asked. Oyama poured the tea. I have already fully grasped the current situation in Seoul. It's no different from the Warring States period where people are busy tearing each other to shreds. I have no interest in this Seoul. I just want the name of the great Oyama Gumi to be left here. He put down the teapot. To achieve that, I will make you rule this entire city of Seoul. Oyama handed a teacup to Chairman Lee. Oyama said, Oyama Gumi will make you the victor in this battlefield. Lee Sung-min looked at his teacup, lifted it, held it forward and took a sip. Lee Sung-min glanced at him and put down the teacup. He said, victory here. It's truly moving, but not everything will be as easy as you think because the underworld of this city is by no means a pushover. Oyama laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I know what you mean. That the organizations here are not to be trifled with, including the pride of Ilhek. He revealed one eye. But we are Oyama, you can't compare us with your standards. Have you ever heard of the monster called Oni in old Japanese tales? People usually say it's a monster that eats people. That Oni is what represents the Oyama organization. Sometimes there are organizations that start to oppose Oyama Gumi. The police had just cordoned off a restaurant. There was a surprise attack targeting our enforcer that day. The scene back then was really dangerous, covered in blood from head to toe. He lifted his face and smiled. He looked at the corpses he had slashed. Because of the rival organization members who ambushed us, all 9 of them were torn to shreds. But what's really interesting is, the one-eyed man spoke up. What, why are you? He asked, stuttering. It was a few corpses with missing fingers that couldn't be found, he said in a sad voice. This is not right. I've seen all kinds of trash from Jurang and Taisen, but at this rate that guy is no longer human. The one you cut down was an Oyama man? The one-eyed man pleaded. Spare me please. He begged earnestly, please. He swung his axe and the door was violently thrown open. Is Barry Sue inside? Lee Hung-jiu opened his eyes and saw. What? The other guy also turned around. Bae Du-kyung is here. What's going on? He put the axe on his shoulder. Wait, so that was your real identity, you fake son of a bitch. Tisk, I've heard about it. Is this real? It's really surprising. It's just like a movie. They said he looks exactly like Ryuga Saki. One guy held a knife. Ah, damn it, that bastard's face is exactly the same as our big brother's. He rushed in. I've always wanted to stab you once. Barry Sue blocked his hand. Barry Sue pushed his hand, turning it towards the man himself. He was surprised. Ah, as Barry Sue stabbed him for him, the other guys next to him froze. The Oyama organization member's eyes widened. The guy stabbed by Barry Sue coughed up blood and his comrades also rushed in. How dare you oppose Oyama? As Barry Sue raised his knife, another guy fell backward. They cursed, you son of a bitch. The word Janjing means shame, humiliation. Barry Sue slashed his hand across the man's face. His vision blurred and he soon collapsed to the floor. Barry Sue's reaction was very fast. He immediately dodged another guy's axe. He held a sharp knife. Barry Sue moved his body back and the opponent rushed in with a smile. Barry Sue observed both sides slashed and stabbed at each other. One advanced, one retreated. Not bad, huh? Now I'll play with you just like I play with Ryuga Saki. Barry Sue replied. Oniwa Nobuhiro, I saw you in the files. He slammed his body against the wall. Barry Sue said, his strength is the type that is solved with strength. Oniwa Nobuhiro cursed. What are you blabbering about, you fake son of a bitch? With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Barry Sue rushed toward him and slashed horizontally. Oniwa Nobuhiro couldn't react. He counterattacked, but Barry Sue was a step faster. He struck Nobuhiro from below, launching him upward. Flew through the air, spitting blood from his mouth. As Barry Sue passed by, the two moved back from each other. Nobuhiro knelt, dropping the weapon in his hand. Oniwa Nobuhiro turned his head to see Barry Sue pulling up the zipper on his jacket. You only know how to use strength, but you lack precise attacks. He once again looked him straight in the eye. Nobuhiro collapsed to the ground, the axe in his hand slipping away. He glared at what was behind him. Barry Sue just lightly adjusted his collar, even mocking him. You only know how to use strength and your precision is too poor. Come at me again. This one sentence, along with a gaze as sharp as a razor blade, was enough to make anyone shudder. Lee Hung-jiu, watching the entire fight from the side, was utterly astonished. Bae Du-kyung, no, he's completely different. Who is this guy? Barry Sue bent down and asked him. Lee Hung-jiu, are you okay? Ah, yes, I'm fine, but who are you? With a cold face, Barry Sue extended his hand to him and threw out a few words. How would you recognize this side of me? From now on, think of me as your boss. Lee Hung-jiu took Barry Sue's hand and slowly regained his balance. Can you stand? Ah, yes, tisk, Lee Hung-jiu noticed. From behind, Nobuhiro was rushing in fiercely. Lee Hung-jiu shouted a warning, boss, watch your back, got you son of a bitch. Whether by chance or design, Barry Sue was caught and dragged by Nobuhiro. His two hands were tightly clasped and using his feet as a pivot, he began to lean back as if to slam Barry Sue to the ground. I'm going to plant you in the ground, you fake son of a bitch. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Barry Sue launched himself into the air, doing a somersault in tune with the throw. Then he kicked off a cabinet next to the wall to gain momentum. Following that, he planted his foot and spun around, delivering a downward axe kick from the sky onto Nobuhiro. Nobuhiro didn't expect it, and his hands hurt as if they would break, eventually letting go. He then collapsed to the ground, strength drained from him. But without a moment to breathe, an attack was upon him. Pivoting on his left foot and left hand, Barry Sue delivered a spinning back kick that shattered Nobuhiro's jaw. He flew back like a sack, crashing loudly onto a pile of desks and chairs. The recent counterattack made Lee Hung-gu's hair stand on end even more. What is this? What am I watching right now? In front of Nobuhiro, who was covered in wounds, Barry Sue now stood without a single scratch, calmly adjusting his clothes. After a moment, Nobuhiro staggered to his feet, his entire body aching. Hey, you fake son of a bitch who only uses cheap tricks. Lee Hung-jiu was startled. Ha, that guy got up again. Come on, keep coming, Nobuhiro shouted, looking a bit ridiculous with his bruised body. Barry Sue looked down on him with contempt. Enraged, Nobuhiro charged again. Barry Sue lightly sidestepped, not forgetting to land a punch on his face. Nobuhiro's nose gushed blood, and he cursed internally. Damn it, you son of a bitch, if I can just land one hit. Nobuhiro started using a sloppy brawling style. He instinctively swung his fists at Barry Sue. Just one hit, like that. He attacked madly without calculation, which made it easier for Barry Sue to dodge. He finished him with a precise uppercut to the chest. It was impossible to know how many bones were broken. All that could be seen was him spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back in pain. One hit, Nobuhiro gritted his teeth. Growing more and more frustrated, he endured the pain and threw a punch before Barry Sue's surprised eyes. Bam, this punch finally hit something. Nobuhiro laughed loudly. That's more like it. But upon closer inspection, his fist had hit Barry Sue's palm. He had caught Nobuhiro's desperate punch. Is this all you've got? His other hand slowly rested on Nobuhiro's elbow. Then Barry Sue twisted with all his might. With a cracking sound, Nobuhiro's arm twisted clockwise and broke on the spot. Ah, the enforcer of the Oyama group screamed in pain. He collapsed helplessly. You son of a bitch, Nobuhiro cursed, gritting his teeth. The gift he received in return was a front kick from Barry Sue, sending him flying backward. Just watching made Lee Hung-gu's face contort and his head spun. Nobuhiro still forced out each word. How on earth you won't last? Barry Sue pressed Nobuhiro's cheek with one knee. Snap out of it. To help Nobuhiro come to his senses, Barry Sue lightly stabbed his palm with a knife. Ah, he screamed in pain. Barry Sue lightly said word by word. I have a lot to ask you. Oyama Sogo knew I wasn't Bae Do-kyung when he saw the lighter. He said I didn't know what it meant. What does that mean? To add weight to his question, Barisu moved the knife slightly, causing blood to spurt. Nobuhiro screamed. Ah, he answered in a panic. That's almost the same as Oyamagumi's symbol. It's not something a Korean punk like you can light up as you please. Got it? The symbol of Oyamagumi, I see. Having achieved his goal, Barisu pulled out the knife. I'll be taking this from you, Barisu said, raising the knife and preparing to stab again. Stab, he cut off Nobuhiro's little finger. Ah, his scream echoed once more. Barisu explained, you have to pay the price. Isn't this also a sign of apology? Then I will receive this from all of you trash. Barisu wiped the blood from the knife and put it in his clothes. Nobuhiro tried to endure the pain with meaningless curses. You son of a bitch, I will definitely tear you to pieces. With all my strength, Nobuhiro raised his body and attempted one last counterattack. Barisu was no rookie. He hit Nobuhiro's head with a light punch. Finally, the enforcer of the Oyama group fell silent. Lee Hung-ji-yu was frozen and couldn't say a word. Lee Hung-ji-yu, let's get out of here quickly. Barisu adjusted his gloves and gave the order, move. Lee Hung-ji-yu stuttered in reply. Yes. Seeing Barisu head for the door, Lee Hung-ji-yu muttered in disbelief. Let's get out of here quickly. Is that guy a soldier? Stepping out the door, Barisu took out his phone and began to make deductions based on the previous pieces of information. The lighter is Oyama's. Meanwhile, Suwa received a call. This is the university hospital. What's wrong, sir? The lighter. Then that's a relief. She folded her umbrella and shook off the rainwater. I just arrived at the hospital too. I'll come and find it again. Busy with the call, Suwa didn't notice a car secretly watching her from not far away. Tick-tock, the driver tapped his fingers on the steering wheel impatiently. The hospital, this man was Oyama Group's strategist, Gunja. Bae Do-kyung's secretary, Ju Suwa, is at the hospital. He took a small bottle of pills from his breast pocket. Then he started to get out of the car. A line of cars that had been following him also began to move. Numerous men in black got out after him. In that case, Gunja shook a few white pills into his palm. It would be better for me to go in and check myself. Gunja led a group of subordinates and headed straight for the hospital Suwa had just entered. Inside, Suwa was walking upstairs. She was still on the phone. The meaning of the lighter, you ask? Yes, I heard it's the symbol of Oyamagumi. And because of it, Sogo found out I'm not Bae Do-kyung. The person Suwa was talking to was none other than Barisu. I don't know for sure, I haven't confirmed it yet. After climbing up the empty stairs for a long time, Suwa opened the door to a room, followed by another empty hallway. I don't know anything other than that it was something President Bae Do-kyung always carried. The symbol of Oyamagumi was engraved on it. Suwa placed her hand on the fingerprint scanner. Only President Bae Do-kyung knows its meaning. The door opened. This was a top-secret room. What was inside startled Suwa, making her forget she was on a call. She dropped her phone to the floor. Barisu was worried when Suwa went silent. Secretary, what's wrong? The reason was, in front of her a man covered in tattoos was holding that very lighter. This was the person she had been waiting to wake up for so long. He also seemed to have just noticed someone entering the room. I didn't know who came, but it was you. Suwa was overcome with emotion and couldn't say anything. Why, it feels like we're meeting after a very long time. The person turned his head and gave a charming smile. It was none other than the real Bae Do-kyung, Barisu's brother. He was still alive. Oh, it's been a long time. Suwa answered, her voice choked with emotion. It's been a very long time. Down in the hospital lobby, 4 of Gunja's subordinates entered. He noticed a strange sign near the elevator. It was a notice about construction on the 6th floor. Access for patients and visitors is strictly prohibited. Entry forbidden. With his sharp mind, Gunja immediately sensed something was amiss. Go up. I'll see if there's another way, he ordered 3 of his men. Gunja adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, they must have left Seoul and come to another hospital. Are they hiding something? If the Taisen Syndicate has something to hide in a hospital right now, it can only be one thing, back in the special hospital room. Having heard the full story, Bae Do-kyung had a grasp of the situation. So the General Assembly has collapsed. While I was gone, that bastard came from Japan and took over the Taisen group. As he spoke again, Bae Do-kyung's hands trembled with rage. I can't just lie here like this. Saying this, Bae Do-kyung trembled as he tried to get up. Suwa desperately stopped him. Don't overdo it, I've called the doctor, just lie still. This is enough. She tried to calm Bae Do-kyung by pulling up the blanket. This is enough for now, so please leave the rest to us. She didn't notice that outside on the stairs, Gunja's 3 men had reached the 6th floor. Who are you? As soon as the bearded man stepped off the stairs, he saw a huge man waiting. He sneered. Seeing you here means there really is something going on. Standing before him was the head of the Taisen Syndicate's security team, the immovable yaksha Ha In-dong. Ha In-dong opened his mouth. You cannot enter any further. The 3 men ignored his warning. What, still don't get the situation? A guy like you dares to block the men of the Oyama group, Ha In-dong said once more. Even if you're from Oyama, you cannot pass. Hey security chief, give it a rest. Who are you trying to impress by working so hard? The bearded man placed a hand on Ha In-dong's shoulder and squeezed it threateningly. He glared and raised his voice. Your master is too far away to hear you bark. Is that what you think? Ha In-dong stretched out his long arm and grabbed the man's head. Without a chance to resist, his head was grabbed by Ha In-dong and slammed hard into the floor. The remaining 2 men's faces stiffened at the sight. You son of a bitch, you dare touch an Oyama man? The 2 men drew their knives in a panic. Naturally, Ha In-dong, who had the upper hand, had already closed the distance on the other man. A full-force punch to the solar plexus. Only a heavy dull thud echoed. The last man who had just managed to draw his knife was terrified. You'll regret this, huh? His voice trembled. Ha In-dong approached slowly, completely unafraid. Regret? I've already had my fill of that. Because I was a dog who couldn't protect his master. He rushed at the last man, overwhelmed by his presence. The man couldn't do anything. Was all he could utter. A dog that couldn't bark in front of the master was supposed to protect. As he spoke, Ha In-dong grabbed the hand holding the knife. A cracking sound echoed, followed by excruciating pain. But from now on it's your turn, Ha In-dong warned. The Japanese man knelt in pain. Ha In-dong glared down at him menacingly. So go on and bark. His hand tightened once more with all its might. The Japanese man screamed in agony. From the opposite hallway, Gunja watched the entire scene. He remained composed. There were guards on his side too, but there were only two nameless ones. HMPH, who are you? This is a restricted area. Before he could finish his sentence, Gunja swung his hand and slashed the Taisen guard's throat. Then, before his opponent could prepare, he rushed at the remaining man. Gunja quickly grabbed the guard's wrist, which held a knife, and struck his side with his other hand. He took down the last guard in one blow. Lucky me, he pulled out his right hand, which held a dagger-like weapon. It was already drenched in blood. He said sarcastically, "Isn't this a hospital? If you press the emergency call button quickly, you might not die." He bent down to the guard who was struggling with a slashed throat and took his access card. "I'll be borrowing this." Click. The door to the secret room opened. Gunja stepped inside. Inside the room, Bae-doo-kyung was alone. He turned his head and looked. Gunja also approached slowly. It was impossible to know what he was planning to do. A weapon glinted in his hand. He called out Bae-doo-kyung's name, Ryugasaki. Urgent footsteps echoed from outside the hallway. "Quickly, this way." Suwa and several doctors hurried over to save the lives of the two guards who had just been attacked. It was an extremely urgent scene. The guard whose throat had been slashed, having received timely pressure on his wound, whispered with difficulty, Secretary, quickly, the president." A chill ran down Suwa's spine. She was afraid that the past would repeat itself. "President," Suwa kicked the hospital room door open. Bae-doo-kyung and Ha In-dong were just looking at her. No one said a word. Suwa rushed inside and asked Ha In-dong, "Are you okay?" "What on earth happened?" Bae-doo-kyung answered. Gunja was here." Suwa grew anxious. "Gunja, did anything happen?" Bae-doo-kyung let out a light sigh and answered, "What could have happened? We just looked at each other. It's a relationship where we have to be wary of each other." As he spoke, he flicked the lighter as if it revealed his status as Bae-doo-kyung. "Suwa, do you have my phone?" Bae-doo-kyung asked, supporting him. Suwa stammered, "That's with Mr. Barry Sue." Right, Bae-doo-kyung then seemed to remember. "Then Suwa, may I borrow your phone? There's something I need to take care of." As Bae-doo-kyung said this, his eyes were filled with determination. Somewhere a wrinkled hand rested on a document. An iPhone on the desk rang continuously, signaling a call. The white-haired man answered the phone. "Yes, it's me." Bae-doo-kyung's voice came from the other side. "It's been a long time, father." The man was a little surprised. His voice, "Is it Doo-kyung? Is that you?" There was no mistake. This old man was the chairman of the Oyama group at the pinnacle of the Japanese underworld, the head of Oyamagumi, Oyama Tetsuji. Hearing Bae-doo-kyung's voice, Tetsuji spoke warmly. "I was worried it was just a rumor, but I guess it was just a rumor after all." Bae-doo-kyung replied, "The rumors are true. Father Bae-doo-kyung is dead." Tetsuji let out an awe and remained calm. "Is that so? Then I must be senile. Am I talking to a ghost right now?" Bae-doo-kyung answered coldly. "So from now on I am not Bae-doo-kyung. I am Oyama Ryugasaki." Tetsuji took out a cigarette and lit it, his expression turning serious. "HMPH, hearing you say that, it seems you've made up your mind." "Yes, I will live according to your will, father. I will do anything, as you wish." Bae-doo-kyung clenched the lighter in his hand. "Why have you changed your mind now?" Tetsuji demanded. "Didn't you run away to Seoul saying you didn't want to? So I will do it now. Or are you perhaps sulking?" While on the phone, Tetsuji left the room. Everywhere he went, attendants greeted him. "Yes. You brat, it's been a long time since I've felt this good. I really was sulking." Tetsuji walked down the stairs. "Doo-kyung, my will has not changed. You are my successor. That's why I gave you my lighter, the symbol everyone recognizes. But the situation is very different from back then. Many in the family in Sogo's faction do not recognize you." He walked on, and numerous subordinates were seated below him. "Of course you know it's Sogo's faction, right? You're not the official successor, and there's also the fact that you're Korean." Tetsuji didn't deny it. That's an undeniable fact. Actually, I don't care who becomes the head of Oyama." Bae-doo-kyung finally got to the point. "Sogo, that bastard crossed the line." His voice was filled with anger. "He touched my family. So tell them to come, all of them who don't recognize me, the ones on Sogo's side, to Seoul." These arrogant words were broadcast over the speakerphone to everyone in the Oyama family. Bae-doo-kyung declared, "Here in Korea there is Ryugasaki me. Tell them to abandon all blood ties and come." "Then I'll ask just one thing," Tetsuji continued. "Do you intend to kill Sogo?" he asked. Bae-doo-kyung did not hide it. "Yes, I will kill him." "Is that so?" Understood. Tetsuji showed no expression. On his end, Bae-doo-kyung also ended the call. Suwa finally exploded. "Is the first thing you do upon waking up to declare war on Oyamagumi? Why, don't you have faith in me?" Bae-doo-kyung sneered and provoked her. He declared once more, "What does it matter if the opponent is Oyama or anyone else? Aren't we the Taisen Syndicate?" And most of all, at that moment, urgent footsteps were heard from outside. "We have him, don't we?" As if by fate, Barry Sue kicked the door open and rushed in. "Suwa, are you okay?" Bae-doo-kyung sat up and smiled arrogantly. "Well, who might you be? Mr. Barry Sue, is it? No, I should call you Bae-doo-kyung, shouldn't I? What is this?" A single hot tear rolled down Barry Sue's cheek. The brother he had worried about every moment had finally woken up. "Yeah, it's me," Bae Du-kyung replied with a smile to his younger brother. "Sue, bro." Barry Sue was overcome with emotion as he looked at his brother. Bae Du-kyung asked again. "Yeah, it's me, Sue. Are you crying?" Barry Sue broke down and cried like a child. "I was going to become you if you didn't wake up." Now the two brothers seemed to have gone back to the old days. "Was it worth it?" his brother asked. "To become Bae Du-kyung, what's the point of that? Since we're twins, I thought if you could do it, I could do it too." Barry Sue hurriedly wiped his tears. "But it really wasn't like that, it was so hard." A happy smile never left his lips. "Sue, you've been through a lot." Bae Du-kyung clenched his fist. "From now on I'll take care of everything," he declared to his brother. "So don't cry anymore, you have to be strong like you used to be." Barry Sue looked at his brother, choked up and unable to speak. The two brothers bumped their fists together. A moment later Bae Du-kyung held his head and sighed. "I'm a little tired now. To think the Taisen Syndicate I worked so hard to build has now been handed over to Ilhuk. I really can't believe it." "Do you know what really surprised me in this situation?" Bae Du-kyung asked his brother. "Everything was done by Bae Du-kyung. You did everything in my name." Hearing this, Barry Sue looked away in embarrassment, unable to face his brother. "Thanks to you, Bae Du-kyung's image has become more widely known to the public, that of an invincible gangster, unmatched," Sua chimed in. Bae Du-kyung shrugged and gave a faint smile. "Wow, how exciting, how fun, I'm so happy." So what's the next plan?" Bae Du-kyung asked. Barry Sue answered. "First, we must return to the Taisen Syndicate. To your Taisen, let's go back. Oyama Sogo and his lackeys, I'll crush every last one of them without a trace." Now, Sogo and his men had just contacted Nobuhiro and were checking on his injuries. Sogo said to him, "Your injuries are severe." Oniwa Nobuhiro tried to sit up and replied, "I'm fine, I can still move." "Yes, that's how it should be." Suddenly, Sogo pushed Nobuhiro against the bed's railing, causing him to wince in pain. "Ah!" Sogo shouted. "An Oyama man lying in a hospital bed, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry about this incident." Oniwa Nobuhiro tried to make an excuse and Sogo patted his shoulder lightly. It's fine. But why is that fake so strong?" As Sogo said this, a look of interest appeared in his eyes. He seemed to be on Ryugasaki's level. His hands trembled with excitement. I, Nobuhiro stammered. "I've never seen Ryugasaki's skills firsthand, no matter how strong that fake is. I never imagined he would be as strong as Ryugasaki." As he spoke, Nobuhiro recalled the scene of being overpowered by Barry Sue. The pain from when he was tortured seemed to return. "As strong as Ryugasaki?" Sogo asked again. Nobuhiro nodded. "Yes, that's right. He's a monster from another world." At these words, Sogo fell silent. Then the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. "Oniwa Nobuhiro." Sogo patted Nobuhiro's shoulder amicably. "I've taken a liking to you. Your madness and passion are exactly what Oyama needs." Nobuhiro grew a little fearful. "Thank you, sir, but this time I was truly a disappointment." Sogo immediately changed his tone. "Getting seriously injured by a fake and blaming it on a monster from another world, aren't you too scared, right?" Sogo glared down and asked once more. "Oniwa Nobuhiro." Just then, Gunshi Gunja returned. Sogo turned to him and asked, "You're back, Gunja. Any new information?" "Yes, but before I report." Gunja held out a phone. He bowed and suggested, "Please take this call. The chairman is looking for you." "Father?" Sogo was surprised. "Father, it's me." On the other end it was undoubtedly Tetsuji. "Sogo, what are you doing over there? I entrusted the Taisen Syndicate to Ryugasaki." "What right do you have in the Taisen Syndicate?" With a cold face, Tetsuji took out a lighter and lit his cigarette. Sogo raised a hand, ran it through his hair and answered, "Did you hear the news? I have many eyes and ears around me. I heard from Ryugasaki." Sogo's expression changed at these words. "Ryugasaki? Father, that man is a fake." Sogo burst out laughing. "Impressive, fooling even you, father. That man is Bae Du-kyung's twin brother." Tetsuji cut his son off. "No, I spoke with Ryugasaki and confirmed it's him." "What do you mean?" Sogo still couldn't believe it. "He really is a fake, father." "Sogo," Tetsuji said again, annoyed. "Didn't I tell you I confirmed it? When I tell you to believe something, you believe it." Sogo fell silent, unable to argue further. Tetsuji continued, "That fake fellow said this, that he will be the future master of Oyama, and as the master of Oyama and Taisen, he said he wouldn't let you be." Sogo's eyes widened. Sogo asked cautiously, "Father, what else did you say to him?" Tetsuji said as he returned to his study. "As the current head of Oyama, I said what needed to be said. That should be a sufficient answer, as the head." Sogo didn't seem to understand his father's words. "What do you mean, Sogo? Do you have any intention of returning to Japan now?" Tetsuji asked again. "Father, are you saying that as my father?" Sogo asked back, annoyed. "Or as my boss?" "Sogo, I have never once." Tetsuji stared blankly at the garden. He seemed to be thinking about something, then hung up the phone. Sogo turned to Gunja. He furiously handed the phone back to Gunja. Sogo's eyes widened as he demanded, "Is Bae Du-kyung really alive?" Gunja answered calmly, "I've confirmed it, and you just came back?" Sogo asked, annoyed. Gunja put the phone away and answered simply, "Because he is the real Ryugasaki." Sogo grew even more annoyed. "Are you on Bae Du-kyung's side too?" Gunja answered ambiguously. "I only work for Oyama. This is an Oyama-related matter." Gunja took a notebook from his inner pocket and handed it to Sogo. "I found the third party that leaked information in Seoul." "Who is it?" Gunja said nothing. He just lifted his index finger. "Seoul," he said. "Seoul." Sogo smiled wickedly and flipped through the documents. These were documents regarding the Wonsan project. Tucked into the first page was a photo of the three men running the project. Utau Wang Huang Hao and Section Chief Kong. The scene changes to a street where rain is pouring down. By the roadside, a man sat in a car, lost in thought. Rumor has it Oyama has taken over Taisen, with Lee Sung-min's men no less. He's more stubborn and cunning than I thought. This person was Section Chief Kong. Staying in Seoul for too long is no good. If I jump into this now, I'll fail. A moment later, a man with his face hidden by a raincoat knocked on the car window. When he suddenly opened the car door, Section Chief Kong was startled. It was his daughter. Wow, busted. You said you quit smoking, so why are you smoking again? Section Chief Kong hurriedly threw away the cigarette he was smoking and smiled sheepishly. What, you're here? You should have called coming out in the rain. His daughter got into the back seat. Section Chief Kong asked awkwardly, why not sit in the front? The girl just waved her hand a few times and replied, no way, I hate the smell of your cigarettes, Dad. Sitting down, the girl covered her nose with both hands and grumbled, it stinks. I'm in the back seat and the smell is still overwhelming. I was trying to sneak a quick one while the window was down, but you caught me. Hey, the girl sighed and took a bag out of the back seat. Trying to sneak a smoke? There are plenty right here. She didn't notice a man outside the car watching her. I'm sorry, daughter, let's go now. That strange man placed his hand on the car door and opened it. My apologies. He jumped into the car, startling them both. Who are you? The girl cowered in fear. Well, it's your lovely daughter. He grabbed the girl's wrist and pulled. Calm down, young lady. I'm a friend of your father's. He was soaked from the rain, but his crazed eyes revealed who he was. He was Sogo. Sogo glanced at the person in the front seat. So it would be good if we could become friends quickly too, wouldn't it? Section Chief Kang's face contorted with anger and veins popped on his forehead. Dad, who is this man? What is he saying? The girl pulled her hand back in fear. Sogo smiled. My apologies. You seem very surprised you don't speak Japanese, Dad. The girl called out to her father desperately. Section Chief Kong loosened his tie, took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. It's nothing, Yun. He's a friend of Dad's that I haven't seen in a long time. Section Chief Kong forced a smile, his face filled with bulging veins. Mr. Oyama Sogo, what brings you all the way here? Section Chief Kong asked directly. Because you weren't answering your calls, Section Chief Kong. Sogo leaned into the front seat and placed a hand on his shoulder. I wanted to talk to you so badly that I came to find you myself. I didn't know your daughter would be here too, Sogo said, looking at Yun. Section Chief Kong replied, Mr. Oyama, wouldn't it be better to discuss business outside? It doesn't matter to me, as you wish. Sogo didn't push it and opened the car door himself to get out. Section Chief Kong followed him. All right, shall we talk again? Section Chief Kong. Sogo leaned against the car and proposed. Section Chief Kong replied, what do you want that you'd go this far? Section Chief Kong immediately pulled out a gun. Looks like this bastard doesn't know how to behave in a foreign land. Section Chief Kong glared, aiming his gun at Sogo and his men threateningly. I can save face for you in Japan, but it's different here. Every land has its master, doesn't it? Kong threatened. But Sogo just smiled confidently. You sound just like that fake, he mocked. His name is Barry Sue, right? I heard he was your subordinate, Colonel Kong Sung-ho of the HID Special Operations Unit. Sogo knew his identity well. If we were to work with you in Korea, we had to investigate your entire background. Sogo reminded Kong Sung-ho, then continued the negotiation. Thud, a knife embedded itself deep into the steel. You seem to care for your daughter a great deal. Kato threatened them by stabbing a dagger into the roof of the car where Yuna was sitting. But it seems you don't care one bit for your subordinates. Section Chief Kong had to re-evaluate the conversation. He pushed up his glasses. I don't see why you're worried about not being able to catch him, Sogo said, approaching Kong Sung-ho. He extended a hand and spoke logically. But if we both have a common enemy, wouldn't it be better to join hands to set up such a big board? At this, Section Chief Kong finally began to talk seriously. Does that mean you want a seat at the table too? But what can we do? Our table is full. Section Chief Kong flatly refused. Sogo, still smiling, replied. Then we can just rearrange the table. I don't want to share my food with just anyone either. You want to reorganize the territories, as was his habit. Kong Sung-ho brought a pack of cigarettes to his mouth. Sogo motioned to Kato. Kato immediately approached Kong Sung-ho and shielded the wind so he could light his cigarette, showing goodwill. Section Chief Kong said, You think you can do it? I'll show you. Sogo was about to take something out of his pants pocket. What kind of organization Oyama is? Let's go, Kato. Sogo turned and left. Kong called from behind him. Is that friend's name Kato? Let me see you for a moment. The moment Kato turned back, the lit cigarette flew straight into his eye. As Kato barely dodged, a hand grabbed his collar. Kong approached and swept Kato's leg, making him lose his balance. Just like that, Kong slammed Kato to the ground. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I'll have to fix that insolent hand of yours, kid. You don't just pull out a knife anywhere. When adults are talking, you stand by quietly. The words were needed. The dagger held to his throat was proof enough that Kang's skills were far superior to Kato's. As a warning, he left a cut on Kato's face. Mr. Oyama, you should remember this too. Kong Sung-ho warned Sogo. Don't ever use such foolish methods again, understood? A while later, at Jurang's territory, the Red Hotel, Utau Wang was drinking alone, the phone just ringing with a signal tone. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The person he was calling was Kong Sung-ho. Baedu-kyung, no it's not Baedu-kyung. Taisen has fallen to Oyama. Utau Wang tore at his hair, deeply distressed. Why isn't that cunning Section Chief Kong answering his phone? Damn it. Frustrated, Utau Wang threw his head back and took a large swig of alcohol. Just then, a strange noise came from outside the room. What's that sound? Wary. Utau Wang got up and looked toward the back, where one of his bodyguards lay dead. Ah, who are you? I've never seen your face before. Still holding his drink, Yu Wang scowled at the one who had come to disturb him and demanded, "We just met and you've already turned my subordinate into a rag." The opponent pulled an axe from Yu Wang's subordinate's corpse. It was no stranger. He was Nobuhiro, who had been defeated by Berry Su. "Have we met somewhere before?" After finishing his drink, Yu Wang came down ready to fight. "Why are you taking your anger out on me so violently all of a sudden?" The Joseon man chirps like a bird. Nobuhiro's old wounds still acted up, so he had to swallow a handful of painkillers to prepare for the fight. Scared? After taking the medicine, he crushed the empty bottle. Foam was all over the corners of his mouth. "Japanese, so it was you guys." Yu Wang put on his knuckles and clenched his fist. "You mean those Oyama Japanese bastards? You swallowed Taisen and now you're here to take another bite?" Yu Wang clenched his fist and laughed provocatively at his enemy. A sarcastic voice echoed, "Taisen, Taisen, everywhere I go it's Taisen. I'm sick of hearing that name." "That's understandable, it's the standard in this city of Seoul." Another person appeared. In his hand was a very exquisite katana. "Foolish Taisen, just the arrogance of a frog in a well." It was Sogo. He held a katana intending to deal with Jurang himself. "Is that a real sword, damn it?" "There's all sorts of things." The katana immediately caught Yu Wang's attention. "Why don't you draw your sword?" With ghost-like speed, Sogo lightly brushed past Yu Wang. "Come down, this place is too good for you." He placed a hand on the bar. "Don't you think you're out of your league in this position?" Sogo picked up a random bottle of liquor and asked Yu Wang back. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lee Hung-ji-yu was shocked by the sight before him. "Are there really two Baedu-kyungs?" This was the hospital where the two brothers had been reunited. "No, twins. I mean twins. Over there was Berry Su, who had taken off his eye patch." "Why do you always wear it on the wrong side?" Zion said, annoyed, as he took off Lee Hung-gu's eye patch and cursed. Baedu-kyung quietly said to Berry Su, "Is that guy on our side? He's a bit uncomfortable." Lee Hung-ji-yu, after composing himself, finally asked, "But I have a question. Between you two, who is the real Baedu-kyung? I will follow the boss I chose. That's why I'm asking." He raised his hand, which was missing a finger, and asked, "Who was the one who made me cut off my finger?" Without a word, Berry Su pointed at Baedu-kyung. Only then did Lee Hung-ji-yu exclaim, "Ah. So my boss is the fake Baedu-kyung?" "No, it's Mr. Berry Su." Baedu-kyung, who was lying in bed, frowned in annoyance. "You've been getting on my nerves for a while now, and back then, wasn't that something you brought upon yourself?" Baedu-kyung asked again. "But what about Jurang? How did it end up under Taisen?" Lee Hung-ji-yu slicked back his hair and tried to look cool. "Well, I'm someone who knows the tides, as Su Hung-nim would say. It's a new symbol of this era, I suppose. It's on a completely different level from Jurang." Baedu-kyung cursed again in annoyance. "How dare this bastard speak to me so casually?" Lee Hung-ji-yu pretended not to hear. He looked at Zion and praised him. That blonde Hung-nim scared Yu Wang so much that he couldn't even breathe properly. Zion, upon receiving the compliment, shrugged and cleared his throat a few times. "You subdued Yu Wang? That couldn't have been easy." Baedu-kyung asked with interest. Zion spun the knife in his hand and replied, "Boss, I just gave them a little taste and they were really nothing special." "Hey, don't say that, blonde Hung-nim," Lee Hung-ji-yu flattered. "You definitely took down Yu Wang with one shot. Hung-nim, you're just that strong. On our side, Yu Wang is not an opponent to be taken so lightly." As he said this, Lee Hung-ji-yu broke into a cold sweat. Jurang is currently the largest organization among those in Seoul, and its leader is Yu Wang. At this very moment, that very Yu Wang was also fighting to protect his Jurang. Despite how he looks, he's also a former lightweight boxing champion. On the other side, Yu Wang used boxing's weaving technique to get in close to Nobuhiro's side and prepare his attack. He headbutted Nobuhiro's chin. This is dirty boxing. Following that, Yu Wang struck with his elbow. This was the reason he was disqualified right before the start of an international match. A two-hit combo attack. Unexpectedly, Nobuhiro smiled, basically because he no longer felt pain. Nobuhiro swung his axe. Yu Wang still dodged, causing Nobuhiro to lose his balance. He poked at his opponent's eyes. As known, Yu Wang jabbed his index finger into Nobuhiro's eyes. Unexpectedly, he dodged this dangerous attack. Yu Wang quickly changed his stance and grabbed Nobuhiro's shoulder. Then he twisted his waist and punched Nobuhiro in the lower abdomen. There was no pain, but Nobuhiro could also feel a few of his ribs break. He swung his axe. Yu Wang simply moved back to maintain distance. After that incident, he was permanently banned from the list. Now Yu Wang looked down. He found that his arm had been cut by the axe and blood was beginning to soak his clothes. Phew, damn it, am I drunk? It's hard to control this hand. A thought suddenly came to him. I want to kill this bastard right now. Yu Wang swayed left and right and once again attacked first. He retreated to the Underworld and joined Ilhek, which was the largest organization at the time. Hey, where did you bleed from earlier? In this fight, Yu Wang had the advantage in speed, landing another blow on Nobuhiro's abdominal wound, but the other axe only cut through the air. Tisk, Sogo, who was watching from the outside, grew impatient and unconsciously gripped his dagger. Nobuhiro finally fell at Yu Wang's feet. Lee Hung-gu's story continued. In just 1 year of activity in the Underworld, he was recommended as Ilhak's youngest Gudo. Yu Wang's bright smile of victory quickly distorted. Nobuhiro propped himself up with one hand, still wearing a crazed smile. A characteristic smile seen in the mercenaries of the Oyama family. That's more like it, this is how it should be. Uta Uiwang felt a sense of fear as a tattooed arm wrapped around his shoulder. Your skills were pretty good earlier. Sogo wrapped his arm affectionately around Uta Uiwang's shoulder. Uta Uiwang was displeased. Damn it, what is it? Wait, your turn will come soon. Sogo plunged his dagger deep into Uta Uiwang's side and the blood flowed, soaking his clothes. You don't need multiple methods to deal with a foolish commoner like you. Sogo smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. He twisted the dagger to widen the wound. The scene shifts to a high-rise building in the city. Lee Sung-min was trying to stop Kato. Mr. Ishizuka, please listen to me. Kato kicked the door open. Inside the room, Seo Maiwa and Turin were sitting. Lee Sung-min saw it and became anxious. What? To this extent Kato ignored Lee Sung-min and walked inside, looking down at Turin and asking, there was an order from the head of Ilhuk, so why are you still sitting here making no move? Turin raised the corner of her mouth in contempt and turned to Seo Maiwa, asking, what nonsense is that punk talking about? He's asking why we're not following the head's orders. The head of Ilhuk. The head, haha, Turin said, reaching for her machete. Why does this damn organization have so many heads? Whose orders are it this time? Taisen or Ilhuk? Turin stood up and glared menacingly at Kato. Or is it the order of some rogue punk? We've decided to join Bae Kyung. We have no reason to follow your words anymore. Before she finished speaking, something flew towards Turin's face. Of course she was no ordinary person either. She blocked Kato's surprise attack with her machete. She frowned in anger. You've got some nerve, try that again, Kato replied nonchalantly. How noisy, what nonsense are you spouting? Lee Sung-min tried to stop them from behind. Mr. Ishizuka, please listen to me. Kato understood his meaning and put his weapon in his breast pocket, muttering, what a bunch of fools. Lee Sung-min turned to appease Turin. I understand your dissatisfaction, but for now, please cooperate according to our instructions. Seo Maiwa saw this, stood up and intervened. Representative Lee Sung-min, I know you are the head of Ilhuk, but we support Bae Kyung and have joined the Taisen Syndicate. But we don't know where Bae Kyung is now. We will not follow any orders unless they are from the Taisen Syndicate. Representative Lee, you're acting like a child. Turin sneered. Weren't you the representative of Ilhuk, a massive organization formed even before Taisen? Where is your pride in Ilhuk? At these words, Lee Sung-min was lost in thought and couldn't say anything. He turned and left. It doesn't seem to be the time to talk about that. I need more time. Turin asked him, is it over now? And Bae Kyung will be back soon. Before leaving, Lee Sung-min said one more thing. Then let's wait together and see how the situation unfolds. Arg. At the hotel, Nobuhiro, with an extremely exhausted face, rolled his eyes back, showing only the whites, and let out an incomprehensible groan. Sogo glared at him. At Nobuhiro's feet, Uta Uiwang lay in a pool of blood. Sogo raised his glass, tasted it, and praised. Well done, now take care of this cleanly. Nobuhiro passed by Uta Uiwang. Didn't notice a slight movement of his hand. Hey, Uta Uiwang was still alive. He staggered to his feet. You son of a bitch. Uta Uiwang turned around and cursed. Then Uta Uiwang weakly raised both hands into a defensive stance. Did you think I'd fall so easily? Let's see who dies. What? Sogo was intrigued by this. Do you still have the strength to stand up, you sons of bitches? How dare you? Do you think you can stand against the Jurang group? Uta Uiwang cursed at his enemies. Sogo also slowly approached, simply laughing at the question. Jurang. You mean that group in Seoul? Are you their leader? Sogo asked, pointing his sword at Uta Uiwang and lightly pushing him down. Look carefully. Sogo immediately grabbed Uta Uiwang by the hair and dragged him. See, he dragged Uta Uiwang. There wasn't a single person. Do you know why? Where are all your men? Sogo pointed towards the door. No one was there. The person waiting outside was a middle-aged man with tattoos, clearly Japanese. Sogo continued. People say wolves live in packs and follow their leader. But as your organization grows weaker, in front of the Japanese man stood 3 young bodyguards with extremely fearful expressions. Since you are a leader who is losing trust, wouldn't your subordinates' thoughts also change? It turned out there weren't just one Japanese guy, but many. The chubby bodyguard was so scared he even dropped his weapon. The subordinates who followed also threw down their weapons and surrendered. It was just as Sogo had told Uta Uiwang. Your organization has abandoned you. You are no longer the alpha wolf. Sogo shot at Uta Uiwang's face. You're just prey to be hunted. Back at the headquarters, it was already dark and no one was there. The first floor elevator lit up and the doors opened, revealing Kato. He suddenly noticed something was wrong on the first floor. Who is it? Kato asked. Where he looked, there were only the black silhouettes of 3 people. The young bodyguard was cut down by Barry Sue. As soon as Kato saw him, he recognized the enemy, slowly drew his sword and prepared for battle. Is it you? He asked. Barry Sue just walked forward. Behind him followed Zion. Barry Sue swung his sword, drawing a line in the air. A swishing sound echoed. He opened his mouth. Ishizuka Kato. Kato bit his lip, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Zion asked quietly, Boss, is that him? Yes, I know. I'll handle this. I heard he's a guy who doesn't feel pain. Kato slowly took off his jacket, revealing a body full of scars. Kato was an orphan of unknown origin. His life was just about surviving day by day. In a way, it was a blessing not to feel pain, not to be hurt by suffering. Even in a harsh and difficult environment, he could move forward. This was an expression of faith and determination. Because he couldn't feel pain, Kato took a stance and vowed to himself. So no matter who the opponent is, do not be afraid. Kato pointed his dagger at his opponent. Thud, he attacked first. The blade stabbed straight and Barry Sue dodged in time. Zion watched and marveled to himself. So fast, what a terrifying speed. Swish, swish, swish. Kato slashed several times in a row and Barry Sue was momentarily forced onto the defensive. Another stabbing attack. Barry Sue focused on observing Kato's movements and proactively dodged. Kato extended his leg back as a pivot, immediately changed his center of gravity, pulled his knife for a feint and swung his foot. Barry Sue still managed to block the surprise attack with both arms in time. His sharp eyes didn't forget to focus on Kato's actions. Thanks to that, he twisted his body slightly and caught Kato's hidden fatal knife attack with both hands. With a series of hand-twisting motions, Barry Sue twisted Kato's arm behind his back and threw him to the ground. Kato bit his lip in anger. Kato twisted his bent arm out of its joint and kicked at Barry Sue. He anticipated this move and lightly dodged. Impressive, he praised Kato. Zion observed carefully. If an ordinary person had received that attack, they would have fainted from the pain. That guy doesn't seem to feel anything. If he forces it, his joint will be strained. Kato began to reset the joint of his broken arm. A series of cracking sounds echoed. You really don't feel pain? Kato just smiled at this compliment. But besides that ability, what else do you have? As usual, Barry Sue straightened his sleeve and his arm joint also made a cracking sound. Round 2 begins. Kato still took the initiative. This time, even Barry Sue clearly saw the attack posture, grabbing Kato's knife hand with one hand and swinging the other hand to prepare a technique. A full-force elbow strike hit the joint of Kato's knife hand. Without caring about his broken arm, Kato countered with his remaining hand, and that punch succeeded in leaving a cut on Barry Sue's face. When Kato looked again, his right hand was completely broken, and it would be difficult to use it again like when the joint was twisted. Keep going. Barry Sue slowly approached and pointed out Kato's weakness. Even if you don't feel pain, the human body has its limits. Kato gritted his teeth and cursed. You bastard. He was forced to use his legs, kicking directly at Barry Sue's face with his right foot. Once again, Barry Sue accurately caught his ankle and continued to swing his remaining hand. Sometimes I meet interesting guys like you. Crack. With a full-force downward strike, Kato's left foot was bent backward. Kato's face turned pale and Barry Sue still praised him. People with powerful strength, body and spirit. But you're very special. With one arm and one leg broken, Kato couldn't balance and fell to the ground. Barry Sue slowly approached him with a relaxed attitude. In the past, Kato was never afraid, no matter who the opponent was. You don't feel pain? Barry Sue lowered his voice and stomped hard on Kato's broken knee. Because you don't feel any pain at all. I wonder what will happen if I cripple you. Barry Sue bent down, grabbed Kato's ankle and prepared to twist it again. If you're scared, get up and beg. Kato finally broke out in a cold sweat. Fear was clearly visible in his eyes. Now he knew how to tremble in fear. You're saying Oyama is at the Taisen Syndicate? At this time, a luxury sedan was speeding across a bridge. It would be rude to go empty-handed like this. Shall I buy you something? Ha In-dong suggested while driving. Bae Du-kyung immediately refused. Don't talk nonsense. Ha In-dong burst into laughter at those words. Are you worried about something? It seems Mr. Barry Sue has gone ahead. Bae Du-kyung smiled and looked out at the road. The Taisen Syndicate? I'll walk in proudly through the front door. No one can stop that. At this time, Barry Sue was dealing with Kato. Bae Du-kyung smiled again and continued. I'm rumored to be a cold-blooded gangster, but the car stopped in front of a high-rise building. We've arrived. Please wait a moment. I will escort you. Ha In-dong got out and supported Bae Du-kyung. Come to think of it, you said you and that person have been getting attention lately, right? With so many eyes watching, it would be embarrassing to enter like this. In the underground parking lot, Turin and her group were also being led somewhere. The subordinates shouted as they looked at Turin. Damn it, you're so slow, walk faster. Hey, what are you guys doing? Haven't you left yet? The old man leading the way was annoyed at seeing a couple embracing each other. But that couple was actually Zion slitting the throat of an Oyama member. How what? As soon as the guy in the lead shouted, Zion approached him. How noisy. With a single slash, Zion cut his throat as if he were the master of this house. The guy in the lead was taken care of in front of everyone's shocked eyes, right? Mr. Bae Du-kyung, seeing this skill, Turin seemed to recognize who it was and smiled with pleasure. You bastard, are you from the Taisen Syndicate? The mustached man following behind immediately drew his dagger but didn't notice that Turin had already made her move. She swung her machete. Kid, where's your leader? With one slash, the mustached man's arm was cut off. Zion said nothing and pointed upwards. The scene shifts to another location. At this time, Lee Sung-min was sighing deeply, exhausted, and Mr. Choi Cheon-ho was pacing behind him. Then Lee Sung-min heard a strange noise. Why is it so noisy outside? Choi Cheon-ho immediately realized. It seems he has returned. Shall we go out and meet him for a moment? Lee Sung-min suggested. It turned out that he and Mr. Choi Cheon-ho had already wiped out Oyama's minions. Damn it, Barry Sue cursed. Kato was dragging his feet. Barry Sue slowly approached him and said, Can you still stand up? Keep coming. On the wall was a large mountain, the symbol of Taisen. This is Taisen's building. An organization with such a proud name. Both Kato and Barry Sue looked at the front door. A person had just entered. This person, wearing dress shoes, began to speak cheerfully. Oyama, you think you're the highest mountain? We are the Taisen Syndicate. This person was Bae Du-kyung, who had returned with Ha In-dong. How dare you? Kato's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Bae Du-kyung walked past Barry Sue and continued his sermon. By what standard do you measure the greatness of the Taisen Syndicate? Kato leaned against the wall in fear and muttered. Ryugasaki, Bei Dukyung continued. If you want to properly understand the Taisen Syndicate, lie there just as you are now. Bei Dukyung glared menacingly at Kato. Crawl on the floor, pull your hair and look up there. That is the symbol of our Taisen Syndicate. 2 months later, in a living room, there were Seo Mayowa, Turin, and Lee Sung-min. Turin burst into a refreshing laugh. You didn't see that guy? Turin turned around and asked. So far, the Taisen Syndicate is still in a bad situation. Your younger brother is pretending to be you, right? At the next table, the brothers Barry Sue and Bei Dukyung were sitting, the corners of Turin's mouth lifted. Isn't it ridiculous? Why should we have to come all this way because of one person pretending to be the head of Taisen? Barry Sue was silent, lost in thought. His brother answered. As I said, I also regret the situation between us, but my brother completed the mission excellently on my behalf, and I fully agree with the decisions he made. I also have a relationship with Ilhuk and Chianung. While many things haven't gone as planned in the current situation, I will try to resolve them. In short, what he said is my will. Do you understand what I mean? Bei Dukyung slowly put a cigarette in his mouth. So just follow him. Bei Dukyung reminded the two from Chianung as he lit the Oyama family lighter. Shouldn't you weigh your options carefully? The situation is very different now. Before he could even smoke it, a hand appeared and snatched his cigarette. What? It was his younger brother who had taken the cigarette. Hearing this, Seo Mayowa opened her mouth. I'm sorry, Mr. Bei Dukyung, but your brother is being too rude. Aside from that, the person we decided to follow is your brother, Mr. Barry Sue. From our perspective, it's natural to be dissatisfied with this change, because you're not the Mr. Bei Dukyung we trusted before. Hearing that, Bei Dukyung did not argue. He turned to his brother and asked, What did you do to President Seo? Lee Sung-min still had to play the role of mediator. Now everyone calm down and let's continue talking calmly. Isn't there a more important matter? What should we do? Lee Sung-min said, holding out a newspaper. The newspaper contained shocking news. Seo Mayowa broke out in a cold sweat after reading the news. As expected, Oyama has taken control of Jurang. What happened to you, Tae Wang? Lee Sung-min looked at Barry Sue's side and explained. Jurang are the ones with the closest relationship to Section Chief Kong. The fact that Oyama has taken Jurang could mean that he has joined hands with Section Chief Kong. We'll have to go and see for ourselves. Bei Dukyung seemed quite interested in this news. He took something out of his breast pocket. It reminds me of the General Assembly. Don't you think this will be an interesting gathering? What he took out was an invitation. Shall we go and take a look? Let's see who ends up joining hands with whom through this. At an evening party, 2 guards were greeting guests at the entrance. A female guest appeared. The person who came was Seo Mayowa. A guard immediately stopped her. What is your business here? Seo Mayowa took out her invitation and introduced herself. Seo Mayowa, the head of Chianung. Is that enough? Please come in. The other guard checked the guest list and let Seo Mayowa in. But it was strange. It seemed he had discovered something odd. The head of Chianung is already here. Seo Mayowa seemed quite surprised by this information. Respected representatives of Korea. Inside, a guest was already reading the invitation. My name is Oyama Sogo, Executive Director of the Oyama Group. While this may be a small matter for Oyama, we would like to hear the words and advice of each organization's representative directly through this event. We hope you will attend and grace the occasion with your presence. What the hell is this? Sogo stood by and listened to the entire reading. Oyama has scoured every little shop in the neighborhood. The person who had just read the letter was the current head of the Chianung faction. Huang Hao, what the hell are you up to? Sogo poured a drink for Huang Hao and smiled. Haha, I was surprised too. It's been a while since the Heilongjing faction came to Korea. What kind of business are you trying to do in this small land? I really don't understand. Aren't we both thinking the same thing? Huang Hao asked Sogo back after taking a sip of his drink. Then how about we do something together? Sogo proposed to him. Chianung will be ours. Suddenly a voice cut in. Mine, you mean? Isn't that right? You too? That person was Seo Mayowa. Huang Hao was surprised. Chairman Seo, I didn't think you would come. The chairman is here, so isn't it time for the aide to go home? Seo Mayowa taunted Huang Hao as she sat down. Huang Hao didn't get angry and just scoffed. Chairman Seo, you seem very confident. I will take my leave now. Sogo suddenly left his seat. He shook hands with another person. Chairman Lee Sung-min, please make yourself comfortable. I will guide you. Lee Sung-min was led to the table and sat in the last remaining empty seat. It seemed all 4 were gathered. Let's begin, Sogo said to the other 3 outside. Footsteps were heard again. The 2 guards immediately blocked the way. What is your business? What is your name? The newly arrived young man just smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Are you asking about me? I am Bei Dukyung. The man confidently introduced himself. Everyone sitting inside was surprised by Bei Dukyung's appearance. Why are you stopping me? Let me in. He walked in lightly, passing the 2 fallen guards. It's been a while since I've been out, so I wore some expensive clothes. Bei Dukyung leaned on an expensive cane and lightly brushed the dust off his clothes. It's been a while, Bei Dukyung said to Sogo. How have you been? Do you remember me? Let's sit here and talk. Bei Dukyung. Sogo's eyes widened. No, it's not Bei Dukyung. He slammed his cane on the floor in anger. It must be Ryugasaki, you son of a bitch. Bei Dukyung repeated his own name. It reminds me of the General Assembly. This should be fun. What Bae Du-kyung had taken out then was the meeting invitation sent by Oyama Sogo at that time. Barry Sue immediately suggested, "Then I will go this time, Oyama Sogo." "No," Bae Du-kyung immediately withdrew his hand. "I'm going this time. Didn't I tell you last time I said I'd do it this time?" And so it has come to this. It's been a while. It was the reunion of Bae Du-kyung and Sogo. As Sogo glared with wide eyes, Bae Du-kyung maintained a relaxed attitude. "I heard you left a polite greeting for Taizan while I was gone. You must have really wanted to see my brother. How come and sit here?" Sogo's face darkened as he muttered Bae Du-kyung's name. "No," Bae Du-kyung planted his cane on the floor. He corrected his own name. "You should say Ryugasaki, right, you son of a bitch." Sogo stammered at those words. "Ryugasaki." Bae Du-kyung ignored him and looked around, asking, "What, is there no seat for me? Talk." He pulled over a chair from not far away. "Then I'll sit here." Bae Du-kyung sat at a side table and Huang Hao had to turn his head to look at him. Bae Du-kyung wasn't his younger brother Barry Sue playing him, he asked himself. Huang Hao spoke to him. "It's been a long time, President Bae. Have you been well?" Bae Du-kyung was surprised. "Who are you to act like you know me?" he answered, his brow furrowed in anger. Huang Hao immediately got his answer. "You don't remember me." Bae Du-kyung let out an "ah." "I remember now. You're that old man, right? The Mr. Huang Hao who got his ass kicked by me, right?" Bae Du-kyung's voice was tinged with mockery. "I didn't recognize you because you're sitting in someone else's seat, a seat that doesn't even suit you." Huang Hao, being mocked, was too angry to speak. He shot up and growled, "Someone else's seat? What do you mean?" Bae Du-kyung shot back without any fear. "Why, didn't you understand? You come and sit here too." Huang Hao picked up the chair next to him. Bae Du-kyung still smiled leisurely. "Hey, that's where the bosses are talking, so it's better if we don't interfere. And I was just getting bored sitting here alone." Bae Du-kyung. Huang Hao gritted his teeth and said word by word. Then he placed the chair next to Bae Du-kyung and sat down. "Yeah, sure, got a cigarette?" Bae Du-kyung smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. "I have some, but they're not Marlboros, so don't pounce on me like last time." Click. Bae Du-kyung lit it with a family lighter. He lit a cigarette for Huang Hao right in front of Sogo's surprised eyes. That lighter again. Countless questions began to surface in his mind. Bae Du-kyung took his cigarette, looked around and continued. "Looking again, there are a lot of unfamiliar faces. Is Jurang led by that old man now?" At this moment, Huang Hao was still glancing sideways, evaluating. "He's definitely a little different from back then. Is this guy really Bae Du-kyung?" Sogo lowered his head and answered towards Bae Du-kyung. "The wolves have all been taken care of and it seems President Utae is busy with company affairs. But I only called the real bosses, not the fakes," Sogo said as he approached Bae Du-kyung. "Is it really you this time?" "Bae Du-kyung," he demanded. "Are you the real one?" Bae Du-kyung asked back sarcastically. "Since when did you start talking as if I were a fake, Taizan? It doesn't matter who the head is anymore." Sogo snatched the cigarette Bae Du-kyung was smoking. "Ah, because that small mountain will become the perfect grave for you twin brothers." Sogo provoked him by putting out the cigarette on Bae Du-kyung's expensive suit. "Hey, this is expensive." Bae Du-kyung hurriedly brushed off his suit. "Why are you acting like that? But you have another option." Sogo slowly walked to the chair next to them and sat down. "You and I," he clenched his fist, veins bulging. "Let's show this entire city of Seoul what the real Taizan is. And finally, Oyama will take over Seoul." Lee Sung-min and Seo Maya-hwa, sitting nearby, also heard these arrogant words. "How about it, Ryugasaki? This time under the name of Oyama, you and I," Sogo tried to persuade him. But Bae Du-kyung immediately refused. "No, shut up. Didn't you hear, father? Oyama will be mine." Bae Du-kyung lit another cigarette. "I'm not nice enough to hand that group over to you. And I'm going to kill you," Bae Du-kyung declared. "I've decided, you know it too, that you and I can never get along." Sogo didn't seem very surprised, as if he had expected this. Bae Du-kyung leaned towards Sogo and continued. "So let me ask you one more thing. Why are you so desperate to take me down? Why did you come all the way to Korea to get rid of this son of a bitch? I paid for everything and left. What more do you want from me?" "Paid for it?" Sogo shot up in annoyance. "Do you really think that was yours, as if you kindly gave me a toy you were tired of?" Sogo unpleasantly gripped the armrest of the chair Bae Du-kyung was sitting in. "Did you think that would make you a martyr for the peace and well-being of that organization?" Sogo interrogated Bae Du-kyung. "From the very beginning, that entire group was mine." Sogo gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and said word by word. "Oyama, father, it was all mine, understand?" He turned to the others and said, "You all listen up too. He's completely overturned the table," he said himself. "Taizan will fall at my hands. If you want to stop me, all of you will be eliminated. So if you're thinking of lining up to stop me, stand straight, because I will wipe out anyone who stands in my way." Huang Hao flicked away the cigarette he had just smoked. "Bae Du-kyung, I will trample on and take everything you have." Sogo continued to curse at Bae Du-kyung. "This isn't a robbery or a war. This is resistance, and I'm taking back what's mine." "How touching." Bae Du-kyung clapped his hands and burst out laughing. "You must have practiced a lot. How do you know what an oration is? I did a lot of that when I was a kid. Didn't you know? That's about your level." Bae Du-kyung spoke sarcastically for a while. "You're mumbling like a kid. I can't understand a single thing. Eliminating, taking away, go ahead and try. Try doing it properly this time." Bae Du-kyung turned, slowly leaned on his cane and left. Just before leaving, he didn't forget to turn his head and make a sarcastic remark. "Instead, if you fail again this time, I will kill you." Behind Sogo, Lee Sung-min and Seo Maya-hwa also stood up slowly. The two followed Bae Du-kyung and left. Huang Hao carefully observed Seo Maya-hwa's expression. The three left the enraged Sogo behind. Huang Hao then stood up and said quietly to Sogo, "I didn't intend to hear about your family history. Isn't that right, Section Chief Kong?" It turned out Huang Hao had secretly turned on his phone so that Kong Sung-ho could hear the entire conversation. "But who do you think that man is? Is it Bae Du-kyung or Barry Sue?" Kong Sung-ho was deep in thought and did not answer. "That man, he was limping. He didn't seem injured, but he looked very uncomfortable somewhere." Huang Hao reported the entire situation on site. Kong Sung-ho muttered. "Leg," he leaned back and thought. According to Oyama, the one who was attacked back then was Bae Du-kyung. He survived, but could there be after effects from such an attack? "Are you listening, Section Chief Kong?" Huang Hao urged when Kong Sung-ho didn't answer. "Yes, I'm listening. There are men waiting for your command," he said as he looked out the window. A few black vans were parked there. Thud, the car doors began to open. "We will handle it from now on." A group of men in black protective suits walked out, exuding a murderous aura. "First, we need to come to a clear conclusion about Bae Du-kyung," he reminded Huang Hao and Sogo. Below the hotel, Lee Sung-min and Seo Myo-hwa got out of the elevator. The three walked out the main entrance. Bae Du-kyung seemed to have noticed something, he suggested. You go on ahead. I have a place to stop by for a moment." "A place to stop by? Where are you going so suddenly? Is it personal? It's dangerous to go alone when you're still not well." Lee Sung-min and Seo Myo-hwa were puzzled. Bae Du-kyung pointed towards the hallway and answered, "The restroom. I'm just going to the restroom. These people are really dense. Shall the three of us go together?" "Good grief, I'm not a child. You go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Bae Du-kyung just left. "Then we'll see you later." Bae Du-kyung really headed for the restroom. The water was turned on. Bae Du-kyung washed his hands. He said to someone, "Even kids wouldn't follow someone into the restroom in a group like this." Behind Bae Du-kyung, the special agent sent by Section Chief Kong appeared. "Aren't you like delinquent students hiding from their teacher to smoke?" he asked the special agents jokingly. 1, 2, 3, how many of you are there?" The special agent swarmed in and began to pull out military-grade knives. This rarely happened even in the past, Bae Du-kyung said, still calmly drying his hands with a paper towel. "Kill him. I mean, didn't you guys come here with that intention? In that case, let's do this properly this time." Without warning, Bae Du-kyung's murderous aura erupted. Meanwhile, at a pier, in a building under construction, a group of people gathered in front of a container. There were 3 men in black suits and a young man with long hair opened the container. He looked inside, which was filled with something wrapped in vinyl. The world has certainly gotten better. Back in my day we had to hide things like this in the belly of a tuna to move them. Are we just moving it out in the open now? It turned out. For them was a container full of drugs. I don't know what's in the heads of these Korean guys. Is everything legal now? It's not legal. It's been condoned. The higher-ups have already settled it. A few of them chatted happily. But even if it's only condoned in Korea, the young man with short hair bent down and picked up a bundle of drugs. Wasn't this the business the chairman always wanted? He'll never just stand by. Don't worry about that. The long-haired man snatched the bundle of drugs from the young man's hand. This is exactly what he wanted. We've decided to follow his will. Besides, the chairman has decided to step back from the front lines and entrust the business to others. After he finished speaking, the long-haired man threw the bundle of drugs on the ground. The other 2 men were both surprised. "What? Is that true?" The long-haired man closed the container and continued. Ryugasaki and our boss confronted each other directly in the chairman's room. The management of the organization was entrusted to the executives, but for Bae Du-kyung to show up at the hotel in this situation, he's walked right into the tiger's den. He's probably been taken care of by now. As he spoke, the long-haired man took out a chain and securely locked the container. When no one answered, the long-haired man turned around and asked, "Who are you?" "We're mercenaries, soldiers from Korea. But the rumor is you guys are up to something again." He stared with wide eyes. A strange voice answered, "Keep talking, I'm listening." The short-haired young man struggled to hold on as he was being choked. Soldiers, the other 2 young men had already been taken care of. It was Zion and I.M. Gung Chun's group who had appeared. You guys are," the long-haired man said, terrified. Nearby, Barry Sue was slowly walking up the stairs. He said softly, "Who did you say was taken care of?" Thud. Bae Du-kyung's 3 section staff fell to the floor over here. Bae Du-kyung began to fight with Section Chief Kang's special agents. 2 of them rushed him first, and Bae Du-kyung barely blocked a stabbing attack with his knife. He had to lean his body to avoid the other guy's attack. He immediately moved back to create distance, but he lost his balance slightly due to the pain coming from his left leg. Noticing this, the special agents came to a conclusion. "Looks like his left leg is injured. Aim for it. Everyone focus. Slowly, calmly. Don't think of him as an ordinary gangster. He's Barry Sue's brother, so we don't know what might happen." As he spoke, the leader began to take off the hat he was wearing. "There's no need to counterattack fiercely. Keep pressing him and wear him out. We're the hunters." This man had a sunken face and wore glasses. "We are the Wonson Special Management Department's team leader, Park Jang-hoon, and that guy is just our prey." As such, the other special agents began to close in on him. Bae Du-kyung saw this and still spoke arrogantly. "You talk a good game. All right, take him down." Park Jang-hoon gave the attack order. Round 2 began with a sideways knife slash. Bae Du-kyung was almost cut. He leaned his body back and prepared to counterattack with his fist. Bam! He landed a painful counterpunch on the first special agent. But the man endured the pain and grabbed Bae Du-kyung's right arm. "Got him," he shouted, and the second special agent rushed in to take advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly, Bae Du-kyung placed his hand on the neck of the special agent holding him. Then he tripped the first special agent and threw him at the second one. Avoiding the dangerous attack, Park Jang-hoon didn't miss this opportunity. drew his knife and rushed at Bae Du-kyung from his blind spot. He quickly snatched the knife from the hand of the fallen special agent. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as knife met knife. Without delay, Park Jang-hoon attacked with his knee. Bae Du-kyung barely managed to block with his arm, but the impact pushed him back. Quite annoying, he thought, feeling uncomfortable, and quickly took 3 steps back, trying to maintain a safe distance. His leg is still fine. Once Park Jang-hoon gained the upper hand, he retreated behind his subordinates to look for an opportunity. Bae Du-kyung saw him and immediately realized, is he looking for a chance? He must be waiting for a decisive moment. But if you're waiting for an opportunity, 3 special agents closed in, preparing to continue their attack. So am I. They didn't know that Bae Du-kyung also had a plan of his own. He reached behind his back and took something out. Thud thud, heavy footsteps echoed from another location. Say that again. Barry Sue gritted his teeth. Who got taken care of? You guys did. At the pier, the long-haired man shouted, the ones who killed Kato and Nobuhiro. Bae Du-kyung's twin brother Barry Sue took off his hat at this moment and glared at the one cursing him. You're that fake. The long-haired man saw Barry Sue waver and continued to curse at him. We've already figured out your skills, you faked, but it was a mistake to come here. Your brother Bae Du-kyung has already been captured by us. Oh really? You caught Bae Du-kyung? Barry Sue unexpectedly showed a faint smile. You're quite confident. I heard Bae Du-kyung is limping, is that right? The long-haired man faltered a bit but forced a bluff. What can he do with that body? What can he do with that body? Zion unexpectedly supported Barry Sue. Barry Sue was bluffing, but he couldn't hide his slightly unsteady walk. You talk a good game. Is catching Bae Du-kyung that easy? Yeah. The long-haired man suddenly seemed to realize something, and it was something that could ruin the entire plan. No way. Could you be Barry Sue? No, it was Bae Du-kyung in a reconnaissance suit, squatting in front of the long-haired man. He sneered. If it's Bae Du-kyung, you guys might have a chance, right? He confirmed it himself. I'm that limping Ryugasaki. Damn it, try and catch me, will you? The fight in the restroom continued. The one who seemed to be at a disadvantage was not Bae Du-kyung, but in fact Barry Sue. He took out his custom knife from behind his back. It was his main weapon, which he used to target weaknesses and opportunities. No, I've been waiting for this moment from the start. Swish! This custom knife cut through steel like mud and people like tofu. Barry Sue used the leg that was thought to be lame as a pivot, and launched himself past 3 special agents, cleanly slashing one's abdomen. That movement, he looked at them coldly. The unexpectedly agile movement sent chills down the special agent's spines. He advanced with his left foot. Park Jang-hoon froze, and his thoughts began to get confused. Thud thud thud. The other special agents didn't wait for orders and rushed to attack. Clang clang clang. In an instant the 2 sides clashed repeatedly. A knife stabbed at Barry Sue's blind spot. He calmly slapped the knife away while the knife was still in the air. Barry Sue caught it with his remaining arm and prepared to block another guy's attack. Clang! One knife parried and the other attacked, drawing blood from the unlucky special agent. The remaining guy seized the opportunity and threw a punch. Barry Sue turned his body, took a defensive stance with both hands, broke into the special agent's inner space, twisted his arm and tripped him. Thud! The special agent's face hit the floor and Barry Sue just sneered. Prey and hunter, you say? You're in my grasp now. Who's the hunter now? Barry Sue subdued the special agent and held a knife to his neck, taking him hostage. Swish! Barry Sue frowned and finished off his enemy. Only then did Park Jang-hoon realize his mistake. Are you Barry Sue? Was it all an act from the beginning? Barry Sue no longer hid it and smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Why, I'm learning to be an actor. When you do things like infiltration and disguise, you have to, don't you? His junior, Park Jang-hoon, knew his mistake and could only sigh. How we miscalculated, he spoke into his radio. Cancel Plan B. Requesting Alpha's support. Alpha is coming. The rest, retreat. Alpha and I will handle it. Staying here will only increase the body count. As the signal was given, all the special agents helped each other and fled. This code was also difficult for Barry Sue to understand. Park Jang-hoon kindly explained, You know, Senior, you're a legend to us. You have a lot of fans. The one called Alpha entered the room. It was a very familiar person with a horizontal scar on his nose. Well, he's a bit of a psycho though. Park Jang-hoon was still introducing him when Alpha pushed him aside. Hey, shut up. Don't make a fuss, it's annoying. Alpha began to take off his hood. Are you really Barry Sue? He asked again for confirmation. Strangely enough, Barry Sue didn't recognize this person. You're definitely dead. I definitely killed you with my own hands back then. The reason was simple. The person who had fought Alpha before was Barry Sue's brother. Alpha was none other than the assassin Kong Dok Bai. Killed? Hearing these words, memories came flooding back and Barry Sue realized that the person in front of him was the one who had almost taken his brother's life. Was it you? He gritted his teeth and said word by word. Was it this bastard who did this to my brother? Brother than that guy back then wasn't Barry Sue. Kong Dok Bai finally began to vaguely understand. Park Jang-hoon also repeated, If this guy is Barry Sue, then we both... No, it can't be. Kong Dok Bai couldn't accept the unbelievable fact and muttered, I killed Barry Sue with my own hands. You can't be Barry Sue. He didn't even notice something flying at his chin. Bam! Barry Sue ignored the crazy man, turned and kicked him in the jaw. No, Kong Dok Bai was still trapped in his own obsession. I have to kill Barry Sue. Ghost, a non-existent fictional being that doesn't exist in reality. The Ghost Unit was just such an organization. An organization that doesn't even leave a name in the world. After eliminating the target, a one-eyed man with his eye covered took out a photo and concluded, Target confirmed dead. Withdraw from the scene. This man was the captain of the Ghost Unit, codenamed G1. Incinerate everything, G1 ordered. It was 2 years ago in Western Russia. Phew, it's over. Let's go home. Kong Dok Bai was the only one who had taken off his mask. G1 warned him. G2, put on your mask. Don't leave any traces. G1 hit Kong Dok Bai's shoulder. Did you forget? We leave nothing behind. Yes, I'll put it on right away. I forgot really. At that time, Kong Dok Bai was still unknown to anyone, and was only known by his codename, G2, the vice captain of the ghost unit. The entire team got into the car. As soon as he got in, G2 took off his mask again and sighed. Good work, everyone. We suffered for a month because of this mission. I want to go back to Seoul quickly. G1 warned him once more. G2, I told you not to take off your mask. We're still in enemy territory. G2 immediately retorted. Really, why are you like this? It's just us anyway. The operation is over. Why are you being so strict, really? G1 couldn't do anything after hearing that. What do you mean, G2? G2 was displeased. I'm not G2, I'm Choi. Before he could finish his sentence, the driver was startled. Outside the window, a dazzling light shone directly at their car. Crash! A military vehicle slammed into the ghost unit's car, sending the passenger car flying. The car rolled over several times. A group of fully armed soldiers got out of the military vehicle. Inside the car, G1 called his colleague G2's name. When there was no answer, G1 shouted, "Get a grip, Choi, rat-tat-tat-tat." Outside, 4 soldiers opened fire on the overturned passenger car. Shell casings rained down on the ground. A few minutes later, after running out of bullets, the group signaled to stop and reported on the radio. The enemy on site has been completely neutralized. We will now withdraw from the scene. Swish! The soldiers turned around, not noticing that the soldier at the very back had been assassinated. The soldier in the lead seemed to feel something. What's going on? When he turned his head, a person covered in blood was approaching with a dagger. The remaining 2 soldiers also turned around, and just then a dagger flew and pierced one of them in the eye. In an instant, G1 and G2 took out the 2 soldiers following behind. Damn it! The last soldier, terrified, opened fire, but where he shot there was already no one. The snow began to fall more heavily, and visibility was greatly reduced. After running out of bullets, the last soldier also met his end. G2's sharp dagger was held to his neck. Swish! With one clean cut, blood gushed out. G2 let out a sigh of relief. Few crazy bastards shooting wildly. Well, at least the land of vodka has some use. G2 turned to G1 and asked, "Captain, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let's erase our traces first. Burn everything." G1 looked at the overturned car a moment later. G1 and G2 burned the car. It was also a cremation ceremony for their fallen comrades. G2 was suddenly overcome with sadness. "I'm sorry, I don't even know your names yet." G34. When G2 turned his head, he saw G1 smoking a cigarette. He grumbled. "A cigarette? Are you crazy? Didn't you say we wouldn't leave anything behind?" G1 shook his head. "No need to be so strict. It's all over. It's the last time. Let's just let it go." G1 smiled strangely. G2 then noticed that G1's leg was shaking violently. The large pool of blood at the captain's feet. G2 hurriedly pulled G1. "Damn it, we have to get out of here now." G1 held him back. "No, you go alone." G2, "In this condition, I'll definitely be caught. I have to stay and erase our traces." G2 furrowed his brow in displeasure. "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten?" G1 smiled and slowly walked into the flames. "We leave nothing behind." Just like that, the flames swallowed G1's figure, the captain of the ghost unit. G2 didn't know what expression to make at that moment. He only felt an endless emptiness in his chest. He cried out loudly, his shout tearing through the blizzard. Assassination mission successful. All other members died on sight. A deep voice summarized the ghost unit's mission, tapping the report. G2, you've returned alone. He was Section Chief Kong, and sitting before him was G2, deep in despair. Kong Sung-ho praised him. "Well done, at least you made it back alive. You've been through a lot. They said they would hand over the burned bodies in Russia to us. Something about repatriating the remains." G2 seemed to snap out of it upon hearing those words. "The funeral." Section Chief Kong put a cigarette in his mouth and shook his head. "Unfortunately, we can't accept them. That would be admitting we did it. Tisk, but it seems this operation was leaked from somewhere. Do you have any idea where?" The room suddenly fell silent and no one spoke. G2 gave an uncomfortable smile. "Damn it, what kind of answer do you want to hear?" Section Chief Kong suddenly burst out laughing. If he had been there, this wouldn't have happened. "First, I wasn't sure if making the ghost a team would be a problem. I don't know if we were easily discovered because there were too many people." G2's eyes widened at those words. Section Chief Kong put out the cigarette he was smoking and gave an order. "From now on, you are not G2, but the ghost of the ghost unit. As expected, the more people there are, the more useless it is." Being criticized, G2's expression turned unpleasant, and he moved his hand toward his knife as if preparing to act. Just then, a person ran in from outside. "Section Chief, there's a call from the Defense Security Command. Mr. Barry Sue has returned, but he's been arrested at headquarters on suspicion of being a double agent." Section Chief Kang's expression changed upon hearing this news. "Who's in charge?" He immediately stood up and changed into clothes to go meet Barry Sue. The soldier also reported in detail that it was Lieutenant Colonel Kim Yi-guk. "I heard he's been interrogated for several days. Bring my uniform. I'll go myself." "What?" Seeing Section Chief Kang's anxious attitude, G2 felt a bit of jealousy and called out to him. "Who is Barry Sue? Who is that bastard that you'd go this far? Is he that great?" Section Chief Kong answered meaningfully. "You're different from Barry Sue. From the beginning your uses were different." G2's face darkened at these words. "You and Barry Sue. You'll understand later." The current G2, Kong Dok Bai, was standing blankly when he was attacked. Bam! Barry Sue's kick hit him squarely in the jaw. Kong Sung-ho's words still echoed in his ears. Barry Sue is like a legend, that's right, Barry Sue is a legend, he's different from us whose very existence is denied. Kong Dok Bai staggered back a few steps. He muttered Barry Sue's name. What makes you so different? Suddenly Kong Dok Bai asked Park Jang-hoon. Hey, you said your name was Beta, right? Do you not have a name either? Park Jang-hoon didn't understand what Kong Dok Bai was trying to say and reminded him that it was a call sign. Focus, don't get distracted. Don't worry. Kong Dok Bai wiped the corner of his bloody mouth with his hand. That one hit really woke me up and now I get it. We can't beat that guy. That guy he referred to was the murderous Barry Sue. As he approached, Kong Dok Bai proposed. Tell the people on the first floor to cut the power from the lobby to the restroom. Park Jang-hoon was surprised. What? Just do as I say, quickly. Kong Dok Bai's voice was very urgent. Park Jang-hoon immediately took action. Beta calling. Kong Dok Bai also began to get serious. A being whose name doesn't even exist. That's what a ghost is. The lights went out. Kong Dok Bai was like a ghost hiding in the darkness. Legendary Barry Sue, I'll show you how the ghost unit operates. At this time, Barry Sue raised his hands into a defensive stance, preparing for any attack. Swish, a knife flashed through the air and flew toward Barry Sue. Is he trying to use the darkness? Barry Sue remained unfazed and knocked the incoming knife away with his own. A clanging sound echoed. Sparks flew, brightly illuminating the space. It's useless. I can still see the faint light reflecting off the sword. Something like an illusion without substance that doesn't exist in reality. The knife was knocked away. There was a hole at the tip of the knife and a thin fishing line was threaded through it. It was knocked away, but the fishing line tightened, pulling the knife back and changing its trajectory. That is, Barry Sue's eyes widened, sensing something was wrong. It was the ghost Kong Dok Bai who had appeared right behind Barry Sue. HMPH, the scene switches to a brighter place. Bae Du-kyung looked worried. Do we really have to go this far? He asked himself. Now that everything's been exposed, why do I have to do this? Bae Du-kyung turned and looked behind him. Barry Sue and Zion were walking together. Haha, we have to do it this way because we've been exposed. Haha, now Section Chief Kong will believe that both you and I are alive. If we're not careful from now on, one of us could die. Barry Sue carefully reminded his brother. In that case, since you have a physical disability, you're more likely to be the target. In that case, I'll pretend to be you and act as bait. Bae Du-kyung also nodded and struggled to put on the special agent's uniform. That's right, even if that bastard tries to kill us, the brother who's been through it once would make a better bait. Yeah, since you brought it up, let me ask. What happened to that guy? Is he still alive? Barry Sue didn't understand who his brother was asking about. Who are you talking about? The one who tried to kill you. Do you know who he is? Bae Du-kyung was referring to Kong Dok Bai. He's a pretty dangerous guy too. Zion confidently gave a thumbs up. Those sons of bitches, if I had met them, I would have skewered every last one of them. Hearing that, Bae Du-kyung praised Zion. Oh, your skills are no joke either. I heard you even taught UTAUE one a lesson, right? Exactly. I told you I'm not an ordinary guy, damn it. Anyway, I should have finished that bastard myself. As he said this, the wound on Bae Du-kyung's stomach throbbed again. I was too careless last time. Zion put on his hat and his expression also turned serious. But their skills are no joke either. In the end, he and we all received professional training, but we are assassins. We've been through numerous battles. As he spoke, Zion twirled the knife in his hand. We won't lose to ordinary guys or gangsters, he said firmly. In the last battle, Du-kyung Hung Nim beat up so many guys they were unrecognizable. As expected of our boss. Bae Du-kyung scratched his head in embarrassment. Is that so? Barry Sue was lost in thought. He also received systematic training. They're really dangerous people. He specializes in assassinating key figures and has no hesitation in killing. His actions are fast and decisive. Since we received similar training, we might be able to gain an advantage with a surprise attack. But his fighting spirit is truly terrifying. It wouldn't be strange if we both failed. So if you run into him, you have to be careful. He's a devil who specializes in assassinating key figures. You can't let your guard down. Barry Sue answered lightly. Yeah, I know. But Zion still couldn't hide his anxiety. I'm so worried, Bae Du-kyung reassured him. Why, an assassination expert? Is that so great? Think again. What kind of expert was your boss? Wasn't he an expert in acting like a gangster? The reminiscence ends. Returning to reality, a flashing blade was reflected in Barry Sue's eyes. Clang, he lightly knocked the knife away. Sparks flew, brightening the surroundings. But the knife was pulled back by a thin fishing line. Got you. Kong Dok Bai had appeared behind Barry Sue and was preparing to deliver a fatal blow with his knife. Clang, Barry Sue raised his knife just in time to block and used his other elbow to push Kong Dok Bai back. My boss doesn't have a specific specialty, but if I had to pick one, Barry Sue hooked his foot around Kong Dok Bai's supporting leg. With his knife hand he struck his back. He slammed Kong Dok Bai to the floor. As Zion had said, Barry Sue's specialty was eliminating other experts. That was his specialty. Barry Sue raised his knife and stabbed down. When the knife stopped a few centimeters from Kong Dok Bai's pupil, Park Jang-hoon jumped in and kicked Barry Sue's dagger away. Kong Dok Bai counterattacked without delay. Barry Sue slapped the incoming slash away with his hand and turned his waist to prepare to block Park Jang-hoon's follow-up attack. Clang. Once again, Barry Sue successfully blocked the slash aimed at his face. For safety, he took a few steps back to maintain distance. Thanks to that, Kong Dok Bai was also able to get up and catch his breath. He spoke to Park Jang-hoon. What should I say? You're pretty useful too. Is that your way of saying thank you? Alright, let's continue. Keep attacking him. After the small talk, Kong Dok Bai got back into his stance and prepared to attack again. The only thing I'm worried about with boss Barry Sue is that the opponent is the one who stabbed Du Kyung Hung Nim. Will he lose his composure when he faces him? Barry Sue loosened his tie with his hand, his expression growing more and more angry. Round 2, still a 2-on-1 situation. Barry Sue, who had just fought Kong Dok Bai, had to be wary of Park Jang-hoon again. But Barry Sue was overwhelming. He was not swayed at all and instead gained the upper hand, countering Kong Dok Bai. Park Jang-hoon felt like a spare. Barry Sue persistently targeted only Alpha, who had harmed his brother. Due to a moment of carelessness, Kong Dok Bai was grabbed by the collar by Barry Sue and kneed in the face. Park Jang-hoon analyzed from the outside, and his movements are getting faster and rougher. This guy is really interesting, he thought to himself as he watched Barry Sue. Damn it, that was a painful attack. Kong Dok Bai tried to counterattack but missed. Barry Sue dodged the attack and gathered strength in his knife hand. Have a taste of my hand. He slammed the hilt of his knife hard into Kong Dok Bai's lower jaw. He fell back painfully, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The knife hand. How did this happen? Before he could fall completely, Barry Sue grabbed his head and pulled it back. Lift your face, Barry Sue growled. I won't let you die so easily. Suddenly from behind, a knife flew towards Barry Sue's neck. It was sudden, but Barry Sue managed to dodge in time. Park Jang-hoon's surprise attack failed. Damn it, did he dodge? He cursed in anger. This attack ended up saving Kong Dok Bai's life. Park Jang-hoon said quietly to Kong Dok Bai, Alpha, this has gone too far, let's retreat. Kong Dok Bai said nothing. Retreat, he muttered. Park Jang-hoon replied urgently, that's right, as expected, we can't take down Barry Sue right now, let's retreat for now. The image of Ji-won, the former captain of the ghost unit before his death, flashed through Kong Dok Bai's mind. He gritted his teeth in anger. No retreat, I can't turn back when the target is right in front of me. I can't do that. Kong Dok Bai raised his knife again, his eyes filled with madness. What? Before Park Jang-hoon could understand, Kong Dok Bai was already rushing towards Barry Sue. He threw himself at Barry Sue, tossing 2 thin strands of fishing line and stabbing with 2 knives. Barry Sue just raised both hands to block. Kong Dok Bai repeated frantically. Because we can't leave any evidence behind. Thud, Barry Sue pushed Kong Dok Bai far away with his arms. He deliberately fell and used the momentum to pull the fishing line he had just thrown. The fishing line got caught on Barry Sue's supporting leg, instantly causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Kong Dok Bai flipped over, seized the perfect opportunity and attacked again. He used his hand as a pivot and launched his body off the ground. The dagger aimed straight for Barry Sue's neck. Barry Sue was surprised but not panicked. He leaned his body back, used his hand as a pivot, and spun his remaining leg for a kick. Since the leg is longer than the arm, he succeeded in kicking Kong Dok Bai squarely in the face before the knife could stab him. Park Jang-hoon still couldn't understand Kong Dok Bai's actions and furrowed his brow. Damn it, what's wrong with Alpha? Kong Dok Bai was kicked and lost his balance. At the same time, the Oyama lighter also fell out. Kong Dok Bai hit his head on the ground and bled. He still looked at Barry Sue with a crazed smile. Barry Sue said nothing, calmly cutting the fishing line on his leg with his knife. Kong Dok Bai got up again on this side. He lowered his center of gravity and swung his knife to cut Barry Sue's ankle. But Barry Sue countered and with a clang escaped the danger. Kong Dok Bai suddenly paused. Barry Sue was puzzled by his action. It turned out Kong Dok Bai was staring intently at the lighter that had fallen on the ground. A lighter, he muttered. Fire. He picked up the lighter and it seemed to trigger a memory. It was the memory of Ji-won walking into a sea of fire to commit suicide. Aha, good, this will be useful. He shouted. Barry Sue's brow furrowed with worry. Sparks flew. A flash of light burned it all down. Kong Dok Bai's voice was filled with madness as he watched the flames. Leave nothing behind. The harbor, a warehouse district, was burning and smoking. The flames shot up, consuming the harbor's containers, and the 3 men could only watch helplessly. They could only utter, "Oh my god, a fire, it's all gone. Piles of money are burning, my god, why man, are you sad because of its value? This was a place Oyama never let anyone touch." The head of the Oyama family also said this was a forbidden land. Zion glanced and said, "This is definitely the work of that bastard Sogo." Bae Du-kyung turned and walked away, feigning indifference, and said, "That guy is crazy about money, he'd do anything for it." Though he feigned indifference, Bae Du-kyung still turned to look at the burning flames, wondering if this was Oyama's order. Given his recent actions, it's a definite possibility. Suddenly, a hand offered him a snack. "Choco pie, I never dreamed I'd see this snack after coming down to the south." "Oh right, you're North Korean. But wasn't this snack completely globalized? You can find it everywhere now." The Hamgyong province region of North Korea was constantly flooded. No matter how hard the residents tried to fight the floods, their food like cabbage and potatoes and everything else was washed away, leaving nothing behind. What, is life that hard for them? The flames grew bigger and bigger and people were always living in hunger and sickness. Life back then was truly hell. If someone got to eat this snack, that person became special. They'd get a lot of attention from a lot of other people. Back then they went crazy fighting each other just to get one of those snacks. I really hate that. His dazed face and his eyes gazing into the distance were directed at the fire. Take it and eat. Your story is so tragic, how can I eat this by myself? Why should I? I don't need it. I took a few bites and am giving it to you. Who would eat such dirty food? Look at the way that bastard talks. Weren't you educated properly? Why do I have to study in this South Korea? I don't need it. This kid really doesn't listen. But hey, they didn't just burn this place down, did they? No way. Knowing Sogo's personality, he must have a lot of calculated plots. We don't know what he's planning right now. He's probably thinking he's well fed and safe with those bastards from the Wonsan project. Now that you mention it, that sounds plausible. Burn it all down, leave nothing behind, and let's get out of here. From the Wonsan project team leader to section chief Kong. And Oyama Sogo, I won't forgive those bastards. A strange face with a few bloodstains splattered on it. Burn it all, leave nothing behind, burn everything, erase all traces. A young man with a terrified face. Give me that, quickly. Alpha, what are you trying to do? A provocative smile. Haha, Barry Sue, is this that important to you? Fine, I'll give it to you then. Alpha held up the lighter and provoked Barry Sue. Come and take it if you can. As soon as he finished speaking, Alpha ran out like an arrow. Seeing this, Barry Sue was enraged at being mocked. He wouldn't let his opponent get away so easily. Barry Sue picked up his knife and chased after him. Barry Sue shouted as he ran. Stop right there. Meanwhile, a special agent radioed from outside. Hello, this is Beta. We have a problem. Alpha was excited as he ran. Burn it all down, leave nothing behind, isn't that right, Captain? A victorious smile was evident on Alpha's face. Destroy everything. The scene changes to a room with all sorts of things scattered about. It seemed someone had been done in by some organization. They were rummaging through every single drawer. Is there anything flammable here? I'll see if I can find any kerosene. One of them seemed to have found what he was looking for. There's an interesting item from Russia here. He turned around with a glass bottle in his hand and explained, in Russian slang they call it sabat. This is it. At this time, Alpha was still excited. There, that's the perfect spot. Alpha's figure slowly disappeared as he entered the elevator. Before leaving, Alpha turned back and continued to mock Barry Sue. Despite running at full speed, Barry Sue couldn't catch up. The elevator doors closed in front of Barry Sue's helplessness. Damn it, I lost him. Looking at the screen above, Barry Sue felt something was off. Where's that guy going? Inside the elevator, Alpha's condition didn't look good. He collapsed on the elevator floor in pain. He clutched his head and groaned. Arg, a concussion, Barry Sue, you monster. From the beginning, the uses of these two were different. You and Barry Sue, have you ever thought you'd become a legend? Even if you have, don't. That's not allowed. No one should know of your existence. You must live like wandering ghosts. The pain was getting worse and worse. Kong Dok-bai cried out helplessly. Arg, it hurts, arg, I arg. After enduring for a long time, Kong Dok-bai slowly calmed down. He got out of the elevator with heavy steps. Hatred still filled Kong Dok-bai's mind and he couldn't help but spit it out. Barry Sue, why have you changed so much? Kong Dok-bai knelt down, opened a kitchen cabinet and took something out. Is it useful? Damn it, we're the same. What Kong Dok-bai held in his hand was a bottle of vodka. When given an order, you have to do whatever it takes to complete it. The alcohol was poured on the floor. We probably both have blood on our hands. We've killed countless people, haven't we? So why do you have such a noble status, remembered as a legend? Is that so, Barry Sue? No, we're the same. You can't be better than me. You don't deserve to be better than me. And so Kong Dok-bai opened the lighter. Let's die here together, right, you son of a bitch? Suddenly the elevator doors opened. Sparks flew in and Barry Sue was bewildered. What the hell is this? The flames consumed the entire room before Barry Sue's eyes. Undeterred by the danger, he covered his nose and went inside. What's wrong? Oh, is that Barry Sue? Kong Dok-bai appeared right in front of him. You're really not normal. How dare you crawl into this pit of fire? Still a provocative tone. You're really a madman. Did you come for this? Are you trying to avenge your brother? Your brother is still alive, isn't he? So what sin did I commit? Shut up. Are you saying I almost killed your brother? Haha. How funny. I told you to shut up. Barry Sue rushed at Kong Dok-bai for a life or death fight. Haha, we're both going to die. We'll both burn to death. Kong Dok-bai threw a wire at Barry Sue. The wire was tied to a chair leg. It was a trap set by Kong Dok-bai. Kong Dok-bai forcefully threw the burning chair at Barry Sue, who was rushing at him. Barry Sue saw it and realized he had fallen into a trap. I'm tied up. Barry Sue's legs were tied up tight and he could do nothing as he was dragged by Kong Dok-bai. Thanks to his sharp senses, Barry Sue noticed a glass bottle flying towards him. He quickly sliced the glass bottle with his sharp knife. Is it alcohol? Stop your foolishness. Stop hiding and come out now. The lighter was already lit. Kong Dok-bai was hiding behind Barry Sue, plotting something, and soon threw the lighter from his hand. Haha, you're dead now. A Maybach sped forward like an arrow. In the car, one person was worried and the other was leisurely enjoying a choco pie. The phone rang. On the other end of the line was Chairman Lee Sung-min. Yes, Chairman, we're done here. Director Bae Do-kyung. It's a fire. There's a fire. What? How did you know? Can you see it from there? No, it's not about that side. Sogo's hotel is on fire. At the hotel, Lee Sung-min answered worriedly. And Seo Myo-wa looked as if she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Barry Sue. Bae Do-kyung's face changed when he heard his brother was in danger. He's still inside. He hasn't been able to get out. The lighter in Kong Dok-bai's hand was lit. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, Kong Dok-bai waited for Barry Sue to fall into his trap. Peekaboo, Kong Dok-bai threw the lighter forward. Barry Sue turned and saw the lighter. Barry Sue seemed to have figured out his opponent's intention. Is he aiming for the broken bottle of alcohol earlier? He immediately knocked the lighter far away with his knife. But unfortunately, because of the alcohol from earlier, Barry Sue's hand also caught on fire. Tisk, a sharp dagger appeared. Yes, that's it. Kong Dok-bai jumped down from above and attacked, taking advantage of Barry Sue's lowered guard. You're on fire too. Barry Su's arm was on fire, but he showed no sign of pain and was ready to fight at any moment. Kong Deok-bai couldn't do any damage but managed to knock the knife out of Barry Su's hand. Taking advantage of his lack of a weapon, Kong Deok-bai attacked relentlessly. Kong Deok-bai spoke while fighting to distract Barry Su. Haha, is it hot? Your movements are too slow. Tell me, what's the pain of burning like? Unlike Kong Deok-bai's attitude, Barry Su remained calm. Pain, are you talking about this? Barry Su grabbed the hand of Kong Deok-bai who was rushing at him. Kong Deok-bai turned in surprise and saw a fist of fire flying from behind him. The powerful punch brought Kong Deok-bai to his knees. Do you think I'd feel pain from something like this? A confident statement from Barry Su. The pain of burning, I've already experienced enough of it. Images of the past flashed through Barry Su's mind from that day until now. Before he could find his footing, Kong Deok-bai's collar was grabbed by Barry Su. I am still burning in that pain. Barry Su slammed Kong Deok-bai hard onto the ground. After being attacked by Barry Su for a long time, Kong Deok-bai finally found a moment to speak a few words. Did you ask how it feels to be in pain? As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Deok-bai was hit by another powerful kick from Barry Su. Barry Su also answered, I was in so much pain I wanted to die. So I made a decision. The powerful kick made Kong Deok-bai spit blood. Barry Su clutched his collar and said in anger, I will devour all of you. So let's burn to death together in this pit of hateful fire. The flames had burned Barry Su's arm. Kong Deok-bai slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, did you ask if it's painful? What nonsense is that? Kong Deok-bai grabbed a chair leg. But isn't it too stuffy in here? It must be because of the lack of oxygen. He lifted the chair and smashed the side window. Kong Deok-bai was forcefully smashing the glass in front of him with the chair in his hand. Barry Su didn't know what was happening and asked, What are you doing? Do you know what a backdraft is? Backdraft is a term commonly used in the field of fire science to describe a dangerous phenomenon that occurs during a fire. It refers to a sudden and powerful burst of flame and temperature shock that occurs when oxygen is reintroduced into an oxygen-deprived environment, such as a sealed or poorly ventilated room or building. Recalling the definition of a backdraft, when a fire breaks out in an enclosed space, what happens to the oxygen in the air? You'll see. The cracks in the glass grew wider and wider, and finally Kong Deok-bai broke the building's sturdy glass. Barry Su stood there dumbfounded as Kong Deok-bai broke the building's glass. When a new stream of oxygen entered from the outside, a large explosion occurred. The building's glass windows were also shattered. In the car, Bae Do-kyung saw the scene unfolding before him. He couldn't wait any longer. Bae Do-kyung urged Zion to speed up. Damn it, faster. Yes, sitting in the car, Bae Do-kyung was restless, calling Barry Su to check on the situation. Please pick up. Bae Do-kyung waited for the phone signal. You're the strongest, right? A desolate landscape after an explosion had just occurred. A knife embedded in the floor was right next to Barry Su's hand. Barry Su's trembling hand struggled to reach for the knife. Barry Su, who had been knocked down by the impact of the explosion, was struggling to get up. The phone in Barry Su's hand continued to ring. He coldly picked up the knife and answered the phone. Hello. On the other end of the line, his brother kept asking about the situation. Where are you? Inside the hotel. I'm on my way there now. Get out quickly. Barry Su replied to his brother that he couldn't yet. That bastard is here, the one who tried to kill you. I have to kill him. Here, his brother seemed helpless in the face of Barry Su's stubbornness. Do you want to burn to death too? I have to kill him. What are we supposed to do if something happens to you there? You're the head of Taisen. If the head dies, what about me and your subordinates will also fall into the pit of hateful fire trying to avenge you? Just like you are now. I almost ended up like that 6 years ago, so I ran away to Korea. I've seen countless guys get devoured by the flames of hatred and I thought I couldn't go crazy like that guy. But if you die, I will too. Bae Do-kyung clutched his head in sorrow. His eyes were filled with anger. This time I will definitely go crazy like those guys. Bae Do-kyung urged his brother. So don't get swallowed by the flames. You don't need to be burned by your anger. Isn't it our job to swallow that anger? Barry Su told his brother to meet him at the place they had arranged. There's a place where freight trucks come and go behind the hotel. Freight trucks behind the hotel. I'll get out that way. All right, I'm coming to get you. The room was a mess from the raging fire and the flames showed no sign of dying down. Suddenly a hand rose from the pile of debris. It was Kong Deok-bai who had survived the gas explosion he had caused. Where is Barry Su? HMPH? Unaware that Barry Su had already left, he shouted into the empty air. How could you leave me behind? Weren't we supposed to burn to the very last moment? As he was thinking about Barry Su, a man's shadow appeared before Kong Deok-bai. Standing before him was Park Jang-hoon. Is Alpha there? Where is Barry Su? Kong Deok-bai had just woken up and was disoriented. I don't know, I'm looking for him now. I'm the one who set the fire. Don't tell me he escaped. What, you did all this, you crazy bastard. Anyway, I'm really glad to see you here. Barry Su is injured too, so he couldn't have gone far. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So help me. Park Jang-hoon took a knife from his coat, aimed it at Kong Deok-bai's stomach and said coldly, I think you're misunderstanding something. I was ordered to come and find you. Kong Deok-bai asked in surprise. Damn it, was it Section Chief Kong? Yes, you should have known when to stop, Park Jang-hoon simply replied. The ghost unit does not tolerate traitors. From the moment the blackout began, the shutters in the building's basement started to open slowly. At this time, Barry Su had already escaped outside. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone on him, forcing him to squint. Finally coming out, you're a little late. "We've been waiting for a while, you fake bastard." Opposite Barry Sue were Section Chief Kong and his men. "No, right? Your name is Barry Sue. It's been a long time." A man in a very neat suit wearing glasses appeared. "Risu," he was still dazed, unable to grasp the situation. "Your name is Barry Sue, right? It's been a long time, Risu." A bewildered expression was clear on Barry Sue's face. The neat man opposite him greeted him gently. "We finally meet again." Barry Sue also opened his mouth and replied, "Are you sure I'm Barry Sue?" Going back in time, the two men were adjusting each other's clothes. "When we met, my heart always ached. Now everything has become clear." Barry Sue still held the knife tightly in his hand, not letting his guard down. Section Chief Kong placed a hand on his forehead and said, "Is that so? Do you remember what I said back then? I said it wouldn't end with just one life. If we were to meet again." The men outside were listening to the two's conversation. Barry Sue stepped forward confidently. "I'll give you the answer to what I'm going to do." Hearing that, the man immediately took off his glasses, showing curiosity. He put his glasses in his pocket and asked, "What is your answer?" Sue. Before he could hear the answer, Barry Sue rushed forward. Kong Sung-ho also immediately took a dagger from his pocket and prepared to fight. Barry Sue slashed horizontally, but Kong Sung-ho quickly dodged. Barry Sue gained momentum, jumped up and threw a knee at his opponent. Kong Sung-ho raised his arm and successfully blocked Barry Sue's attack, but it seemed Kong Sung-ho's level was also formidable. The man glanced to the side. Thwack! Barry Sue struck with his elbow. The sudden attack made Kong Sung-ho stagger. It seems Kong Sung-ho's judgment was correct. "As expected, you are Barry Sue. Only Barry Sue can do this." Suddenly Barry Sue leapt forward. "Stop playing around and get serious." Section Chief Kong Sung-ho prepared to defend with a dagger in his hand. The two were evenly matched, as if testing each other's strength. Kong Sung-ho twisted his hand to escape from the hold Barry Sue had him in. The two were similar in skill. When one attacked, the other successfully dodged. Barry Sue grasped his opponent's strength and was very confident. "Because you put too much power into that stab, your movement will get bigger. Your moves are too obvious." Section Chief Kong looked down at the dagger in his hand and said, "Emotion has made you weak, Risu." His eyes were fixed on Barry Sue. "Then say it again today, Barry Sue." And the two rushed back into the fight like moths to a flame. The young men standing outside could only watch and lament. "Damn it, what is this? We can't get involved in this fight. What do we do, Oniwa?" Oniwa thought blankly. "Barry Sue, I underestimated you too much. It's because of my arrogance and misjudgment. That's why I lost. I became a loser and returned, tarnishing the reputation of Oyama. But isn't being alive an opportunity in itself? There won't be a next time. I will train really hard. I swear I will not fail again." This was Oniwa Nobuhiro's resolution. Even without watching the fight before my eyes, I could feel the difference in skill. Oyama Gumi felt anger at the sight of Oniwa holding his axe from afar. Gumi encouraged him, "Don't overdo it. Nobuhiro, you just have to work within your abilities." Someone called Kato. Gumi approached and asked, "Can you move your hand?" It's still a bit difficult." Sogo patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Yes, that arm will be hard to move for a while, but you can use your other hand, right?" Kato was surprised to hear that. Sogo grabbed Kato's wrist tightly and asked coldly, "Right, Kato?" And then he placed a pistol in the bewildered and confused Kato's hand. Outside the building, police car sirens blared. All doors were being controlled by the police. The Maybach that was leading could no longer enter due to the tight police control. Zion had a displeased expression. "Damn it, the police are here. They're even blocking the road." "The police? Did Section Chief Kong pull some strings?" Bae Dukyung made a call. "Yes, Chairman Lee. Risu, has that kid come out yet?" Lee Sungmin replied, "I'm waiting in the lobby, but I can't see anything yet." "Damn it." Bae Dukyung looked out at the police from inside the car. "Since the police are outside, I don't think we can go that way. The front gate is blocked. First, you guys get out of there." Lee Sungmin asked what about Mr. Barry Sue. He said he could come to the back warehouse. "Come there and leave." Lee Sungmin thought that if the front gate was blocked, the back gate was likely blocked too. Bae Dukyung hesitated for a moment. "Then there's no other way." With no other option, Bae Dukyung decided to save his brother. He instructed everyone, "Just break through. Destroy everything blocking the way, just push through like that." Seo Maya immediately cut into their conversation. "Chairman Lee, may I borrow your phone for a moment?" Director Bae, "This is Seo Maya. We will not participate in that action. We cannot follow your orders." "What? Hey, this is not the time to fight among ourselves." "That's not what I mean, Director Bae. Please calm down." Seo Maya explained gently. "You're being too hasty. Look around and grasp the situation. We are already near him. We will help Mr. Barry Sue, so please secure an escape route for when we get out. We need to check the situation here first, but opening an escape route in a tough fight with so many forces involved, are you not confident?" "Turin, she is also coming with Chianong. I will send her in with you. It will take some time, so handle it yourself while they wait." "That's not a problem. What can you do inside?" "I heard Turin only brought about 100 men. Don't worry. Our chairman didn't come empty-handed either. I think it's time, Chairman. Draw those blades." Seo Maya succeeded in persuading Bae Dukyung. "All right, I'll wait at the back gate then. Save my brother." Zion turned the steering wheel 180 degrees and changed direction. A police officer saw the car turn sharply. "Suspicious movement spotted," the officer reported on the radio. "One suspicious vehicle just arrived. It's heading for the back gate. I repeat, one vehicle is heading for the back gate. They're coming, get ready. They won't come empty-handed, so we have to give the guests who will arrive soon a proper welcome." A drop of blood dripped to the ground. It was from the wound on Section Chief Kang's hand. At this time, the duel between Barry Sue and Kong Sung-ho was continuing as expected. You're really special, Barry Sue. You always were, to be able to bring me to this state even when you're so injured. Let me ask one question, Kong Sung-ho. I mean, why us? Why are you targeting us? Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Bang, the person who fired the gun was Kato. Ha ha ha, sorry, I was getting bored just watching, Section Chief Kong cursed in anger. Sogo, you son of a bitch, I guess we have to end this now too. The blades of Barry Sue and Section Chief Kong grazed each other. Neither side showed any sign of stopping. Sogo looked at the thoughtful Kato. Sogo approached Kato as if to say something. Kato, is that guy Barry Sue? Seeing him in person, I think I understand a little. Why you and Onizawa got beaten up so badly. Section Chief Kong was also in a similar situation now. Sogo was puzzled. But what does it matter how much you get hit, Kato, even if your limbs are broken a few times? You can get up again just as many times, right? If you reattach them, you can attack again and again, can't you, Kato? Sogo asked Kato, can you move your arm? Yes, probably not yet. Sogo suddenly grabbed Kato's wrist and said, no, Kato, you can still use this arm. And Sogo placed a pistol in Kato's hand. Seeing the gun Sogo placed in his hand, he was afraid and his hand trembled. Kato was confused about what Sogo's intentions were. At this time, the fight between Barry Sue and Section Chief Kong was not yet over. After fighting for a while, Barry Sue was finally cut horizontally by Section Chief Kong Sung-ho's knife. Despite having dodged beforehand, not to be outdone, Barry Sue also stabbed upwards from below, but Section Chief Kong dodged very quickly. So fast, but Kong Sung-ho also couldn't avoid a cut on his cheek. Damn it, if I were a little slower my head would have been gone, Kong Sung-ho thought to himself. I thought Barry Sue would be seriously injured so I'd have the advantage in stamina, but that wasn't the case. Now Section Chief Kong was certain that the person fighting him was really Barry Sue and that he was not an easy opponent. Outside, Kato's two hands were trembling as he held the gun. Kong Sung-ho didn't expect Barry Sue's skills to have improved this much. If I knew it would be like this, I would have taught you to be a bit worse. Barry Sue heard that and retorted, worse? Don't talk nonsense. You shouldn't have made us like this in the first place. Kato aimed the gun forward with trembling hands. Let me ask one question, Kong Sung-ho. As Barry Sue was speaking, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! Why? Barry Sue was shot in the abdomen. Kong Sung-ho opposite him was also flustered and afraid. Barry Sue looked down at his abdominal wound. Outside the building, gangsters were confronting each other. Outside, Huang Hao was wearing glasses with a stylish suit draped over his shoulders, leisurely smoking a cigarette. He muttered, the world is changing, then we need a new trend and a new person to match it, but what we're doing is no different from 15 years ago. In the chaos, we seized an opportunity. So in a way, nothing has changed even now. Throughout all eras, gangsters are just busy fighting each other then and now. Suddenly a car appeared in front of Huang Hao. A man got out of the car. It was Bae Du-kyung. He walked forward to where Huang Hao's group was waiting. Huang Hao opened his mouth. Really, no matter how I look at them, I can't get used to these two bastards, so who is it this time? An angry gaze was directed forward. Is it Special Agent Barry Sue or the real director Bae Du-kyung? Hey, old man, Bae Du-kyung warned. Normally I'd play with you a little, old man, but I don't have time for that now. Move or we'll do it our way. Man with glasses said, there's such a thing as courtesy from someone who's waiting. How can you talk to me like that? You're in too much of a hurry. Yeah, I'm in a huge hurry. There's someone inside waiting for me. Can you handle it? A loud sound echoed, and the two turned to look. Outside, Zion realized that sound was a gunshot. Bae Du-kyung's worry for his brother grew even greater. Ri-soo, he couldn't waste any more time. Bae Du-kyung suddenly rushed forward and started fighting the group in front of him. Damn it, another car suddenly rushed in. Someone from inside the car called out. Hey, Bae Du-kyung. The man was surprised. Whoa, you came too. A woman with an attractive figure got out of the car. Turin, damn it, don't start the fight before me. Turin went forward, pulling out her weapon and said, you stand aside and watch, I'll open a path for you. The man hesitated slightly, seeing the sharp machete in Turin's hand. I'll take care of this bastard, got it? Inside the building where Barry Sue and Kong Sung-ho were fighting, a gunshot rang out. The two glanced towards Kato to see what was happening. Sogo knelt down, patted Kato's shoulder and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, my apologies, it was just a little boring to watch. Section Chief Kong showed a displeased expression at Sogo's actions. Sogo, you bastard. Sogo spoke gently and softly to Kato. Now let's end this slowly. Do it one more time, Kato. Hurry. Kato fired a second shot towards Ri-soo and Section Chief Kong. This time Barry Sue dodged by, hiding behind a cargo truck next to him. It's the last shot. Aim properly this time, Kato. Sogo didn't notice at all that a man was standing behind him. Suddenly, Section Chief Kong kicked the gun out of Kato's hand. Sogo was startled by the action. Sogo asked unpleasantly, what do you think you're doing? Section Chief Kong grabbed Sogo by the collar and said, are you kidding me, you crazy bastard? How dare you fire a gun? I told you this isn't Japan. Sogo's eyes widened and he growled, let go of me. Suddenly, the blade of an axe touched Section Chief Kang's neck. Where do you think you're putting your hands? Sogo warned. Get out of the way. This is not your place to interfere. If I give that bastard another chance. Sogo turned and shouted, shut up, Nobuhiro, I told you to get lost. Nobuhiro froze, not expecting to be so harshly rejected for trying to help Sogo. He reluctantly complied. Yes, I'm sorry. Is there a problem, Section Chief Kong? Is it really necessary to make a fuss over a few gunshots? You can cover something like this up. What's the big deal, or has it come to this and you're feeling a pang of conscience, some sympathy for your old subordinate? Unable to stand the sarcastic provocation, Section Chief Kong put his hand in his pocket and took something out. Why, it's not like it's your first time killing someone. Section Chief Kong pulled a gun from his pocket, aimed it straight at Sogo's face and shouted, "You gangster punk, what do you know to be running your mouth? At least I have to finish those guys with my own hands. Got it?" Sogo, completely unafraid, pressed his forehead against the muzzle and said, "This is more like it. Good, I get it. Take care of it. My target wasn't him from the start anyway," and Sogo turned and left. Risu, who had been listening to the entire conversation from behind, said, "I'll leave that bastard to you, do as you please." With the sound of a few footsteps, someone appeared. "Who do you think you are, trying to kill my precious little brother? You still haven't learned any manners. That's why I told father. That bastard needs to be beaten to his senses." Bae Du-kyung had appeared to save his brother. Sogo laughed triumphantly and said, "Haha, this is it. This is the real Bae Du-kyung." Bae Du-kyung asked his brother Risu, "Are you okay? Tell me who hurt you. Who should I kill first?" Bae Du-kyung asked about his brother's well-being. "Tell me who hurt you. Who should I kill first?" Hearing that, Sogo suddenly laughed triumphantly. "Haha, unlike the others, you're really fearless. To barge in here without any backup," Sogo said in a challenging tone. Sogo suddenly wondered, but how did you get in? What about Huang Hao, who was guarding the entrance? Qianon, they're probably a little busy fighting outside right now. Bae Du-kyung immediately pulled out a sharp knife and warned the gangsters in front of him. "You guys should be worried about me. I'll take care of you one by one." Outside, Turin and her subordinates were preparing to confront Sogo's men. The men on the other side were annoyed by the light from the car behind Turin. "Damn it, those headlights are blinding." General Go, who was behind, suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Huang Hao, why did you let Taisen inside? We had more men, we could have won." "I know what you mean," Huang Hao explained as he lit a cigarette. "You're saying if we sacrifice quantity for quality right now, we can gain the upper hand. But when sacrificing quantity, did you include yourself?" General Go explained. "I'm still injured. Tisk, I knew I couldn't count on you. How are you supposed to teach your men like this? What if they see this and learn from you? Am I right, Turin?" Turin said to everyone. "Stand back. This is going to be very interesting. The butcher I raised myself has come to find me." Turin immediately rushed into attack, threatening to gut him here. Huang Hao dodged Turin's first attack. After successfully dodging, he didn't forget to add a provocative remark. "But you can't take me down with a frontal attack like that. So much time has passed, yet you haven't improved at all." Turin leaned her body so the headlights of the car behind her would shine on Huang Hao. It turned out to be a calculated move on her part. Otherwise, only then did Huang Hao realize Turin's intention. "The car headlights, you left them on like that on purpose." Taking advantage of her opponent's struggle with the light, Turin slashed horizontally at Huang Hao's body, but her opponent was no pushover and successfully dodged once again. Huang Hao looked up worriedly. Turin, still having the upper hand, continued to attack. Huang Hao now had to keep blocking his opponent's multiple slashes. Huang Hao was helpless against Turin's fierce pressure. His escape route was blocked by a barricade. Turin saw this and thought to herself, "This is the perfect chance to attack him," and she struck down from above, but it seemed Huang Hao still had some luck left. "You've improved, Turin." After failing to get good results from multiple attacks, Turin thought she shouldn't give him a chance to counterattack, but she had to remember that haste makes waste. Huang Hao grabbed the railing. "Impatience can cost you your life." He kicked Turin's hand, sending her weapon flying. Turin was flustered by the fact that she was now unarmed. Huang Hao suddenly kicked Turin in the face, knocking her backward. The kick was so powerful it made her dizzy. Damn it. Before she could recover, she was hit by Huang Hao's fierce attack. She wasn't bad herself, but an uppercut from below slammed into Turin's stomach. "Gasp, we'll have to see this through to the end, Turin." After being hit by numerous attacks from her opponent, she collapsed at Huang Hao's feet. On another front, Bae Du-kyung was still confidently advancing toward the group without any hesitation. Sogo watched with a smile to see what Bae Du-kyung would do, then finally turned and left it to his men to handle. Nobuhiro stepped forward. "Get out of the way, I'll finish him myself," he said as he emptied a bottle of pills into his mouth. "Ryugasaki, let's see just how great your skills are. This bastard, does he have a problem with his eyesight? What, I'll take care of this guy, you go help the boss." Kato crouched down to pick up the gun that had fallen on the floor. A person suddenly appeared in front of Kato and said, "Aren't you scared?" It was I am Gung Chun. "I'm confiscating this gun." "How can a person carry something like this?" I am Gung Chun pulled a dagger from his pants pocket. "It's my responsibility to take care of you, so I'm doing you this favor." I am Gung Chun threatened him with a knife in his hand. "So rest in peace. Resisting will only make you die faster." The figure of a man approached from a distance. Section Chief Kong thought to himself, "Is that Bae Du-kyung?" He found that Risu had escaped and thought things were starting to get complicated. Catching Risu first is the priority. Section Chief Kong saw the bloodstain on the floor where Risu had been, but there was no sign that Risu was gone at that moment. It turned out Risu had climbed onto the roof of the cargo truck without Section Chief Kong knowing. Risu jumped down from above towards Section Chief Kong, but unfortunately he was also very alert. "You've got some guts, Ryugasaki. Hey, what are you doing over there? Cut them or kill them. Do whatever you want. At least rush in." As soon as Bae Du-kyung finished speaking, the subordinates screamed like madmen and rushed at Bae Du-kyung as if to eat him alive. "Damn it, get him!" Bae Du-kyung held out his sharp knife and prepared to fight Gumi's men. With a swift move he drew blood from one guy, but another one was no pushover either. The other guys couldn't even react to the passing slashes. One by one they fell at Bae Du-kyung's hands suddenly. A guy tried to attack from behind, but with a killer's instinct he couldn't escape Bae Du-kyung's notice. With a simple retreating motion, Du-kyung grabbed the henchman's head. Swish, blood splattered from behind, soaking Do-kyung's clothes in an instant. The other guys also fell at Do-kyung's feet. You tore my clothes. Why are you hugging me from behind? Disgusting. One remaining henchman, not knowing his place, charged fiercely. You bastard. Do-kyung's cold, calm expression made it seem like dealing with these guys was as easy as swatting a mosquito. Do-kyung grabbed the henchman's hand and lightly cut it with his knife. From the outside, a man was watching all of Do-kyung's extraordinary skills. His movements are really fast, his moves are very simple, but those idiots can't even touch a single hair on his head. Ah, the henchman screamed in pain. Bae Do-kyung felt an ominous premonition from behind and glanced back. Can you handle this many guys? Bae Do-kyung felt tired of wasting time and energy fighting guys who weren't on his level. Ah, stop it, you guys are too annoying, a voice was heard from behind. As you know, I'm busy too, so don't block my path. A young man in a white suit appeared. He landed an uppercut on the henchman's face. Bae Do-kyung asked, puzzled, why are you all here? Go to Director Bae, hurry. We will take control of this place from now on. The fight between Barry Sue and Section Chief Kong was still going on. Section Chief Kong noticed that Barry Sue's movements had become faster than before. Section Chief Kong grabbed Risu's hand and quickly raised his knee, but Risu was surprised. He moved behind Risu to end this fight, but suddenly a blade flew towards Section Chief Kong. Bae Do-kyung arrived just in time and cut Section Chief Kang's cheek. Bae Do-kyung sneered. You finally got hit, Section Chief Kong, you damn bastard. It's been a long time since Ilhak's wings were broken. The golden age when Ilhak controlled everything will not return. Those blades were broken long ago and its fangs have been dulled. With broken wings, it's now difficult for Ilhak to even hold on amongst the factions. That is the situation Ilhak's Sungmin currently faces. The henchmen around were bewildered. Isn't this bastard from Tazen? How did he get in here? But from between those broken wings, new feathers were gradually growing. The minions were easily subdued by Sungmin's group. These sons of bitches kill them. Of course, those wings will become much sharper and keener. Enduring the terrible pain of regeneration, the wings grew back, much bigger and stronger than before. The son of Ilhak, the leader of this generation. Lee Sungmin began his first flight with new wings. Gumi's minions shouted nonstop. You sons of bitches, what hole did you crawl out of? Sungmin lightly blocked the enemy's blade and immediately threw an elbow at his opponent, quite slow. You won't be able to catch up to your seniors like this. Ilhak's strategist, Kong Se-dong, another guy, tried to attack from behind but was eventually discovered. The henchman couldn't injure anyone and instead got his arm cut by Oh-gun. Kong Se-dong, who was next to him, grumbled, Hey, don't splatter blood everywhere. I'm wearing white, you're going to get blood on you anyway. A cold face and the air of a killer, that was Ilhak's combat specialist. Oh-gun, Lee Son-mong next to him, suggested to Sungmin, I will handle the boss, leave the rest to those two, Kong Se-dong and Oh-gun. Lee Sungmin was also quite surprised by the level of the two newcomers. How did you find those two? Lee Son-mong immediately explained. The chairman ordered us to come up with a new plan, so we traveled all over the country to find new talent. The first person we found was Kong Se-dong. He was originally a professional boxer, but he lost an eye in an unfortunate accident. In a practice match right before an official match, his opponent supposedly punched him in the eye without gloves. From the outside, the coach kept asking worriedly if he was okay. Crazy bastard, Se-dong, are you okay? Se-dong, blood poured from one of Se-dong's eyes from the opponent's punch. And just like that, his career as a boxer ended absurdly. Meanwhile, the opponent was spewing provocative words from outside. Yes, the chairman has probably heard similar stories a few times. I'll come here, you bastard. Despite people holding him back, his anger didn't subside. The opponent mentioned here is Lee Tae-dong. Come here and fight me, you bastard. After hearing Lee Son-mong's explanation, Sung-min also wondered. So did he try to get revenge? Surprisingly, that didn't happen. At this time, Se-dong and Oh-gun were outside, clearing out the minions blocking the way. And the second person we found. Oh-gun, he is the son of the first Gudo. Oh, am I one? Hearing this, Zion was surprised. Oh, a newly chosen Gudo? He fights quite efficiently. Thanks to those two, a few annoying idiots had gathered there. The two members were highly praised by everyone for being very capable. While Nobuhiro was blankly watching his colleague deal with the brats, he prepared to attack from behind with an axe. I wonder if Bai is busy. I even learned some Russian to talk to him. Hey, just lie down and rest. You're really going to die at this rate. No, is it already too late? The medicine you took earlier wasn't for a cold. No, you bastard, anyway. I'm going to wipe you all out. I have to join up with the boss too. Got him, I got him. Come here quickly. A henchman grabbed Zion tightly from behind. Nobuhiro warned, hold him tight. If you let go, you're dead. And Nobuhiro immediately rushed in to finish Zion. The henchman behind him said with a bewildered expression, what are you doing? The veteran Lee Son-mong extended his leg back and kicked the henchman's leg. As he lost his balance and fell, he was able to dodge Oniwa's slash. Oniwa still rushed in like a madman. Lee Son-mong shouted, hey, wait a minute. Thwack. Lee Son-mong got away but seemed bewildered by the sight before him. Blood spewed from the henchman's mouth in all directions. You son of a bitch, do you want to die? Wasn't that your subordinate? How could you do that? Lee Son-mong heard a numb response from Oniwa. Subordinates, that kind of thing. We have plenty of them. If they die, that's it, isn't it? I can even give you one if you want. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. I finally landed a proper hit, right? How about it, Section Chief Kong? Section Chief Kong only realized it after his cheek was cut by Bae Do-kyung. Oh, so you were Bae Do-kyung? It's come to this. Are you alright, Risu? Yes, bro. Bae Do-kyung asked his brother, so that guy is Section Chief Kong? This is the first time I'm actually meeting him. The first time, is that so? Thought we met at least once. Ha, if you had met me you would have died on the spot, you get me? Bae Dukyung raised his middle finger in provocation. Section Chief Kong lit a cigarette to pull himself together after the relentless fighting. Really? Do you think you're stronger than your brother? Seriously, all the guys who faced me met the same end. So how's your brother? I'm fine, bro, just a moment. Sit there and watch, bro. I'll take care of that bastard quickly. Of course, but let's see who takes care of whom. Why don't you show me your skills? Truly pathetic. Look at how you hold that knife, it's so clumsy. Is this the extent of your skills? You seem to be all talk. Bae Dukyung continued to swiftly dodge Kong Sung-ho's attacks. A powerful hook kick flew at Section Chief Kang's face, making him stagger. Bae Dukyung always exuded confidence. How about this technique? After taking a lightning-fast kick from Bae Dukyung, Section Chief Kang's mouth was bloodied and the two rushed at each other again to settle the score. I aimed for the jaw, but it didn't connect. Bae Dukyung thought to himself, just as I expected, that guy is no pushover. Section Chief Kong had the same thought. Bae Dukyung, Barry Su's brother, he's really more than I imagined. It was for good reason that Sogo mistook him for Ri Su. Bae Dukyung isn't Barry Su. Yes, he is Barry Su. Didn't I tell you? It doesn't matter who is who. Barry Su looked exhausted. Sweat dripping from his face to the floor. Suddenly an image came to mind. Someone on a bed raising a knife high as if about to slash someone. Sogo, you crazy bastard. What are you trying to do? In the end, this place will be a grave for you two brothers today. The sound of footsteps and a blade scraping the floor was heard. Not Bae Dukyung but Barry Su, that must be right. A man's voice approached. Bae Dukyung turned and glanced back. Didn't I tell you, that's not the issue right now. A hand holding a knife was raised, preparing to attack someone. Bae Dukyung's eyes widened and he shouted loudly, Sogo, you crazy son of a bitch. The one holding the knife was none other than Sogo. Today this place will become the grave where I bury you two brothers. At this moment, Ri Su's face was filled with fatigue. Bae Dukyung ran towards his brother at full speed. His brother shouted, Don't you dare touch him, you son of a bitch. Sogo didn't seem to be listening to Bae Dukyung. I'll start by taking care of your younger brother. Another set of footsteps was heard from behind. I Am Gung-chan appeared at the perfect time. Startling Sogo and saving Ri Su's life, I Am Gung-chan opened his mouth. Coming all the way to Korea to cause such a commotion, shouldn't you at least know the language here? I'll teach you. Sogo couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Was there another guy like this in the Taisen Syndicate? And I Am Gung-chan and Sogo began to fight. Sogo said with a contemptuous smile, It seems you're looking down on us. Gung-chan didn't seem to care much, and a slash whizzed past, but fortunately Gung-chan was unharmed. I Am Gung-chan thought to himself, What? I didn't think you could dodge that blade. You seem pretty light on your feet. On another front, Bae Dukyung was fighting Section Chief Kong to protect his brother. Hey, are you okay? Even while fighting, Bae Dukyung worried about his brother and told him he couldn't help much while dealing with Section Chief Kong, so be careful. Don't let your guard down. That bastard Sogo might look crazy, but his swordsmanship is incredible. You seem pretty relaxed for someone fighting me, Bae Dukyung, but I don't think this is the time. Distracted by checking on his brother's condition, Bae Dukyung got a cut on his arm. But it seemed like nothing to Bae Dukyung. You should give it your all too. Because fighting like this is getting so boring I might fall asleep. Section Chief Kong, damn it. Dealing with this old man won't be easy. Bae Dukyung glanced over. Ri Su, he doesn't look like he's in good shape. A character's engraved on Turin's sharp machete. Manhwa guy, it means all flowers bloom like flames. Is that what we're seeing over there? Outside, Turin had been defeated by Huang Hao. Huang Hao looked at the smoky burning building and said, When I gave you this blade I only wished for one thing. With Turin unable to get up, Huang Hao picked up her weapon. For you to grow and make those flowers bloom, he said, aiming the blade at Turin's neck. But look at the state you're in now. Did the flowers bloom, Turin? I didn't expect more guests. Huang Hao looked up. Another group had appeared before him. Oh, more guests have arrived. A man smartly dressed in a suit got out of a car. I was wondering who it was. It was you, Jom Choi Chian-ho. Jom Choi Chian-ho. I never thought I'd see him in person in a place like this. Jom, with a dignified face, adjusted his gloves and said, Huang Hao, don't we have some debts to settle between us? The bodyguards behind him finished their preparations upon hearing Choi Chian-ho's command. We'll assist you. You have other things to do, so save your strength. Leave this to me. Huang Hao also ordered his subordinates to move to another location. Send men to Taisen first, but if we send too many, the brothers heading there, Huang Hao said, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Didn't you hear me? In our gangster world, haven't orders and logic always come first? Since Ilhak's former Jomo Mi-1 died by my hand, he has come for revenge. I must take responsibility and face him, but that doesn't mean I will lose to him. Understood? Choi Chian-ho. Jom Choi Chian-ho rushed straight at Huang Hao, starting the fight. That's enough, you son of a bitch. The punch wasn't very strong as Huang Hao didn't struggle. He unexpectedly countered with a high kick aimed at Choi Chian-ho's ear. Jom didn't submit easily either. Grabbed Huang Hao's leg and prepared to land a punch Jom had set up. A fast, strong and powerful hook punch aimed straight at Huang Hao's abdomen. Hit by Jom's fist, he was pushed back a few steps. Outside, Turin wondered, does that bastard Huang Hao have the skill to take on Jom? His opponent is Choi Chian-ho. Choi Chian-ho's reputation was well known. I heard he's the most skilled fighter, the one closest to the top of Ilhak, really. Before that, Huang Hao loosened his shoulders and said, You're really old, but your strength is still impressive. Fortunately, it seems you still enjoy this game of slaughter. Are you talking about this? It seems to be quite useful in this fight. Now, since things have come to this, Choi Chian-ho was startled as Huang Hao approached him with the sharp machete in his hand. We'll have to settle this the old-fashioned way, right? Despite his age, Jom was fast enough to dodge Huang Hao's slash. Huang Hao continued to swing the blade at Jom. A sudden kick landed squarely on Jiam's chest. Before he could even come to his senses, a blade appeared before his eyes. Fortunately, the slash only grazed Choi Chian-ho's ribs. Choi Chian-ho was cornered and the situation was about to get very difficult. Huang Hao continued to taunt his opponent. "Seems like you have a lot holding you back, doesn't it? Your movements have slowed down a lot." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiam's fist appeared before his eyes. Huang Hao flew back several meters and fell painfully to the ground. But Jom had also sustained a serious wound on his ribs. "This wound I was almost done for. I'm lucky I counterattacked before he could slash again." "Ha ha ha, you crazy old man, did that slash dig into your flesh?" "Choi Chian-ho, your fighting skills have improved quite a bit." Choi Chian-ho replied sarcastically. "No, you've just gotten weaker, Huang Hao. You and I are just two old men left behind by time." At that moment Huang Hao suddenly asked, "Don't tell me you're still thinking about old grudges." "Why wouldn't I? You're just here for revenge for the guys I killed, aren't you?" "Revenge? That's not why I came here. There's no place for us in this new generation." "The same goes for revenge." In another area, Kong Se-dong and Oh-gun were still busy dealing with the guys blocking the way. "Just wait, the blade that will end your life is coming soon. Finishing this is too difficult. I wish someone would take care of a few of these guys." "Hey, aren't you tired? How the hell are you still standing, damn it? We have to rescue Section Chief Kong as soon as possible. He seems to be struggling." Ha In-dong adjusted his sleeves and said, "It'll be a bit tough for an amateur like you to take on an expert like that. That should be left to another expert. A rookie should fight another rookie. Go help your boss, I'll take this one." "So you're my opponent now? Your name is Nobuhiro, right? I didn't want to meet like this. The immovable yaksha of the Taisen Syndicate. I've heard rumors about you even in Japan. Show me what you've got. Show me the strength of Taisen." "I'm sorry, but he was hit by a lightning-fast punch. I don't know Japanese. The next time you set foot here, learn some Korean." Beaten to a pulp by Ha In-dong, Oniwa collapsed to the ground. Outside, his subordinates were bewildered. "Nobu, he's down." Ha In-dong loosened his wrists and said with dignity, "We don't go down that easily." Following Ha In-dong's command, his subordinates began to attack the remaining henchmen of Huang Hao's group. "Everyone go take care of those morons outside." Jom Choi Chian-ho saw this and said, "Huang Hao, what's your plan now? You're pretty loud yourself, surprising me every time you show up. You may be old, but you're still strong." Choi Chian-ho gave a sharp cold smile and bumped his fists together, taunting Huang Hao. "All right, we've fought for too long. Let's see who dies at whose hands today." "I bet you can hear this sound." Huang Hao responded without hesitation. "Good, my old friend, you're still full of fighting spirit, but don't think that scares me. My old friend, let's settle our score one last time here today." Huang Hao was now ready to face Choi Chian-ho's skills. "Come and show me all the strength you have before the younger generation takes over this era. This will be our final showdown." Choi Chian-ho rushed in like an arrow. "All right, let's see what strength you have left, you bastard." Huang Hao. Even as they fought, he felt that the speed of his punches despite his age was still too fast. As expected, he's no pushover. Having identified his opponent's weakness, Huang Hao immediately landed a very powerful punch on Choi Chian-ho's abdomen. "But this guy's attacks are still too simple. I can handle this." Choi Chian-ho was hit by his opponent's attack. "Ah," Choi Chian-ho smiled. The punch didn't seem to have done much damage to Jom. "I may have gotten old, but this strength has never faded." Huang Hao was surprised that his punch just now had no effect. Before Huang Hao could counter, he was hit with another uppercut to the abdomen. Talk is cheap, but action isn't so simple. Huang Hao grabbed Choi Chian-ho's hand and leapt up. He surprisingly kicked Choi Chian-ho squarely on the shoulder. That powerful kick sent Choi Chian-ho falling backward. "How about that? Don't tell me you're scared by that much, my friend." As was his habit, Huang Hao rewarded himself with a cigarette every time he successfully landed an attack. "Like I said, this is our last fight before the new generation takes over this era. So show me everything you've got." Huang Hao gestured, taunting his opponent. Of course, Choi Chian-ho didn't stay put and continued to rush in to fight. "Seriously, you're still pretty arrogant, Huang Hao." Huang Hao quickly stepped on Choi Chian-ho's thigh, jumped up and elbowed Choi Chian-ho in the mouth. The blow was incredibly powerful and painful for Choi Chian-ho. "Ah!" Without stopping, Huang Hao landed another kick on Jiam's face. Outside, Turin and her comrades were shocked. Choi Chian-ho had been struck by his opponent's attack and had fallen to the ground. The disciples watching from outside could only wonder. "Is it over?" Choi Chian-ho, he lost. Despite having taken many blows, Choi Chian-ho finally stood up on his own. Choi Chian-ho stood straight and opened his mouth. "You're right, I may be old, but I have no intention of ending it here, because the blood inside me is still boiling right now." Choi Chian-ho lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Let's keep going. If my old friend wants it, I'll accept his challenge anytime." "All right then, let's continue this fight." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and a police officer appeared. "Freeze, you sons of bitches," a police officer shouted, aiming his gun at them. "You've caused too much of a disturbance here. Now put your hands up and surrender. This isn't a place for you to show off your strength." Huang Hao threw the cigarette he was smoking behind him, turned to the police officer and sneered, "Haha, damn it, it ends here anyway. If you have anything to say it later." Police Chief Du Un-ho clutched his head as if he had a headache. Section Chief Kong, where did that son of a bitch go? The scene changes and a sharp blade flashes by. Elsewhere, the fight between Im Gung-chun and Sogo was still ongoing. With agile movements, Im Gung-chun dodged the numerous blades Sogo swung. Im Gung-chun thought to himself, "This attack is too familiar. It keeps repeating. He's trying to push me away to land a fatal blow. His longer sword gives him an advantage over my dagger. How about it, kid? Keep it coming, Sogo said in a provocative tone. And I Am Gung Chun shot back without missing a beat. Come here if you can. Let's see what you've got. I Am Gung Chun tried to get as close to Sogo as possible. If the distance widened, Sogo's longsword would put him at a great disadvantage. I Am Gung Chun thought that if he could just dodge this one blade, it would all be over. Sogo gave a wicked smile, and as the sharp blade flashed past and sliced the dagger in I Am Gung Chun's hand in two, he was startled. A hand from behind grabbed I Am Gung Chun's collar and yanked him back with all its might. Zion had appeared just in time to save I Am Gung Chun's life from Sogo's sharp blade. Hey, you'll get someone killed. You idiot, why are you playing with your life? Do you want to die by that sword? I didn't know it was that dangerous. Sogo saw this and was intrigued. Hey, looks like you want to join this fight too. What the hell are my men doing? Zion pointed behind him with his hand. Are you talking about your men? Look over there. They're all brawling with our Taisen syndicate. A brawl? Outside, the organizations were entangled in a chaotic fight everywhere. Nobuhiro was so injured he couldn't get up on his own without his subordinates' help. I see, this is really exciting, but it's fine, we'll win anyway. On the other side, the fight between Section Chief Kong and Bae Du-kyung continued. Bae Du-kyung had just been cut on the arm. Kong Sung-ho quickly rushed in and prepared to kick. Bae Du-kyung also quickly raised his arm to block the kick. From the outside, I Am Gung Chun saw that Bae Du-kyung didn't look well. Damn it, he can't seem to beat Section Chief Kong. This is a dangerous situation. Alright, I'm going back into this fight. This time, that son of a bitch won't be able to do anything to me. Be careful, Gung Chun. This isn't my usual fighting style, but I have a new tactic I have to use today. I need to close the distance as much as possible and make the most of my blade. And I have to reduce the mobility of that long sword. Looks like you've caught the sword. Excellent combat skill. But if I push with both hands, do you think you can keep holding onto this sword? The previous attack failed, but I've understood more of your attack patterns. Now watch my blade dance. Through the last attack, I realized he was left-handed. When I tried to approach from the right, the sword's movement seemed to slow down. He had no choice but to hold the sword with both hands, and then both his power and speed increased. It looks like you've noticed something. How about we show each other what we can do? Oyama, just as I expected. But you can't beat me like that. What now? This son of a bitch is much stronger than I thought. Alright, now it's a fight between the two of us. I told you, Oyama. Sogo. With that, Barisu cut off one of Sogo's fingers. You bastard. Barisu glared at Sogo, gritted his teeth and said word by word, I will kill you. Sogo let go with one hand, held the sword with his remaining hand and swung horizontally, nearly cutting Barisu in two. Fortunately, I Am Gung Chun pulled him away just in time. Sogo burst out laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. His laughter even stopped the fight between Bae Du-kyung and Kong Sung-ho. Ha ha ha. Sogo looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. He began to lament to the heavens. How dare you disrespect me like this? Do you know what you're doing right now? The streaks of blood running down from the wound on Sogo's face made him look even more ferocious. Barisu pushed I Am Gung Chun aside and asked Sogo back. Are you apologizing to me? Then I'll take one finger for now, but I'll finish you right now. He raised his knife and got into his stance again. The fight on both sides resumed. Even while fighting Section Chief Kong, Bae Du-kyung didn't forget to praise his brother. Ha ha ha, really? You cut off that bastard's finger? He's pretty good with a sword. He'll be a tough opponent for you. To overwhelm him even when you're that injured. Barisu and Sogo continued to exchange techniques. The sound of clashing metal rang out repeatedly. Bae Du-kyung looked back and gave a proud smile. Even I'm surprised, your skills have gotten pretty high now. Kong Sung-ho immediately closed in and threw a kick. Don't look away while you're fighting. The kick landed cleanly. Bae Du-kyung flew several meters and fell in pain. Kong Sung-ho didn't stop and continued to charge, but a small knife flew from the right, aiming straight for his eye. Kong Sung-ho twisted his body to dodge the dangerous knife throw. A voice of praise came from the darkness. Quick reflexes. I won't miss next time. The one who threw the knife was Zion. Kong Sung-ho clicked his tongue and cracked his neck. Zion, right, you were there too. There won't be a good end for you. Zion threatened. Kong Sung-ho pulled a dagger and a pistol from his coat. My plan is to take care of all of you and clean up, but is that possible? Let's see if I can kill you this time. Kong Sung-ho. After speaking, Zion hid himself in the darkness. You think it'll be that easy, kid? Your opponent is Section Chief Kong. Suddenly, a fourth person joined the fight. You won't win so easily this time. This man had horn-rimmed glasses and a goatee. He was none other than the strategist Haneda Gunja. Who the hell are you? Section Chief Kong shouted in displeasure. Who are you? Are you from Oyama? You've come at a good time. Bae Du-kyung staggered to his feet. Gunja saw him and said nothing. Ryugasaki. It goes back to a few days ago when Gunja approached Bae Du-kyung alone as he lay in his hospital bed. The blood of the Taisen Syndicate's guards was still on his hands. It's been a long time. He opened his mouth. Who would have thought I'd see you in this state? Hey, I doubt you came to check on my health, Bae Du-kyung replied curtly. Gunja looked at the knife hidden in his hand and answered. No, I just came to confirm a few things in person. Haha, don't, Bae Du-kyung said with a bitter smile. Does that mean you're not following that bastard Sogo anymore, am I right? Gunja pushed up his glasses and replied, anymore. I was never on his side to begin with, nor on yours. Bae Du-kyung shouted. What, after I treated you so well? He just replied quietly. I only follow the Oyama organization. I helped you because we had a common goal. Bae Du-kyung also understood his meaning. You helped me then, but what about now? Gunja continued. After you changed your mind and left, Sogo seized power in the organization, and there were many other problems. Oyama collapsed several times while you were gone, but we had to become more solid, so the head that Oyama recognizes now is Danzo Sogo. Bae Du-kyung asked in anger. Do you know what kind of person he is? Are you saying the organization now is what you want it to be? Gunja didn't answer and kept changing the subject. It is a fact that Oyama has developed better after Sogo took power. Bae Du-kyung said once more. It doesn't matter how he got to that position. Gunja stood up, displeased. Are you going to keep interrupting me? I told you I only follow the Oyama organization. Then what is Oyama now? Bae Du-kyung clenched his fist in anger, the Oyama family's lighter in his palm. Bae Du-kyung declared. Then from now on I will show you what Taisen is. Back in the present, Gunja still continued to think. Ryugasaki, I understand your intentions, but I can't help you now. But it's different if it's him. Gunja silently put his hand in his inner pocket and approached Section Chief Kong, the only person who can give you strength now. Gunja introduced himself. I am Manhwa Gunja. I have come on behalf of Chairman Oyama Tetsuji. The chairman wishes to speak with you directly. Section Chief Kong Sung-ho. Gunja held out a phone to Section Chief Kong, and to Sogo and the other two. Stop for a moment, Gunja said towards the battlefield of Barisu and Sogo. The chairman has something to say. Sogo was bewildered. Father, why? Section Chief Kong took the phone and turned on the speakerphone. A weighty voice came from the speaker. I'm sorry for this situation on our first conversation. I am Oyama Tetsuji. The other end of the line was undoubtedly the chairman of Oyama Tetsuji. Is my son there too? He asked. Section Chief Kong put a cigarette in his mouth and answered. Yes, one of them is right in front of me. He pointed at Bae Du-kyung. Father, he also hesitated. What are you doing to him right now? Tetsuji demanded. Kong Sung-ho answered simply. Unfortunately, your son and I have a grudge to settle, so I'm afraid it would be best for you to be careful with what you say next. Tetsuji cut Kong Sung-ho off. If it's an unsatisfactory answer, you'll have a problem with me too. Both Bae Du-kyung and Sogo are my beloved sons. As he spoke, Tetsuji crushed his cigarette, revealing his anxious heart. There's a lot of strife in the family right now, but it would not be good for Section Chief Kong to get involved. Kong Sung-ho frowned and began to think. Let's settle it like this. The winner becomes the head and the loser is exiled. Kong Sung-ho was so confused by these words that he couldn't light the cigarette in his mouth. My sons have caused too many problems, so how about I give you the management rights to that hotel as a reward for your project? Tetsuji proposed to Kong Sung-ho, who was very surprised. A reward? Kong Sung-ho asked back. Tetsuji continued. Think of it as a commemoration. It means Oyama will support the Wanson project. What if I refuse? Tetsuji seemed not to have expected this answer. Then I will go there myself to meet you and resolve everything. At that time we may not be able to face each other as friends. Section Chief Kong Sung-ho. Section Chief Kong was silent, deep in thought. He answered immediately, then let's stop here. Does the chairman always intervene like this? Not necessarily, Tetsuji denied. Until my son's succession dispute is over, Oyama will continue to support them. Kong Sung-ho's frown deepened as he listened to Tetsuji's words. The problem there now is their personal actions, not Oyama's. See Taisen and Sogo as two separate organizations. Oyama will not support either side. These words were heard by both Sogo and Bae Du-kyung. Father, why? Sogo shouted, displeased. I'm a member of the Oyama family too. Tetsuji shot back, annoyed. You, Sogo, you asked me before. Whatever I say to you, it's as a father. Do you both want an order from Oyama? Sogo couldn't understand. What's the difference? What does that have to do with anything? Tetsuji said again. Sogo, it's just a simple question. You are my son and I have never once changed that thought. Sogo froze at those words. So this time I'm not asking my son, but as a member of Oyama, can you satisfy me? A moment later, the police chief also appeared. He gritted his teeth and said, things are getting really interesting. Arrest them all, he declared, and police officers began to swarm in to arrest the Taisen syndicate and Ilhak. With trembling legs, Barisu supported his seriously injured brother. At this point everyone was exhausted, and it seemed no one had the strength to resist anymore. Choi Cheon-ho also shouted with concern. Director Bae, the police chief continued to shout. How are you still standing? Section Chief Kong slowly approached and instructed. That's enough, Chief Jun-ho, let's just end it here. We got what we needed. The great fire in the center of Seoul. Jun-ho's forehead had blue veins popping out in anger. Section Chief Kong Sung-ho, we've made all the preparations, so we must end this by punishing those bastards. We can't just let it go as if nothing happened. That day's fierce flames brought another problem to each of us. Huang Hao asked himself, what will happen to Oyama? The pain of a crushing defeat. Nobuhiro covered the despairingly kneeling Sogo with his overcoat. A burning hatred and unresolved grudge flared up. Barisu secretly glanced at Section Chief Kong, whom he hated to the bone. The remaining embers will ignite into a new torch. Kong Sung-ho lit a cigarette and leisurely left the scene. This torch will become a signal for everyone. Not far away, an old man was also watching the full view of this fire. He gave a grotesque smile. A new generation, a new era has begun, recalling the events of 2 years ago. A young man in a very stylish suit with long hair and arms full of tattoos was Bae Du-kyung. He stood on the pier with rough waves crashing around him. Bae Du-kyung stared intently at the dagger in his hand. Numerous cars had just arrived behind him. Ha In-dong stood by the car door waiting. President, all preparations are complete, he reported respectfully to Bae Du-kyung. He gave a slight nod. Good, we can finally end this. Let's go. To that place. Bae Du-kyung turned and left the pier. Back in the present, 2 months have passed since the hotel fire. A press conference was being held and countless reporters were relentlessly snapping photos. It's starting. A fat man was checking the microphone signal. Respected citizens, the fat man was Jun-ho, the chief of police. I would like to address the recent hotel fire incident in Hanam-gu. Down below, Section Chief Kong was mixed in with the reporters watching carefully. Ahem, I sincerely apologize. Jun-ho was sweating and coughed dryly a few times. Let me explain again. There are currently many unconfirmed rumors circulating that the hotel fire was caused by a clash between organized crime groups. This baseless speculation has caused anxiety among the public. The investigation team has confirmed that members of the aforementioned organization were involved in the incident. However, please understand that it is very difficult to conclude that it was related to a conflict between organizations. The police have now arrested a key suspect in the case. At this point, Kong Sung-ho lowered his head, adjusted his glasses, and presented a basic solution while conducting the investigation. The culprit Jun-ho mentioned was the one being transported was Nobuhiro. A reporter with a mustache raised his hand and spoke. I have a question. Recently, there has been a series of incidents involving organized crime in Seoul. I'm curious if the police have prepared any countermeasures for the area. Jun-ho slammed the desk with a bang and answered. Seoul is currently facing a state of emergency due to the threat of organized crime. Therefore, to respond to terrorist acts that threaten the safety of our citizens, we will launch a special security operation, Wonsan. This is an operation to proactively deploy forces to key areas to prevent violence. At that moment in a bar, armed forces were suppressing a group of gangsters. One guard was pinning down and beating a tattooed man. Stop it. The special security operation will be carried out by a joint force of military and police to protect the citizens. The guard beat the tattooed man until he lost consciousness. Punks like you only listen when you're beaten. After the beating, the guard threw the gangster at the rest of the group and cursed. Hey you, he continued, pointing at a bald man with a scar. Me, he stuttered, trembling with fear. Hey, are you calling me? From now on, you're the boss here. The guard declared. Got it, me? What? The scarred face asked blankly. The guard pointed at another random man. Or the guy behind you can do it. No, I'll do it, the scarred face pleaded urgently. So what do I have to do now? The guard ordered. Do as I say. After speaking, he threw a large briefcase in front of the scarred face. He opened it. It was full of plastic bags filled with drugs. The guard continued to instruct. Every month we will bring this and you are responsible for turning it into money. Just turn this into money. It's a very simple mission, understand? Elsewhere, a hand tapped a map of Seoul with the symbols of Wonsan and Taizan on it. Once the plan is executed, Seoul will definitely change. Does everyone understand? The person making the presentation was Lee Hung-ji-yu. In front of him were Bae Do-kyung, Lee Sung-min, Seo Myo-hwa's group and their core members. Kong Se-dong raised his hand and said, I still don't quite understand. Lee Hung-ji-yu scratched his head in annoyance. Hey Kong Se-dong, listen carefully. I'm only going to explain this one more time. Kong Se-dong's face lit up at those words. Thank you. Lee Hung-ji-yu pointed to the map and explained again. Until now, the underworld of Seoul was maintained by 5 major organizations under the name of the General Assembly, but after the General Assembly collapsed, the organizations began to reorganize. Lee Hung-ji-yu drew a line on the old territory division map. In that process, Taizan integrated some forces including Ilhuk and smaller organizations, but Oyama from Japan took control of Jurang, and through cooperation with various forces and government troops, Wonsan was born. So the 2 ruling powers in Seoul now are Ilhuk and Taizan. Bae Do-kyung rubbed his forehead and said, Section Chief Kang's original plan was to have Wonsan infiltrate the organizations in Seoul, but it seems he has taken control of everything anyway. That's right, Lee Hung-ji-yu nodded. We have also become a sizable organization now, but Wonsan is condoning the illegal activities of its affiliated organizations. This was a reference to the legalization of drug trafficking that Bae Do-kyung's group had previously discovered and cracked down on. That's why the scale of imports fluctuates so much. The income from illegal activities is all related to Wonsan. Wonsan then redistributes the accumulated funds to its subordinate organizations, Kong Se-dong interjected. What? Is it like how a government agency distributes its budget to subordinate agencies? Something like that. Well, it's similar. That's why many small organizations are willing to join Wonsan. Ogun cursed in displeasure. Damn capitalists. Lee Sung-min also looked worried. At this rate, the size of the Wonsan organization will continue to grow. Above all, the biggest variable, Gangnam Gu, still remains. Huang Hao hasn't made a move yet. Seo Myo-hwa offered her opinion. I think he will at least be with us. He was Yu Taeui Wang's friend after all. You say that, but he wasn't even at the hotel that day. Lee Sung-min stroked his chin and reasoned. In conclusion, what I want to say is, shouldn't we make the first move? If we can protect the interests of the businesses and organizations in Gangnam, we will probably have an advantage in confronting Wonsan, Bae Do-kyung asked back. Are you planning to confront Huang Hao? Lee Sung-min tried to defend his point of view. We must avoid unnecessary conflict as much as possible. We need to build a stronger force, even if it means confronting Wonsan, Seo Myo-hwa asked another question. But how can we protect the interests of the businesses without causing a conflict? Lee Sung-min smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Have you forgotten President Seo Myo-hwa? I have nothing to do with it. In the past both Jurang and Huang Hao were organizations under Ilhuk, and now that Taizan is under our control, Ilhuk will become stronger. Ilhuk will once again make its presence known in Seoul. Many of the subsidiary organizations in Gangnam were once part of Ilhuk. Now with the help of Jom, we will once again go to Gangnam and plan to take control of those organizations. Bae Du-kyung nodded. It's a good method, but it's too late now. Besides, how many organizations would recognize Ilhak's legitimacy at this point? When Lee Sung-min's words were refuted, Oh-gun openly showed his displeasure. Kang Se-dong had to stop him. Bae Du-kyung proposed, let's do that. Ilhuk will move as you suggested, but at this moment Taizan will act alone. Lee Sung-min was puzzled by those words. Act alone? Do you have a plan? Bae Du-kyung replied. If Ilhuk is in charge of drawing in and luring others, Taizan will be responsible for eliminating unnecessary elements. This isn't a plan. It has already begun. Under the night sky of Seoul, rough breathing echoed, pant, pant. At this time in Apgujeong, Gangnam Gu, get out of the way. A bald man pushed through the crowd, fleeing in a hurry. He panted and hid in a small alley, and he muttered, "Damn lunatics, where did those monstrous bastards come from? Damn it," he took a phone out of his pocket. "Are those the guys calling themselves Ilhuk who are running wild outside? Ha!" As soon as he looked up, a hand struck him squarely in the face. Bam! The hand slammed the bald man's head hard against the wall, and he immediately lost consciousness. At the meeting, Lee Sung-min was still puzzled. Is it okay to send Barry Sue alone to do that? The one who had chased the bald man was indeed him. Barry Sue. Bae Du-kyung lightly put a cigarette in his mouth and answered confidently, "It's fine, that kid can do anything, that's why I sent him." Lee Sung-min still asked worriedly, "It doesn't seem like a good idea, it's too impulsive." Bae Du-kyung frowned. Impulsive? Chairman, we're in a war for survival now, he reminded Lee Sung-min. They might surrender, but if they act rashly, we just wipe them out first as usual. Besides, Zion went with him, so there's no need to worry. Bae Du-kyung took a hair tie from Ha In-dong. Seo Maya-wa was just as worried. I know, but he was injured recently. Bae Du-kyung shook his head. The injury is not the problem, and unfortunately it seems the wound can't stop that kid. Besides, Bae Du-kyung frowned and hesitated. The problem is that he's extremely angry right now, so it's better to let him go alone. At the very least, we need to quell that anger before it explodes. On the other side, Barry Sue bent down and picked up the bald man's phone. For that, we need to find a place for him to vent all his anger. Barry Sue threw the phone at the bald man's face. He ordered him to call and get people. Call? The bald man asked blankly. I'm sorry, where should I call? Anywhere. Barry Sue stomped on his hand in anger. Call everyone you can. Get them all over here. He gritted his teeth and said, Bae Du-kyung of Taizan is here. No, Barry Sue is here, so get all those bastards over here. With his eyes bloodshot with rage, Barry Sue commanded like a demon. One man stomped his foot and shouted, All right, listen up. An old man held a laptop in one hand and pushed up his glasses with the other, a serious expression on his face. From now on, this strategic advisor will give a special lecture. He was none other than Lee Hung-ji-yu of Taizan, the strategic advisor of the Taizan alliance. This was all self-proclaimed by him. Looking at the two men in white clothes sitting at the table, his voice was excited. Anyway, we don't know anything about Seoul right now, do we? As soon as one of them saw him, he laughed happily and shouted, Oh, Chief of Staff. He continued to act like an experienced teacher, clenching his fist and striking a pose, saying, First, what you need to know is the strength of each organization, that is, the strength of the head of each organization. He showed the laptop screen to the two men. I personally went through the last war and ranked them. This is valuable data, so you rookies should consider it an honor. Kang Se-dong clenched his fist, laughed joyfully and shouted, Oh, you're so cool, Chief of Staff. Only Oh-gun was openly angry, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide, and slammed the table hard, shouting, Hey, cut it out. Is this a time for games? He continued to argue. Who appointed you as Chief of Staff? Kang Se-dong quickly grabbed his shoulder and calmed him down. Why are you being like this, Oh-gun Hung-nim? He winked and gave a signal. Just let it be. It'll be very useful for us and it'll be fun too. Oh-gun didn't understand what his friend was thinking. He glared at Kang Se-dong. What on earth are you? But in the end he didn't act up anymore and sat quietly with his arms crossed, and Kang Se-dong waved his hand, looked at the old man, winked, smiled and asked, Chief of Staff, do we have a ranking too? The old man was excited and immediately opened his laptop. Yes, no, yes. He suddenly broke into a cold sweat and looked a little anxious. For you two, I only have information from the hotel battle, so more verification is needed later. The old man looked at the two men and read the results. But currently your rankings are Kang Se-dong B, Oh-gun B. The two were Ilhek Jom Oh-gun B class and Ilhek Jom Kang Se-dong B class respectively. On the other side, Kang Se-dong laughed triumphantly and hugged the old man. It seems pretty high. The old man looked at him and answered, You're old, but you have a record of fighting Utae Wang of Jurang, so I rated you as B. I assumed that the skill level of a regular organization boss is a class, he added. For your reference, the previous generation of GMs were all a class or higher in their prime. Kang Se-dong put on a flattering expression, squeezed the old man's hand, winked and smiled. As expected, the Chief of Staff's intelligence is the best. You even know about the past. Oh-gun, sitting behind him, could only watch with a pathetic expression. He suddenly turned his head in displeasure. You mean my father isn't on the list? Just then, someone opened the door and entered. The meeting room is quite noisy. He was tall and looked dignified. He glanced at the few people and asked, What interesting stories are you all talking about? The three also stopped their movements and looked up at him in surprise. No one was paying attention to him. Lee Hung-ji-yu and Kang Se-dong lowered their heads and continued to look at the laptop screen while Oh-gun listened intently. If it's Choi Cheon-ho-nim, he's someone who almost stood at the pinnacle of Seoul in the past. His prime is over, but, the old man suddenly pointed at the newcomer, due to his recent active involvement, he has been rated as A. Kang Se-dong behind him was happy to hear that and shouted. Oh, as expected, the old man added. The plus is a rating used for individuals who are difficult to evaluate among those of a similar rank due to many variables. The old man who had just opened the door and entered was none other than Ilhek Jom Choi Cheon-ho, a class. He didn't understand what was being said, his face stiffened, and he asked in confusion, "What's A, Mr. Lee Hung-ji-yu?" After asking the question and before anyone could answer, he didn't care and moved on to another topic. By the way, everyone get ready. Our Jom is going to Gangnam. Just then, someone approached from behind him and asked, "What's going on?" he asked as he casually walked in. "What are you all talking about?" Lee Hung-ji-yu was flustered, looked down at the laptop screen and couldn't speak, stuttering. Well, he asked himself, Bae Do-kyung. In the past he was Oyama's second-in-command and the head of Taisen. At this point in time he's a monster ranked higher than that man. Seeing the old man speechless, he put his arm around the old man's shoulder, looked at the laptop screen and smiled. "Oh, a ranking chart. Interesting." His two eyes sparkled as he asked, "So what's my rank?" The door to the room was opened by a man and he went straight inside. Inside the room, a man in a suit was sitting and waiting. Two men sat side by side at the head of the table, and below them, numerous subordinates sat in rows. The atmosphere was quiet and frightening. He glanced inside once and began to speak. "First, I ask for the understanding of everyone present. Normally this would be an occasion where we would separately host the person in charge of the secretary's office, but the man in glasses knelt on the floor, bowing low with both fists on the ground, and spoke earnestly. However, considering the place and situation, I will give you a brief explanation." He raised his head and introduced himself. "I am Haneda Gunja of the Oyama Gumi. I will be serving as the chief secretary's aide." In another room, a white-haired old man was on the phone. "Gunja, you must stay in Korea." But at that time he did not listen and replied firmly, "Chairman Oyama, are you going to leave Ryugasaki, Lord Sogo here after all?" The old man replied seriously, "That's why I'm telling you to stay in Korea." This time Gunja recalled the old man's words. "As my aide, I entrust everything to you." Now he had a new position in the Oyama Group, director of the Strategic Planning Office, Haneda Gunja B class. He picked up the water bowl and turned around, following the procedure, and thought again of the old man's words. "I can't abandon both of my sons there after all." He put down the bowl and thought of the words the old man had entrusted to him. "So you must." The other person received the water bowl with both hands and said nothing. He bowed his head to the ground, and the other person tilted his head back and drank the water from the bowl in one gulp. He was carrying out the entrusted words as they were. "Help me by assisting Sogo, Gunja." After drinking all the water, the other person's face suddenly became unusually serious, and he stared intently in one direction with his eyes wide open. Sogo Oyama, who was once one of the 9 executives of Oyama, was founding the Wonsan organization, a class. The men sitting below frowned and asked, "What on earth is this?" He is the Korean representative of the Cheonung faction, Huang Hao, and he is in charge of international trade, import and export. A bald old man sitting next to him frowned and reminded him in a flustered state, "Wait, Representative Huang Hao. This old man is Jiyu Chonglun of Cheonung, a Chinese national, in charge of international trade finance." Gunja continued to place a water bowl in front of the next person and thought to himself. Huang Hao, watching him tilt his head back and empty the water bowl, Gunja knew that Lord Sogo would have to borrow this man's hand to become independent in Korea. Looking at the other person's cautious face, he was lost in thought for a moment. But he's an unpredictable person. This person who was putting down the empty bowl was none other than the general representative of Cheonung and the head of the Southwest Regional Branch, Huang Hao, S-Class. A voice echoed in the room. "We also need to expand our forces." The old man Choi Cheon-ho frowned deeply and said seriously, "So find organizations smaller than us and make sure we can get them in our grasp." Before he could even finish speaking, someone pushed open the door from outside again. 2 men with black and white hair came in carrying a travel bag. A few people asked, "Are you back?" The old man Choi Cheon-ho quickly approached and showed interest, extending his hand. "I heard you went to Gangnam alone, are you okay?" He said nothing and threw the travel bag on the floor. When the bag opened, there were a few blood-stained files inside. These are documents related to business rights received from small organizations on the outskirts of Gangnam. They have all been transferred. The old man Choi Cheon-ho was also frozen after hearing his words. "With this, they will also be tied to us and will not be able to freely join other organizations." Kang Se-dong sat down, picked up a few blood-stained files and looked at them. He was surprised and asked quietly, "Mr. Berry-Sue, to this extent, how much did you fight for there to be this much blood?" The old man quickly replied, "I understand. The other organizations will meet and talk." The old man didn't seem to like his methods. "Is this really a good way?" Berry-Sue's face darkened when he heard the old man's words. "If we force them like this, aren't we no different from Wonsan?" He seemed angry. He raised his voice and asked back, "Do we have to be different from them?" He even had the audacity to ask the old man back, "Have we been any different from them until now?" Speaking bluntly, the old man Choi Cheon-ho couldn't say anything and just stared at him with a deep frown. He continued, Don't you all want to wipe out all the big and small organizations and take control of Seoul? Kang Se-dong heard his words, opened his mouth and looked up at him. His eyes turned black and his face was cold. Looking down at his blood-stained hands, he said, burning with revenge, "Am I the only one who feels that way? Think again." After speaking, he immediately turned and left. "Don't worry, if you want Seoul, I'll give it all to you. If you don't like me doing it my way, just sit quietly and watch." Just then, a sword from somewhere came very close to his neck and stopped him. It was Oh-gun. He gripped the sword in his hand and glanced at him. "Barry Sue, I can't agree with what you just said." He glared with his eyes wide open and asked with a threatening expression, "Do you think you're the only one who harbors anger and revenge?" He even dared to question him. "By what right do you do that?" Barry Sue did not show any fear and turned to look at him. Before he could make a move, a hand reached out, grabbed his shoulder and reminded him, "Hey, calm down. Oh-gun, he's our leader after all." The person who grabbed him was the one who had come with him. At some point he too was tightly gripping a sword in his hand and aiming it at his back, warning, "You're crossing the line. If you keep this up, I'm going to get really angry." The old man Choi Cheon-ho was flustered and quickly ran over, shouting loudly. Oh-gun, put down the sword. Kang Se-dong, who was sitting, saw that and his eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself, so fast, at what point? The opponent twirled the sword in his hand, glared at Oh-gun and reminded him, "If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be dead, understand? He's directly under the Taisen Syndicate. Zion, the Special Mission Hitman Organization, former leader of the Ghost Unit S-Class." Only then did Oh-gun grasp the situation and look at Zion apologetically. The space was terrifyingly quiet and he didn't say a single word more from beginning to end. Suddenly, a voice echoed, What's this atmosphere?" He stuck both hands in his pants pockets, came in with another woman, looked at the three people in front, and asked with a smile, "Are you fighting?" He stepped forward and tapped Oh-gun's shoulder. "You must have fought here. Stop it, this furniture is expensive." After speaking, he also tapped his shoulder. "Anyway, Risu, you've been through a lot too." As he was saying, "You're not hurt," Barry Sue resolutely walked past him and left, not saying a single word, which made him pause. His hand was still extended in the air, only now did he pay attention to the blood-stained documents scattered on the floor. A flash of anger appeared in his eyes and he glanced coldly behind him. He saw the still wet blood on Barry Sue's hand, scratched his head and sighed. It doesn't seem like he's that badly hurt." After speaking, he sat down and picked up a few pieces of paper. "Although I said I'd use any means necessary, this is a bit much." Go, this word finally stopped him, and he turned and questioned him. "Too much? This is the right way." Looking straight into the other person's eyes, he asked, "Or are you going to end it half-heartedly like the hotel incident last time?" He was asked a question and, surprised, asked back. He got angry, stood up and walked straight to Barry Sue. "Damn it, will you be satisfied only if you destroy that place?" He couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted like a madman. "Yes, I have to kill them all. I could have killed all those bastards. We decided that, didn't we?" He continued to shout, venting his anger. "Kill everyone and I too." But before he could finish his words, he was hit squarely in the face with a fist. The other person had thrown a really painful punch at him, and he fell backward. The punch was too fast to avoid. The opponent's eyes burned with anger and he cursed. "Do you want to die that badly?" Blue veins bulged on his fist. He was none other than Bae Do-kyung of the Taisen Syndicate, the master of Taisen S-Class. After throwing the punch, he watched his brother wipe the blood and continued to curse. "You stupid bastard, you got a painful punch." Barry Sue looked up and glared at him without saying a word. Currently, he was the behind-the-scenes boss of Taisen and the top of Seoul. Grade 10. Do-kyung punched his younger brother very hard in the face and shouted, "If you kill all those bastards, you'll die too." With one punch, Barry Sue was sent tumbling to the ground, hitting his whole body hard. His brother's face darkened and his eyes widened. "Do you want to die that badly? Are you ready?" Seeing his brother get up and wipe the blood, he cursed one more time. "Stupid fool." He frowned in silence and without saying a word glared again. Do-kyung, as if his curses were not enough, still shouted and said, "How dare you say that again? I must have been too easy on you." The old man Choi Cheon-ho rushed over, hugged him tightly and stopped him. "Director Bae, please stop. Let's listen to what he has to say first." Even after hearing that, he couldn't calm his anger and turned his body sharply, shouting, "Just listen to what that punk is saying. He's saying what he did was the best." The moment he turned his body, Barry Sue rushed in and countered with an equally strong punch. The old man hurriedly supported him and quickly turned to question him. "No, Jew, why are you doing that again?" After being punched, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha." His face was filled with anger and he glared coldly at his brother. "Come to think of it, it's been a while since you've tasted my fist, hasn't it? Do I need to remind you of the old days?" Barry Sue didn't show any fear and extended his fist, smiling provocatively. "Let's see you try." Other people also tried to stop them, shouting, "That's enough." Barry Sue, that lady approached, frowned, looked at him and showed a displeased expression. "How can you treat your brother who just recovered like that? Do you want to put him back in the hospital?" At these words from that lady, he froze and no longer fought roughly. Bae Do-kyung saw his brother back down, smiled triumphantly and teased him with his finger. "Don't smile. You're the same." That lady looked at the brothers with annoyance. She pointed her finger at him and questioned him. "When your brother was in a disaster, you acted like the world was ending, but now that he's fine, why are you hitting him?" He tried to make an excuse. "I got hit by that punk too." That lady annoyedly hit him once. "Be quiet. Do you think I care?" The old man Choi Cheon-ho saw that the situation had calmed down, put his arms around a few people's shoulders and immediately left the place. "Let's get out of here, let's go." The day grew dark and the guards on both sides immediately became alert upon seeing someone approaching. One guy in slippers approached arrogantly. The bald guard saw him, was surprised and asked, "No. Why are you here?" I heard you were busy in Osaka. The other person smiled and replied, "Oh, I took care of Osaka." Instead, he looked at the two guys in front of him and asked, "This place will probably be more of a headache. Is the boss inside?" While the bald guy was answering, "I'm sorry, but the chairman said he doesn't want to see anyone." Before he could finish his words, the other person's big black hand rested on his shoulder and he arrogantly cut him off. "It doesn't matter, I'm not a stranger, right?" The bald guy still hesitated. "Yes, but..." The other person glared with his eyes wide open and threatened. "Or are you guys going to stop me?" In his hand was a white ghost stone. The old man was playing Go Alone in the house, heard the sound and looked up. As soon as he entered the room, he said, "How you locked yourself in your room? You're acting like an old man." The old man didn't even look at him and replied, "I'm old too." Seeing the large man sitting in front of him, the old man smiled and asked, "What's going on? What brings you to Tokyo? Did you finish the Osaka business?" The other person sat up straight, his hands on his knees. "Don't worry, boss." This huge man was as big as a mountain. He sat upright in front of the old man. "Mutai has completed the mission of conquering Osaka in the name of Oyama. He was none other than the Osaka branch chief, Muto Taiga, Tetsuji's right-hand man." The old man, uninterested in him, continued to look at the book in his hand and asked with a smile, "What do you mean by conquering? You're still the same." The huge man suddenly touched his chin and looked at the Go board in front of him. You were reviewing a previous game." "Ah." Suddenly, he looked up and smiled slyly. "Hey, can I place a stone there?" After speaking, he reached out and picked up a few Go stones. The old man saw that and asked, "Are you going to play again?" He replied, "What's the fun in copying someone else's moves? Let's play a game." The old man, looking interested, touched his chin, smiled and asked, "Haha, are we going to make a bet? Have your skills improved a bit?" He stared intently at the old man and smiled. "Is skill the problem? If I want to win, I'll make an effort. You won't be able to stop me." The old man sensed something, touched his chin, frowned and asked back, "You want to win?" The huge man placed the first stone and declared, "That's right," he said bluntly. "If I win, I will leave this Oyama." The old man, showing no signs of surprise, calmly picked up a ghost stone and placed it down. "May I ask why?" He did not hide it either and answered directly, "For the boss's son and my disciple." He looked at the Go board, thought and said, "Sogo and Ryugasaki are fighting on Korean soil, right? So as a teacher I must stand on Sogo's side." The old man picked up a handful of Go stones in his hand. "In that case Oyama cannot intervene." The old man glared at him and warned, "I told you, no one should intervene in the succession war." He did not expect the other person to cross his arms and answer so nonchalantly. "That's why I'm leaving Oyama. Then there won't be any related problems, right?" The old man looked at him and reminded him, "If I intervene, the balance of that fight will be broken." The huge man held a ghost stone in his hand from the beginning, and his face was as black as ink, full of dissatisfaction. "You're the one who broke the rules. After Oyama withdrew from Korea, support was completely cut off. This is no different from abandoning Sogo." Hearing the old man's face turn cold, he concluded, "Because you favor Ryugasaki. You abandoned your son Sogo." This huge man said bluntly, "So at least I want to stand on Sogo's side." The old man looked up and stared straight into his eyes. "Do you think I or Oyama will accept this?" The huge man answered nonchalantly, "That's why I'll leave if I beat you." At his stubborn words, the old man's anger exploded. The old man slammed his hand on the desk. Go stones flew in all directions and he shouted, "You really?" Suddenly, both of them were startled and looked down at the Go board. The huge man smiled broadly. "Ha ha ha, you lost. Admit it, right?" It was already too late for the old man to regret it. He was flustered and explained, "Know this," but he couldn't refute it. The other person stood up on his knees, a smile never leaving his lips. "Ha ha ha, then this game is void. I won." Before he opened the door and left, the old man covered his head with his hands and said a word. "Rahu." After speaking, he said nothing more, then suddenly said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for taking care of that child." The huge man stepped out the door. "What are you talking about? You don't have to. I understand." After speaking, he slammed the door shut. At this time, in a building in Gangnam, inside the building, a woman sat with her legs crossed drinking water. A few subordinates were around her. "So you're saying you're from Ilhek?" Across from her, Kong Se-dong answered confidently, "Yes, that's correct, we are from Ilhek." Outside the door, Barry Sue stood with his arms crossed, quietly eavesdropping on the conversation. "From Tazen." The woman seemed to show interest. Tazen." Barry Sue peeked slightly at the two talking. The woman spoke bluntly to Kong Se-dong. "In short, you want me to join hands with you, not want son." Kong Se-dong did not deny it immediately. "Yes, precisely. We will guarantee the safety of your organization." And after that, before he could finish, the woman cut him off, holding up 3 fingers. "There are 3 problems." The woman looked up and smiled, saying everything on her mind while holding a hot teacup. "First, you are too rude. Shouldn't the head come to discuss this in person?" Hearing that, Kong Se-dong explained with a smile in his eyes, "Our chairman is very busy. Instead, I, the Jom, have come in his place." Hearing that, the woman immediately guessed that the rumor about the Jom being disbanded was true. Not only that, but she also scoffed openly. To leave someone like this in the Jom, really? Kong Se-dong was furious, clenching one fist until the veins popped, but with his other hand he had to force a smile and give a thumbs up. He suppressed his anger and said to the woman, "If you give us a chance, the chairman will come." But the woman paid him no mind and held up 2 more fingers. "Second, there's no great benefit for us." Thinking of him, she said firmly, "We've been waiting for this offer from the top organization, Wonson, but they haven't made a move yet. The rumors about Wonson are already everywhere. It would be more profitable if we sided with Wonson. Don't you think so?" Standing outside, Barry Sue couldn't listen anymore and stuck his head in, asking, "The greatest benefit?" He lowered his voice and threatened, "It seems you don't know what the greatest benefit is." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the table from above with a loud bang. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she saw his darkened face. Barry Sue glared and warned, "The greatest benefit is that you are still able to sit here like this. Do you understand?" He lowered his body, approached the woman and threatened her. As her subordinate tried to rush in from behind, the woman, still calm, raised her hand to signal him to stop. "I'll overlook your attitude once more. Let's move on to the third problem." Her eyes widened, looking very scary. She shouted at the two, "It's because we know who you are, Barry Sue." The woman looked at his face and said at length, "You are the Shadow, the boss of Taisen in the darkness. Aren't you the master who rules Seoul now?" While she was saying he was very famous, Kong Se-dong also looked out the door warily. At some point, numerous subordinates had surrounded the room. They surrounded the two, staring at them like hungry beasts. The woman's voice dropped low as she threatened, "That's why everyone in this underworld of darkness is waiting for an opportunity, a chance to change their lives if someone as powerful as you falls. Isn't that right?" Kong Se-dong looked back, startled, and shot to his feet. "Since when were there so many people?" Barry Sue looked around and smiled, not a bit afraid. Someone said, "They told me to stop my crazy antics and endure, so I tried. Thanks for giving me a reason to act as I please." The woman didn't understand, snapped her fingers to command her subordinates, and smiled wickedly. "What's there to be thankful for? I'm the one who should be thankful. Now that I finally have a chance to fight to my heart's content, how can I just let it pass?" She immediately took off her jacket. Her face was filled with killing intent. "Jom, I'll leave those three to you," Kong Se-dong asked in surprise. "Only three?" Outside, the subordinates were loudly banging on the door. One guy, trying to pick the lock, shouted in anger, "It's locked, aren't you going to open it?" Before he could do anything, a fist from inside burst through the door. One punch sent a guy flying. Kong Se-dong turned his head and stared blankly as Barry Sue fought. "I didn't know he had a move like that." After speaking, he quickly turned and coolly took care of two rushing subordinates. He took care of one with just one push. He fought quite fast too. In the blink of an eye, he took them down, felling another with a punch. Barry Sue was outside, single-handedly facing numerous men who held weapons and shouted at each other. "Don't panic, the door's open, everyone get in." As he was in the middle of the fight, someone approached. It turned out to be Bae Du-kyung. He had arrived. Seeing this chaotic scene, he asked, not at all surprised, "Fighting again?" In his hand was a bag of drinks. The surrounding subordinates, not understanding what was happening, asked, "What?" They were confused, seeing the twin brothers. "This guy looks exactly like that other guy, this is crazy." Only then did they realize who had just arrived. "Bae Du-kyung," they shouted. He smiled, held up the bag of drinks in his hand, and looked at them. "I even bought drinks to sit and talk, and you guys are fighting like this?" Barry Sue punched a guy behind him in the face and explained, "I didn't start it, they did." Bae Du-kyung didn't press further and immediately put down the bag of drinks in his hand. "Forget it, I guess I can't give you the gift." Instead, he took a knife out of his hand. "I guess I'll have to gift this instead." A moment later, Bae Du-kyung was lighting a cigarette. The two brothers were talking to each other among the bodies strewn about. When the lighter wouldn't light, Bae Du-kyung got a little annoyed. "Tisk, this won't light either." Looking to the side, he saw Barry Sue had already lit a cigarette and was smoking. Seeing his brother struggle, he held out his lighter and asked, "Bro, need a light?" Bae Du-kyung took the lighter from his hand. "Yeah, thanks," Barry Sue just replied. "The mood is really strange." The brother lit his cigarette and smoked, and suddenly asked, as if remembering something, "By the way, what happened to the lighter I gave you?" At the sudden question, Barry Sue was flustered and stammered, "That I lost it at the hotel." As soon as he heard that, Bae Du-kyung was startled and shouted, "Hey, how could you lose that?" Barry Sue couldn't look his brother in the face. He turned his head the other way and said quietly, "I'm sorry." Seeing that expression, "What's lost is lost." Bae Du-kyung tilted his head back, smoked his cigarette, and sighed, Forget it, it's fine. That lighter was the reason you fought Oyama Sogo anyway. Even if you hadn't lost it, it wouldn't have been useful anymore." Suddenly he fell silent. He glanced at his brother. The two brothers looked at each other for a moment without a word. Suddenly he scratched his neck awkwardly, turned his head the other way, and admitted, "Risu, I used to think your way was wrong." Finally he understood his brother better. "But now I think it's right, but you just saw it too." Looking at the pile of bloody corpses, he gently advised, "You are now the true head of Taisen. All eyes in Seoul are on you." But Barry Sue didn't seem to want to hear this much. He flicked his cigarette onto the pile of corpses and cut his brother off. "I told you, just leave them be. When the time comes, we can just kill them all." Bae Du-kyung smiled and asked, "You're going to do that? Then what will the people left behind you think? Don't you know the saying, a crow tit will break its legs trying to walk like a stork?" His face darkened, and he frowned as if extremely uncomfortable. "You may be the head, but we're an organization. We need a leader, not a head who forces everyone to follow everything he suggests." Only then did Barry Sue turn to look at his brother without a word. He said nothing. The rain poured down. Hado Real Estate. A man stood looking at a large map on the wall, and next to him a few people were cowering. One guy brought a cup of coffee. He handed it to him with both hands and politely offered, "Please sit and have some tea. Our boss will be here soon." He replied very politely, "Yes, thank you." It was raining heavily outside. The two sat at a table and talked. "I had to come in person to see the house for sale, but I didn't know it would rain this much." The other side laughed and replied, "It's all right, I came for something else." The one serving the guest was surprised and asked, "Something else? If you didn't come to a real estate office to see a house, what else could you be doing?" He still hadn't realized who the person sitting in front of him was. The man picked up his teacup and calmly said one word. "Ilhak," he introduced himself. "I am from Ilhak. I suppose that answers your question?" The other person immediately understood and glanced inside. "Ilhak, let's see," a voice echoed from within the slightly closed room. "You're from Ilhak?" The inside was completely different from the outside, filled with cigarette smoke. A few tough-looking men with tattoos sat inside looking out, appearing very threatening. A man who seemed to be the boss stood up, glared, and asked, "Ilhak came all the way here. If you've come this far, you must know where this is, right?" He walked out from inside. He asked the guest, "You came alone, so you must be very confident. Are you perhaps the Jom of Ilhak?" Seeing him, Lee Sung-min asked with some surprise, "Is this person the boss?" As I recall, the boss was a bit older than this. The other person didn't care who he was, leaned in close and asked arrogantly, "The boss? I'm the boss here now. Who are you looking for?" Just then, someone came in from outside. It was none other than Oh-gun. He stood at the door and glared inside. "Just as I thought. That's why I told you I should come with you, Chairman." The bald man, who didn't seem to have expected Lee Sung-min's position, frowned in surprise. "Chairman, then you are?" Lee Sung-min didn't even glance at him. Looking at the other side, he said, "Oh-gun, I know how you feel, but if you do this, we can't talk. If the Jom storms in and threatens them, what is that if not a threat? So please wait outside." Hearing that, Oh-gun turned to leave. He walked right up to Oh-gun once again, made a provocative expression, put both hands on his hips, leaned in close and taunted him. "What, a threat? You brought just one guy and you're already acting so high and mighty?" After speaking, he turned back to Lee Sung-min and sneered, "Chairman, is your Jom that great?" As soon as he finished speaking, Oh-gun's small knife was already at his neck. Oh-gun, with an icy face, threatened, "If you're curious, you can try and see." Lee Sung-min stood up abruptly and warned, "Before things get bigger, Oh-gun, get out now." The subordinates inside also rushed out. Seeing that, Oh-gun didn't dare to disobey. Sheathing his knife, he said, "I understand." He looked at the other subordinates and said, "Everyone sit down. Listen to what the Ilhak chairman has to say." Bald man still seemed unafraid. He was about to say something. "Chairman," suddenly he shouted, "you Ilhak bastards, do you know where you are to be acting up like this?" As he spoke, he threw a punch. Suddenly, an old man pushed open the door from outside and shouted, "Tae-gun, you punk, what are you doing?" He hurriedly ran in and hugged the bald man tightly. The bald man asked in surprise, "Father, why did you come to such a dangerous place?" The old man didn't care and shouted, "You punk, stop it." Lee Sung-min was surprised and looked at the two, "Father, young master." After that, the two held hands tightly as if they knew each other. The old man stared at him with an earnest gaze and asked, "You are young master Lee Sung-min, aren't you?" He too was flustered and asked, "Boss Song Tagu." The old man was extremely moved. "You still remember me?" "Yes, it's me, Song Tagu. I was originally going to visit you in person to greet you." The two sat opposite each other and talked, and the old man was still very moved. "To see you again like this, young master." The words were immediately cut off. "This person is the chairman of Ilhak." Oh-gun, standing behind Lee Sung-min, seriously reminded the old man. "This person is the chairman of Ilhak, so please don't call him young master anymore." Lee Sung-min sat comfortably and looked at the old man. "It's all right, please be comfortable." The old man smiled, scratched his head and admitted his mistake. "I was being rude." Seeing the chairman brought back old memories. The old man then brought up an old story. "The last time we saw each other was when you were 8, young master, wasn't it? If I hadn't heard your voice, I would still be drowned in tears," the old man said, moved. Lee Sung-min quickly cut him off. Let's stop that story and talk about something else." The old man put his two hands together in front of his chest, his eyes turning red. "I heard the news that you rebuilt Ilhak, chairman. But I didn't know I would get to see you in person like this." His son, Tae-gun, sitting next to him, turned his head the other way. Suddenly, the old man looked at Oh-gun. "And to think the chairman would have such a reliable Jom. He looks just like Mr. Omi Wong, whom I met in the past." At these words, Oh-gun flinched slightly. The name the old man mentioned was his father's. Lee Sung-min cut in and moved on to another topic. "I would like to talk more with Boss Song, but I came here today because I have something important to tell you." The old man clasped his hands and fiddled with his two thumbs. "I know that you've heard the rumors too, chairman. We are also small-time merchants in Gangnam Gu, and with the pressure from Huang Hao's side, we can't do business. We're just holding on right now." Song Taegu's face looked slightly sad. "But I believe that one day you would come here, chairman. I have always waited with open arms for the sound of your footsteps in the room." The old man poured out his heart. "I was always worried that the sound of your footsteps would be buried by the sound of the rain, just like today." Unexpectedly, the old man then declared, "So please give us a chance. From now on, we will be Ilhak's people." His son, sitting next to him, heard that, was startled, turned his head and shouted, "Father, what are you saying?" The old man opened his collar wide. His face was dark and he paid no mind to his son sitting next to him. He revealed a long scar on his neck and said to Lee Sung-min, "I owe my life to Chairman Lee Sung-ha. I will repay you no matter what." Unexpectedly, the old man put his hands down and bowed his head deeply. "So please help us. We are the ones who need your help, boss." The old man's action surprised Lee Sung-min, making his jaw drop. His son, sitting next to him, his face turned black, unable to stop him in time. That night, the rain fell very hard. At another large building, a man in familiar slippers approached. It was the huge man. He brushed the water off his clothes as he walked, cursing, "These bastards, they picked the wrong day." Shaking the water from his head, he was extremely displeased. "I didn't know it would rain today." The doorman saw him. His face turned pale and he asked, "Why are you here?" He immediately smiled arrogantly and said frighteningly, "Ha, what? Speak in Japanese?" The other men were surprised and asked back, "Japanese?" The others sensed danger and immediately drew their knives, shouting, could he be a guy from Oyama? But the huge man was faster. He firmly lifted his foot and kicked one of them. "Did you say Oyama?" "I get it." He sent his opponent flying with a kick, then laughed triumphantly and stomped on his face. Quieter than I thought." The building's guards swarmed out and surrounded him. But he wasn't afraid at all and snorted in contempt. He walked straight into the building and asked, "Ryugasaki, where are you? Is he that way?" The other guys also pulled out their knives, aimed them at him, and shouted, "Hey, stop right there, where do you think you're going?" The words were barely out when a fist caved in a face, sending the monkey-like guy flying far away. So many of them couldn't handle this one guy. He cursed as he fought. "You know your knives are light. Since they're light, they're easy to break." An uppercut aimed at the lower jaw sent another guy flying before he could even dodge, and he grew more excited as he fought. The other guys, not knowing their own weakness, kept rushing in. He only had to slightly move his body to dodge, and he sneered at how weak they were. He grabbed his opponent's head and slammed it mercilessly into the ground. Just then an attack flew at his face from somewhere, but he immediately blocked it and smiled wickedly. "Is this all Ryugasaki's men have got?" That guy was dragged by his legs without even knowing what was happening. He was thrown around like a frog. The other guys were finally scared and couldn't move, still holding their knives. He threw that guy at the others. After a round of fighting, he said, "You're no match for me." No one dared to attack him. He stood in the middle of the room and ordered them to bring Ryugasaki to him. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "That's enough, stop." He heard the voice and looked up. Seeing the large man standing above, he asked, "Are you the one?" The opponent glared at him and introduced himself. "I am Yakusha Ha-in-dong. Are you from Oyama?" He politely put his hands together. The man pushed one guy aside and stepped forward, saying, "No, I am no longer part of Oyama." But he rushed in very aggressively. "If I answered that I was part of Oyama, were you planning to fight me?" The woman, who had been running her mouth earlier, finally quieted down after getting a good beating. Holding the plastic bag Bae Du-kyung had brought, she stammered, "Ilhek Taisen, I will follow you." The two brothers sat triumphantly, and the older brother, his face full of smiles, said to Barry Sue, "See, I told you it would be effective. You can't reason with kids like that." The two who had arrived earlier were speechless. If there hadn't been a fistfight, that woman would never have submitted. Seeing the two talking, the woman said, "I see, you've created a new force. I'd rather follow you than remain in the fictional HHS. The older brother, not quite understanding, asked the woman back, "HHS is fictional? What do you mean?" The woman finally revealed what she knew. "Actually, there's no leader in Gangnam right now. The large organization HHS and Han Hee-sung have disappeared." Bae Du-kyung also didn't understand, furrowed his brow and asked, "HHS has disappeared? What nonsense is this?" He recalled the huge building. After the General Assembly collapsed, HHS suddenly stopped its activities. Everything from the bribes they received to their district management was suspended. There was a lot of controversy over this issue. Some leaders of the Federation went looking for Director Han Hee-sung, but they couldn't even see his face. The two brothers now understood. The position of Gangnam's leader was effectively vacant. Hearing this, Barry Sue became even more interested, unable to sit still, and stood up to ask, "In that case, couldn't anyone take that important position? It's a good opportunity to seize power. Of course, such a tasty prey couldn't be swallowed easily." The woman lowered her head and answered softly, "It may sound plausible, but what do you think would happen if an internal conflict broke out in Gangnam and HHS's absence became known to the outside?" She held up 2 water bottles and looked at them with a meaningful gaze. "Stronger forces would all rush in to seize Gangnam's interests and suppress us. Small organizations like ours don't have the power to stop that." She took all the water bottles out of the box and said, "That's why we're keeping the fact that there's no leader a secret for the sake of external peace. If they don't know, they won't take any other action." She squeezed the cardboard box with her hand. "We are still affiliated with HHS. As long as HHS exists, even if only in name, Gangnam will be safe. So please don't mess with us." In fact, she also had circumstances she couldn't speak of, but this situation couldn't last long. "That's why we also considered whether to join the newly established Wonsin organization." Hearing her words, Bae Du-kyung asked in surprise, "Then you should have come to us sooner. Why did you let the situation get to this point?" Her face suddenly became serious. Her eyes widened as she said, "This is my personal opinion. I believe HHS hasn't completely disappeared but has gone into hiding for some reason." She had a feeling that they were watching the whole situation here, testing their loyalty. Just as the tension was rising, a sound suddenly rang out. He picked up his cell phone. I'm sorry, I have a call." He immediately answered the phone. "This is Bae Du-kyung," he said as he went outside. Barry Sue stayed and continued to talk. He crossed his arms and asked the woman, "So as of now, you also don't know Han Hee-sung's whereabouts?" She nodded. "Yes, that's right." She continued, "He's probably somewhere here in Gangnam, but we can't find him." As she was speaking, he suddenly returned and shouted loudly, "Barry Sue, get ready now, we're going back to Taisen." It seemed something urgent had happened. His face was tense and he was sweating. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this is completely unexpected," he thought to himself. "That old man is coming to Korea." In the hall, Muto Tiger stood facing his opponent, tilted his head up and answered, "Yaksha, your eyes are gleaming. You're overflowing with killing intent. Are you planning to fight me?" The city was bustling with people. 3 men walked and talked. The old man, Choi Cheon-ho, laughed cheerfully and said, "Gangnam Ji-yu, it's been a really long time since I've been here." he turned to the man next to him and said imposingly, "Chairman, this Gangnam GU is important. It's one of the areas our Ilhak must get its hands on." The other person laughed heartily, seeming very pleased. "Haha, Elder Choi Chian-ho, you're in a good mood today." "I know," the two walked and talked like that. "Of course it's not just that I'm in a good mood, as Gangnam was one of our Ilhak's main business hubs in the past." The other man chimed in. "Come to think of it, I also came here with you when I was young, Elder. Seeing the scenery now, it's still quite familiar." Suddenly, the old man turned to the man behind him and said, "Oh Gun, you should take a good look around here too. When you were young, your father used to carry you on his shoulders. You came here often with Mi Wong Hung when you were a kid." The old man explained to the man next to him, "You have no idea how much everyone liked you and Mi Wong Hung." But Oh Gun didn't seem very interested, walked faster and cut him off. "Let's hurry, we'll be late for the appointment," suddenly he added. "And I don't have any memories of my father." The old man's face darkened and he was flustered. "Oh Gun," he was flustered and turned to the man next to him. "I'm so sorry about him. Chairman, he's always like this whenever his father is mentioned." The other person also said, as if understanding, "It's all right. Please don't worry about it." The old man furrowed his brow and looked at him. "Oh Mi Wong, he was the first sword and captain of Jom. I'm sure you've heard that Oh Gun is his son, Chairman." The other person understood and replied, "Yes, I know. That's why his reaction is really unexpected." The two walked and talked. "I thought he would want to avenge his father, but seeing him now it's like he's listening to a story about an enemy." His cold face was truly inscrutable. For Oh Gun, his father's death was a very complicated emotion. He recalled the image of the man who always doted on his son and carried him on his shoulders. The man named Oh Mi Wong lived for Ilhak more than anyone. Unlike his father, the child didn't want this. Oh Gun just needed a normal father who would pay attention to him and spend time with him. He himself was having a hard time when his father died. The young boy stood with his head bowed under the funeral portrait. Because of his father's death, suddenly the three men's steps slowed. "This is it." Oh Gun stood by a large window, turned to the two who followed him in and said, "Basong Taegu said he would summon the leaders of the small organizations in Gangnam GU." He took a small knife from his chest. His eyes were full of caution. "Even though those leaders all said they would be loyal to Ilhak, I'm a bit worried about coming here." As he was speaking, worried that it might be a trap aimed at the chairman, a hand grabbed his wrist and stopped him. "If that's the case, don't worry." Choi Chian-ho opened the door and went inside. He reassured him, "It'll be fine in this Gangnam GU." But as soon as the door opened, the two men's eyes widened in surprise at the scene inside. Inside the room, several young men were helping an old man who had fallen to the ground. Oh Gun, not knowing what was happening, shouted and immediately rushed in. The bald man was flustered and looked at the two. "Are you from Ilhak?" Only then did he pause, sweating in confusion. "What's going on here? Are these the leaders of this place?" Choi Chian-ho explained from the side. "This Gangnam GU is different from other places you know." He informed him. "They are small business owners who were pushed out by the tyranny of the mid-sized organizations in Gangnam. They gathered and formed an organization to help each other and do business. In reality, they don't have much fighting power." An old man with a towel around his neck stood up as soon as he saw them and greeted them with a wide smile. Choi Chian-ho, aren't you Mr. Choi Chian-ho of Jom?" Seeing him, the other man also laughed cheerfully and replied, "Oh Boss Song, how long has it been? Ha ha ha, have you been well?" Hearing that, the other people also finally realized. They laughed cheerfully and said, "It's Mr. Choi Chian-ho. It really is Ilhak and Jom. Ilhak has returned to help us." Seeing the situation, Oh Gun finally put the knife back in his chest. "Does that mean this Gangnam GU has no power? Why did they say it was an organization we must get our hands on?" In his view, these leaders were all just old men. It seemed their era would probably end soon. Choi Chian-ho turned and looked at him. "Wonsan has been established now and is drawing in other small organizations. That's why the people of Gangnam need us. So we have to take them in and look after them like we used to." Oh Gun wanted to say more. "But if we have to think about them at a time like this, it will be too much for us." Suddenly, an old woman approached and took his hand. She looked gentle, and holding his sleeve tightly, she asked, "Mi Wong Han, are you Mi Wong Han? Have you eaten?" After speaking, she pressed something into his hand. "Here, take this." It was a few pieces of candy. The old woman said, "Thank you, Mi Wong Han, thank you for coming back." The other man came up beside him and smiled lightly. "See, Oh Gun." Time seemed to have returned to when he was a young boy. In those days, he had often seen people gathered around his father, laughing and talking cheerfully. They gave him small gifts just like today. These people were much older now, but they were still the same. "Doesn't everyone need Ilhak and Jom?" The other man looked at them, his eyes shining with emotion. "So we have to step up. That's how we'll be able to lead, right?" Oh Gun's hand suddenly squeezed the few pieces of candy tightly. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Muto Taiga was still standing, stroking his chin and looking at the man in front of him. Your nickname is Yaksha, right? What kind of Yaksha was it again?" He approached, sized up his opponent's height and sneered. "Smaller than I thought." "How tall are you?" the other person retorted irritably. "What difference does being tall make?" At that answer, the man burst out laughing even more. He placed a hand on the other's shoulder. "Haha, is that so?" The man's eyes suddenly gleamed wickedly. "In that case, you won't be able to excuse your defeat by blaming the difference in our builds." Yaksha quickly swung his fist in a preemptive attack, hitting the man squarely in the face. The man's body was pushed back and he glared in anger, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, I was wondering where you'd hit first. Since you struck first, that's fine too." Yaksha clenched his fists and glared at the man. Was my punch not powerful enough to turn his head back just a second after being hit? As he was thinking, the man counterattacked. I saw your punch clearly, so this is my reply. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck his opponent's stomach like lightning and laughed triumphantly. Seeing that Yaksha was still standing firm, he was a little surprised and asked, was I too weak? That can't be right. Despite being punched, the opponent continued to provoke him. Hey old man, is that all you've got? The man burst out laughing in anger. He tilted his head back, looked at the sky and couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, is that all I've got, to be able to stand still after taking a hit like that? Right, I remember now, your nickname, he sneered loudly. The immovable Yaksha, just as the name suggests, he's directly under the Taisen Syndicate. The immovable Yaksha, Ha-in-dong, the laughing man suddenly covered his mouth. Oh no, this feeling, I shouldn't get this excited, his eyes gleamed again. But isn't this really fun? Just then a loud voice was heard. Muto Taiga, Baedu-kyung is back. The man froze upon hearing the voice. He recognized this voice immediately. Is it him? Seeing the person standing there, the man was completely excited. Ryugasaki, you little brat. When the man called him that, he was furious, approached with a knife and smiled coldly. A brat, you're acting awfully familiar. As soon as they met, he asked in succession. Seeing this, you must not be a member of Oyama anymore. You should call me head. Don't you know how to show respect? The man smiled so much his eyes disappeared. I'm not a member of Oyama anymore either. So I guess that's about right. I thought it might be, and it's true. Baedu-kyung asked back in surprise. Not a member of Oyama? What happened? The old man Muto Taiga took off his jacket. Something like that. It's a long story. He held his jacket and walked past him. I just came to say hello to you today. I plan to go see Sogo after this. Baedu-kyung's glare shot at him. Does that mean you're going to side with that damned Sogo? The man admitted without a shred of hesitation. Yes, that's right. The next time we meet we'll be enemies. You must have been surprised too. Before leaving, as everyone watched, the old man laughed heartily. I finally get to fight you. The people watched him quietly. The old man said, well, I'll be going. See you again soon. The fight isn't far off. As soon as the old man left, Ha-in-dong couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the floor. He had been enduring the pain for far too long. Baedu-kyung, startled, called out to Dong. He was sweating profusely and looked extremely exhausted. Trembling with fear, Baedu-kyung asked, who is that man? He himself had to admit, I've never met a monster like that. He's very dangerous. Meanwhile, the old man smiled with satisfaction, picked up his jacket and walked out of the building. Tisk, this will be very interesting. Is he from the Taisen Syndicate? Just then he met Barry Sue. The two stood facing each other without a word. After they passed each other, the old man suddenly stopped in surprise. His eyes widened. Hey young man over there. Hearing him call, Barry Sue stopped and glanced over, and suddenly, Muto Taiga rushed in like lightning and threw a punch. The old man Muto Taiga rushed in and threw a punch at him. It was a surprise attack, aiming for a weak point when his opponent least expected it. But Barry Sue turned to face the punch, which was like a one-sided declaration of war. He saw the old man throw a punch at him, but Muto Taiga didn't like this. He thought surprise attacks were a strategy for the weak. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, fully focused. Nevertheless, he had thrown this blow out of instinct. Perhaps it was because his face was so similar to Baedu-kyung's that he had thrown the punch reflexively. Barry Sue's eyes widened as he turned to face the old man. As the fist flew toward his face, he raised both hands in an instant with incredibly fast reflexes, blocking it. The punch landed squarely on his palm. The two separated and stood facing each other. The old man urgently shouted, wait. He put his hands together in front of his chest, bowed his head and said sincerely, I am truly ashamed. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize. To hit someone with all his might and then apologize with his hands together was bizarre. Seeing him scratch his head in embarrassment, Barry Sue asked, slightly surprised. An apology? What do you mean? The old man looked away and stammered out an explanation. This is a first for me too, so I'm flustered and don't know what to say. He ended up laughing it off. I see, a mistake. Of course, the affairs of the underworld are never that simple. You think you can just hit when you want and stop when you want? Barry Sue had no intention of letting it go. He threw a kick and said, stop playing around. Do I look that easy? As soon as he finished speaking, his foot flew towards the old man's face. The old man's reflexes were just as fast. He reached out, grabbed Barry Sue's leg and smiled with interest. The two started to fight, and the old man grew more and more excited. This shouldn't be happening. When one kick was blocked, he threw another. Smoke was almost rising from the old man's hands as he blocked his kicks. It was a testament to how powerful his kicks were. But Muto Taiga was no longer smiling. He said with a serious face, this is really interesting. Just then a black sedan stopped right behind him. Both men turned to look at the car. A man opened the door and got out of the car. It was Gunja. Seeing someone had arrived, the old man bent down and picked up the jacket on the floor. He didn't care that Barry Sue was still poised to fight. A pity, but let's stop here for today, Barry Sue asked in surprise. What? The old man smiled with his eyes and introduced himself. I am Muto Taiga. Seeing your skills, you must be Barry Sue. Right? The old man even knew his name. Hearing that, Barry Sue had no intention of shaking his hand and asked, are you from Oyama too? The old man paused for a moment before answering. That again, I can't exactly say yes right now. Gunja approached the old man. I've come to get you, Mr. Muto. Let's go. The old man turned. I see, what a rigid fellow. After speaking, he obediently got into the car and said nothing more. Barry Sue stood in the rain, looked at his hands and repeated the old man's name, Muto Taiga. The black car sped through the rain.